Tonight, the bell rings and the stories begin. Welcome to the ride.
That shit be hitting on a Saturday night. God dang it. I'll be telling you, trying to tell you everything. Even though he's a Buster and a Mark and a Carolina Panthers fan, I'm still happy to see the Nubian Sumo here in 2026, even though he's a Washington Redskins fan. And, well, that's about it. That's about, that's enough right there. Oh, wait. My bad. Even though he still believes in the go-go is a person, place, and a thing, I'm happy to see that the big guy, KG, is here in 2026. And unfortunately, I got clothes on because I would have been bucket naked so that way everybody could start off 2026 seeing a crack of my ass. But I'm happy to be here with y'all in 2026. If you haven't figured it out by now, it's a brand new year, brand new time. We crazy, but still the same old WrestleManiacs. What's up, fellas? That's a hot intro right there.
First of all, go-go music has a museum. House music does not.
Have you been to Chicago? I bet you it does.
Okay, it's the difference between Baltimore House and Chicago House.
He didn't say Baltimore House. He didn't say Baltimore House. He said house music. Don't be trying to give him an alley-oop. Let him dig the grave on his own. What'd you say?
You was talking about that bullshit you just got through playing with them crack addicts dancers you had on there.
Hey, 2026 is the year of organized dancing. Them girls are putting in that work in their little leotards and stuff.
Hold on.
What?
If 2026 is the year of organized dancing, you know what that means.
Are you gonna hit it?
The return of New Jack Swing, baby. Let's go. Formation dance for everybody.
All right. You down with that, Sumo? You got that? I don't know. He may be in a state of mourning. He had some high hopes about 3 hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago. Goddamn, KG. We only 3 minutes and not really 3 minutes and 57 seconds. And he already on the Hot Pockets.
I could have did this on camera.
Well, might as well now.
But instead, you look, I'm trying to spare you. Like, we good.
Well, I mean, as long as at the end of it you say you did not have sexual relations with that woman, then you're good.
I'm trying to spare
all I can say is there are a whole bunch of teams in the NFL that cannot say they were in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, but you guys also won a division, so.
And we won our division.
I'm happy. Honestly, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the Carolina. That means that next year
this is the best we've done in 7 years. The first time.
Only 7?
That was last time we were in the playoffs was 7 years ago.
Was it 7? Oh, yeah, shit, still a lifetime.
Last time we hosted a playoff game was 10 years ago.
Well, let me ask you this, KG. Because obviously you talk sports and stuff like that. What's better? In the playoffs every year and don't go to the Super Bowl, or the first time in 7 years win a division and being in the playoffs? Which one technically is better? And I'm not knocking. I'm really just legitimate, perspective question. for sports, which one would you consider better?
The latter, when going to the playoffs after 7 years, because going to the playoffs every year and having that letdown, that's terrible. Heartache after heartache after heartache every year. Now, granted, I love to be a perennial playoff contender, but I want to be in a competition for a Super Bowl. I grew up in the 80s in D.C. Every year, from 81 to 91, so 10 years. No, 92, I guess you could say, 11 years, we were in contention for a Super Bowl. So I'll take it the way Sumo got it, because that right there is a beautiful feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel good about this season. It's a losing season. We finished 8-9, but we won our division. We made it to the playoffs. Like I said,
I would call that a losing season. I would call that a winning season, truthfully.
This is a good season for us. So this is momentum. As far as I'm concerned, this is momentum into next year. This is Bryce's first playoff game, our quarterback's first playoff game. So, all this is an experience, is learning experience for him. And he did well. He did very well. We were, if we hadn't given up that touchdown at the end of 2 minutes at the end of the game, we'd have won.
I wouldn't even say it was that. It was that interception.
Yeah, it was
that pick was really what did it, because y'all could have been up by 7.
There's a few things that happened during that game that had happened just about the whole season for us. So I don't want to go into conspiracy theories, because there's one thing that happened during the game that I would really be called a conspiracy theorist about. So, but I'm gonna leave it alone.
But hey, it's a lot better than driving down the field on the Miracle Mile with the whole entire team on your back and the whole world like, oh snap, they're about to bring it back. And then you get right there. And it goes to the right. No win. Nothing happening. Just how in the hell did you miss that kick?
Swirling winds, but Anthony said that's the Buffalo Bills of the 90s couldn't get over the hump. Nah. The Buffalo Bills, they went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. Out of those 4 Super Bowls, they should have won 2. They got cheated out of the Giants Super Bowl because they should have beat the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And everything was working right, but they figured out that the Giants were conceding the run too late. So they should have beat the Giants. They got demolished by the Cowboys and the Redskins back to back. Redskins first, then Cowboys. That second Cowboys one in 93. Yeah, 93. They had them. If it wasn't for Thurman Thomas fumbling the ball 3 times, that's 2 Super Bowl championships that they should have had.
Yeah. But let me ask you the flip side question, because I asked KG something. It's our first time back in 2026, so had to give a little alley-oop and homage to the other side of the Sideline Junkies podcast network, but bringing it back to what we do. Sumo, looking at, the landscape of how, we'll just take the NFL. You have a bunch of losing seasons. A lot of things aren't working. You're fired. And I mean, like head coach, GM, offensive coach, defensive coach, whatever. Would you like the sports entertainment world, wrestling, whatever you want to call it, would you like that to follow the same format? Booking's bad in WWE. Hey, head booker, you're fired. AEW, New Japan, wherever. Would you like that to be something that was a lot more streamlined and controlled?
Well, it might be a little harder to do in wrestling because there's so many more moving parts. I mean, if a coach gets fired from the NFL because he's having losing seasons, is that because of his coaching, or is that because of the players not doing what he needs them to do? Does he have the respect of the team? So I mean, it's a lot going on. Like, there was one team that I was hearing about, the Baltimore Ravens. I heard there was something going on with Deshaun Jackson and y'all's coach. They got him fired. So I mean, I mean, it's enough going on right now where you got a top star, a main event guy who's supposed to be like who's considered a locker room leader, who can go to Triple H or Shawn Michaels or somebody like that and be like, yo, I don't know about this kid. You know, this guy, you know, y'all might want to, you know, keep an eye on this guy because, you know, and that gets him fired or that gets him demoted or drop down to the mid card or sit down to NXT or Evolve or whatever the case.
But have we technically had that too?
We have had that. But as far as a full-on firing is concerned, you know, that's just
what if we narrow it to the, like, I guess in a wrestling perspective, the head writer on the WWE side, I guess, because that they'd be the only ones that have really a head writer. AEW's kind of just still adopting and getting into that groove. But, you know, WWE side, you know, there's a SmackDown head writer and a Raw head writer. If we just take it from that perspective.
Okay, so but then I can put the same thing on it. Like, is it the writing itself, or is it the person that's supposed to be pulling off what's being given to them?
It depends on the scenario.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It depends on the scenario. So
right.
So I mean, like you can't say it could be, you know, that writer is the one that needs to be fired, because it could be the wrestler who wasn't pulling it off. The case in point, Terry Taylor.
Oh wow, you're taking it back.
I'm gonna take it back to Terry Taylor, the Red Rooster. I mean, he was given this character and told that he was supposed to do something with this character. Now, whether he wanted to do something with it or not was entirely up to him. He could have taken that and done plenty with it. But he chose not to. He didn't want to. Then you fast forward, you got stunning Steve Austin leaving WCW and going to WWF. What did they do? They make him the ringmaster. Of course, yeah, he didn't want to be the ringmaster, but that eventually evolved into what became Stone Cold Steve Austin. So,
but he embodied the ringmaster, though.
But he took that and he took it and he did something with it.
Right. Same thing. Dusty Rhodes, Polka Dots. You know, that's some folks that got some gimmicks. And you know, WCW, they probably wouldn't even given it the full extent of their capability. But in WWE, they're like, this is what I got. This is what I got. Let me see, you know, what I can do with it. And sometimes, you know, you get a diamond out of that lump of coal.
Right. So, I mean, like I said, going back, do you fire the writer or do you fire the person that's supposed to be reading your script?
Well, technically, we would fire Vince because at the end of the day, he would have, and that the WWE hierarchy, Vince would have been the guy to get the can. But he also
he'd have been like the head coach that became the scapegoat.
Right. But technically, he would fire Shane. Or Paul Heyman or somebody else, because Vince ain't fired himself that we know of. Rada, how you feeling? Happy New Year. Welcome to the mothership. I know you've been, you know, clanging and banging out there pretty much everywhere on the podcast network. You know, you're like a household face. And on the TikToks, like, God dang, sometimes you be tripping me out when you don't have the hat on. I'm like, who the heck is this over here? You know, trying to put the sexy on, talking about come watch some shows and stuff. And then you know, I watch you on the clips, like, God, Rod is everywhere, man.
Hey, man, I'm trying to make us a household brand, maybe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trying to put us
in. Midnight Rider is our AJ Styles.
That's what I just said. So we got to put
the face that runs the place.
I'll take that all day, every day, for sure. I'll take that every day, all day. I just wanted to jump in. It's the new year. I know you probably said this in your beginning, but don't forget that tomorrow morning when you take your head off your pillow, you walk into the room, you see sun in the air, you breathe life in a new day. The audio of this show will be available to you on Podbean, iHeartRadio, all the good stations. If you can get a podcast, you can get this tomorrow morning when you wake up. And it's like Folgers, it's the best thing. Best part of waking up is the Sideline Junkies in your cup.
And the good news is you ain't even got to have your drawers on to listen to it. So if you just happen to wake up free balling, you perfectly all right to go ahead and join us on all of those lovely areas that you see running across the ticker here to be able to catch us. And I don't know, there may be some other cool
man.
things
What is
coming
up with you and
days.
being naked? I mean, what's going on? Is that something we need to talk about?
Hey, man, I'm just trying to let y'all see the way I came into the world. Ass out first. That way you can kiss it. That's all.
Talk about bad gimmicks to get us off of this. Nobody got a
Sorry,
worse
Ryder,
gimmick.
we coming in hot tonight. You know, we it's been a little bit. So, you know,
I know.
I've had some sumo digs in the chamber. I thought, you know, I wasn't going to be able to let it go, but, you know, it's frozen.
Oh, I ain't even loaded my clip yet.
See, that's
Don't
yes, you
worry.
have. Yes,
No,
you
I
have.
haven't. No, I ain't even loaded my clip yet. So, what was you saying, Ryder?
He was talking about how
keep us on task because we were talking about people with bad gimmicks, and no one had a worse gimmick in their transition than the Red Rooster.
That is true.
The Red Rooster, Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor was a good wrestler in the Mid-South, and for him to come over and be stuck with the Red Rooster was probably one of the worst things that Vince McMahon. Well, no. It's probably the second worst thing that Vince McMahon ever did in this world.
Let's see if we all get it right. What was the worst?
Well, that wasn't Vince McMahon. The worst was the dude that had the chrome helmet and tried to come through the wall.
You talking about the Shockmaster?
Shockmaster.
That's probably the worst gimmick ever.
That's not his fault.
That's the worst gimmick ever.
Well, we'll never know if that was the worst gimmick ever because
remember the Yeti?
Nope.
The Yeti was bad.
I give you one even better.
What are you gonna say, Oz?
Gobbledygooker.
Oh yeah.
I like the gobbledygooker. I mean, the gobbledygooker had a purpose.
It did, but it was just the reveal was like, really? Even Mean Gene was like, this is some bullshit.
What was the guy that came out with the skin on the fur on him? It was a giant.
Giant Gonzalez.
Oh, him too.
El Gigante.
El Gigante.
Okay. Yeah, that's another one. That's bad.
No. Can't let you have that one. No. El Gigante was like that.
Okay.
I always scared him. You were scared of him. He scared you, didn't he? As a kid.
Nah, he was one of my favorites, but I always thought that was George Mirasan, to be honest.
Oh shit.
That's why I was such a big George Mirasan fan.
Let's talk about Bill Ding.
Who?
Right.
Oh, God.
Right.
Ooh.
There was a character in WCW that I want to say it might have been a Russo. It might have been a Russo or no. It was what was boy's name? The one that took over, the Pizza Hut guy, the one that Flair didn't like in WCW.
Ed Ferreira?
Bill Hurd.
Oh, Bill Hurd. Oh, that guy.
Bill Hurd came up with a character called. It was supposed to be a construction guy. Jim Hurd. Yeah, Jim Hurd. It was supposed to be a construction guy character, and his name was Bill Ding.
Yeah.
Building.
Well, but then again, we also had Thurman Sparky Plug. So, I mean, you know.
Right.
They gave us
Isaac Yankum.
Yeah.
Isaac Yankum.
Yeah, DDS. But hey, that also gave us Britt Baker, who did return. Finally showed up magically on AEW television. I guess Tony Khan wasn't lying. I guess he figured might as well let her see her face one time before we pay her. Out there. Oh Lord. Perry, what's up? See? Wait a minute. You ought to got that going, AJ Styles. You'd have changed the logo in the background and everything. Like, God dang, go Midnight Rider. He over here. He'd have had a wardrobe change on us already. I'm telling you, if you take that hat off, if you need a sexy moment, you know what I'm saying, you go ahead and say what you got to say, you know, to all the people out there, and you know, we'll clip it for you. Just go ahead and do what you got to do. But what's up, Perry? Friend to the show, definitely for sure. So obviously, KG, you talking some craziness. Oh yeah, good call out on that one. The ding dongs. Yep.
Yeah. And guess what the
Goon.
do you remember what the do you remember what the premise behind the ding dongs were? Where they came up with that?
Ding dongs was pre-Bushwhackers, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head. I know it was some.
That was another Jim Hurd special because he got it from his time at Taco Bell.
And shout out to Perry because he hosts this fine show on Wednesday nights with this guy. I call him the AJ Styles of the network. They do nothing but net. So you want your NBA fix? let me do something. But you want your NBA fix 7:30 on Wednesdays, baby. They've gotten me to the point where I just re-downloaded NBA 2K25 just so I can go into GM mode for the Washington Wizards and see if I can make them a perennial winner with some of the moves that I've been thinking about and get younger. So shout out to the Midnight Ride. That man you see right there on the screen. Yeah,
go take the hat off, bro. Go take the hat off. You got the shame. Go give a little something. Ooh, shucks. There it is right there. All right, now that's also going to cost you about $450. So make sure you pay the piper. We'll put you over and all that stuff. We need to get paid back for that. Just
I appreciate it.
No problem. All right,
Voices in the mail.
Yeah, exactly. but speaking of which, the shirt, KG, I gotta give you love on the shirt, baby. That's part of the reason why I even jumped in with y'all. You know me and my sarcasm shirts. I gotta find that one because that's dope.
Oh man, Walmart's my best friend. Walmart and a couple of shirts from they got shirts from so many different places.
Nah, that's dope. I'm just here rocking the company brand. So I mean, I don't know.
See, there you go. Again, you proving yourself to be exactly what we billing you at. That's $550. So now we putting you over, putting the merch over, you know, all that stuff. I'm telling you. And you're right, Anthony. KG, you know what I'm saying, is the percolator of the group. I don't know what go-go stuff you're doing is, but man, you be percolating all the time.
I'll take that. Take that. Look,
all right, so
I spent the week in Baltimore. When I say the week in Baltimore, I'm talking like I'm on East 33rd, Greenmount, all of that, all week this week. And a little bit of it rubbed off on me. I had to come home every day and take a little shower because I'm up there. And I'm like, I just keep going, follow me. And I'm like, no, this is not, I can't do this. No.
Hey, but at least you recognize 3 or 4 different songs, not the same song that y'all trying to build is the same thing, you know.
See, that's the problem. And then I went to go get lunch and I was going into Hip Hop Fish and Chicken talking about giving me a chicken box. Nah, man, I'm good. And I was asking for hot sauce instead of mumbo sauce. I'm good.
So question
for you, ketchup hot sauce, actually.
There's a bigger question, and I don't know if you took heed to the warning, but did you perhaps happen to have to watch out for the big girl and watch out for the big girl?
I did.
Oh yeah, he probably stopped the Lexington market. He probably watched out for a couple of them too.
Well, look, that was the plan, but things didn't work out the way I wanted today. I was thinking about going to Patapsco, then going to Lexington Market afterwards. Go give me one of them big ass chicken wings.
Shout out to 92Q, by the way. So you're trying to get you a little bit of understanding about some of these inside Baltimore house jokes and innuendos. Check out 92Q on Friday nights. Shameless plug. We ain't getting paid for it. Sumo, can we switch over to you for a second? I know you've been quiet over there.
I guess. Go ahead.
Right.
What?
I think
depending on what
that
you're about
was,
to come out your damn mouth with.
See, I'm trying to alley-oop you and give you an opportunity to say something, and you always got to be coming with the haterade.
You always coming with the haterade. What you want, man?
I gave you big props on your team, all that stuff. I'm trying to put you over tonight. Brand new year, brand new you, same losing team, but that's a different story. So all I'm saying is that there's, well, that too. Yeah, I ain't even going to try to front on that one.
Yeah,
we knew we ain't have a chance.
Proceed.
But something kind of momentous happened out there in that Japanese time slot that I figured maybe you would like to shed some light on, because we had the end of an era, end of a career happen recently. So I wanted to let you go ahead and educate everybody on what they may want to go look up on YouTube or something else to catch to really understand exactly what monumentally just happened.
Oh, there was a lot that happened on January 4th and 5th in New Japan Pro Wrestling. To start off with, that was January 4th was the last match of Hiroshi Tanahashi, the president of New Japan Pro Wrestling, the ace of New Japan Pro Wrestling. He had his last match against Kazuchika Okada, of which he wound up, Tanahashi wound up losing. Okay. Since we went to the John
God
Cena
damn it, he didn't change his background. Stop that shit. Sorry, Sumo. He done gave us the goddamn going Will Smith special. It's the Fresh Prince of Midnight Rod up over here now. God damn it. Sorry. Keep going.
So yeah, that was the last match for Tanahashi. There was an announcement that Tiger Mask will now be in his last year, last 6 months actually, because he's going to be leaving in June. He's going to be retiring in June. So I think that I can't remember which big event that will be around that time, but he will be leaving at that time. There was a merging of two factions that have been pretty much the remnants of two factions. So now the remnants of Los Ingobernables de Japón,
thank you,
and the Bullet Club have come together to form the new faction, Unbound Company. So they're saying that this could be the end of the Bullet Club after 13 years. It could. I don't know if that's going to actually happen, because it could be that they are still going to maybe have sub factions within this faction and keep the Bullet Club together. There's only like 5 members left of the War Dogs. So if they do wind up just getting rid of the Bullet Club brand, I wouldn't be surprised. But what leads me to think that they might be getting rid of the brand is that when Clark Connors, who's a member of the Bullet Club War Dogs, had his interest for a 6-man tag at the beginning of New Year's Dash on the 5th, they had a different video package for him for his entrance, and it didn't have anything to do related with Bullet Club. It said Clark Connors Club 100 Proof. So I don't know. The Pro Wrestling Tees has said that they're saying that it's done. They still going to sell the Bullet Club Bullet Club shirts, but they've been saying that it's been done. So we'll just have to see and find out what's going on. And now your new your New Japan IWGP heavyweight champion is Yota Tsuchi, which is part of the Unbound Company, a former member of Los Ingobernables de Japón. He has already exerted his power as champion and has let go of the World Championship, brought back the version 4 IWGP Heavyweight Championship that everybody knows of Kazuchika Okada having that belt, and is now saying that they will only have the heavyweight championship defended within Japan. The IWGP championship will not leave the country of Japan. They are going to use the IWGP Global Championship, which he also holds, as the title for any foreigners that come in that want to challenge him, or to take outside of New Japan for like AEW or anywhere else to defend the title there. But he's saying he's tired of wrestlers coming into New Japan and taking the title with them and not going on tours and not doing all these things with the company with the belt, not going to these smaller venues and whatnot that they go to and not having the belt there.
Yep.
He's even said that he wants them to dissolve their relationship with AEW. He doesn't want to be involved with AEW anymore.
You think there's some WWE involvement in that?
It could be.
Because that's what I was thinking. That's a big statement right there. Because as much as Tony Khan, quote unquote, wanted to keep that forbidden door open and all that stuff, WWE is pushing over, in that UK and all that stuff. They are pushing and they're leveraging. And that money, I think some of that Saudi money is also in play when it comes down to that as well, allegedly.
I mean, it could be, though, but we'll see. Like I said, we'll have to see.
I'm going to say this. I didn't see it at first, and I got to thank Perry for this because he treated me like I was Willie Dynamite, meaning he was like, I love your ambition, but you got to have vision, Willie. I didn't have vision back then, and I see that Saudi money as blood money. I don't support anything the Saudis put money up for. I can't support it because they're taking everything and they're turning it into a circus. But look at the Riyadh season commercials. I don't like
Mr. Beast. Was it KSI and Speed in a commercial? You got. I mean, it almost looks like just crazy Vegas on steroids.
Nah. When Perry said that a couple of years ago, I didn't understand, and now I'm starting to sit back and I'm saying it because it's not just wrestling. Come on now, the Saudis just bought EA. They're not gonna fix. They're not gonna fix Madden. They're not going. I mean, we've been complaining about the same bullshit on Madden for 25 years. They're not going to fix that. But this just shows that so many people have a price tag, and you will sell out for that price tag. But it's not helping anybody. You're getting ready to put WrestleMania over in Saudi Arabia. WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, and I said it here on this very show that is absolute horseshit.
You say that on the heels of 2 weeks away from the Royal Rumble not being in the U.S.?
Now, don't get me wrong. I know you have fans outside of the U.S.
KG.
Yes.
KG, can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah, dear Saudis. Fresh Prince of Midnight Rider.
All right, so this is a shout out to Subway Graffiti. If you're from DC, you know Cool Disco Dan. So that's what this is. I have another one in a couple minutes, but we'll get back to that. The other thing that I was going to bring up is, dear Saudi Arabia, if you want to throw some money somewhere and it happens to land in the Sideline Junkies world, okay.
KG will take that blood money.
KG doesn't represent our.
He's going to take that. Don't you throw
Saudi Arabia money?
KG will be like, let me tell you our cash app right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, let me tell you something.
Well, you're gonna be sitting there. Hold on, KG. You're gonna turn right around and tomorrow morning, Sunday Rise. Hey, you can catch these Saudi Arabia shows on Odyssey, Spotify,
Two things.
Podcast, Podtail,
Al Jazeera.
Yep.
No, but two things, honestly. Number one, I was always raised and taught, what does it profit a man to sell his soul to gain the whole world? What's my profit? I'm somebody that I tell my kids this all the time. If I can make it in this world and have the basic necessities and I don't have to have money to have it, I'm good. You know, I'm happy when I'm broke. When I didn't paid out everything and I have no money left over, but my fridge is full, my gas tank is full, my kids are happy, I'm happy. All bills are paid and I ain't got $0. Oh, I'm the happiest dude in the world, man. If I got $150 left over, yeah, I'm a little nervous because I forgot to pay something. Something didn't get paid.
Well, let me throw this out here to you because it's also been noted that the WWE is single-handedly carrying the cost of Endeavor / TKO. Because all the other entities, to include UFC, is not turning a profit. There's only one king of the castle, technically, in that grand scheme of things as a publicly traded company, and that is the WWE is the one through their Netflix deal, their ESPN deal, and the Saudi money that is carrying TKO / Endeavor.
TKO is still trying to sell WWE.
Well, I mean, they will. The question is, will it go back to Vince? Which, you know, there's some heavy speculation, Sumo, that could happen. Or that's been
speculation will go to the Saudis too.
Yeah, that's about to say that as the other thing. But then again, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Vince and the Saudis are in the mix to buy it. So technically, Vince would be intertwined somehow within that. Did y'all see also that Vince allegedly still had some creative control up until 2023?
I don't doubt that.
So 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
I don't doubt that at all.
Here's something that I'll never understand. I get it that money makes the world go round, but taking the staples of wrestling. Now you got so many different factions of wrestling companies and everything, but taking WWE, which pretty much, let's be honest, call a spade, killed territorial wrestling. But now you've taken some of the biggest spectacles and you've taken them out of the confines of the continental United States to take them overseas just because the money's good. But you could, I mean, what was that, WrestleMania at the Pontiac Silverdome? Largest recorded crowd ever at the time. We can do those type of numbers here if we given a chance. I said it earlier. I said you want to really put some butts in the seats, do a WrestleMania in the LA Coliseum. The LA Coliseum for football seats 110. Once you set it up for daggone wrestling, you can easily get 150 in there. Easily. As old as that place is, you can easily get 150 in there. Just my thoughts. But you want to go and get your fireworks on over in Saudi Arabia, go ahead. And for the record, if the Saudis ever called and decided to say to the sideline junkies, hey, we'll finance everything. Oh, okay. Big guy KG won't be on these airwaves anymore.
You see it now. Next thing you know, he's going to have like 8 backgrounds like the Midnight Rider. He's going to have a 3-piece suit on, probably have a bow tie, you know, talking about, man, so glad to be at the Sports Center. I mean, Sideline Junkies desk.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that. And Perry, money's in the U.S. It's in there, but they've priced out. They've priced out the common man. The people that really love wrestling, we're priced out. Wrestling is more catered to the celebrities now. Everyday people can't afford to go to wrestling no more. You used to go to a wrestling event, a house show didn't cost you no more than $50 to $75. Now you pay to sit along a railing in a good seat. You paying anywhere from, depending on what the show is, you paying anywhere from $2,200 to $10,000. We've been priced out. I don't have $10,000 to blow like that on wrestling. It's no longer for the common man. And that's becoming so many different things. Like tennis is no longer for the common man. Like I heard word they're redoing Arthur Ashe Stadium to put more boxes in because they want to get more money out of the stadium. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's pricing us out. Only thing I got left that I can actually go see is the Wizards. I could pay $9 and go see the Wizards. I'm good with that. I could pay $40, $50 to go see the Commanders. I'm good with that. And I can sit in my regular seat in 400 section with the real fans. I'm good with that.
You still got hockey?
No,
Hockey's expensive.
But if KG wants to, he can spend $3 and go see Georgetown and have his feet on the wood. So
no. Wow.
Damn, that was a chop.
Wow. At 26? Wow.
We don't need to hear from that guy anymore. We're gonna mute that guy because he don't know what he's talking about. We're gonna mute that guy. And actually the tickets were $22. Thank you very fucking much.
Yeah, we gotta change your name from AJ Styles to Randy Orton because that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, it did. Oh, he may have to be a little Gunther action. That was a hard chop.
Whoa!
My God.
Speaking of Gunther, how's that title reign going for you there, buddy? Didn't he win a title recently?
No.
Oh, he just had a title match recently for somebody, right? What title was that he wrestled for?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
You sure?
Yeah, he just out there going off the rub, that quote unquote rub from the Cena thing. He just milking that.
Oh, so when the last time we were on here and you were talking about how he's going to get a title right away and they're going to put a belt on him as soon as Monday Night Raw.
I said they need to do something like that.
None of that happened.
No, it didn't happen. I said it needed to happen.
Otherwise,
we get what we get now.
You said it would happen.
No, I said it needed to happen.
I told you that he was going to ride the coattails of the wind and go after
we already knew that. Did he just change his name? What the? Stop it.
You, brother. You were saying that.
I said it was needed to. If they were smart, they would do that to give him something. And I'm not the only one that said it.
You weren't giving suggestions. You were giving spoilers, sir. You weren't giving predictions, sir. You were giving spoilers.
Go watch it back.
And your spoilers didn't work out for you, did it?
I said they need to give him something. Otherwise, we would end up with what we got right now. A t-shirt that the average common man won't understand what it says. I would have taken out the picture of John Cena and had him choking nothing. At least it would have made sense and been a little bit more synergetic.
Perry, that's what I was trying to tell him about a month ago, Perry, but he wasn't listening. I
said that.
You did not say that.
Go watch it back. I said he doesn't need it.
He was going to get they're going to put a belt on him right away.
I said if you're going to have him do exactly pretty much what Brock Lesnar did to The Undertaker, then you need something immediately afterwards because Gunther doesn't need the rub. It was a whole pointless everything for Gunther to win, and then what? What we're getting now. I beat John Cena. Oh, here's a t-shirt. I beat John Cena. Yeah, that's about all we got of that whole entire year. We got a heel turn, and all we get is a crappy t-shirt and you gloating. Drew McIntyre got more out of this than got that going Gunther. He's the champion, and it had nothing to do with John Cena. That's what I said. I wanted something. There need to be something. Just make it make sense to be validated that this is the dumb decision that y'all made. Go back and watch it. It wasn't that long ago.
Okay, Don.
Don't okay me. Go back and watch it. KG.
Okay,
Don. He post that, what was it, 2 episodes ago? Post that tomorrow so that way Nubian Sumo could sit back while he at work shucking the job.
Okay, Don. Hey, Perry had already co-signed me, so hey, it's all good. It's all, okay, Don.
Mm-hmm.
You can. I'm gonna let you have it.
I know what I said. So you try.
You actually don't, but go ahead.
Yeah, I do, because that's what I said.
Mm-mm.
Okay, KG. Go and play it again. I wish we could play back clips in real time, so that way we could get that stuff done. But I will say it for clarity: waste of time. Gunther's character means nothing to me right now, and there's no booking that's going to make it worth the sacrifice for John Cena to tap out on his final match. Waste of time. Period. Done. Ryder, you've been quiet. What's your thoughts on this Gunther, John Cena, whatever that Sumo's talking about?
Well, first and foremost, the new background is for on Mondays at 7 p.m. You can find Coach Devon Powell and myself doing Pretenders or Contenders. So check us out on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, 7 p.m. And then next, Gunther. I mean, I think they don't know what to do with him, but I think he's the right person to have all the heat on him because he's the perfect villain. But the problem is he has no charisma. He's got about as much charisma as my big toe. So I just don't see him selling anything and making it happen and being able to hold the title again. I think he's just a lost character. Personally.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. This is like I was saying a month ago. They're going to do this to bring all this heat on him. Build him up and get all this. Oh, he's collecting heat now. He's collecting heat. And he's collecting heat, especially now that Dom's hurt. So he's catching Dom's heat.
But he's not at the level of Dom's heat.
Yet.
What does he have to do?
Which is why I said
AJ Styles is not going to give him that heat.
AJ Styles is going to give him that heat because this is AJ Styles' retirement year.
Yeah, so but he's not retired yet.
This is where it starts.
Are we going to milk it for 8 months, and then he retires AJ?
WrestleMania. I told you, the Monday Night Raw after WrestleMania is when they're going to start pushing Gunther toward the world title or toward the WWE title.
But they can't do that without John
Now that they've gotten that belt off of Cody. And Cody's got to chase again.
Like we talked about. Did you remember that conversation? Cody better chasing? Did we not have that one?
Yeah, I've always said Cody's better chasing.
Okay, just want to make sure you remember we talked about that because, you old now. If we were to take those numbers on your chest and do it backwards, that's right around your age 10 years ago. So, I just want to make sure you stand with me.
We've always said Cody was always better chasing. So, I mean, yeah, this is a good thing.
Right.
That match last night brought up so many things as far as storylines for WWE. It was a shot in the arm for WWE as far as storylines concerned. You bring back Jacob Fatu. You got Drew McIntyre as your champion. That brings in Sami Zayn because Sami Zayn and Drew McIntyre got some things going on, the unfinished business, which could lead to Saudi Arabia between the two of them for the title.
And Randy Orton in play.
Randy Orton's back now, so that brings Randy Orton back into the picture.
Trick Williams in play.
You got this tournament for whoever's going to be the number one contender coming with this 4-way coming up. All these matches leading to the 4-way. So yeah, I mean it's a lot going on, and it's good. It's a good thing.
It's all on SmackDown. None of that has anything to do with Gunther because he's a Raw guy. KG,
for now.
Well, they may be getting rid of the draft. They're not seeing the value of the draft anymore. I don't know if you saw that. So we may not get a 2026 draft this year.
Well, they don't need a draft to send him over.
Well, they gotta have a reason, but unless there's Royal Rumble, I guess.
SmackDown is 3 hours now. They got to fill that time. They got to do something to fill that time. So why not? Why wouldn't they?
KG,
I'm gonna say this because first of all, I got to backtrack. Midnight Rider saying that Gunther doesn't have any charisma. Yeah, I got to disagree with you. And it's not often that we really disagree on much, but I got to disagree with you. That's the whole point. Flat, monotone. That's the whole point. That's the gimmick. He makes you hate him so much you love him. That's the whole point. You don't need, he's going to be over regardless. You don't need charm and charisma. He's a heel, baby. What we doing here?
Gunther has been talking to Jake the Snake Roberts. I bet you.
Had to.
The cadence that he goes out with right now, it's just, he ain't got to yell. He ain't got to do a whole bunch of talking. All he got to do is just stand there and be sarcastic and be an asshole and laugh at people in their face, talking about, yeah, but I made John Cena tap out. Who are you?
I would prefer him to say that. He hasn't said that yet.
But he doesn't have to. It's there.
It's there, but I think he needs to be Roddy Piper level of obnoxiously heelish. Piper would have said it to your face. He would have put it out there, reminded you of this, and then backed it up, and then remind you after he backed it up again. But if he is talking to Jake, if anybody could bring back the validity of the freaking DDT, Gunther, I think, could be that guy.
I think that's dead. I think there's a lot of finishers that are dead and gone in this era. I mean, this era doesn't respect your regular finisher anymore. I mean, finishers.
Actually, there's one wrestler right now that's using the DDT as a finisher, as an actual finisher.
Who is
and
that?
Nobody's kicked out, or very limited people have kicked out of it.
No, he just came back from an injury. He's been using the DDT in all of his matches as a finisher, and nobody's kicked out yet.
Who's that?
Eddie Kingston.
Okay.
Did he?
Yep.
Huh. All right. Well, let me keep an eye on that. I can see Eddie with that as well.
Anthony Moxley uses Mick Foley's finisher.
Version. Right.
Mick Foley's version. The butterfly DDT.
Yeah.
Kingston is using a straight up original Jake the Snake Roberts version of the DDT.
Yo, there's only one place where we break down the versions of the DDT, and that is here live, 9:00 on Saturday nights with the WrestleManiacs. You can't get this anywhere else, baby. Because I just sat here and that right there blew my mind, dog. So yeah.
But I was gonna take it a little further. Now with that double arm DDT, you don't fall back. It's kind of just to fall straight down. So right. Regular DDT.
Well, there's a couple versions of that though. Casey. There's one where it's to fall straight down. There's one where you hit the back of the neck, and then you have the impaler style where you lift up.
Yes.
So there's quite a few variations of the double.
And then there's Drew's old finisher, Drew McIntyre's old finisher, the Future Shock DDT.
Yep.
That he used to do. It was different from all of those. So yeah.
But there's only one. And just for the record, I know we talk about it like it's just, household cheese, but the DDT does not actually stand for anything out of Jake the Snake Roberts' own mouth.
Now,
so if you're trying to Google what it means one day, you will find out that it means.
It doesn't mean anything in wrestling. As a wrestling term,
right. As a wrestling term, yes.
It actually used to be a rat poison.
Right. Well, that's
where he got the name from.
But it doesn't mean anything in wrestling.
But as far as wrestling, a wrestling name or what a DDT breaks down to something within wrestling, no, it doesn't.
Yep. One of the I think maybe at least one of a couple, the 3-letter or something's.
Because this got some long ass name that he actually remembers the actual name of it. And I've heard him say it a few times. KG might be able to look it up and see what it is, but what it actually means. But
He said that DDT stand for drop dead twice.
Who said that?
That's what Jake the Snake. That's why I say he contradicted himself. Jake the Snake said that shit years ago.
I've never heard that.
I've never heard that either.
But I mean, I'll take your word for it. I've never heard it though. I can't say I've heard every.
That would sound pretty cool if it was.
Of his, but you know.
All right, we got a question from Anthony. Been a while since we've answered one of those. And the question is for all four of us. If we were Triple H, who would you throw? Obafemi straight into the fire, right into the World Heavyweight title picture as soon as he comes in, or build him up? I guess is pretty much what the question is. Would we, put him straight into the title picture, Obafemi, or would we take some time and build them up? I'll start first and foremost. As much as Sumo hates it, it's his brand. If Trick Williams comes out to whoop that trick, God dang it, man, that is pretty dope background. If Trick can come out to whoop that trick, then Oba needs to come out with the Sumo Bop, is what we'll call it, just to make him feel better about himself.
He's going to come out to the bop because he can't help himself.
Well, no, they could tell him not to bop.
They can tell him not to bop. They can change his music. But
they just don't need to name him Bearcat.
Right now, he's going to come out to the bop. They're going to keep. I think they're going to keep him as is.
Okay,
which is a rarity.
And what brand? What brand should we put him on?
I put him on Raw.
Yep.
I put him on Raw.
I think he has to go to Raw because you don't want to kill Trick because Trick's on SmackDown, so you don't want to kill the momentum of both of those guys coming up, and then they end up on the same brand, and then you doing the same routine you was doing a couple months ago.
NXT, yeah. And we still haven't got Trick and Carmelo Hayes. They haven't crossed paths on SmackDown TV yet. So,
I see that as a backstage thing. I see Trick and Carmelo coming to crossing paths in the backstage scene, and maybe even giving a little cadence or credence to what they did before and what they were before, kind of a homage as they go in passing, and then just go their separate ways.
Just a setup for the Royal Rumble, because they'll cross paths to the Rumble.
Exactly.
So they have a backstage moment, then they team together to do a couple eliminations, then somebody turns on somebody. Probably this time I would do the other side, which would be Trick trying to, turn on Carmelo. Then they break off and it goes back to normal. But will we bring Oba before the Rumble, in the Rumble, and then Raw, or the Raw after the Rumble?
I think he comes in Raw after the Rumble, but he's in the Rumble.
Okay. KG?
Yeah, I put him in the. Oh, go ahead, K. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, but I think they put him in the Rumble. They definitely put him in the Rumble, just to introduce him. And then they could probably put him as one of the open challenge for Carmelo Hayes.
But that's on SmackDown.
That's on SmackDown. That's on SmackDown. That's right. United States. Who's got the United States belt right now?
That's the United States.
That's Carmelo. Who's got the Intercontinental belt?
The IC is.
That's Dom. That's Dom.
Yeah.
Dom still got the belt. So, it's going to be a minute before they do anything with him as far as.
It's going to be a tournament. Dom is injured.
They're not going to take that belt off of Dom. No, they're not. They'll do what they need to do to keep that belt on him.
So you think Finn will carry it?
They've already said that he doesn't have to go through surgery, so they let him keep the belt.
Okay.
If he'd had to go through surgery, then they were going to take the belt.
Drop it, right?
They make him drop it. But they'll just put him through the paces, let him get some squash matches in, and build him up. And then not that he needs it, but they'll build him up for a little while until either Dom comes back or they put him in a position to where he steps up to Drew McIntyre and just get at least gets a title shot, but he won't win it.
Okay.
But but he doesn't need a build up at all, especially the way he went out of NXT.
Oh yeah,
he goes out of NXT with a win and just drops the belt in the middle of the ring and just leaves.
Yep.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That was some cold shit. I'm sorry. That was cold. That was cold. Nobody even know that was supposed to happen. It was like Robert Stone comes to the office. Ava, did you see what just happened?
Drop it down. I'm the ruler. So that we mentioned 2 out of the big 3 call-ups. Well, I'm sorry, big 4. So what do we do with Jordan Grace? Well, no, nobody's qualified to talk about that.
Go ahead, KG.
Except for one guy.
Earlier, so go ahead, KG.
One guy. You saw the look on his face. I've been waiting in 22.
Go ahead, buddy. This is all you, buddy.
The Cheshire Cat grin. Go ahead.
It's easy what you do with Jordan Grace. She don't need no faction, even though the girls in the back love her. Cool. She don't need no faction. You do with her what you should have did with Shayna Baszler. You let her run roughshod over everybody. Your build up is gonna be her versus Jade versus Bianca.
Now you pushing it.
You let that man have his moment.
You on that hopium for real.
How you figure?
Let that man have his moment.
I figured he was gonna say something like go after Maxine Dupree.
Nah.
And the Intercontinental belt. Well,
Becky has it now.
Yeah, Becky. So go after Becky. That's a nice way to start. Go after Becky.
Well, they already teased her and Jade on Friday night with the walkout and her walking out of the ring and Jade coming down the tarmac or whatever it's called. So that's where you already getting some of that heat from. I just don't know if I want to see them 2 wrestle personally. I don't know. I mean, didn't your girl get 2 people hurt already? She got Meechin hurt and somebody else hurt.
Be fair.
Yeah. So Jade is becoming the Nia Jax of what? Go ahead.
2 times.
That's
Go ahead. That's 2 times. That's all I'm gonna say. That's 2 times.
I'm just saying. If your girls can't wrestle a clean match or without getting people hurt, what's going on here? What are we doing?
Well, I believe if nothing else, Jordan could work stiff against her. So if she get potatoes, she'll potato back.
You'd have to.
Awful match.
Because I don't think she hasn't wrestled anybody or taken a bump from anybody but Nia that has been able to, really challenge her in the power game.
Right.
And a close second, now that she's on, SmackDown for Jade we're talking about, could be Lash Legend.
Right.
Could, throw some bombs out there. But everybody else, she just mollywopping these girls.
I want to see what that's who I want to see them do something with. I want to see what the plan is with Lash Legend. Yeah. I know
she needs to ride it a little bit longer, or she needs to be Bianca's first challenge when she comes back.
I think she needs to be Bianca's first challenge when she comes back.
But
then you get that athleticism.
Oh, she coming back.
She's coming back, but when though?
It'd be KG Palooza.
Rumble.
Good. See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, and I'm riding off of your coattails now, Don. So I'm holding on to your coattails right now, but ride with me on this one.
All right.
Now, she'd have been out. How long? She's been out over a year now.
Long enough to have a 1-year-old.
She's been out for a year now with these finger injuries going on. And now she's actually doing interviews talking about having kids.
Too late. The moment she comes back, she's on blackout.
But who says she's not gonna? Who says she's not gonna go ahead and get pregnant and just stay out?
It's career suicide, in my opinion. You done had ample time. You injured. You can't do anything. Drop a kid. That's when you do it, because you got nothing but time. It's not an ankle injury or she hyperextended. No, nothing major physically. It's the finger. You can go to full term and still have some rehab on your finger at the same time. No tendons involved, nothing like that. Have the baby. You come back, the baby's, 2-3 months, whatever. You've got time. Well, she's had time. Now she's on the clock. When you coming back? Oh, it's right around the corner. We're in January, Royal Rumble. The moment she comes out and you hear that hair whip, well, she ain't having no kid for no 3 or 4 years, unless, she's in a segment with Stone Cold Steve Austin. They drinking beers. And next thing you know, she goes up to Montez and say, I want to have a baby. That's the only way it's going to happen. Ask Becky Lynch.
Speaking of that, where are the Street Profits?
Well,
what happened to the Street Profits? Where are they?
That's racist. As deep.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm joking. I don't know. But yeah, they've kind of disappeared.
They disappeared right around the time that I saw the interview where Bianca was talking about having kids.
I think they're going to come back. I think they're another one of these Royal Rumble projects, and maybe they change up the music and they come out to different music.
They gave me old music because they got rid of that. Who was it?
The CFOs.
No, the folks that was making the music.
Yeah, Def Rebel.
Yeah, they got rid of their contract with Def Rebel ended.
Oh, okay.
So they got rid of all of their music and took them back to their old music. But I don't know. Now, Harry brings up a good point. Chelsea Green. Jordan could go up against Chelsea Green.
But that'd be safe. But, Chelsea would do great. I mean, Chelsea's like the Miz of the women's division, to be honest with you. I'm enjoying what Chelsea's doing.
She's a gatekeeper, for sure.
Yeah. But I think Jordan, power-wise, it's like Jade versus Chelsea is like, yeah, Chelsea, you ain't got a shot. Without, interference and stuff like it ain't happening. But
she's getting that anyway.
She's going to do a role
anyway. So
I think Jade needs something a little bit more stronger, like a KG. Oh, he ain't pop back on for that one. Tried to give him a shot. Tried to give him a little something. KG, come back. I know we talking about you, girl. You probably calling him right now. We talking about you tonight. It's been a while. I just wanted to let you know. I got 3 deliveries. I'll be there. What time Gresham gonna be gone?
I just caught that. I like that.
KG, where you at, bro? Yeah, that man gone. God dang. He'll be out the bathroom.
Hot pocket.
Yep. About be out there 35, 45 minutes. You're going to have to get him a little.
Yeah, his hot pocket got cold. He got to go warm it up.
Mm-hmm. All right, but let me ask you all this.
What we doing?
Now we back. Okay, sorry. Let you chime back on the Jordan Grace thing before I ask one more NXT call-up on your question.
Well, I mean, the question I had was, why are we playing it safe? This is, okay. Dig what I'm saying. Jordan Grace has been all around the mulberry bush, the cauliflower patch, whatever you want to call it, right?
DG, yep, we with it.
Why are we playing it safe? Why are we talking about Chelsea Green? No. She got to come for the tops. Like, her and Shayna Baszler would have been great. And Midnight Rider had to say something about Nia Jax. Like, look, man, I know you normally don't sit in here, but we don't do Nia Jax slander in here.
So we don't
with her. That's their fault.
So we don't talk about her hurting people.
She don't hurt. If You talk to the ladies in the back, they say she's one of the safest and most caring. Things happen. Come on now.
Oh, okay. So the reason people that wrestle her get hurt is because it's their fault, not hers.
Well, guess what?
I think they're trying to get their Becky Lynch moment.
Exactly. There would be no the man, big time Bex. There would be none of that if she never broke her damn nose.
I did hear the
So
MVP.
you're admitting that Nia Jax broke Becky Lynch's nose.
We saw it on TV. It was an accident, but there was an accident. It was an accident, but it happened. So
I did hear MVP was trying to recruit her though.
They need her.
Hurt Syndicate.
They need her.
I'm kidding. That didn't happen.
But they do need her over there. She would have a dominant role. But let me ask this question, before we transition out. Now, Jordan Grace signed her contract for SmackDown on national television. By show of hands, who saw Javon Evans?
Oh, it happened during the commercial.
Right.
It happened during the commercial. Right.
But I mean, but it was all right. So hold on, Don. There was a reel that played that out. So I mean, if you like reels, and somehow if you're on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and you see a reel where it's these four faces coming to you live, it's the Sideline Junkies. You know what I'm saying? You check us out. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you like and subscribe on YouTube. If you want, give me Meatloaf. But yes, click like and subscribe, baby.
There you go. Follow us.
He's
lovely.
They should have let that man sign that contract on television. They could have done a backstage interview.
Subscribe and like with YouTube. Subscribe.
We got to pay for that. Does that cost us some candy or something?
Hey, Meatloaf. Do we have to pay for you saying subscribe and like on YouTube? Do we have to pay for her saying subscribe and like on YouTube? Okay, I'll make her some nuggets and fries or something.
Okay, that comes out of your end.
Yep, buy a couple of chicken nuggets. We're good, right?
That comes out of your end, bro.
Hey, real quick.
I didn't sign off on that.
KG, if you don't mind hopping on my coattail, can we just give Zion Williamson a little love tonight?
Yeah, look, it's Saturday night. I'm willing to get in trouble for this one.
We're in the X-rated show.
Well, I mean, you already know. Because I promised this too, didn't I? Hey, let's do it.
Yes, we did.
Right, Sumo.
Why not?
I promised that Saturday night you tune in and you was gonna get it.
It's the new year. Why not? Shit.
I don't know. I don't know if the people in the back of the church heard it.
You'll get us in trouble. I got in trouble for that the other night. I'm not getting in trouble again.
Who got you? Who you got in trouble with?
Man, I got a whole phone call after a show after playing that.
Okay. But I mean, if you really wanted to,
if I really wanted to, because if I'm not mistaken, I'm gonna be honest. He's sleeping
because he doesn't just have one. He has two.
I was gonna put the clock up for a second so that way we can catch the time. But yeah, in all seriousness, they did mess that up. They could have done something with that. Really, we haven't had a moment or a signing at that level of just something cool since way back in the early NXT days and stuff like that. During the Mae Young Classics and all that stuff when we were doing things like that, and they were having tournaments down there and finding new talent and people just coming out. I think it was Cedric Alexander that they signed.
I was about to bring it. I was about to say Cedric Alexander. Yeah,
that the crowd
got signed.
And Javon Evans is the first person that I can recall since then that has had, just a debut of debuts. Like, okay, yeah, you got something happening with somebody, but he took that opportunity and just went, wow. Like, I forgot about the fact that WWE had Dragon Lee and Ray Phoenix as part of their roster because this kid was just dynamic. And then he finally gets the opportunity, and the only way to have seen it is if we paid extra money on Netflix.
Don't get me started on that shit.
And you didn't even see it on Netflix, not like that. Not like he's like Ryder said, that ended up being a reel because I paid the extra to get to go through that. They still showed the commercial.
Mm-hmm.
That became a reel. Now, if you got a VPN and you're looking at it from overseas,
you would have seen it.
You don't see the commercials. You see those vignettes that they turn into reels here,
right?
And that was what they showed instead of commercials.
So, and this goes to everybody listening, everybody sitting here. Should we feel cheated behind that? Because now pull my coat and follow me on this.
Well, define we, because that's a loaded statement. And
when
that
I say
one
we,
of two ways.
Us as wrestling fans.
Okay.
Should we feel cheated because we went from having such a variety, a smorgasbord, if you will, of wrestling consumption. No matter where you lived in the country and in the world, you could consume wrestling for free. Whether it was AWA, WWF, NWA, Stampede, Smoky Mountain, all that, WCCW, all that. You could consume that for free. Now we've gotten to the point where, first we got to the point where you needed cable to consume Raw. If you didn't have cable, you just caught whatever you could on Shotgun Saturday Night, WBFF Channel 45 on Saturday nights at 11:30 after Howard Stern. Then you went from that to, once you got cable, you got Sunday Night Heat, Monday Night Raw. You still got Shotgun Saturday Night, Thursday Night SmackDown, all that. You got Nitro, Thunder, whatever. I can't remember the Sunday show that came on for WCW that recapped everything. You got all of that.
The biggest one on the WCW side, by the way.
What am I forgetting?
605 on TBS.
Come on now. I'm sorry. I grew up. That's how I became a Sting fan. So
the original mothership.
Yes. And now you got it. We're to the point now where, yes, every streaming service is taking over everything, but you moved something that was consumed by the masses to a streaming service that you pay anywhere from $12.99 to $25.99, whatever you pay. And I still have to deal with commercials, and I'm still missing the things that are going on in the commercials. And I understand, Perry, it is 2026. But what I'm saying is, you went from giving me the smorgasbord to just giving me bullshit.
Mr. Network.
Because on the network, we didn't have commercials. If I'm paying for Netflix, I shouldn't have commercials. I'm paying for Hulu, I shouldn't have commercials. Hell, it was a point in time you paid for cable and you didn't have commercials. We are going back in time. If I'm going to watch wrestling on Netflix, I don't want commercials. I don't want to miss what's going on. If you got to set up the ring and you don't want to keep the camera on there, take me out to the back and show me an interview. Have whoever's at the desk talking, have something, but don't show me no goddamn commercial.
The NFL almost has it right on was that on Prime? I think it's Prime. If you watch it, where they show the stadiums, and once in a while you may have a commercial. Once in a while, but while you're on network television, they're doing their part. You've got that plan. For that 2 minutes, the 5 minute time period. They're the only ones that are getting it right for the most part. But yeah, I agree with you. It's that wonderful world of capitalism.
Bro,
If
I
can
would agree
monetize
with you.
some time, I'm gonna monetize some time.
I would agree with you if I could. But if we get big enough, we're gonna have commercials.
God damn it!
We already do.
Son of a bitch.
We already have commercials. We had commercials on here at one time.
God dang it! Get your Fort Mose.
Come on now,
God dang it! Get your WWE merchandise. God dang it! Your NFL merchandise.
I mean, come on. It's the way of the world, man. It's the way it is now. I mean, so
watch one for drive time. Watch one for in the passenger seat. Watch Thursday night throwdown, Tuesday night flight, Sunday morning rise. Pretenders and contenders. Butt naked hoe. Just watch one of those commercials in between our shows.
We work to get commercials.
Right. Now I can understand that.
Okay.
And I can understand that. And Perry said that's what TV viewing is today is about. But if I'm already paying a subscription, now commercials, because you're trying to sell product, people buy placement ads, they buy time to place ads. Great. But if I'm already paying the subscription, you're that greedy that you still have to show commercial. Fucking Peacock shows commercials. I remember Peacock didn't show commercials. That's why I used to watch everything on Peacock. I can't even get through an episode of Good Times without 5 commercials.
Because you temporarily
the essence.
It's Good Times.
The essence of business.
Easy credit, Ribbo.
The essence of business is working off of other people's money.
Ain't we lucky we got them?
Hanging in the child line.
You got to say it like they say it. You got to say it like they say it.
Like Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett says it all the time. Why would I spend my own money to run my business when I can do it with other people's money?
Look, get your stuff out of here.
I get KG's rant, but you gotta understand that money makes the world go round. And if you are AWA wrestling, unfortunately for you, you fell on hard times. If you Mid-South wrestling, you fell on hard times. If you are Stampede wrestling, you fell on hard times. If you are world-class wrestling, hard times. If you are UCF or UFC, whatever it is, hard times, baby. I can't help it. We can't do it. Money makes the world go round, baby.
That's true. And, at the end of the day, they gave you a daggone Casio watch. Wasn't even a Rolex, just a Casio watch, kicked you in your ass and told you that the Sideline Junkies podcast network took your job, daddy.
And what's crazy is that's the problem. Like, you have variety. You still have variety in wrestling because we talked about this. Now, this is nearly 20 years ago. I mean, I wasn't that young of a man, but I was a young man and I was living by myself. I used to, Saturday nights, I watch Raw, SmackDown, New Japan, and Ring of Honor all on Saturday night. Like, I would be cleaning the house, watching everything. I knew everything that happened during the week on Saturday night. And then to top it off, I got to watch Law and Order for the rest of the night until it was time to go to bed because I had to work the next night. Mm-hmm. But where can we consume Ring of Honor at right now?
Sumo?
Where can we consume New Japan? We do have AEW.
Online.
We used to be able to watch that on TV. We do have AEW.
Pretty much the easiest way to watch it is on their websites. Maybe you got to pay a subscription for it.
I thought Ring of Honor came on one of the networks because I know I used to get it at 2
No, they don't have a network deal.
Okay,
not yet. They've been working on one, but they haven't gotten it yet.
And then they were doing a little dovetail, but then Tony Khan kind of pulled away from that.
What about TNA? Where can we watch TNA at?
Sumo?
TNA is about to sign their contract with AMC, so I believe it's next week, next Thursday.
That's right. Yeah, it is January. Yeah,
they're supposed to start the AMC They're going to have a world title match with Mike Santana going after the belt against the champion Frankie Kazarian. AJ Styles is supposed to be on that show.
Yep.
They're making that a big show. They're making that a real big show for their first show. So yeah, that's something that if you have AMC on cable, you might want to check that one out because there's going to be a lot going on in that on that show.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything on AMC since they ended The Walking Dead. I'm like, well, nothing to watch now. But they do need to bring back Into the Badlands because that was one hardcore show. I don't know if y'all ever watched that or not. Great show.
Perry said Ring of Honor is on Honor Club.
Yeah, that's their work. That's their website.
That's streaming, yeah.
That's their streaming.
You get all
their pay-per-views and everything on Honor Club. Yeah.
KG, we need one of those. Don't we need one of those? Nice little streaming something where we can just show stuff back to back to back.
Well, actually,
if you sort of got something like that
with commercials.
With commercials, it's actually on our YouTube channel. When you see 24/7 Sideline Junkies Podcast Network 24/7 pop up, that is everything you need. All the week shows already ready, baby, preloaded, and you can go through and watch it all live and indirect. It's coming to you right in your damn living room.
And like Perry says on Triller TV, you got GCW, Ohio Valley, House of Glory. House of Glory is where Zilla Fatu has been, even though he's about to leave there right now. But a lot of guys are coming out of House of Glory. OVW used to be a feeder into WWE at one time. I believe it still is. GCW is part of the WWE ID program. So yeah, so it's a few companies on Triller TV that are of interest toward WWE and AEW as well. So you might want to check that out too if you're looking for something different. If you want to see where all these guys are coming from, where they're getting them from.
Yep.
And Lance Anawahi, when he got out of his WWE ID contract, he wound up going to House of Glory. So I believe they got and Perry might be able to tell me better. Tell me, don't they have Reality of Wrestling on there too?
On Triller?
On Triller. Booker T's organization.
We'll find out. You'll put in the comments in a second. But he said no.
He said no. Okay, so that might be like straight YouTube then, because I've seen some shows on there for Reality of Wrestling.
I'm just being honest, man. It's like I get where we're coming from, but this is crazy. Like I can't.
With the old guard, KG, and it's a losing battle.
You know what? This is something that Midnight Rider said to me 2 years ago when we were talking about the NBA. This ain't our NBA. It's not catered towards us anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that and I get that. But I still want to consume the product, but I can't consume the product if the product is not, it's not feasible for me to consume it because I'm paying for all these subscriptions from your Hulu to your Disney Plus and this bundle and that bundle. And you watching stuff on Tweety and Face Space and My Book and all that. And it's to the point that you can't even really keep up with it. And then I'm paying for most of this stuff and I still got to watch commercials. That's the problem that I have. It's not where it's at. It's the simple fact that I'm already paying for it and I have to watch commercials. And when I watch those commercials, I lose something important that happens during that commercial. They don't even give you the box and box no more with WWE. They used to give you the commercial, the action's over here, the commercial's over here. We're good. Let's go. I'm with that. I don't even get that anymore.
Well, you got to hunt for it. You got to have the space to consume it in reference to time. But I know it's going to sound sucky because we ain't getting no credit for it in reference to putting them over. But the only place, and I believe this is truly the only place that you can consistently get a glimmer of everything is Twitter/X. Because if you're following it, you get it on the feed, you see the snippet, but that's all that you're judging it off of. So it's 6 one way, half dozen another thing. Yeah, you'll catch, what they want to give you, but you may have missed some other stuff that you really would have cared about. So it's a unique situation of where the business is, because for the young kids that are growing up, and I got one that is just heavy mark out on the product. What they know or what they choose to consume is Jey Uso up, something of that level, that one character up. But if I was to put on, some old WCW or, some AWA, may not land because it's not the visuals of what they're getting right now, but that's based off a sign of the times and this TikTok and all this other, Snapchat and that quick instant gratification of just being able to consume different stimuli. So it's like, how do you navigate it? And it still pisses me off because kayfabe is dead because of social media. And then, it's hard to really put the magic in for what we know the magic should be in wrestling, professional wrestling, to disband, belief and to be living in a fantasy world that, Hulk Hogan can get beat down for, 50 minutes strong. And then all it takes is for him to start convulsing rather frequently. And Hulk is coming back. Oh, snap. And then he points. Yep. There you see, I have to say it. He did it instantaneously. And that's his boy. Once that point comes in, then where we going with it. Hulkamania runs wild in a second. Or, you thought the freaking Ultimate Warrior was, he couldn't be destroyed. He about to run through the ring as fast as he was going down, or the DDT. Nobody gets up from the DDT or a super kick from Shawn Michaels. Now we've got 40 super kicks in the course of Monday Night Raw. Every match is super kick. It's like, God dang, 5 DDTs and they just popping up like it's a video game. And you just, caught your second win. It's like, what the heck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
But that's just the business that we're in right now. That's what they want to find. That's what they want to see. How do we teach what the business is supposed to be if that's what we're going up against? And we're not even in the industry. We're just smart marks.
Yeah, and with the number of companies out there, it might be 6 or 7 companies.
I knew you would get it in. Couldn't do a show without it, huh? Unfortunately, your audience is watching TikTok right now or YouTube or whatever it is. Surprisingly, not wrestling. So he didn't hear you say that. Otherwise, he'd be over here right now doing it with you.
I just figured we had to drop that at least once in this day and age.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. That's all I got.
Awesome. Well, fellas, I got to tell you, it's good to be back. 2026 is going to be a strong year for the Sideline Junkies as a whole. We've got a lot of interesting things because we didn't even get into the surface of what else is happening on the European side. We still got to look at the aspect to bring us back into the fold of where AEW is positioning themselves. Finally, MJF is the champion again. Where Mercedes Moné has built herself up to have 800 million championships, and now she's on that downward swing. What does that mean for her? Then there's other conversations we'll be getting into throughout the course of the next couple weeks, like what the hell do they do with Bayley, and how long are they going to keep her as the ostracized one out of the 4 horsewomen? Could Ronda Rousey come back? Is there an avenue for her to come back to professional wrestling? You shake your head, but Ultimate Warrior went into the Hall of Fame.
Hold on. Let's stop right there, that hallway, turn down to the right, and we're gonna walk in this room.
See, I'm trying to give some some sizzle stuff to think about. You
Nah,
trying to walk
Jack,
into the door.
you can't say that because we got to walk into the room. No, okay, don't walk into the room. Peek your head in there. Let me tell you this. One thing you don't do is you don't disrespect the business. You don't disrespect the boys and the girls in the back. Ronda Rousey did that.
I'm sorry. Did Phil Brooks not go ham for about 10 years?
Did he disrespect the boys in the back, or did he disrespect?
Ask Seth Rollins that question, and I guarantee you he's going to tell you the truth. Ask him, did he feel disrespected? Ask him, is that beef real? When CM Punk came out, did he really want to just punch him in the face and eviscerate him when he came out right after the Hell in a Cell? And then let us know what the result of that conversation is, KG. Stranger things happen. If the dollar is right, Rehad, could she show up?
Okay.
Just saying. But those are the things we're going to talk about. Those are the things we're going to get into. So, look forward for us here at the Mothership on a Saturday night, WrestleManiacs, to be able to, just walk through those uncharted territories of conversation. And hopefully you'll be with us to be able to give you a 2, 3, 5, and 6 cents, because we know the 1 cent is dead. So, give us a little bit of extra something. And we'll, try to navigate it together. WrestleMania season is just about traditionally upon us. So we're going to have a lot to talk about all across the board. So I appreciate y'all starting the 2026 with us. Anthony Perry, appreciate y'all chiming in. Midnight Rod, appreciate you being here. You always welcome. Rod, I'll give you an opportunity now to plug your shows and everything that you would like our watchers on Saturday night to check you out through on the rest of the week.
No, let's keep it simple, and I'm going to keep it short. Because tomorrow morning when you get up, there's no better way to start your week than with the Sunday Rise at 11 a.m. with myself, KG, the gentleman Jack, and I'll keep it that simple because I don't want to go with the whole week. But if you do have time, Monday at 5 p.m. you got the drive time with Matty Ice, and then 7 p.m. this week, I think it's myself and some other guests with Pretenders and Contenders at 7 p.m. And then, of course, we got Tuesday with Unapologetic Sports at 6:30, and at 7:45 we got the Tuesday Night Flight. And I'm going to keep it short that way.
Word. Sumo, anything you want to plug that we should catch this week in overseas category, or even, in the United States? So some stuff we need to watch that the average wouldn't think about?
Well, right now, New Japan is off until like the 18th or whatever. So they're going to be off for a little while, getting ready for their first run with their at the Genesis Dominion pay-per-view. It'll be coming up soon. I believe TNA has a pay-per-view that's coming up here soon. So you could be, like I said, AMC on Thursday night. You check them out and see what's getting ready to come up for them. MLW is doing some big things right now. You catch them on YouTube a lot. Most of their shows on YouTube. There's a lot going on with Stardom. So if you're able to catch Stardom on YouTube, you could do that and check them out. I know they just had a big signing of Maki Ito that they've been pushing here lately. I'm not sure if you know about Maki Ito, but she's a Japanese Joshi wrestler who's been who's been touring around the United States a lot for the past 2-3 years, and is very popular. And they just signed her. So so she's something to watch. I mean, she's really something else to watch. So you want to check her out. Be cognizant of Zilla Fatu, because he is on his way out of House of Glory. He's on his way out of Reality of Wrestling, if he's already left. And there's talk of him coming into WWE for real this time here soon. under Jacob Fatu. So we'll see what happens there. They just announced, and I was talking to Perry about this the other day, they just put out the schedule for the GCW Collective that'll be happening during WrestleMania weekend. So those cards will be coming together. Apparently, there is no For the Culture show at this time. So there's no the all black card that they used to have every year. It's not going. But I Say Wrestling has still not said anything about their Vegas show like they had last year. I Say Wrestling, you can catch them on YouTube as well. You can check them out. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. So we'll catch you up on everything as it comes around.
Awesome. KG, you got the final.
Well, mine's not wrestling related, but I thought I'd put it out there. For those of you that are old enough, and hopefully you are initiated if you are old enough. Word came down today that actor T.K. Carter passed away. If you're not familiar with The Thing,
Punky Brewster.
Good Morning, Miss Bliss. He was Milo.
Yep.
Good times.
High Tops. Yeah, Good Times.
Come on, that's where. Come on, hey, can any of y'all give me? He was part of that crew with JJ. JJ had his own little crew and whatnot. Can any of y'all tell me what their little gimmick was that they used to do on the show whenever they got together?
Weren't they singers?
No.
Yeah, they had their own little song that they used to do when they got together.
I can't remember exactly how it go, but I know one part was like we tied it in pantyhose 2 sizes too small.
That's part of it. Yeah,
it was JJ, Lenny, Popo, and Head, the awesome force until we are dead.
Divided we fall. Together with like pantyhose 2 sizes small. JJ, Popo, Cool Breeze, Head with the awesome, foursome until we are dead.
That I do remember. Then one of my favorite roles that he played was in the miniseries The Corner, which actually was the birth of The Wire.
Mm-hmm.
Right. One of my favorite roles that he played, because he played that to a T, just really, really good. But they 69 years old, man.
That's still a strong life. Lives 69 credits to his acting career. I mean, man, he's journeyman. Who's who? Respected, across the industry. There's been many of an interview back in the day of people talking about, how he approached his art and respect for, the roles that he's played and what he brought to all of those characters. So, man, as much as I would like to say it was a sad loss, I'd like to celebrate the opportunity to have grown up and just recognized him in different shows and movies and things like that, to be able to like, oh, ain't that? Like, man, never let me down. Never had any issues in the media of, doing things to the contrary that would disparage his career or his character. He's one of those real ones that, I wish everybody could just go back and look up his catalog and just try to absorb as much as you could, because there's a lot of great TV in that, and movies and miniseries and stuff like that. So
yeah,
good call out on that.
The crazy thing about his career is he's one of those guys that when you look back at his career, and you look at it in the digital form, when you look it up on like Wikipedia or IDMB or whatever it's called, you're gonna be like, oh, he was in that, and you won't realize it until you see it, and then you can be like, oh, and then you'll recognize the role that he played, but you won't recognize it off the bat. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing I noticed myself personally that I did just in the last couple of, just today, was like he was in that. Oh yeah, he was that. Now the throw for him wasn't always throwing right, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
Hey, if a bad throw will get you, that much notoriety, Even the great Whoopi Goldberg gave him some strong flowers many moons ago. The early beginnings of The View. I remember that was an episode where they were talking about him, and she took the time to really give him his flowers and stuff like that based off a role he just got finished doing. So, man, some of us that are, hair challenged, I'll take that, bro. God dang. Let's see, there you go. So put the sexy back on. Put the cap on. Cap on. It's Saturday night. There's people getting pregnant tonight. God dang.
And Perry, because we weren't on the show. Isaiah Whitlock from the Wire.
Yep.
Goodfellas. Yep. The amount of movies that he was in. Jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Yo. Oh my God. What is that movie? He's in a great movie. They're insurance salesmen. Oh, it's him. It's the dude from The Office, and it's like one other dude, and they're insurance salesmen going to a conference. Oh, I can't think of the name of the show. When I think about it, it's gonna be later on tonight. Yeah, exactly. But if you put those premises in there, it's Isaiah Whitlock, dude from The Office, and somebody else, and they're basically like insurance salesmen going to a convention in Ohio. Telling you right now, it is comedy genius. It is comedy at its best.
Now I have to look it up.
Yeah,
but I'm definitely going to put in the search engine dude from The Office. It's going to come up real quick.
That's a dude that used to go she.
Yeah.
That's how most people know him.
Yeah.
From that. Yeah.
Oh, man. So I will say that if we're going to lose some folks in 2026, which we know we will, at least, these are some folks that have been able to live their lives and contribute in a great way. It's just their time, not taken from us. We're not going to get into the politics side because that's a whole different story, but not taken, from us and any tragedies or anything like that. So they lived some great lives, and, it was just that time. So, all right. I guess there's only one thing to say for the first time in 2026. Sumo, I hope you're ready. Diversify your bonds.
I think I am.
Diversify your bonds.
Konnichiwa, bitches.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the place to be, the place to start your week off every week and to start it off right. It is the Gentleman Jack. It is the Midnight Rider. This is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, and this is also the show we call the Sunday Rise. Welcome to the Sunday Rise. Today, we got a couple personal things to take care of, got some birthdays to recognize, some quick news from the Commanders, and then we're going to recap the college football playoff games, and then recap the NFL playoff games, and then get you set up for the games the rest of today and then on Monday. With that being said, Gentleman Jack, how you feeling, baby?
I'm good. How you?
I'm chilling. Ready to get this thing started.
You chilling harder than me. I'm chilling.
Yeah, I see. You got your shades on inside.
Yeah. Well, when you cool, the sun shines on you 24 hours a day.
I got you. I hear you.
Okay.
All right. Anything you want to talk about before we get into the meat of the show? You ready to go?
Nah, I'm straight. I'm ready to go. Do your thing.
All right. Well,
Let's go.
let's see if we even have this still. Hey, KG, if we got the happy birthday joint, play it.
Happy birthday.
With that being said, we have some birthdays to recognize. First and foremost, on the 10th, we had the boss man BJ celebrate his birthday. We have listeners, Braylon Fonterbury celebrating his birthday today, which is the 11th. And then also my niece is on the 11th, Courtney. So those are just the 3 birthdays we have. If anybody else has a birthday this week and we didn't recognize it, shoot it to us. Let us know. But we just wanted to recognize a couple things before we got started today, especially the boss man, because I think the boss man turns. I don't even know how the boss man is. That's the mystery.
He young.
Yeah.
He young. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. He probably can still put candles on his cake.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right. So we had some news come in late Friday night into Saturday. The Washington Commanders decided to go young, hired their 30-year-old assistant QB coach. They hired David Blau, who probably 2 years ago was starting NFL games for teams, but now is now the offensive coordinator for the Commanders. What did you think about this? What was your ideas on this, Jack?
I mean, it seems like youth is where the league is, the league and teams are heading. It's not like it used to be where it would be taboo to hire a young coach or a young coordinator of some type. Wasn't really my first choice, but yeah, so Commanders making moves. That's the best I can say about it. I didn't know too much about it till you broke it to me this morning.
Okay. Hey, that's what we do. Break news, baby.
Yes,
first and foremost, before I even start my response, what's up, KG? How you feeling? What's going on, Meatloaf? How you doing, Meatloaf?
Hi.
Hi, Meatloaf.
Hi.
I'm feeling with my hands, as my old friend King used to say. He used to ask me how you feeling, say with my hands. So I'm here.
Is she going to tell them where to go to YouTube?
A music box.
Okay.
This David Blau thing, breaking news, but surprising. Because everybody, wow. Everybody was thinking Mike McDaniel and Brian Dable, and we go with David Blau, who was actually released from his contract to go seek another job. So this was really surprising. Very much so.
No, they've been high on this kid the whole time. They blocked him getting out of the building last season. The thing with him this year has been, I think the point of the cycle was, all right, do we lose him because we don't know what Mike McDaniel is going to do? I think they got word middle of the day, Friday, that McDaniel was probably hired on somebody's list for a head coaching job, and they didn't want to play the waiting game. They didn't want to get left behind holding the bag and not having anybody or having to settle for somebody. So I think this was them being preemptive, sticking with somebody they can build with. Dan Quinn talks about shaping the future and building up head coaches. Well, if you can keep Anthony Lynn in the building, and maybe you can keep Brian Johnson in the building, they can help him in some of his choices in building up this offense. But be prepared for some Shanahan principles being placed in this offense. I think it's something they wanted to do. They wanted to be under center more. I think they saw that with Josh Johnson the last couple of weeks, that they want to build some of that more into the offense and be more not predicated. That's the word I want to use. Predicated on under center instead of in the shotgun. So that's how I saw it. Anything else, KG? You got? You only have questions.
Yeah.
You know, I like keeping everything in house, and you promote from within. I think that's like a culture that is like no other, is when you promote from within. But my problem is, I know he's smart, and they always say backup quarterbacks make the best coordinators, just like backup linebackers and guys that may not have been the greatest on the field, but they were classroom guys.
I can't.
If you don't stop, you're not going to see. So David Blau, are you excited about this?
Yeah.
Okay, somebody's excited about it. I'm kind of on the fence, but when I'm on the fence, it's always a good thing when I'm on the fence. So let me be on the fence, and I'm good with that.
All right, so think about it this way.
There you go.
Anytime you see a primetime game and it's Matt LaFleur coaching, it's Sean McVay coaching, we always get the infamous graphic that these guys were once all in Washington in the building, and Washington let them out the building. This is you trying to prevent having a quality coach go somewhere else and become a star. You're keeping the guy that you already believe is a star. You keep them in-house this time. So you do some preventive maintenance. You don't get stuck with, some journeyman coach like a Dayball or somebody like that. You actually get somebody that's young and fresh and up and coming. And that's how you build and keep it going. Go ahead, Jack. Jack? You're on mute, buddy.
Trying to keep my cough out of the show today, so I've been muting a little bit for y'all. Like I say, I'm all for young blood, but I also like experience too. So we'll see. Like I said, it's not my first choice to go with Blau, but we'll see how it goes.
Okay. And then
I love how you put it that way, when you was talking about guys that were in the building that got out of the building.
I want a bluey toy.
Wait a second.
Can you open it, please? Can you please open it?
I like that she said please twice.
Yes.
That's very nice, Meatloaf.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Have a seat. We're working on it. Okay. Have a seat. But when you put it that way about keeping guys in the building, it's a beautiful thing. And when you put it in the terms you put it in, it makes me feel better. But nobody knew Sean McVay was going to be Sean McVay. Just same way. Philadelphia had John Gruden at one time. He was the boy genius in Philadelphia. San Francisco had Mike Shanahan twice. Yeah. And they let him walk out the building. He wound up becoming a legend in Denver.
But that's when it was taboo.
But
I was going to say, you said it first. That's back when it was still taboo to pick the young guys up as coaches. Now, shoot, if you under 30, you might as well just go ahead and get ready, because you might have a job. So that's the way it seems to me.
No. A couple of comments real quick. Coach Mark checking in, said starting off my week with the Sunday Rise.
Let me clarify something, KG. Is this Coach Mark? Is that Coach Mark Wilson?
No, that's Coach Marcus from Laurel.
Yeah, from Laurel.
Okay, Coach Marcus. Okay, Coach. I'll be seeing you next week, Coach. If you're on basketball, Coach.
Pay on time.
That might be which we call it. Is that Brian's son? Maybe, because it talks. Is this talking about the Rams?
Which Brian?
Oh, wrong coach too.
Queenie.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Said, hey, who all y'all got today? And question: can T-Law outdo Josh Allen today?
We'll get to that.
No, he can't.
And Coach Mark said this is a great pick. Instead of getting an ex-head coach or an established OC, Blau can be great and maybe get poached in 2 to 4 years. Or when Dan Quinn decided to retire, we hire from inside.
Well, Dan Quinn's job is on the line right now.
You say what?
Dan Quinn's job is on the line right now. As we enter this season is a make or break for him.
I agree.
I can't agree with that.
All right, so they always say there's a saying that goes around that you get 2. So as a coach, you get 2 coordinators, so you get 2 OCs and 2 DCs. Well, you already kicked your 1 OC out the building, so now you're on your second one already. So if you got to fire your second set of OC and DC, then that's a problem. And that means your team's not playing well.
Now, hold on.
Problems.
Now, you want to get into it? Let's get into it. With the reports that were coming out saying that the front office was meddling in coaching decisions and who should be played. How much sway are we holding in that?
Oh, you know where the meddling was from, though, dog. The meddling was from coming down the stretch, and these guys have an analytic background, so they're thinking play some more of the young guys, and coaching them sprinkle some in, but they probably didn't get featured the way they wanted. And then the second one was the most important one, was Jaden Daniels. When Jaden Daniels went down in Minnesota and landed on that arm, I guarantee you Josh Harris picked up the phone, called Adam Peters, and said, "We're not doing this anymore." And Peters said, "Okay." And he went into the office and said, "We got to sit him the rest of the season."
I don't have a problem with that. But the way this is being made to seem, it's made to seem like the meddling was more bothersome than helpful. That right there, what you're saying with that is helpful, but it seemed like it was more bothersome. And it's like we all have PTSD from the Snyder era and how he would meddle in draft picks and things like that. And Snyder's the reason why Clinton Portis didn't have faith in authority after after Gibbs left and he was under zone. Portis just went straight to Snyder. He's the reason why we picked Dwayne Haskins, because he stood on the table for him and said that's who he wanted. All of those things.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's just, I think that's part of the problem is we hear metal, we automatically go to Daniel Snyder level. Not maybe this was partly because they're trying to do things a little bit differently. And then I think they also wanted the game to be called differently for the fact that this defense couldn't stop anybody. And you out here running hurry up, we're not putting the ball in the belly of the running backs enough to eat time off the clock. We're not putting together sustained drives. We're going 3 and out after the defense has been on the field for 10, 12 minutes and expect them to go back out. I think those are all things that led up to Kingsbury not being back, and that's the problem. That's the problem they had. So that's where I think some of the meddling also came in with the Kingsbury and Peters relationship, and I think it was Kingsbury and Quinn. I think Quinn had to ask him a couple times, like, dude, let's slow this down some. Boom. And if you heard Sam Cosmi last week on B. Mitch and Finley, his last interview with them, he said the same thing. He said he wished on the offense they could have slowed it down some. So I think that's another place where you get some difference in opinions.
And Coach Mark said, rest in peace, Haskins. And if you watch this show, you understand where I feel about Haskins. I always felt he was not nurtured here. So, that's how I felt. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. But time will tell, and it might work out perfectly. But just don't Jaden Daniels. I'm sorry, just don't Jason Campbell Jaden Daniels. So
why not?
7 coordinators in 6 years.
What do you think Baker Mayfield's on?
Yeah, that could work for Baker Mayfield all day long. But guess what it doesn't work for? Guess what it doesn't work for? It doesn't work for a Jason Campbell. It doesn't work for a Jaden Daniels. It wouldn't work for RG3. It wouldn't work for a Sean King. If you get the connotation, what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't want to spell it out, but I'm spelling it out without spelling it out.
I said, okay, sir. You're fine. I appreciate your comments.
All right, next up, we got some college football, and the championship game is set. If you told me this is what you thought the championship game was going to be, I hope you put a bet on that. Right, Meatloaf?
Yeah.
You think they put a bet on it? Would you put a bet on it?
I don't know, did I?
I don't know. Let's go to the first game.
Let's go gambling.
Let's go gambling.
Yeah.
Well, shoot. Miami took a gamble, and it paid off. Miami 31, Ole Miss 27. Did you have Miami in your bets?
Let's go gambling.
Okay. Carson Beck, 23 of 37, 268, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Mark Fletcher, 22 carries, 133. And Marion had 7 catches, 114 yards. Michael Irvin had a B2A celebration on the sideline again. Trinidad Chambers, 23 of 37 for Ole Miss, 277, 1 touchdown. Lacey had 11 carries and 103 yards in the touchdown. And Stribling had 5 catches, 77 yards. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
You got to unmute yourself, Jack.
I apologize again. Like I said, I'm trying to keep my cough off the air today. Thanks, KG, for throwing it my way. I caught something. I watched the McAfee on field ESPN2 version of this game, and I love what McAfee and his crew call Chambliss. They call him Winnidad, not Trinidad. They call him Winnidad. That's pretty cool. And Chambliss just got turned down for his 6-year eligibility, so he will be in the draft. This game right here was a heavyweight fight, man. You had Beck and Chambliss going blow for blow. You have Fletcher and Lacey going blow for blow. Penalties hurt Miami. Miami could have put this away much earlier, but they kept shooting themselves in the foot somewhere between the 45 and 45-yard line on both sides. They just always got into penalties right there, it seemed, especially in the first half, guys. They had 10 penalties on the game, and I really felt Miami could have put Ole Miss away, but they let Ole Miss stay in the game. Miami pounded the rock, I felt, with an efficient passing game. Malachi Tony, that boy is bad. He should be a senior in high school right now. He kind of reclassified the same way Cooper Flagg did. And you got, a 17-year-old out here on the national stage playing for a national championship. So I just felt Ole Miss D couldn't get the stop when it had to. And Miami surprised me. I thought Ole Miss was going to smoke them. I thought they was going to smoke them like a brisket. I really did. But, hey, that's off, Kane. It's been a long time. So that was a great game, and I enjoyed every minute of it, guys. Midnight Rider, what you got?
Yeah, I didn't have this in the on my bingo card. I didn't think Miami was going to get this far, but I did pick Miami this week to win because they done prove me wrong this whole time. Every time I pick against them, I might as well pick them and go. Mr. Fletcher has made himself some money. Carson Beck, he didn't really make himself any money, but he didn't lose himself any either. So I think he's going to be right around that 3rd round team looking for a solid backup, somebody they can bring along slow development type of quarterback. Trinidad Chambbliss, or as I like to call him, Trinidad Chambly. Mr. Chambly did a heck of a job making himself some money. He made this game special and spectacular every chance he could get. It was amazing just to watch the kid. He definitely changed my view on him, and he can spin it. I didn't think he had that type of arm. His only thing is height, but you can't worry about height now if you got Webster, Kyler Murray, and Bryce Young in the league. He's probably right there in the same height range as them, so he can be successful. He might be. We gotta wait for the NFL tape. Gotta wait for the NFL tape. I know what you're thinking, Jack.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I didn't have Miami getting this far. You know how I felt, but the college football fan in me, I was pleasantly surprised with Miami. And somebody brought up a really, really good point. They said Notre Dame lost to Miami on a last-second field goal. Imagine Notre Dame on one side, Miami on the other, and then you have them meeting up in the championship game, possibly, if it's possible.
I don't think anybody stopping Indiana.
Huh?
I said Indiana looked too sharp. I don't know if Notre Dame.
That train coming.
Yeah, and that's a freight train going downhill, and that's a good segue. But Coach Mark said all this trash talk that the ACC ain't holding the weight. They sitting pretty now. And J Dub checking in with a good morning. Hey, good morning, J Dub.
What's up, Jack? Hey. Yeah, Chambliss he's listed at 6'1". So I really wouldn't be surprised by draft time. He ain't listed as 6'2". But they got him listed 6'1", 200 pounds. He's still rather young, and I think he could grow a tad.
I think he's going to end up being 5'11" to 5'10" and come out. Other thing, two quick notes, and then we can get off if everybody else got their stuff out. To talk about Malachi Tony, I heard a thing that Tony's high school team was like 2-4. I guess what would be now his senior season, and the starting quarterback got hurt, so he ended up playing quarterback and led them to win state championship. So that's one nugget I heard. What's the other nugget I had? This will be the first time that the SEC hasn't been represented in 3 straight national championship games.
I know.
I was in 3.
I know. I swore SEC was going to be there, Midnight Rider. I did.
So that's where we pinned the conversation talking about the SEC. So we did put that in sometime later when we get to that time of the year.
Coach Mark said I wouldn't be surprised if the Chiefs pick Beck this year. I don't see that happening.
Nah, Chiefs going running back.
No, they're definitely going running back first round, but a lot of people were off on Carson Beck, saying, he wasn't the guy he was last year. He was better at Georgia, but he showed up and showed out so far. And
Beck needs. I'm sorry, KG. Beck needs to beef up. He's still in the kid's body. So I think I was talking to MR about this off air. I was looking back at Hall of Fame quarterbacks when they was coming out of college. And if you look at a young Peyton Manning coming out of Tennessee, he looks the same as Carson Beck, a kid. And, I tell you, Carson Beck, he just needs to get with the right squad, get on the right training program, eat some food, and work out and grow into a quarterback that he is. I think he's got it here, but does he have it here? Thanks, KG.
If you couldn't bulk up in Georgia, and you getting all that southern food and that cooking, you couldn't bulk up there.
Okay.
You couldn't do that. I don't think he's gonna do it. He might have one of those bodies that just don't put on weight. Like, look at Meatloaf. Look at that. Put your arms up. Put your arms up for everybody. Put your arms up. See, Meatloaf. She got a body where she can eat what she wants, but her metabolism is high, and she runs a 4.340 on a bad day. Carson Beck got a body like Meatloaf. That's it and that's all. Ain't that right?
Shit.
That's right.
I think she said that's right.
Matty Ice said, some folks' reaction to Miami making it into the finals will result in the grind my gears. To the finals will result in a grind my gears tomorrow on drive time at 5.
Okay.
I think I need to tune in that because
I got to tune in because I don't get that.
That's I know why it grinds my gears, but I said I wasn't going to do that. Coach Mark said with Mahomes injured, they need to something and can't go free agent.
It makes sense. but it's gonna happen. They're gonna come out of this with somebody. Beck is a good
39.
to think of. I think there's a couple other people. And again, think about it like this: we're thinking third, fourth round. We're thinking about developmental guys. We're not thinking about the guys that we're picking 1 or 2 in the first round to change our franchise. We're talking about a guy that's going to come in and learn and be a developmental piece.
You're tripping on that.
And Maddie said Beck is 39 years old. His beefing up days are done. He don't have a metabolism.
Not true. Not true.
Don't have a metabolism. All right, next up. You got Indiana 56, Oregon 22. This right here, man. This was a systematic ass whooping. I'm gonna say that. Dante Moore, 24-39, 285, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Hill had 5 catches, 86 yards. Johnson 4 catches. I'm sorry, 5 carries, 86 yards. Johnson had 4 catches, 83 yards. For the Indiana Hoosiers, Heisman Trophy winning quarterback Fernando Mendoza, 17-20, 177 and 5 touchdowns. Thank you for the bread. Black had 12 carries, 63 yards. Surratt had 7 catches, 75 yards. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Well, I want to check whoever that was. Let's say he's 39, man. The boy's 23.
I think he was being 23.
I understand what you're trying to say. He's 27. He's 23. That's the right age he should be. He ain't been in school for 20 years. So that was. You can take it how you want it, my phone. But this game right here, man, dominant. It was dominant. It was just dominant. That's the only word you want to throw out there. Dominated all 3 phases of the game. Dominant. That's all. I mean, what else do you say to a 56-point semifinal, dude? So that's all I got to say about this Indiana game. I can't wait to see the Indiana-Miami game. That's going to be great because I don't know if many of y'all know that Miami head coach, he played ball with Fernando Mendoza's dad in high school. Ain't that crazy? That's nuts. So how did they let Mendoza go to Indiana and not bring him to Miami if you play ball with his dad? So yeah, Fernando Mendoza and coach, what was his name? Cattle?
Talking about Signetti?
No. Miami's coach. Cristobal played on the same high school team as Mendoza's father many years ago. So I thought that was my interesting nugget, MR. Yeah, this game, there's not much we can talk about, fellas. If you do, then you're just talking yourself blue in the face because Indy just came out the door. They could have sat Mendoza at halftime. It was ugly. And, everybody thought Oregon and this cat, Dante Moore, was all that. But they not. Just like Ohio State was not all that. Both of them, man. Under-challenged. They didn't win the big game, and they got smoked by Indiana. So, anybody want to comment and choke me down for what I said, go ahead. I don't care. Isn't that right?
I think we knew the writing was on the wall when the first play that they run is a pick 6, and then it just goes downhill from there. I think I went to fix something to eat, came back, and it was like 35-7. I was like, oh, this is over. This is all said and done. Unless we get something historical here to happen, somebody can go ahead and get Dandy Don playing. I think Maddie put that in the chat. Like, turn out the lights, the party's over. It was definitely one of those situations. They did a good job. Indiana did, just suffocating everything Oregon wanted to do. That's all. That's what I saw. KG.
Let me be honest.
Background noise.
Kurt Signetti. He had a really, really stern look on his face when that last touchdown was thrown because he didn't want it. And he was trying to be, mercy rule. So that right there, it let me know that he was trying to win this game, but he was trying to do it the right way. I think Indiana, for contrary to popular belief, is actually my pick to win it all. So this Indiana, I picked Indiana to win it all. So this is making me look like a genius.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
So
yeah, my guy, Coach Glick, he picked Indiana before the playoffs started. So that's gonna be a good pay if you can hit that.
Yeah, I think in the league that we did for the college football playoff pick'em, you and BJ are the only two left. But the problem is you got enough of a lead that as long as you should win it no matter what.
I look like a genius, Donna.
Well, I mean, you just got Indiana. That's the thing that saves you. On your other side of your bracket is just as bad as everybody else's other side.
Oh yeah, look, it's one side of my bracket is all pretty and laid, fried, dyed, and laid to the side. I mean, it's so fine. It's fine in the frog head cut 4 ways, baby. But the other side looked like somebody stepped on a landmine with a grenade in their pocket.
No, you know what it looks like? It's like when Simba and Mufasa on that hill, and they looking out over the Badlands. That's what the other side of your bracket looks like. The Badlands. We don't go there.
Not at all. And J-Dub said Indiana looked really good. Should be a great championship game. I agree with that.
Yeah, that Miami defense is legit.
And Maddie said, Jack, that is what we call a joke because he's been in college for 6 years.
I'm just busting Child back, man. That's all the boy. He's not 39. And if he's 23, how's he been there 6 years? I guess so.
17.
18 and 4. You're right. But shit, that's better than some of these boys, man.
J-Dub said it was ugly. Indiana dominated the whole game. It was an ugly showing. And Coach Mark said Big Ten 3 natties in a row. We'll see. Yeah. I don't know. Indiana and Miami, that's gonna be a game.
Well, what's funny is everybody was shitting on the ACC, me included. When this whole playoff selection started, I didn't think an ACC team had right to be in this. And now look at these teams. It's crazy.
You know why we were? Because to be honest, the ACC champion didn't make the playoff like they should have.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, Miami was the 3rd team in the ACC. It was Duke, Virginia Tech, then Miami. Duke and Virginia Tech was supposed to be the ones to go, but I mean
Duke, Virginia.
I'm sorry. Those were your 3. And neither one of the teams that played in the ACC championship made it. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
We jump out, fellas, take a break, and then come back and talk some NFL playoffs.
Playoffs?
That's what we're talking about, playoffs. So sit back, relax, and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Sunday Rise. No better way to start your week off than starting your week with us. We are going to continue our conversation here on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network with the rest of the NFL playoffs, talking about the games from yesterday, and then lead you into picks and conversation about the games that are going to go on today. With that being said, I'm the Midnight Rider. He's the Gentleman Jack, and that's the Big Guy KG. And Big Guy KG takes him here because he's the host.
Well, before I go any further, I got an announcement to make. We have a video on demand on YouTube, so you'll see every show looping for hours and you miss a show, you can always jump back in and catch video on demand. And you can watch us on YouTube and Twitch right now and catch the replays of every show all week. So when you see Sideline Junkies 24/7 rewind, you know that's the replays of all the shows of the week. So, NFL playoffs, gents, this right here is going to shape up to be probably one of the best playoffs we've seen in quite some time. Last night, Nubian Sumo was on the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs, the mothership that returned last night, and he had his Panthers jersey on. He was a little heartbroken. Rams 34, Panthers 31. Geez, man. 4th down, you got a wide open player, and it just drops it. That's got to break your heart. So, Matthew Stafford, 24-42, 304, 3 touchdowns and an interception. Kyron Williams had 13 carries for 57 yards. Puka Nacua, 10 catches, 111 yards. For the Panthers, Bryce Young, 21 of 40, 264, touchdown and a pick. Chuba Hubbard, 13 carries, 46 yards. And Cocker had 9 catches, 134 yards, and a touchdown. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Man, I tell you, I did not expect this. I did not expect this out of Carolina. Some of y'all did, but I did not. I'm not a Bryce Young fan. I am a Jalen Coker fan now. That boy's had 3 nice games. I mean, the catch he made in the end zone last week, that was tremendous. And then just the big plays he made this week to keep Carolina in it. Jalen Coker, I'm a new Jalen Coker fan. Stafford outshined Young, in my opinion, but the Rams just couldn't put Carolina away. They had opportunities to, but they didn't. The Panthers just scored too fast at the end, I thought. I mean, who's to, say your guy's going to be wide open for a 25-yard touchdown? You wouldn't expect that quick. But they scored too fast, and they allowed Stafford to do work. And it's so amazing how NFL and college football are nowadays. There's so many yards, so many stats, so many points crammed into the last 5 minutes of these games nowadays. It's unreal. I mean, there's even so many points packed into the last 2 minutes of these games nowadays. Offenses are so efficient. They are boom, 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 boom. You get in that, you get the ball back with 1:30. You got 8 plays that you've been locking all season. You got this sequence of plays that you're ready to run your little 1 minute, 45-second drill to go down the field and win a ball game. And that's what the Rams were able to do. And that was a great game to watch. Hats off to the Carolina Panthers. Nubian Sumo, you had your little inkling. I don't know. Congrats on making your debut, Bryce Young, but Matthew Stafford got the ball with too much time left, and that's how the Carolina Panthers lost. Midnight Rider?
I think the Carolina Panthers showed you why they are in the playoffs. And what I mean by that is they've been resilient all year. They haven't been the sexy pick. They haven't been the pick that everybody wanted, but they've put up enough of a ball game to make it at least legit. They didn't get their doors blown off of them like everybody thought. They were in there fighting the whole time. Their motto is keep pounding, and that's what they did. They kept pounding and made this interesting ball game. But like Jack said, they just gave Stafford too much time to come back down the field. If this is what we're going to get for the playoffs, I don't know if it's going to be the best ever, but I'm cool with getting games like this. Even the second game was good, so I can take those types of games and those type of things before anything else. That's all I got. I don't have anything else. I'm gonna go with that.
Matty Ice said, Young show he belongs, but they gave the Rams too much time, but Carolina will be tough next year. I agree with that. And I'm going to say something about Bryce Young. This is his best season so far. Remember, a lot of people wanted to write him off. He was a bust. He's not this. He's not that. He came out and he showed
Yeah.
Look, I'm not gonna let you fall in that sword, and I say a lot of people, and we people. I'm not gonna let you fall in that sword alone because I said the same thing because I didn't see it. I didn't see what I needed to see, but he showed up and he showed out. He took this team, even though they were 8-9, they still won their division and got into the show. So, big ups to Bryce Young. When it comes to Matthew Stafford, since we're talking quarterbacks, if he does not win MVP, this voting system is rigged. It's like the year that Tom Brady won when he shouldn't have won. They gave Tom Brady the MVP, and I think I called it out. This was early days of sideline junks. I'm talking about this is what was this? Was this 2017, 2018? Something like that. It was early days. And it was, if they rob this man like this, I'm going to be pissed. Let's just say that. So J-Dub said Nakua is that dude. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's getting better and better every week.
Nakua made one of the best defensive plays of the game, man, on that one pass in the right corner. That ball was picked all day and twice on Saturday. But Nakua made a defensive play and punched it out. That could have been game. So I give Nakua that for adjusting and adapting to a poorly thrown ball and be able to defend it as a wide receiver. So that was tight.
And then I say Bryce Young definitely made it that they have to pick up his 5th year. I think he guaranteed himself that money. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Coker because he's kind of leapfrog Leggett, and Coker and T-Mac can make a damaging 1-2 punch. And then with the 1-2 punch they have at running back, then they have every backup Notre Dame tight end. I think they got Tremble and Mitchell Evans. So they have some players. They have some semblance of an offense in place where they can be dangerous for years to come.
But I don't know. I don't see much. I mean, they came out of one of the weaker conferences. I mean, they didn't even have a 500 record. I mean, y'all just praised them like they're the best team in the playoffs and shit, man. Playoffs. But I mean, they backed into the playoffs. They didn't even win to get into the playoffs. They had to wait for somebody else to win. So why is everybody tooting this Carolina horn? I don't get it.
But if Tampa Bay would have won, Tampa Bay would have had to wait for Atlanta too. Whether it was Tampa Bay, whether it was Carolina, both teams had to wait.
I would have said the same thing if Tampa Bay made it. You know I like Bay and them. But I said the same thing. They backed into the playoffs, and what did you expect out of them? You expect them to go a couple rounds? No, you didn't.
I think
who here picked Carolina to win?
What I was going to say is I think what we're talking about is just some of the young players and some of the things they have to build off of if they can build. We're not talking about, we think they're going to be next year, they're going to be 12-4. Nobody's saying that. We're just saying they have some pieces.
It's not guaranteed, you know. Washington was 12-5 last year. What happened to them? This next year ain't promised.
Okay.
J-Dub said he dominates the position. I put him in top 3 in the league at receiver, talking about Puka Nacua.
Mm-hmm.
The boss BJ checking in. He said everyone would have too much time with the defense the Panthers played. J-Dub said he's got Devontae on the other side of the field. That's scary. Yeah, when you got a healthy. Yeah.
He's still banged up.
Boss said, question for the guys. Are those hometown state troopers with their respective college teams?
Are those hometown? More than likely, I'm gonna go out and just say yes. I don't know for sure. I'll try to look it up and have a better answer for on Tuesday.
All right. And Josh from Highly Opinionated checking in. He said, I agree with Jack. Panthers should be looking for another QB that they're trying to get over the top.
He's not it, man.
I'm just saying he earned himself his 50.
Yes. Then
The
what?
problem-
15 years?
The problem with this, yeah, something like that. The problem with this league, though, is teams are scared to jump off of a guy that is competent, take the gamble. That's the only word I can use. I'm not saying he's good.
Depends on what you call competent. Just because he made playoffs, he's competent.
No, but you got to understand where Bryce Young has come from. If we look at Bryce Young, this is his 4th year. He's had to deal with injuries, inconsistency, coaching changes, all of that. He's had to deal with all of that the last 4 years. He's had no stability. And we talked about it when we were talking about Jaden Daniels in the first segment, and we were talking about Jason Campbell and a player. This is what I'm talking about when I say Jason Campbell and the player, because if you keep giving them different offenses to learn, and one's an air raid, one's a run and shoot, one's ground and pound, and every year is something different, no consistency, you're never going to really be successful, because you got to, everything you learned last season that you just got comfortable with, you gotta unlearn it and then go try to get comfortable with something else. That's what I mean by that. And to go from 5-12 last year to 8-9 this year, a 3-game improvement playoff run.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, improvement is improvement. Whether it's 1 game or 3 games, anytime you win more, it's improvement. Plus, you made the playoffs and won your division.
Okay,
that's improvement.
You make me laugh.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on, because we could talk about this all night and all day.
Yes, sir.
J-Dub said that's facts, Jack. John says, if 1 game earns you an option, we have a bigger problem. 100. Rams secondary is the weakest link of the team. Totally surprised they didn't try to sign Stephon Gilmore. Stephon Gilmore is what the young folks would call washed. I wouldn't sign Stephon Gilmore with your salary cap.
I think we're trying to make it seem like Young got paid off for yesterday. What I'm saying is what he's done this season at least gets him another year on the team. Now after that, I agree with that. I'm telling you now, Carolina isn't – a lot of teams, as long as they got something at quarterback, they're not going to move off. I mean, think about it. The Colts signed Daniel Jones, and they're probably going to make Daniel Jones their centerpiece next season when he comes back from his Achilles tear. Like, teams, if they can find something at quarterback, they don't try to get off of it because they know how hard it is to actually find a good one. So sometimes they'll stick with a bad one. Look at Miami. Miami shouldn't have paid Tua that money, but they did.
And to further your point, Midnight Rider, out of 16 games played and started by Bryce Young, he completed 63% of his passes, threw for 3,011 yards, 23 touchdowns, over 11 picks, an 87.8 rating, all career highs.
How many yards?
3,011. All career highs.
Nowhere near the 4. Nowhere near. I mean, in my opinion, 4,000 is the level you want to be at.
Everybody can't. I mean, some offenses don't allow
3,000 is 220 yards a game.
Some offenses don't allow you to get that far. I think the kid's he's going to do just fine. He's improved. Rookie year 2-14. 4-8 as a starter last year. 8-8 as a starter this year. I see improvement, and we gotta take it for what it is. You got to see what he's going to do.
We agree to disagree, please.
J-Dub said, I didn't understand what happened in Tampa Bay. They really fell off for the second half of the season. I agree with that. And the boss says Gilmore as a third down player, not a starter. Next up, You got the second game. It's the Bears 31, the Packers 27. This right here was another exciting game.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Love 24, 46, 323, 4 touchdowns. Josh Jacobs 19 carries, 55 yards. Romeo Dobbs 8 catches, 124 yards and a touchdown. For the Bears, Caleb Williams 24, 48, 361, 2 touchdowns and 2 picks. Swift had 13 carries, 54 yards and a touchdown. And Loveland 8 catches, 137. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Yeah, running back Swift, he had 48 yards for a long time in that fourth quarter. Y'all know why I kept my eye on that 48 yards. Why'd I do that, Midnight Rider?
Because you had probably over 50 rushing yards.
I had Jacobs 50, Swift 50. I had both quarterbacks 200 plus. I had Loveland 75 plus. And Doubs only gave him 25, but that joker hit good. Doubs and Golden. Golden, finally, I can't believe this young rook just got his first touchdown. Took him 19 games, man. He's explosive. That run he made in the fourth quarter on the right sideline, leaping, hurdling, spinning, bulldozing. That was a nice run by the youngin. And but the Bears erased the 18-point deficit, man. Green Bay was up 21-3 at half after shooting themselves in the foot a couple times. It could have been 30-3 at half. Williams' 2 interceptions were ugly. I mean, not even close to. I mean, they were right to the dudes. So for Caleb to be able to come back and stay poised like he's done this season, I mean, the Cats got 5-6 comeback last-minute victories this year. So Green Bay and LaFleur ought to be worried because that was an ugly second-half performance by the Green Bay Packers. I just don't know how they let Chicago back in the game. Yeah, Chicago's defense turned it up a little bit in the second half, more than they were in the first. But you go in with an 18-point halftime lead with a running back like Josh Jacobs, burn clock and just ground the pound, man. I don't get what Green Bay was doing, coming out passing on first down, with a big lead. Let's burn clock. Maybe that's not the offense they want to run. But LaFleur is going to have to make some decisions because these early exits, that's not a Green Bay thing. But I tell you, Chicago, Soldier Field was cranking. Do they still call that Jones Soldier Field, KG? Okay, I just want to make sure with all these sponsorship names, all these stadiums get, it might be called Shake and Bake at Soldier Field or something. Who knows? But I like this game. This was a great game, too. Both games were awesome yesterday. Midnight Ride, did you like Chicago Green Bay game?
I did, but if you smell something crispy and delectable coming up behind you on the track, all you gotta do is a little shake and bake. Yeah, wow. And Colston Loveland, man, he had a great game. That boy is money. I actually think I gotta look up his stats. I think he had a better year than your boy Warren.
I do think he did. I'll pull it.
He started.
I'll pull it right here.
He started slow, but he picked it up and I just lost my train of thought. Bears 31, Packers 27. One of my biggest pet peeves in sports is if you're the parent of a player and you make a post, if your son dropped a couple passes in this ball game to hurt the team, you can't call out the coach. You need to call out your son. So Mr. Watson, I don't know if he's from Lincoln Heights or what, but dog, you got to call out your son on that, man. Your son had some drops. The Green Bay receiving corps as a whole had drops, and they've done this all year to Jordan Love as they've been inconsistent. And if they can get this kid Golden from Texas to actually play and be consistent, good, they got something. It's just the kid hasn't been healthy all year, and he hasn't played well. But Chicago cardiac kids fighting to the end. Hey, they got the magic. You know what I'm saying? They got the What's the joint? They got the juice now. That's all I can say for right now. They got the juice. Go ahead, KG.
And Colston Loveland has 58 receptions, and Moore, DJ Moore has 50. Maybe a difference of 25 yards. So yes, Colston Loveland did it in 16 games. DJ Moore needed 17. So I mean, they got some young, nice receivers over here with Loveland, Moore, Odunze, Komet, Swift out of the backfield's mad. So yeah, I like that. KG.
This game. I have been really, really hard on Caleb Williams since he was at USC. You know, I'm not a fan of USC quarterbacks, but he's inching up my USC quarterback list. You know, I'm not saying he's up there with Rodney Peete because, you know, Rodney Pete's high, you know, but he's getting up there. He's working his way up there. And he played a hell of a game. I watched him in this one play. He rolled out to the right, and he's trying to direct traffic down the field. And he's trying to direct traffic. And I don't know how the receiver got open. He threw a dot, and a receiver dropped it. I'm like, you're right there at the side. All you got to do is stop, catch it, and then fall out of bounds. That's it. And he put that thing on the money. I would say this. If it was a 50-cent piece on the wall, and he threw that ball on the run like that, he would have hit the 50-cent piece right in the head. You know, some people like to shoot a hole in a 50-cent piece just to test their aim. But he was accurate yesterday. I mean, minus the 2 picks, he was accurate. Jordan Love, he did everything he could. Defense let him down. And that Chicago defense, I said this a couple of weeks ago, it reminds you of the early 2000s Chicago defense that look like they're out of the game, and all of a sudden they're back in it, and then it's a timely fumble, a timely interception. Something happens. Like, I'm waiting for Mike Brown to pop up now. If I see Mike Brown pick off a pass and run it back, I know where we're at. We're back in 2005, 2006. Because that was some of the exciting times in Chicago. Going back to Bryce Young, J-Dub said Bryce Young is too small, in my opinion, to have sustained a career in the NFL, but that's my opinion, though. Anthony says, do not blame Jordan Love, that offense for losing that game. Dan Packers defense cost Love that game. This is why I believe they're going to move on from Matt LaFleur, and he's going to end up at ATL. Speaking of Matt LaFleur, him and Ben Johnson got beef or something. What was up with the handshake at the end of the game?
So in Ben Johnson's presser, starting with the Bears, he said, I get to beat Matt LaFleur twice a year. So he's kind of had like I get what he was doing. He was trying to basically put himself in the good graces of the Chicago Bears fans by saying that they hate Green Bay and they look forward to beating Green Bay. Just like every coach that comes here talks about how important it is to beat Dallas. It's kind of one of those things. And that's kind of where the whole thing came from. Because LaFleur doesn't even know the guy. And he was kind of taken aback by it too. So,
because when LaFleur crossed the field, Ben Johnson pretty much just gave him the and just walked off.
But did you notice LaFleur had an assistant damn near holding on to him like, yeah, let's not let this get chippy. It seemed like Green Bay was prepared for that kind of greeting, is what I thought. I
guess because I'm from a different era. We're from a different era. I saw Sam Weish and Bill Walsh walk off the field arm in arm after Sam Weish after losing the Super Bowl, and he was mic'd up, and he told Bill Walsh, "You did great. We gave him a show, didn't we?" And they walked off arm in arm in Bill Walsh's last NFL game.
Well, that's also because Sam Weiss is a piece on the Bill Walsh coaching tree that nobody talks about.
True indeed. But okay, I've seen Marv Levy and Don Shula walk off together, talking.
You're talking about two guys in their 60s and 70s. As class.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're talking about two young coaches driven by their testosterone.
And I'm all for it.
On the side of the East, on the NFC side, is like 46 years old. So we got some young egos going on right here. And I think they're piecing into the thing that is, Bears versus Packers, the oldest rivalry.
Rivalry, yes.
You gotta, for that. Look, man, as a wrestling fan, sometimes you gotta put up kayfabe. You know what I'm saying?
That is true.
You gotta make them believe in certain things. Speaking of which, man, before you go, I want to thank the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs for allowing me to jump in with them last night. It was fun. I enjoyed myself. I haven't talked wrestling in a while, so I decided to jump in, help out, or just jump in and be part of the first show of the year. Yeah, it was good times, man. Y'all jokers crazy, man.
Nah, I'm gonna tell you something. Hey, Jack, you ever been like sitting somewhere and then all of a sudden, somebody come in and they come in the office and they go to get something out the refrigerator and they stop and then everybody just wind up having a conversation? That's what happened last night. And I just wanted to say, Midnight Rider, it was awesome having you sit in, and the references and everything, like, that was good, man. And we went nearly 2 hours.
Yeah.
And it was for a reason, because it was just that good.
Yeah, that's one show I just don't think I can sit in on. I don't think I'll be too informative.
Well, if you know anything about wrestling, and we talk the old school wrestling, we talk Saudi money, we talk old money, we talk we did everything last night.
I mean, I'm talking Superfly Snooker, Bob Backlund, that's me and my dad's time, dude. But after 92, I don't know much about no wrestling. That's 30 years.
Hey, we get into that too.
Yeah, I love the way how passionate you guys are about it. And, I might like something else that y'all aren't 100% into. But I do give kudos to you guys, and I let everybody know, man, these wrestling cats know what they talking about. So I always share your show, man, no doubt. Best wrestling show in the network.
I appreciate that. Maddie said LaFleur mishandled the clock that drive before Chicago scored.
Mm-hmm.
He also said Soldier Field was rocking at the end of the game. And man, rocking, like, it gave you those vibes. And it was like, this is good. This is real good.
Yeah, they had a bunch of cats with no shirts on. It was like 25 degrees up in that joker, boy. They had that liquid antifreeze up in them and shit. That's what's up.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna ask a question to you and Maddie. Please tell me before the season started, you guys put a bet in Jack for Kansas City not making the playoffs and Maddie for Chicago making the playoffs. Because if y'all do, what time are we meeting up at Sizzler? Or are we gonna go to we gonna go to Bennigan's? Like, what are we doing?
Nah, we
might be going on Maddie's dime, because I ain't put no cake down on it. But yeah, that'd have been a nice one, man. Yeah, Maddie's been on Chicago train since day one. I'm in that rider.
Yep. But I mean, if y'all gonna take it somewhere, y'all can also we take Long John Silver. If you can find Shakey's, we can take some Shakey's pizza right about now. It's that time.
Go Ruby Tuesdays.
We get you some good Shakey's, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lanley Park.
Nah, Shakey's on 450 and right up beside Copper Plaza.
I don't think that's there. I don't know if that's open. Because the bowling alley's still kicking.
Is it a church or is it a laundromat? It's
one of the two.
It's one of the other.
Yeah, my old Shakey's is a liquor store. So,
which one? The one down Lanley Park?
Nah, I used to go to one right there off of Silver Hill Road in St. Barnabas.
Yep.
Right
that's what is it? Charlie's Liquors now?
Something like that, yeah.
Charlie Wine and Spirit, whatever it is.
Yeah, I forgot what that street is. What's the street the one was on in Langley Park? Riggs Road?
I think so.
No, it wasn't Langley Park. It was something.
It
might have been Riggs Road, but I don't think it was called Langley Park, was it? Oh no, that was just a special. That day it was We won the championship up that way one time, and instead of going all the way to 450, we went to that one. And I'm serious, Bladensburg Boys Club was famous for celebrating championships at Shakey's, man. Sometimes you had 2-3 teams in there. That's how bad we was. Good times.
Yeah, man.
I got a picture. Hold up. Where is it at? Oh, I had that picture of us in Shakey's. I think I shared it with you boys one day. I'll find it and put it up on the page.
They need to bring Shakey's back. That's what they need to bring back.
That shit was good.
Huh?
Real quick. This is something for me and Jack, because he was a big Todd Warren guy in the draft. He had 76 catches, 817 yards. Colston Loveland had 58 catches for 713. So they in the same neighborhood, but Warren did outgain him.
But who got drafted first? Did Loveland get drafted in front of Warren?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think Loveland got taken at 10. Warren got taken at 12, I want to say.
No, I think they're gonna take the torch from players like Kelsey and Kittle in a few years, and gonna be top tight ends in this league immediately, man. Yeah. Rookie season on. These two guys are beasts. And Loveland, he can play right in the slot and run receiver routes. You know what I'm saying? But I'd prefer him coming from the tight end spot, because ain't no linebacker going to check him.
He just got to get healthy, man. That's his only problem right now.
He looked good yesterday, bro.
Couple of comments real quick. Some guy on this network was talking about the Bears all year. That's a smart guy. And I'm hoping that's the rich guy too. J-Dub said the Bears were dead for 3 quarters. Unfortunately, the game is 4 quarters, and they didn't play in the 4th. He's talking about Green Bay didn't play in the 4th.
Shaggy's.
Wow. Hold on. Let me get you full screen with that, Jack.
Shaggy's. Yeah. Yeah, that's championship right there.
What year was that?
Oh, man. Let me look on the back of these jokers. It tells you what year it is, I think.
That's
one of them. Like 78. Yeah, no year. It's probably 78. I'm probably 11.
That's 78, 79. They had to take it to some place to get it developed.
Yo, yeah. District photo, drop it off.
The little hut that used to sit in the middle of the parking lot.
Yeah, it was Greenville Plaza.
Yeah, that's where I got this. That's where I got this little John, and it came with another John that had all the pictures on it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I want to blow this one up, man. It's a good pick, and a couple of these guys have passed away, so it's pretty sad.
You gotta remember those good times, Jack.
Amen, brother.
That right there was a good time. Winning the championship like that.
Oh, yeah. My dad, a couple other parents, they just broke out, handed us rolls of quarters. Said, go to arcade, go get down. Rolls. I mean, a roll of quarters is $20. That was a lot back then.
Yeah. And every game was a quarter. Hell yeah.
Yeah, my dad would hand a roll. Another dad would hand him a roll of quarters. So we back there with like $80 worth of quarters. And our parents just keep refilling that pitcher. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Shakey's, bro. That's where I first played Keno too. And back then, when they started Keno, they let you win, man, to suck you in. Because I was winning every day. But yeah.
Anthony said, KG, what you're talking about is from a different era of coaches. You're talking about grew up coaching together on the same coach staff in most of their careers. I get it. And I noticed this last night, and I'm okay with it. And it's like this, not only in sports, but it's like this in my everyday life. I long for a world that we used to have, but that world doesn't exist anymore. And I'm okay with admitting that. I'm okay with knowing that. Do I want it to go back to the love that everybody had for? Of course I do. Is it going to happen? Probably not, but I'm not going to change and, not be who I am. But I understand that doesn't happen anymore. And you have coaches that are a little terse towards each other. So I get that. And that's a bygone era. So I understand that. Andy said because what people forget is Shula Landry started on the coaching staff of Vince Lombardi. That was Landry and Lombardi started together with the Giants, offensive and defensive coaches. So, and Shula was actually a defensive back for the Colts before he took over. And J-Dub said, I used to love that Shakey's about Capitol Plaza. It all changed around a bit so much. Yeah. They even tore the McDonald's and everything down. Because you had the McDonald's in the parking lot at Capitol Plaza. And you had the other McDonald's up the street. And those are gone now.
Yeah, no, Heckinger's gone. It's a Walmart now. They got a Home Depot or a Lowe's, one of the two. And then they got like just a big old barren area that looks kind of ratty, if you ask me. But that's where the carnival goes.
Yeah,
correct. But it's still, when the carnival's not there, it looks kind of nasty. It's all fenced off and shit. I mean, I don't know. It's my old neighborhood, but it looks a little rough. I used to love going through the open outdoor malls like Capitol Plaza, PG Plaza. Those used to be good old times, man.
Anthony say, what do we compare Shakey's to?
No, it's not Chuck E. Cheese. Not all the games and shit.
It's similar, but for us, I think it's an elevated Chuck E. Cheese. It's like if you get the next level up, like Chuck E. Cheese would be on like a tier here, and the tier above that would be the Shakey's.
Yeah, and it doesn't have like a bunch of stuffed animal people running around and stuff. It was more about the food, really, at Shakey's. Right. And then it had a small arcade, maybe 7 games. It wasn't Chuck E. Cheese blown out, no. And then they went all you could eat for a minute. They had all you could eat joint. That's right when Keno came, because we was in there playing Keno for like 6 hours on the all you can eat tip.
All right, fellas, we got 4 games to deal with. We got 3 games a day, and then we even get a Monday night game. So let's do that. We're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. Let's do it. First up, you got the Bills visiting the Jaguars. Jaguars are 1.5 point favorites. Over under is 51.5. 5 minutes on the clock. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Jacksonville got a home playoff game. And where are they at, Midnight Rider?
Duval.
They're up there in Duval County, you know what I'm saying? And Trevor Lawrence, man, 4,000 yards this year. To me, that's an exceptional season for a quarterback when you eclipse that 4,000 yards. Buffalo, the high-flying offense is going to be too much for Jacksonville. I know Jacksonville's defense has been improved and has been a problem for a lot of ball teams this year. I'm honestly surprised that Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars are 13-4. I mean, that blew my mind. They've won 8 straight, fellas. The Jacksonville Jaguars have won 8 straight. That's wow. I never thought that come out of my mouth. But Josh Allen and Cook is going to cook. Shakur is going to Shakur. I mean, I think it's going to be too much for Jacksonville. What's the over-under on this, guys? I can't see my screen.
Hold on. I think he moved the banner out by accident. I
saw it just a minute ago.
I got
anyway,
it.
That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. I don't know if they're going to hit that. I'm going to take Buffalo and their defense over the Jacksonville Jaguars today, and I cannot believe the Jaguars are favored. Buffalo should beat them by 10 at least. So I take Buffalo and the under, fellas. Midnight Rider.
Well, I'm going to have faith in 2 Clemson guys that I'm not the biggest fans of.
NTN ain't doing it.
So I'm going to say that the Jags win this. Trevor Lawrence showed me something. I saw some clips today. I've been stuck watching the ESPN thing because I wasn't paying attention. And Alex Smith did a good breakdown on him. So I'm gonna sit there and say that I like the Jags to win this, and I think this hits the over. KG, real quick.
Really?
Quickly for me. I like what the boss BJ say. It's put up or shut up for the Bills. No more excuses. The Bills come out of this on top, smelling like a rose. This is an Andy Dufresne game. They're gonna crawl through 500 yards of the foulest smelling things and come out clean on the other side. I'm good with that. Give me the Bills winning this one. Give me the under. Moving on to the next round. So
nice.
Well, this is like we said. This is the game that, to me, I think Sean McDermott is playing for his coaching life here. I think if they get beat, we can have conversations about Sean McDermott staying in Buffalo beyond this year.
All right. Next up, you got the 49ers at the Eagles. Eagles are 5.5-point favorites. Over under is 44.5. That's crazy. A lot of these lines are like really, really crazy. 5 minutes on the clock. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Philly's been, in my opinion, just my opinion now, Philly's been limping and hobbling all year. The offense hasn't looked as crisp. The defense kind of been up and down. But they should be well rested, okay? Because everybody was chilling up in the cut during the Washington game. They didn't even come out. They didn't even come out of the cut. They just laid back. They was in hammocks and shit during the Commanders game. So Philly should be well rested for this. But I don't know, man. I've just been on that San Francisco ride. I know a lot of you boys say San Francisco is too inconsistent, but you get guys out there like George Kittle with heart that's just so big, and he wants to make every extra yard for his teammates and his team. So I feel that the San Francisco offense is going to be able to pick and choose on this Philly defense today. And I don't know, Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown, it's been a, as I hear through the media, it's been a bumpy locker room all season in Philly. So I just don't feel that they're going to have the camaraderie and all that like San Fran has going into Philly, ready to ball out. So I got San Fran coming across to the East Coast, putting a little whooping on the Eagles. Can't see numbers again, guys.
It's 44.5.
Thank you.
Eagles minus 5.5. Over under 44.
I'll take San Fran and the over on this one here, guys. I just think Purdy and Kittle are going to show out. I think Kittle's going to give you 100 yards receiving. I will put that in my card here in a minute. And Purdy going to throw 250 and 2. So that's my parlay for the day. Kittle, 100 yards receiving. Purdy, 250 passing, 2 touchdowns. Midnight Rider, what you like in this Philly San Fran game?
I don't know. I don't know what to like, because you got one team that I think they're finally somewhat healthy. McCaffrey's done all the heavy lifting for them to get them to this point. The in-season signing of Bourne helped them out. I think he got a bonus because he hit like 700 yards receiving. Mm-hmm. You look at the Eagles, and it's like the line. I guess they're healthy now. So does that mean Saquon Barkley gets open lanes? Jack's boy Go Dirt, counts correctly, Goddard. Does he like? It's just so much. Like this game is like I've been going back and forth. It's like what's the little seesaw? I've seesawed in this game so much.
Peter Tyler.
Whatever you want to call it, baby. What did you take, Jack?
I took San Fran in the over. I think San Fran's going to put some points up today. I think the defense might even score a touchdown. So look for San Fran in the over out of me.
All right, I'll be the devil's advocate. With I think that starred Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino. So I'll take the Eagles and the points, and I think it's gonna go over, but it's not gonna go over by much. I see this as one of those 27-21 type of ball games.
I'm gonna make it quick. You don't know which 49ers team going to show up. So I'm going to go ahead and take the Eagles. Take the Eagles to cover. Give it to me 28-21. So that would be the over. I'm good with that. I got no faith in San Francisco. Every time I say I got no faith in San Francisco, it's like, oh, man, you should have had faith in them. So take that and do with it what you must. But I got no faith in San Francisco. Matty Ice said Bills in a must win.
Definitely.
J-Dub said going to be a great matchup. Saquon versus Christian McCaffrey, and both of them have good receivers and tight ends. Should be a great matchup. I agree. Next up, you got the Chargers visiting the Patriots. Patriots are 3.5-point favorites. Over under is 45.5. 5 minutes on the clock, gentlemen. Jack, take it away.
I forgot about this game. Chargers and the Pats. Good here. Drake May's debut.
You want me to go first so I can collect your thoughts?
Yeah, please.
All right, cool.
I didn't even think about this game.
So Chargers, Pats. I think the good thing for the Chargers is the Pats don't have a pass rush. So that's going to be the thing where their hurt tackles don't come back and bite them in the ass. I think this comes down to whose rookie running back plays the best. Is it Travion Henderson or is it Omarion Hampton? Because the Patriots, when Henderson plays well, they are elite offense. They can do a little bit of everything. But on the Chargers side, I think their passing game is way more dynamic from the standpoint of being explosive. I think Drake May is just more consistent. So you have explosive versus consistent. And I don't know if you ever had gas, I think you'd rather consistent over explosive. So I'm gonna go with the Patriots to win this in the over.
I tell you, I don't see what you say, bruh. I don't see Herbert being that much more dominant than Drake May. I think Drake May protects the ball better than Herbert. He's thrown more touchdowns than Herbert, and he's thrown for 600, 700 more yards than Herbert. I think it's going to come down to, can Travion Henderson make some big plays for the Patriots? Can you limit Ladd McConkey across the middle for the Chargers? I don't know. I think it's going to be a scoring game, and I'm taking New England to win this game. And we're going to make it, New England in the over. I expect the late game to be fireworks, guys. Let's go New England and the over for me.
Being honest, Chargers walk into Gillette Stadium and they take over. Chargers win this 27-24. Patriots cover, but it's going to give me the over. So I think Harbaugh outcoaches Vrabel here. No doubt. So Maddie said Chargers, Pats, I honestly have no clue about. J-Dub said I take the Patriots in this one. Herbert is not impressed me with this when the spotlight is on. I think the Patriots in the over. All right. Let's pull that down. Go to the next one. The next one is our final game, which is Steelers versus Texans.
Nice.
This is the Monday night game.
I got it. You coming here first.
Okay.
Well, I think there's only two games today.
This game right here is the only game that the home team is not favored. So Texans 3.5 favorites. Over under is 38.5. Midnight Rider take it away.
Monday.
Yeah, this is the Monday night special, folks. It's amazing what a brand name does, because I would love to see Bills Jags in this time slot and not Steelers Texans. But the problem is the way the playoff selection happens, Monday night, I think, gets the last choice. So they kind of end up with what's left over. And the main networks kind of have their pick. of the litter. So with that being said, the Texans defensive line is dominant, especially the edges. Anderson and Danielle Hunter. If they can get and be impactful in this ball game, I think it changes everything. And then the two young Iowa State Higgins, two young receivers, if they can help Nico Collins out and carry the load, I think this game hits the under. But I like the Texans to win it because even though Metcalf is back, I think Metcalf gets taken out by Stingley Jr. And I just don't trust their running game enough. So I think the Texans win this, and we hit the under. Gentleman Jack?
Yeah, I like that. I like that pick for the under because I think both defenses are going to stand out here. Please don't say that. Don't say that Pittsburgh Steelers front line ain't something to talk about either, man. Hayward, Watt. I mean, their backers are solid. Pittsburgh, if they can limit big plays from Stroud and company, then Pittsburgh can handle this. Pittsburgh needs to win a low-scoring game. They need to do clock management, ball control. I'd like to see Pittsburgh hold the ball for 30, and limit the Houston offense from being on the field. But that Houston defense is something, man. That's the reason Houston is where they are right now, in my opinion, is because of the defense, not because of the offense, C.J. Stroud, or none of that. Aaron Rodgers in his 21st season, is this going to be his last game? Or does he re-sign with Tomlin for another year? I'm not sure what's going on. There's a lot of stuff floating around the water about his future, but I think his future is going to go one more game. I take Pittsburgh in this and the under, low-scoring game, 16-10. Pittsburgh and the under is where I'm going. I know ain't none of y'all taking Pittsburgh, but I got Aaron and the under. Minnesota.
I hate when you do that because sometimes you end up right.
I know it. What you mean sometimes?
Nah, it's not every time. It's sometimes.
I'm 85%.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
good. You got a good percentage.
Yeah.
But KG, it's all you, baby.
This is gonna be a low scoring game, but not the way you think. The Steelers don't really have much of an offense sometimes. If they score 16 points, they'll be lucky. But if they score 16, the Texans are gonna score 24. But I think it's gonna be a low scoring affair. I'm gonna call it 19-12. The Texans. I think that Texans defense is just entirely too much for them. And that's what J Dub said. I'm taking the Texans in this one. And under that Texas defense is vicious. And the under and Texas defense is vicious.
Where you at?
J Dub also said exactly the Texans defense line is gonna give Rodgers hell, and he ain't gonna be able to get out. This may be his last game, but he ain't gonna be able to get up out of this one. This is I don't think he's gonna go out Dan Marino style, but he going out in wrestling terms, he going out on his back. So next up, final segment. What you eating?
All right. I guess I'm going first in this. On the what you eating brand, I don't know. I think I got leftover wings from yesterday, so that's gonna be part of it. And then after that dinner, I don't know. I'll probably make like a nice little chicken and rice dish to hold me for a day or two. Make it simple. That way I ain't got to cook tomorrow. Because I know I'm not going to want to cook tomorrow. Because I think I'm doing Pretenders with Contenders for Coach. What you got, Jack?
That's nice. You're gonna have to hold, huh? That's nice. I first want to let Lovey know, if she's in earshot of KG, that I got my own cinnamon raisin breads now. I got my own sourdough breads now. Cameron made some cinnamon raisin bread. What was it? Friday, I think. Boy, cinnamon raisin bread. I like to make peanut butter jelly on it. That's the best peanut butter jelly in town. So that's what I had yesterday, just to let you on. And that sourdough, I might make some grilled cheeses during the game with the sourdough. I like a nice grilled cheese, maybe some bacon on it. And dinner time, I think we're throwing together some chicken and rice, maybe some peppers and onions, stuff like that. Just something light, and keep the old body getting smaller. That's what I'm looking for. KG.
Lovey, what we doing for dinner today? We ain't doing nothing.
Because of Jack, we just gonna sit around and eat sourdough.
She said because of you, Jack, we gonna sit around and eat sourdough. But she just made breakfast. She just made pancakes, sausage, and eggs. The eggs this woman makes. Love it. Baked chicken. Okay. I ain't got no problem with baked chicken. I love baked chicken.
I'm sorry. You ain't married me for my cooking.
I like pancake, sausage, and eggs, though, boy. I put this sausage and eggs on the pancake and roll it up like a taco.
Yes, sir.
Crush it up. Yes,
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little syrup on the joker. Mm-hmm. You got me wanting that now.
That was a McGriddle before the McGriddle.
Amen.
Maddie said one quick plug for Drive Time. Monday, February 2nd, we preview men's and women's Olympic hockey. Best on best. Is going to be amazing hockey.
So Maddie, before we get out, can you give us an update on the rink? Like, is that thing done? Because they've been still in construction and cranes are still outside of the facility. Last I heard you talk about it. But wrap that shit up. I know with Nothing But Net on Wednesday, we're gonna be talking about John Morant requesting the trade. I know tomorrow night on Pretenders or Contenders, I think I have a wrestling coach from Wise, and I don't know who the other coach we have. I think we have a track and field coach. That'll be perfect to go back to back with the coach last week that we had, the Laurel track coach. So, Coach Marcus, you still around? If you want to hop in, let me know. I don't know if Coach can be able to be on the show, or he's going to be on for a short period of time. So, Coach Marcus, if you want to jump in, after Coach hops out, cool. But I know you might be busy working the game yourself. So, holla at your boy. Let me know.
And Maddie said they had 2 practice games that went okay.
Okay.
Said they brought 2 guys in from Canada.
All right, because the question, and the reason I asked that question, guys, is just so I know you guys aren't big hockey people, but the question was in place was whenever you have the Olympics, most of the time you're building new facilities. So the facility was under construction, and the construction had kind of ran over the time a little bit. So they were concerned about that. And then the other thing they were concerned about was the ice. Because with hockey, the ice has to be a good playing surface, so guys don't get hurt and things of that nature. So that's why we were checking on that.
Gotcha.
And J Dub said, try a little Old Bay on your eggs.
Yeah. Me and Jack, when we lived together, we used to have a big Old Bay joint in the kitchen, and we used to sprinkle that, like they said about that hot sauce. We put that shit on everything. Old Bay. Put it on pizza. It's banging. So wrap that shit up for me, guys. In the passenger seat, Wednesday, 8 p.m., we got Coach Frill from the Huntingtown Hurricanes 2025 state champion football program. We got back-to-back state champions coming, actually. The week after that, we got Steve Krauntz, state football champion 2025 from Patuxent. And then we got a really good guest coming up. And this gentleman is from down under. This is going to be Brad Craddock, the former kicker for the University of Maryland and Lou Groza Award winner. And I also secured an Olympian to be in the passenger seat. Stay tuned and check it out, man. We got some good stuff coming through that show. And also, this week, you got O'Connell versus DeMatha Tuesday night, probably one of the biggest games in town. Thursday night, you got Laurel versus Bowie at Laurel. That's going to be a nice one. And then Friday night, you got a big game, South River versus Meade at South River over in Anne Arundel. I will be at 2 of the 3 games to give you live interviews and updates. So watch me now. We everywhere, baby.
Yes, indeed. For my wrap it up, man, this is gonna be a good week, but just football, man, just sports. Period. Like I can't wait to talk college basketball because I got questions. I got questions that need answered once we get to college basketball. I watched Maryland versus UCLA. I watched a little bit of that yesterday, and I was just like, yeah, this Maryland team ain't it. Then I peek in on the Georgetown game and it's like,
Yeah, DJ Woody was at the Georgetown game yesterday.
Yeah. And I was just like, And somebody had to make a joke last night about $5 tickets, putting your feet in the hallway of the Georgetown game.
I don't know who did that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
But college basketball, we getting into conference play, ramping up. So, that's a beautiful thing. Then the NBA, we coming down February 5th, the NBA trade deadline. So, it's going to be probably a lot of moving parts. But, yeah, I'm just excited about it all, man. So, gents, that's all our time we got for today. For the Gentleman Jack, the Midnight Rider, I'm the big guy, KG. We did it, y'all. We ain't did no overtime, but we are out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's your favorite show on Friday Eve. It is the Sideline Junkies. It's the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. We are here live and direct in living color. And before I even get started, let's talk about today. Today is the day that we come and join. Now, we're a little bit earlier than normal, but bear with us. We got some things on the back end. College football starts at 7:30, so we had to come and get you early so you can still get your fix. So you can still, when you get to work tomorrow, you can talk to your friends, you can talk to your neighbor, you can talk to whomever, and they ask you what you watched last night. You go and tell them you watched one thing and one thing only, and it's the Thursday night throwdown. Yeah, baby. And coming to you live in living color, we got the Gentleman Jack, we got C. Perry, we got the big guy KG, we have myself. And before we even get started, just realize and remember that tomorrow morning when you get up and you get a chance, the audio version of this will be available to you. iHeartRadio, Podbean, Podbox. If you can watch a podcast on it, we there. So in the words of Jack Carr, we everywhere, baby. Other thing, YouTube. Go to the YouTube page, click like and subscribe. Make sure you jump in. That way you can watch the video. So if you got something you want to watch something while you working or typing up notes, boom, you got us on YouTube, Sideline Junkies.
Like YouTube.
There it is. With that being said, we coming at you with some information today. We got Trey Young being traded. The guy in the box beneath me said it was inevitable, and it happened. The next thing we got for you is we got a little Mike McDaniels getting fired. with that being said, and with the heavy lineup and us on a time constraint, KG, take it away, take it away, take it away.
Well, welcome. I hope everybody's
Where
strapped
is
in.
your pretty face? What?
No, you gotta do.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I was working, man. I've been in the lab, so
Perry, he do his version of a gender reveal. Like he has to reveal his outfit. So that,
Yeah, the shit reveal.
All right.
But Midnight Rider, I gotta say that sounded like a little taste of Little Benny right there. You gave us with the take it away.
didn't it?
Yeah,
I'm versatile.
not everybody knows about that.
It's funny you say that, Jack, because that's a perfect segue to where we starting off tonight. Trae Young to DC, and only got one thing to say about that. And I mean, this is the show forward. If Don was here, he'd be mad about it, but I'm with it. Gotta throw that thing back.
Yeah, you get a little too comfortable with the song sometime, bro.
Yeah, I blew my ears out.
Yeah, really.
Hey, well, that one we can get away with.
If you say so, man.
I mean, let's start this thing off right. Trae Young to DC. It was broke right here on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. Nothing but net. This was so epic. My son came to me in the kitchen and was like, "Is this true? Are they trolling? Like, what's good?" So I'm gonna toss it over to you, gentlemen. Perry, I want to start with you. Go to the gentleman, Jack. Midnight Rider, you finish it up.
Yeah, right. Actually, yeah. I mean, not much of a surprise. If you checked out Nothing But Net, which you can catch on Wednesdays, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time, right here on the Shotline Junkies Podcast Network. We led off with the Trae Young trade talks on Monday, and Sham Charania from ESPN broke this on Monday that Trae and his agents were got permission to look for a trade. Usually when it leaks that you got permission to look, there's already something brewing. All right. So we kind of knew something was already brewing, and we saw a little, we saw a lot of things, things leak out. We knew who wasn't interested because, Trae was interested in the Nets. Trae was interested in Minnesota, and they weren't interested in him, or they weren't interested in the deal for him. When Washington was always on that list as well, and there was that mutual interest. Washington had two things that Atlanta wanted. Okay, that's CJ McCollum contract. One thing about CJ McCollum, he's plug and play. If you get him, you can plug him into the starting lineup, and with a good team around him, he's gonna be able to help and assist. And it's also an expiring contract. So it's something that's either going to come off of their books, A, or B, be used to package another move. Because in the case of Atlanta's not done. Moving Trae Young was just the first salvo. As I mentioned yesterday, and Shams backed that up, with the tweet late last night. Keep an eye on Atlanta and keep an eye on Anthony Davis. So, but in the case of DC and Trae, this is box office. Okay, this is the way I look at it. It's box office. It's a type of player that fits along with the young guys. Help get and distribute the ball to the young guys. Someone that can give you 20 plus a game, while keeping Washington on their path of growing and letting these young players grow. And trust me, you're gonna have Trey for 2 years, because trust me, he's opting into his contract for next year. I can already tell you that a deal like this isn't made without that understanding that he's opting in for, the next year in his contract.
Jack?
Yeah, I guess this is considered Christmas to you Washington fans, but I'm not sold on it. I mean, shit, Atlanta Hawks ain't much better than the goddamn Washington Wizards, man. So I know we got some pieces. Actually, what? 8 games.
Actually, that Atlanta team came in highly because of the moves they made and the young players that they have. And two, Trey didn't fit with those young players anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's Washington's savior. They need more.
He's not a savior. He's not a
Okay,
savior.
okay,
Yeah, he's not a
okay.
savior.
Okay. As long as that's not being where
he's not a
where he's
savior.
being taken as.
Yeah, he's not a savior.
Points per games are down. His assists are still like the same, but assist numbers. If you're a playmaker, your assist number is going to stay the same. I think he's sharing the ball a little bit more with them young players. Brought his scoring numbers down in Atlanta, so I'm not knocking him for his numbers being down a little bit this year. I think Washington needs by far more than this. They need a what Alex Sarr was supposed to be. I still don't have a bit of confidence in Alex Sarr. No. And like I say, the best player on this team isn't even going to be starting, in my opinion. And that's that little guard, Carrington. I like his game. I'm not the guy to talk to about Washington Wizards having a Christmas day. So we can go on the midnight ride if people need hours on this. I'm not the one.
You're totally taking this out of the context. This isn't being celebrated. Hear me out.
It is.
It's being celebrated because they've gotten a piece that can be two things. He can be a piece that stays, and they add that to what they get. Because I'm telling you right now, there was a trade midseason last season. Help me out, Perry.
Mm-hmm.
Guy went to the other team. They basically didn't play him the rest of the season, and now he's playing now. They basically held him out of games so they could take care of their business and get to one of the top seeds. I can't remember exactly who it was, but it was one trade where basically they got the guy, put him on bubble wrap, and then they didn't unveil him to this season. I'll think about it because I heard it earlier today.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that one as well.
I don't have that answer, but the last thing I wanted to add is, this here is definitely gonna put butts in the seats, no doubt. He's an all-star. People want to see Trey. They come when Atlanta's in town just to see Trey. But because my boy was at a game just last week, and he showed me video. He was like, "Jack, look at this arena, dude. I mean, it looked like it was a scrimmage, shorty. Seats were in the lower bowl was empty. It was just horrendous. So this is going to help get some butts in the seats over there.
Like I said, he fits what they were trying to do over the next 3 years. This is a rebuild. And to be honest with you, and MR and I have said this for how long? I'm not even going to count how long we have said this. This is the they're actually doing it the proper way. For once, they're actually doing it the proper way. And like I said, adding Trey Young to this helps. It doesn't take away, because think about it. You got Trey Young for a veteran piece and an expiring contract, and a great shooter that had been there for a long time, but is not the type of player that you want to keep when you're building young players in Corey Kispert. I like Corey Kispert because Corey Kispert is there for one thing. He going to shoot, and he going to shoot. Okay, but he's also at the point in his career where he needs to be somewhere where those shots matter, and that's not in Washington anymore. You know, it's just like and MR, you gonna agree? I hope you. I know you're gonna agree with me on this. It's just like moving Denny, your boy Denny.
Yep, this is what I was about to say. But no, I think the best part about this move is, like we said, it's a 2 to 3 year move. Washington basically can sit him, let the young guys play this year, you know, because he's got a hip contusion. You know, those hip contusions, they kind of like that. I'll give you this reference for KG. It's like that rare blood disorder where Stan Humphrey's blood wouldn't clot. It's one of those situations. So yeah, that's what it is. That hip contusion is going to last a little bit. So I don't expect to see a lot of Trey. You might see him towards the end of the season just to get him acclimated with the guys, like maybe 10 games or so. But they're going to make sure they stay in, because I guess they got to stay top 4. So that way they guarantee themselves. Hold on. I know what you're about to say.
You know what I'm about to say.
What I'm saying. They got to be top 4 because that guarantees if they are outside of they have a guaranteed spot in the top 8. Because the lowest you can fall is 7 or 8 by you being in the top 4. That's what I was going to say. Because their number 1 pick for this season is a protected pick, based on a deal that they made with the New York Knicks. If the pick falls within the top 8, Washington keeps the pick. If it falls to 9, that pick comes to the New York Knicks. And let's do this because I think this is another piece that people are glossing over on this deal. Is think about this: you traded Bradley Beal in the untradeable contract, who everybody said you didn't get much for. You turned that into 2 other players that you've gotten talent and picks from, and now you got Trae Young. So basically, you traded 2 years ago or 3 years ago Bradley Beal for Trae Young, and it's just. There's a whole bunch of yellow brick roads on the path, man. They're doing it the right way.
Now, here's the question that I got. Now, you know, I'm high on the Wizards at times. Sometimes I'm low on them. You say it's a yellow brick road. Are we going to follow the yellow brick road, or are we going to ease on down the road?
This is an ease. I mean, they showed you. They told you that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the Wizards are 10-26, but they're 5-5 in their last 10. They have been balling. Even though they're losing games, they are balling. You can see the talent on the floor that they have. And, you know, I said something in our preseason show. I said I wanted to see something out of Marvin Bagley. He got to show me something. You can't be that big and not be able to rebound. You got to give me at least a poor man's double-double. But I'm not even worried about him right now.
I hate to tell you, don't worry about Marvin Bagley because Marvin Bagley will probably be dealt before the trade deadline. Watch.
The guy to keep your eye on is the Vucevic kid that's on a 2-way deal. Because the reason you trade 2 for 1 is now you got an empty roster spot and you can pull him up and take him off his 2-way deal. Because that kid can score. So that's another kid that needs some minutes.
Yeah, if there's any, I'll tell you, if you want to look at 2 players that will probably be moved out of Washington, outside of Chris Middleton, look at Marvin Bagley and look at your boy Champagne, the Brooklyn kid.
I know you.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about Chris Middleton anyway, because you know Chris Middleton, when him and what's my man that came over with him, went to the Lakers. Jeez, Smart. Marcus Smart. When they came over, they were that veteran influence, and I remember when it happened. I remember Midnight Rider was like, "No, you got to let them lose. It's good to talk to them, but you got to let them lose."
Mm-hmm.
And Chris Middleton is that veteran leader in the locker room. Why would you get rid of your veteran guy with so many young guys? Because we don't have that same hierarchy in the locker rooms anymore. Where you got the veteran guys that, you know, the young guys can learn how to be a pro, what it takes, you know, how to practice correctly, how to eat correctly. You know, things like that. You don't have that many locker rooms. Why would you trade that away if you have that?
You also got to look at the player. Does he want to stay and be that influence, or does he want to chase another ring?
I thought he wanted to stay.
Like this. I'm gonna say it to you like this. Think about it. Even if you move with Middleton, you're probably going to get back draft compensation. And I give Perry all the credit in the world for this, because he said they didn't give up any. They weren't going to give up any, and he was absolutely right.
I told you. It told you. You get. It's funny because I had someone ask me this morning. Well, couldn't Atlanta have gotten more out of Washington for that Trae Young deal, like draft compensations or something like that? And I was like, no. This was the best that they could get, which was an expiring contract that can help your flexibility right now. All right, because Washington would have been crazy to give up draft capital for Trae Young. Why do you think the Nets deal didn't go down? You think the Nets wanted to get rid of all the draft picks that they have for Trae Young? No, not at this point, especially when you're looking at the Nets team as a team that's also in the same position that the Washington Wizards are in, with young players that they have to build up. Now that's not happening for Trae Young. This would get, like I said, to me, this was a great deal for Washington. This was a great deal for Atlanta.
Well, the problem with the Trae Young deal for Atlanta was it was 2:00. It was last call, and there was a girl in the corner, and it was the Washington Wizards, and she was hiding in the dark. So it was the only thing they had. It's the only deal they had left, because Minnesota was another place that was interested, that he wanted to go to, but they weren't interested in him. So that's how you end up getting this deal done for Kispert and McCollum, because there's just no market.
I partially agree with you and I partially disagree with you. And the reason why I say that is because Atlanta wasn't backed into a corner, because you just, like I said, you got a deal where you got flexibility. The most important thing about deals in the NBA, especially to teams that are trying to be contenders, is having flexibility to make move 2 and 3 after you make 1.
And then my last statement on this, and y'all can finish this out. I just want to add, the other thing is, because Trae Young has a player option next year for $50 million, he ain't opting out of that.
Nope.
And that helps them. That helps the Wizards get to the salary floor for next season, so they'll be above the floor, so they don't have to worry about that. They don't have to make any additional transactions besides whatever they draft if they want to. If they want to hold tight that way.
All right. J-Dub said Trae could be a good fit in DC. I really believe that. Quick question. Good fit in DC. Do you change coaches?
No.
Do you bring somebody else in, or you stay with Brian Keefe?
No,
you're not at the point. You're not at the point to transition to a better coach.
Exactly.
Well,
you still need somebody to take losses.
Better coach 2 years ago.
You need somebody to eat these L's right now. Brian Keefe is baby Alvin Gentry right now.
Anthony said, I have friends who are Hawks fans who live in Atlanta, and they have their irritable ground. They say Trae Young was a cancer to that locker room, constantly causing issues.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Because what you'll do is you won't play him this year that often. And then when he plays next year, you can always move that contract, because now he's an expiring deal. You get so much flexibility from this.
Yeah, and once again, you have to look at Atlanta moving on from him, because it was already clear as day that Jalen Johnson was becoming the focal point of this team. I mean, you get to a point where you cut bait for the right thing, and especially when both sides see it's time for a change. And actually, the Trae Young out of Atlanta change, that started building within the past 2 years. So it's not new.
All right. J Dub said Trae likes to shoot. Hopefully, he can shoot a good percentage.
Yeah, but don't forget, J Dub. Don't forget, Trae doesn't just like to shoot. Trae likes to dish. Look at his assist numbers. Look at his assist numbers over the past 3 years.
Hey, if he can make Clint Capella look good, what's gonna do with Alex Sarr?
Ooh, yeah.
Trae Young to me is what Anthony said. Trae Young to me is not the type of guy that you want leading the locker room. You need a second guy next to him, so Trae doesn't have to be the leader in that locker room.
That's why you still have Middleton.
Yeah.
And more than likely, you're going to move Middleton, and then coming back in one of those deals from a different piece is going to be another expiring deal, another person that you think is a good locker room person.
Yep.
Like, these guys have made deals to get good locker room guys in each time because they know they have to have a base. Look at that. That's your boy, Jack.
That's cousin. What up, cousin?
Hey, what up, cuz?
I can drink up here, right?
Of course.
I mean, this is my first time doing a Thursday night flight. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm staying within the rule book here. Okay.
Of course.
Let me see what's Tim think about Trae Young to DC. Let us know what you think about that, Dirty.
All right,
and Andy said another team he wanted to was Miami, but Pat Riley wasn't going to deal with that drama.
Yeah, I know, Anthony. Everybody wants to go to Miami. We really want to get into Heat culture. Yeah, Heat culture. Oh, damn. Did I say that out loud? I meant to say that on mute.
All right, we got about 5 minutes.
Yo, I'm effing with you, Anthony. I love razzing him, man, for reals.
Mike McDaniel out in Miami with the Dolphins. Kind of late, but can't say that I'm not surprised. Throw it to Perry, Midnight Rider.
Why do you think this is late? You think he should have been fired like last season?
Man, we had the overrun to him getting fired 4 games into this season.
Damn. Look, I'm not surprised. I am one of those that's surprised that he didn't get fired at the end of last season. Okay. I'll say this with what happened in Baltimore. Oh, yeah. Mike McDaniels was already out the door. He better have been out the door.
I agree. After what happened in Baltimore, Miami said, "Oh shit, Harbaugh's available."
Exactly.
Bye. Take your capri pants and stroll, young. Go.
Why you just a capri pants, yo?
Because I'm a man. Women wear capri pants. So, Mike McDaniel, the Ravens cost you your job.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is, with this interview, all Harbaugh going to do is go to his seat on the Stephen Ross plane and sit down and come down because he already has a seat because he's a Michigan man.
Mm-hmm.
He loves Michigan stuff. So Jim was there, and if Jim's around, John's around. And so that relationship with the Harbaugh family is tough. And I don't see no way that Harbaugh doesn't get this job and coaches Miami next season. I'd be shocked. And then on the other side, we got, with this weekend in the playoffs, we got probably 2 or 3 other coaches that could possibly enter the fray. And I know KG's going to frown up when I say the first name, but Mike Tomlin, Sean McDermott, and then Matt LaFleur, all if they have disappointing first round games, They could be on the bus.
I don't think McDermott's going nowhere.
I don't, and I actually gotta agree with Jack on that. I don't think McDermott is going anywhere. However, that seat is going to be scorching hot if they lose. 1, 2, and I've said this before, and I'll continue to say this. When Mike Tomlin and the Steelers, when they mutually part ways, it will be a very mutual decision. I'm still with Harbaugh gone. I'm wavering on if that mutual decision is going to come this year. I would not be surprised if it happened, and we either see Tomlin in the at MetLife, or we see Tomlin at MetLife, or we see Tomlin on CBS on Sunday afternoons, okay, or on ESPN on Sunday morning. All right.
All right. Hold on. Before you go forward, question for you: name the last black head coach the Giants have had. They haven't had one.
They haven't had one.
Right. And they're not going to get one. Not no time soon. No disrespect. They just haven't done one yet. And I don't think they're going to do Tomlin because I don't think he fits their motif.
I disagree. And the only reason why I disagree is because it is Mike Tomlin. Okay. If it was any other coach or any other black coach, then maybe yes. But Mike Tomlin has that cachet and those years where if he's a guy that's available, you go after that guy, period.
Stefanski going to MetLife. Stefanski going to
There you go, Jack.
But, and I agree with you, but Jack, I kind of lean with you on that as well. Okay. It's almost as much as I know a lot of Giants fans, of course, that would love to have Mike Tomlin, but a lot of them as well are resigning themselves to the fact that Kevin Stefanski is probably going to be the next head coach of the New York Giants.
All right, guys, we got to round robin this. So let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up. So 30 seconds apiece. Final thoughts on Trae Young, Mike McDaniel. Let's go. Start with Perry.
Mike, good. Look, Mike, hope you get an OC job somewhere. Trae, do your thing in Washington for as long as you can.
Nah, because right now Trae on the bench is going to put people's butts in the seats. So that's going to be accomplished. And young and down there in Miami, like I said, man, but wear some longer pants, son.
I mean, I'm gonna continue from last night's show. Zion, the king of Pornhub, and his many porn star lovers.
He got a type. He has a type.
Hey, KG, go ahead and rock that joint for me. Where's it at in the media asset?
I know what you're talking about. Oh Lord. You got to do that before you go.
Give me that one time. Here you go.
What the hell I walk into, really?
Boys, hey, I deal with it all the time.
Jack, this what goes on Thursdays, really?
Oh, wait. You got to join on Saturday, Perry. You got to see Nubian Sumo with it though.
Oh God.
Oh, that's even worse.
Oh man.
All right.
I'm sorry, I didn't even bring it up. The other one is Mike McDaniel. I think he's going to be one in a couple places. I think Washington. They want him here bad. And I laugh when I listen to the radio. And I'll save my comment for that one Sunday. But other thing I think Detroit might be a place he want to go because of the pieces. You got David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon St. Brown. If they bring back Jameson Williams, you got Sam Laporta. You got a decent line and a decent quarterback, who's mobile enough to do the bootlegs.
And they need
KG closes out, baby.
They need another OC. So yeah, agreed.
They fired the OC already. They fired Gordon. So there you go.
Well, between Mike McDaniel and Brian Dable, DC is fine. Trey Young, I'm not even a Wizards fan, but I'm actually excited that he's here. So I hope he lights it up once he gets on the floor. So for C. Perry II, the Gentleman Jack, the Midnight Rider, I'm the big guy KG. We out of here. Enjoy the playoffs tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, jump in and buckle up for another ride in the passenger seat, where we take you on a ride throughout the sports world, one interview at a time. And I'm sitting here on this fine Wednesday evening with my partner over here, the correspondent, Keith. How you doing this evening, my friend?
I'm doing good, Jack. Happy New Year to you. Happy to be back to work. You know, you can't get paid if you don't work first. So,
man,
I'm ready to go.
Happy to have made it another year, you know, and you start getting up in age and you start losing some friends at young age, you know, in his young 50s and 60s. But I was sitting up on New Year's Eve with my daughter. This is going to take us a little bit, but sitting up New Year's Eve with my daughter. My wife was sick as a dog in bed. So we're just sitting there, nothing big. And we're sitting on the front porch. And you can look across my house and you can see the Wye River. A lot of people know the Wye River famous for catching crabs and stuff, but that's where we spent 2000 New Year's. And 2000 New Year's, you know, the world, the apocalypse and the world's going to end and all this, you know. So it's just funny that 26 years later, I live across the water from where I celebrated the year 2K, you know. I think that's pretty neat.
That's really cool. It's really cool.
Let's roll on. Happy 26, everybody. Let's just have a good year.
Let's do it.
Some mail. Gentlemen's got mail again, Keith. Ain't that amazing? Man. People are really liking, you know, I like the mail part, but I don't mind coming to your game or whatever you got and we exchange some stuff because I'm getting ready to have some swag out and I plan on repaying this with some of you guys. So what I got here, Greenville, South Carolina. You know what's down there near Greenville, South Carolina, Keith?
I think you're going to surprise me. Hit me with it. What you got?
A university that's very kind to my family because of my family. My sister-in-law is an alumni and a booster at Clemson. We sit in the president's box when we go to Clemson games nowadays. So I was mentioning, I know what this is. I was mentioning Dabo Swinney's hat one day. Even though they had a terrible season this year, I'm still a big Dabo fan. And I think that's what she said to me. Let me bust it. I don't need a knife. Ooh, Cookie, look at this. Go Tigers written inside the box. I go,
on the box. Yeah, that's cool.
She always does funny stuff, man. This is from my sister-in-law. A big supporter of the show. Good God, look at that.
Oh, yeah, the old C.
Yes, it is. The Nike, too.
Yeah.
Oh, and got the tiger on the back.
That's sweet.
These tigers are all over down there in Clemson at the gas station, the Esso. Every shop has a tiger paw on it. I mean, within a 20-mile radius of the campus. It's so amazing.
Cool.
If you ever get a chance to head down to Clemson University. I recommend it, dude, for any kind of event, basketball game, baseball game, whatever. Their campus is phenomenal. So Pfeiffer family in Greenville, South Carolina, thank you so much. That's an amazing gift. Anybody would like to get down, here's where you can send things to. I wear an extra large flex cap, any snapback. And I do nowadays, I'm down to a 2X shirt. So let's go. And hell, you want to tighten up the correspondent, he wears a large.
Yes,
I can forward it to him. But it's a fun thing, guys. I really enjoy some of the logos. I'm looking forward to this Linganore stuff I got coming. Spoke to the AD at Linganore at the state championships. He said, I'll send you a bag. I'm like, all right. So they got an old Arrowhead as their logo, Keith.
Like the Florida State Seminoles, kind of.
Yeah, but a little dirtier, a little more rustic.
Okay,
it's pretty badass. So I'm looking forward to Linganore. He said it's in the mail, but I guess nice. I'm not counting my chickens before I hatch. I'm just having fun. So let's move on.
Mail. That was awesome, Jack.
Thank you, sir. Let's move on because we had to have some changes. I was advertising that I was going to have University of Maryland head baseball coach Matt Swope, and things just getting hectic for him right now. Their season getting ready to start February, so something came up that overlapped, and we got a curveball for you. And I'm happy to say it because when I scheduled this guy, he gave me a little rumble, like, damn, March 4th. I can read it in the text. Good. And so when I hit him this morning, I said, Coach, what do you think? He said, I got you. So I want to introduce to you guys, man, this guy right here. I've seen him. He's come up, Pilate High School, Spalding he's at now, and he's been doing phenomenal things. And what is that? The MIAA, I think. We'll confirm that with him, what his conference is called. But I want to introduce to you guys Spalding High School head basketball coach, Mr. Josh Pratt.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Coach. Welcome.
Hey, for the record, when you text me about March, all I need, you got to understand, I'm going to forget. This brain is getting old. You just got to let me know, man. You got to text me or something so I can remember.
You sounded antsy is the way I took it. I took it as man, I'm trying to be on tomorrow.
Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, like I told you, we just keep it easy here, man. Easy like a Sunday morning. It's like a bunch of guys just sitting in the barbershop, and which I miss doing because you can't argue in the barbershop no more because you got these cell phones now that solve all arguments. Nothing like leaving the barbershop, both of you thinking you're right.
Amen to that.
And that's how I grew up. Went to a barbershop in East Pines for over 40 years. So talking 40 years back in the day, we always start our show off, Coach, by asking the guests, give me one of your earliest sports memories, something that got you to be this sports guy you are.
Well, one of my earliest sports memories is I actually got two. I got one. I remember my mom coming home and saying, hey, I've got these tickets for your birthday. And for the Redskins, going to old RFK. And I didn't realize my mom had season tickets. I think it was like section 408. And, it was a baseball stadium. So it was literally in the second tier, but over the home plate kind of. So they were kind of catty corner to the football field. And I thought that was just one of the best birthday presents I ever got. And then later on, I was able to go watch the Bullets play. And one of the doctors, my mom was a nurse for over 40 years. And so one of my fondest moments was actually in the locker room seeing like Tom McMillan and Greg Ballard and, they having the, they had that kind of like a club level and having a steak and then walking down because Dr. Singer gave us tickets, and that was my first experience really with kind of the Bullets. So I'm a hometown guy. I love now the Commanders.
You can say it on the show. You can say it on the show.
Back in '89, I was cut from my high school team, and I was kind of down in the dumps. And my mom, again, Dr. Singer came through, and I ended up being a ball boy for the Bullets back in '99. And Wes Unseld was the coach with Jeff Bzdelik, and then his son was a ball boy who ended up being the Wizards coach, right, for a little while. So, I've had some experiences for sure, but those are the two, going to RFK and kind of going to the Cap Center and watching the Bullets and the Redskins back in the day.
Good old Cap Center, man. Good old Cap. I got so many memories of Cap Center. I used to sell merch on the median.
I was going to ask you that. Yeah.
I'd be out there selling shirts at the Grateful Dead concert, man, making money hand over fist. It was unreal.
Yeah,
at least
it was more than sports. It was music events.
Concerts. Seen my best concert there. I seen Pink Floyd there, dude. The best light show I've ever seen. I got a lot of memories at the Cap. Man,
I saw Purple Rain, and I saw Purple Rain and Bon Jovi. Those were my concerts I went to there.
Well, when I got a little older, I think we were probably about 23. A friend of ours named Lenny, he started this security for the arenas, and it's the guys you see in the event staff, the yellow jackets, and all that. Well, we played on the same softball team as this guy, and he gave about 5 or 6 of us from the old neighborhood jobs. You didn't get nothing. You got like $17, but you're at concerts. I mean, you're at basketball games, front row. Well, we went to a couple concerts. I think it was one of them hair metal bands. So there was lace everywhere, and I'm the guy blocking backstage. So I'm getting hotel keys put in my pocket, lipstick kisses all over me. I'm just letting people fly, boy. And we ended up getting fired.
Oh, that's funny. Gentleman Jack, you turn it on and off, man. You just had that charm.
You got it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, thank you, Coach. You must know me. So tell me though, I was a big fan of the Bullets back then. I went to Wes Unseld basketball camp at Bowie State. Who was your favorite Bullet?
Oh,
I know mine.
My favorite Bullet.
You too.
Growing up, I think. I honestly liked. I have to say Bernard King. And the only reason I would say that in his later years, obviously, was, I had a relationship with him, as being a ball boy, feeding him jump shots before games, things like that. So I'd say Bernard King. I mean, Jeff Malone.
I like it.
Was a really good player. Wes Unseld was in his past his prime when I was kind of growing up. But yeah, man, I mean, I used to play pickup games with Manute Bowl. They'd all go down to Belleville Rec Center.
I played with them at Berwyn Rec.
Yeah, so I played pickup at Berwyn Rec. So we would play pickup at Berwyn Rec. Yep, 10 to 12.
That's where his cousin lived in Berwyn Heights.
Yeah,
right off Pontiac Street.
Manute was a great guy.
Hey, Celinda, you gotta tell my wife. She's like, yeah, Jack always says he played with Manute Bowl. I'm not getting her, but I'm closing my door.
I dealt blackjack.
Yeah, you too.
Manute Bowl.
No, that's cool, man. I mean, he was one of the best human beings I've ever been around. Once he got to know you, I mean, he was just a great guy.
He used to hang at Bennigan's in Greenbelt.
I believe that. I mean, Bennigan's was 5 minutes down the road from Berwyn Heights Rec Center.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. Yeah. So, you're younger than me, man. So you probably caught the tail. I don't know. Yeah, I'm Glick's age almost. So you're probably, 10 years younger than Glick?
I also I met George Mirasan once at a golf charity golf event. He wasn't in my foursome, but I spent a few minutes with him, and he was just about as nice as he could possibly be as well.
I think George, didn't he live in Crofton? Because
yeah.
I don't
he
know,
lived in the Triangle,
George, but you would see him around. at the car wash or something in Crofton when I lived there. But I didn't really know George like that. But
he lived in the Triangle in Crofton. That's right around the golf course. And then he stayed over in what's that called over there? They just expanded the community. It's where all the Bullets used to live. Woodmore over off Oxford Road.
Yeah.
George used to live in there. I did cable TV install for George. I did it for Trey. What was Trey's name? The big lineman for the Redskins.
Trey Johnson. Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson.
Yeah. We're all about Trey Johnson. Yeah.
I put carpet in his house.
The Bullets' best team, was with Weber and Rasheed Wallace. I just wish
underachieved.
I just wish they would have and Murasan and all those guys. I mean, that was a hell of a team. I just wish they would have kept them together.
Yeah.
They couldn't do nothing in the East with Mike.
Yeah. Well, nobody could, but
right. Detroit, couldn't. I don't know.
They gave up on that too quickly. They gave up on that, I felt.
I agree. I think they gave up on it too quickly for sure.
Yeah.
So coming out, you played a little bit of high school ball, you said, and you got cut?
No, I never played high school. I didn't try out my freshman year. Honestly, I didn't have the grades. I was kind of
Point, you said.
I went to High Point. Yeah.
Wellsville.
Yep. And was cut 3 years. I tried out 3 years my high school team, my sophomore, junior, and senior year. And they were really good. Back in 89, my senior year, I don't know if you remember Wayne Bristol, who played for Gary Williams. Wayne was one of the first recruits. He was a sophomore, and then they had a transfer from Germany named Christian Ast. And he ended up actually going to Duke and playing with Leitner.
Correct.
He didn't play. He didn't play because they were so good, but then he transferred.
Well, wasn't he like 6'10"?
Yeah, he's about 6'8", 6'9". Yeah, he was big.
He's a big guy. Yeah, I'm a Duke fan.
They ended up winning the state championship that year. And I used to play pickup with those guys down at Berwyn Heights, Beltsville, and all those things. And there's a kid named Steve Brown, actually older than me, but he told me really a 20-minute conversation changed my life. He told me to go to MC Germantown and to play because they always needed players and literally always needed players, almost needed bodies and everything else. And so one of my good friends, Tony Saunders, drove me up there. I got introduced to Coach Hobson, who changed my life. And one of his assistants was Mike Glick, Coach Glick. So, that's kind of how I started my basketball journey. Played 2 years in junior college, kind of worked my way up. The running joke was I was the 15th man on a 13-man team. And really worked my way up. And honestly, a couple kids failed off the team, which I went from like the 8th or 9th guy in the rotation to starting. And so became like an all JUCO player, all region player. And then one of my best friends, Rob Moxley, was actually an assistant with Gary Williams, was a high-level assistant coach at UNC Charlotte and everything. But when we played in college together, he got a scholarship to Newberry College in South Carolina. So when you were talking about the Clemson stuff, I've seen the Pauls and the gas stations and everything.
That's heavy, ain't it?
Oh yeah. So Newberry is about 45 minutes south of Clemson. So
yeah, I know where is that?
Or north? Yeah, I think it's south. It's in between Columbia and Greenville. So tried out down there for 3 days, and Tom Quinn offered me a scholarship that Sunday when I left, and Robbie and I ended up being roommates and good friends and everything else. But I played 2 years down there, NAIA Division II, started, came off the bench. I was kind of a glue guy, utility guy playing down there.
Okay, well, Keith, let me see what you got for Coach. Let me see what you got for Coach.
I want to go back just a touch, if I could. What was the sports dynamic maybe in the house when you were younger? Did you have siblings?
Actually, my sister growing up played softball, and my brother, who's younger than me, we're all 4 years apart, right? So I'm the middle. But my brother played football at High Point and played at Montgomery College. It's funny, he was 250 pounds as a freshman. I was 125 pounds as a freshman. So I was tiny. I was a late bloomer where he was the starting center. And at that time, it was the heaviest line in PG County. They averaged like 315. And so, yeah, like my dad played football. My brother played football. I was a basketball player. My sister played like middle school softball and stuff. So we got a little talent in the family. You know, my Uncle Jimmy on my dad's brother played at Eastern High School in DC, played baseball and basketball. My dad was a swimmer and a bodybuilder and a Gold Glove boxer growing up. He went to Phelps in DC. So my family, my mom and dad grew up in the DC area.
That's really, really, really cool. When it came to basketball, Coach, were you really entrenched with the X's and O's of the game? Were you like sort of a nerd and a student for the schematics of basketball?
Not really. I got to be honest with you. I just love to play. I was when I say I was a self-made player, you know, back then, you know, we played pickup. There was no trainers like it is today, you know, or what they call cone killers, you know. You would play pickup games at a Berwyn Heights, at a Beltsville Rec Center, you know, Sligo. And if you lost, you sat an hour. And you had, in these pickup games, you had some alpha males, man, guys that would come up and grab the ball and say, hey, I got next. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, we all been a part of that.
And let me tell you something. And guess what? You said you got it, you know, and you kind of walked away. And I got next after that. You know what I mean? Go up to the quad at the University of Maryland, and they had a big court, and then they had all these small courts. And if you were a legit player, you played on the big court. You know what I mean? And so I think nowadays, you know, kids don't know how to persevere. They don't know how to work through adversity at times. And that's how I learned. And I learned to keep your mouth shut and keep playing. And you had to earn your respect on the court. And if I had to set some screens and reverse the ball for my team to win, guess what? That's what I did. Because maybe I didn't want to get my butt kicked by the best player sometimes. But no, but I'm kidding. But it was like that. You had some alpha males. Everybody knew who the best players were.
You got in where you fit in, right? Mm-hmm. And then you worked to. That's why you showed up. It was to improve that hierarchy, you know, on the court. At least how it was for me. That's a great.
And then, story. But I'll say this: like playing pickup games, and then I went to Montgomery College. You know, that's where I learned how to play. You know, patterned offenses. Like we ran the flex, right? Gary Williams ran the flex. Still a great offense, although people think it's outdated. Everybody runs the version of the flex, okay? Although everything's 4 out, 1 in, or 5 out, whatever. There's always some sort of flex cut out of it, okay? And I couldn't figure out why I was getting my butt kicked in Montgomery College and then go down, and all of a sudden, like I started to really play well in these just open runs. And everybody's, you know, and that's where I got my confidence because people were like, man, you've gotten so much better. And so over those 2 years, I figured out, you know, going back to your question, like X's and O's and everything else, really learning how to play, you know. So it's kind of a combination of things.
Mm-hmm. So, you know, playing at MCC, did you ever play at Tacoma Firehouse? Tacoma Park Firehouse? You got to pass it from PG County.
I don't think so, honestly. I don't think I
played a lot of facilities I played at. It's crazy how many.
Yeah, I tell you where I played at up in Germantown was a place called Brown Station. That was outside. There was a lot of.
The firehouse was indoor. It was a small little place.
Hillendale. Did you ever play at Hillendale? Yeah, Hillendale was right off of New Hampshire Avenue. Played there too.
You did. You said the quad. I hear the quad's got cut down. I hear they cut it all down at the Violence.
Yeah,
and I was there several times. It was the DC. I'm sorry to point fingers, but the DC guys were coming in there roughing people up.
I played. You know where I played at Prinker Fieldhouse. That was always open.
North
down
Gym. North Gym was another one.
A lot of Northwestern high school kids would play there.
Yeah. Yep.
And literally the only white dude there playing. But
yeah, did you go to Turkey Thicket?
No, but my dad and my
the
uncle
best.
Jimmy did. My dad and my uncle Jimmy played back in the day there.
If you didn't play, you watched some ball, dude. I mean, I played with Sleepy Floyd down there one time.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Sleepy was with the Rockets when I was a ball boy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that was pretty cool to kind of stand next to him. I went to one basketball camp, Lefty Drizel's basketball camp back in 1985, and there was a guy named Dominic Presley who passed away. I was in 8th grade. He was my coach. He played at Mackin, I think, for Paul DiStefano, who's a mentor of mine, who's an assistant at Bullis now. Dominic gave me a lot of confidence, that's, and then you would sit in Cole Fieldhouse and watch all like Len Bias and, I'll tell you a story. When I got the job at Spalding, Derek Lewis was there. He was the old coach.
I love Derek.
And Derek knew me from work in Maryland's camp. And I'm like, Derek, I don't think you understand. I know all your stats, man. Like, I know you played at Carroll. I know everything. But he always treated me with a lot of respect. I think he's still like the all-time leading shot block leader in the ACC history or something like that. He just a great man. Great guy.
He had hops. And Lefty Drizel camp. I've mentioned this with Sideline Junkies many times. I was there in 80. I think it was 80 or 81. And I show up with a Duke shirt on. Balls I was probably 13 balls. So I'm in there duked out, right? Yeah. And I had a nice 4 days. I think it was 4 days because ceremony was on Friday or something. So ceremony, and they give you this little certificate. And then Lefty throws a shirt at me, Turk shirt, smacks me in the head, dude. And that was a fond memory. I ran into him 30 years later, and he said he remembered it.
That's funny.
So that's a great memory I have of a great man. I loved Lefty. Lefty was great. We've had some great coaches over at Maryland. Speaking of coaching, I mean, what kind of coaching style do you have over here at this Archbishop Spalding, man? You guys have been putting together some nice seasons these past couple of years. Tell me what you're doing.
Thank you. I think we play a up-tempo style. I think, nowadays it is 5 out, a lot of spread offenses, a lot of what they call Spain action, 4 out, 1 in, zone pressure back to man, trying to change some pressure situations, full court man. I think the kids really like to play an old school, kind of like an old school Lakers style play, back when Magic Johnson's Showtime, like really get up and down the floor. I preach 2 ball reversals and work inside out. But I try to keep it as simple as possible, but really fast break, right? Like get it up, share the basketball, that type of thing, and really try to up-tempo teams is what I try to do. At the same time, you don't want to shoot yourself out of games because I think you can build leads and then guys kind of feel themselves a little bit. And what ends up happening is you shoot yourself out of leads and all of a sudden it goes from a 20 to 10 point lead off of 3 possessions, so you got to be careful there too. We do scout, we do a bunch of things, but what we want to do is set the tempo is what we want to do.
Sounds just like what Coach Glick said to me last week.
Yeah, well, he's a good mentor of mine. He's man.
No, it sounds very familiar, and it's the type of game I liked playing. I mean, I even got limited minutes from some teams I played on back in the day because I ran that type of Lakers thing. If I get the board, let's go.
Yeah,
we're not kicking it out to a guard. Let's go. I'm gonna get in the middle and let's run this thing. And yeah, the pastor, I played in the church league of Salvation Army in Riverdale, Bladensburg area. And yeah, the pastor said, yeah, Jack, we don't play that showboat stuff.
So Jack, were you a point guard or were you just get it and go and you just made plays?
You get it and go. I could go down. I could play down low. I mean, I'm not the tallest guy, but I could play down low, and I loved it. I love to shoot jumpers. When the 3-point line started getting painted on the outdoor courts, I was loving it. And And of course, we started playing 21. Threes are 2, layups are 1, and street ball in my neighborhood. No blood, no foul. I can't stand crybabies that call ball every time.
Yeah.
Let's play the game. And I like fast pace.
You didn't do that you didn't do that anywhere we played. You call foul, they just look at you and go the other way. Like you, the tougher guys, and I say this to my team that the more in shape and the tougher you are, those are the teams that win, at the end of the day. So, try to do things in practice as far as, tough drills and some old school drills. We try to build that in along with some. Yeah, I got a great staff. My staff is really, really good. And so I got some young guys mixed with some old guys. And so we kind of mix it up a little bit. We try to go with the old and the new and try to make practice as challenging and uncomfortable at times as possible.
Yeah, that competitiveness in practice really, creates the badass player, if you will, those good habits day in and day, you just can't, kids don't want to hear it sometimes. You just can't show up to the game and play your best. You got to put the work in.
Absolutely.
So, glad to hear you say that. Yeah. Coach, one thing I wanted to congratulate you on, I was reading something earlier. You're well over 300 wins now as a head coach.
Thank you.
That is, I got it around 350. Does that sound right?
I think it's around 350. I got to be honest with you. So there was a little confusion earlier. People called me on the phone and said, "Oh, you already got your 300th win." Well, the Baltimore Catholic League, Chris Pica does an excellent job with stats, right? He works for SJPN and just does a phenomenal job. But that's the boys' side. So I have over 300 wins on the boys' side. But people forget that I coached 4 years of girls basketball varsity at Pilati, and maybe a better coach. And so I was there 4 years. We were top 5, top 10 in the Baltimore area. 3 out of the 4 years. My first year we were in the B conference, and then we were able to move to the A and be very, very competitive. McDonough and Spalding at the time were nationally ranked teams. And, I had some really good girls. I had about 13 to 15 girls go on to play college in 4 years, from Seton Hall to McDaniel College. So, but it made me a better coach. It really did.
Oh man. Let me get to a couple comments. We got Midnight Rider, Ben Conti came in to help us out with that Derek Lewis thing. Derek Lewis has 339 blocks, 100 more than second place. That's a record that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
So
good players are staying in school, so it's definitely not going to happen. It's not
no doubt. That's what I was definitely thinking. It's going to be season records is all these kids can go for nowadays because 4-year stars, bye-bye.
Yeah, so that's going to stay.
Yeah,
Midnight Rider chimes in also. He wants to well, first of all, let me get this one here. Did he say Carol Lions? Rawr! 333. Here, kitty. All right, I said it for you, Midnight Rider. He's a Carol Lion, and I tease him about their little sayings they have over there.
They got a guard there that's going to Vanderbilt. They're really good. They just beat O'Connell last night.
I saw that.
Yeah, they're good. They're really, really good, and their coach does a great job.
I saw that. I wanted to get out to that game, but I'm definitely going to catch a Carroll game because Midnight Rider's over that way. And as I say, he's alumni. So he comes to you about this season. He wants to know, what's the outlook going forward this season for your squad? Where are we? Halfway point almost?
As a matter of fact, I just sent this to my kids last night. We have 14 games left. We are right now. So this is no excuses, right? Nobody's going to feel sorry for us. So I've been a varsity head coach for over 20 years, and we've had some really, really tough injuries. I had one of my guards catch pneumonia and had the side of actually had his lung drained and was in the hospital. I got him back about 2 weeks ago, so he's rounding into shape. He's a commit to East Tennessee State, a kid named Colt Bussey. And I've been out without my point guard, Cam Carter. So we played PVI and we played St. John's and we played some teams and we've took some L's. We're 10-8 overall, but we played Father Judge, who's top 3 in Philly. PVI obviously is top 5 in the country with Jordan Smith. We've played a bunch of teams, and it's obviously St. Francis and Mount St. Joe's in our league, John Carroll in our league. But it would just be nice to get everybody healthy and get strengths and practices together. And we're honestly very, very close. So the outlook is bright right now. I'm just going to hold the rosary and pray that nobody else gets injured. And I just got two of my kids' health back cleared. But my two high-profile kids are top 25 in the ESPN in the sophomore class, a kid named Nash Avery and a kid Braxton Bogart, both from Anne Arundel County.
I've heard of Bogart.
Highly rated kids, and they're even better kids off the court. They want to be good. They work out. They are extremely talented kids that are being highly recruited, but they're young, right? So, I think this schedule's really helped them mature and grow up. And we had a great practice today, and we just got to keep it going. This weekend, we play Mount Carmel, who's one of the top 5 teams in the state. Then we go and play Springdale Prep. And then we have Gonzaga, which is on Monumental Sports on Sunday. So this is kind of the gauntlet. And this is kind of the last weekend where we're playing back to back to back. And then we play Lehigh at Morgan State, which is our last out-of-conference game, which is going to be a phenomenal game, too, at Morgan State. So, and then in February, we got to focus in on the tail end of the season. And we play in 2 leagues. So we play in the MIAA conference, and then we also play in the Baltimore Catholic League. So we have 2 tournaments at the end of the year. So we got a little ways to go.
Is this weekend, Coach? Is that Clash of the Titans? Is that what they?
It is. Yep. Yes.
What they call that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's at Calvert Hall. They changed the venue, so we play at 6:00.
Got it.
But there's a string of games there Saturday and Sunday.
Coach, I had a question about, you mentioned recruiting. How has that changed the last 20 years for you, as far as, the dynamic, the parent involved and all that? Has that been consistent those years, or what changes have you experienced?
I think the biggest thing is we treat it like a college program. So you've got to stay in contact with the parents. You got to stay in contact with the players. I can't be everywhere, so just being seen, right? I mean, literally, me or one of my assistants there's so much in the DMV, from Baltimore to DC to Virginia. Like there's tournaments every weekend. You literally can go to a tournament every weekend, and I'd be divorced if I did. But it's kind of a cycle. I have 4 weeks of basketball camp, try to get them to basketball camp, try to develop relationships. I don't think that's ever changed. I think that's consistent. Then they come and shadow Spalding, with a host and be a Cavalier for a day. Then they have to, turn in the application and, obviously financial aid and, teacher recommendations and obviously grades. That all has to match. And like, I know you've had some other coaches on here from Spalding, Joe Palumbo and Kyle Schmidt and
Great guy.
Swope and some others, but it's the Spalding way, right? Like I was at Rhythm Dribble over in Laurel, guy Daryl Adams runs, and the Odenton Elite team asked me to come and speak. So I go and speak at AAU for AAU programs. And the first 15, 20 minutes, I didn't even talk about basketball. I talked about the school, or what a Spalding student really entails, right? Being in uniform, shirts tucked in, obviously being in class on time, getting your schoolwork done. And my role is I work in the Learning Resource Center. So, basketball for me is is important, but I'm also kind of like the director of basketball operations, right? So I'm a mentor to kids outside the program, but I also check on their grades. I follow up with teachers, things like that. I run the testing center. So I've got a great job. I do. I taught for 25 years, but it's all that stuff, right? It's contacting parents if there's an issue with grades. It's, being a facilitator with all that. So that's the most important thing. And then I get into style of play, coaching, who's leaving the program, who's coming in, things like that. Classes is important, right? And these parents are extremely smart nowadays. Now with social media and IG and X, they see where kids are going. So a lot of times in the DMV, kids are going to get slotted. If a person's coming to Mount St. Joe, then the other guard might go to Spalding. If one kid comes to Spalding, they might go to because they want to play, right? So you have to be really careful. You don't want to over recruit, but you also, there's that fine line, right? Parents are going to look at every situation. They're going to come watch games. They're going to be a student. And I tell them, watch the bench, watch our decorum, watch our alignment, how we do things. And I think all those things are important.
Sounds like somebody I know. No, incredible. And I really am inspired by how you go about your coaching duties. Phenomenal. I believe you go above and beyond. We need more coaches like you out here, Coach. You're helping mold these young men into a future, because, like you say, NBA is not guaranteed, and you keeping them on their grades and just things. I'm sure you got some charity things lined up in your program. If I know what kind of coach you are, that's phenomenal. I can't wait to come out.
Well, I'll say this, or both of y'all are more than welcome to come to any game you'd like. We got a lot of home games. We got a lot of home games towards the end. We've been on the road a lot, but I'll say this: I can't do it without my assistant coaches. Clyburn Cunningham is a young, innovative coach. I was telling you about old guys and new guys. The these of the world. Kerwin Porter, who's an AAU coach. And Cly is too. I've got Joe Wallace. Those three are they are AAU connected, right?
Gotta have it.
Yeah, and then Devon Chandler is another great coach in our program. That he's kind of our calm, cool, collected guy, and he's kind of our director of basketball operations. So he helps me send emails out to parents and just to give an update. We do a coaches meeting once a week on Zoom. Those types of things. I've got Coach Parrish, who we lift on Wednesdays and Saturdays, right? So he's in and he's innovative, because I don't know half the stuff now. I mean, I was dumbbell curling and bench pressing. Well, he's stretching these kids. He's doing all kinds of calisthenics within, working weights. And then Andrew Rose is my freshman coach, who's a young guy. He's about 25. That's green. And, Ray Bush is another kid. So we've got a big staff for sure. So I want to give a shout out to those guys, because I couldn't do it without them, and what I've learned over the years is delegate a little bit, right? And trust in these guys. And these guys have been, the majority of these guys have been with me since I'm in my 7th year. I'd say the majority of them have been with me that long. So when you're together that long, now everybody knows each other, and you can really have honest conversations with each other.
Okay. Well, that's the thing where I was getting ready to go, Coach. Right here on my desktop calendar, I got you. I'm looking at possibly going to check you out while you visit Pilati on the 19th.
Okay.
Is that game set for 7 p.m.?
Yes, it should be. Yeah, absolutely. Because I think we have 3 teams. So we have the freshman, JV, and varsity. So that game should be at 7 o'clock.
What's the date on that so our viewers can –
it's January 19th. January 19th, 7 p.m. at Pilati. The reason I'm looking at that game, I mean, Pilati, they seem to be a little bit of a force too. I've seen them on some of the Maryland State rankings in the top 25. So would that be a good matchup to come to?
Yeah. So to give you a little background, Steve Turner, who was at Gonzaga for years.
Mm-hmm.
When I was at Pilati back with Coach Glick, I didn't have my degree, so I had to go back to Bowie State and finish up. So he asked me who So who wanted to be, who could I hire as a JV coach? I said, you got to hire Steve Turner. Steve Turner was a great coach for what they call, the name is DC Blue Devils, who was really a high-power AAU organization back then with Rob Jackson, both great guys. Anyway, to make a long story short, Steve went to Gonzaga. Now he's at Mount Verde Academy. One of his assistant coaches is at Pilati doing a really, really good job. Has slowly built them into a really, really high-level competitive team, well-coached team. And so, yeah, it's going to be a dogfight over there for sure. I mean, anybody in our league, that we play on the road, they're going to give us their best shot.
Okay. And then, I do see you got a lot of home games February. That's when I plan on trying to come check you out and you show me your digs. But then again, I see a matchup I think I want to go. I've been to St. Francis twice. I was out there for the crab ball one year, an all-star game that used to be in the county. I wish it was back. That Spalding St. Francis game, January 27th at St. Francis. That's going to be another strong matchup for you, isn't it? I mean, like you said, your whole conference is pretty tough.
They've got two guards, Terrence Jones, Fisk, that are really, really good. Our game was a dogfight at home. Played them really, really early, December 5th. So definitely, it was, we spotted them a lead, which in the first quarter. And then came roaring back, right? We were down, honestly, we're down like 16 points. We went on like a 16-0 run. We were down 50, 55, 53 or 53, 51 going into the fourth quarter. And we had a couple possessions to kind of get us over the hump. And again, their guards really hit some big key shots, ended up losing by 3. But, in this league, it's really about the end, right? We want to win as many games as possible, but it's at Loyola University, and at the end of the day, you got to win 3 to be a champion, and it's at a neutral site. So you want to get the highest seed possible. You want to win out. You want to gain some momentum and gain some confidence. But everybody's 0-0 in the playoffs, right? So you want to do the best job you can. I think we're going to. Our goal is to play your best basketball in February and really make a push.
True that. I'm a big believer in that. Keith, we're getting close to wrapping up. You got a couple questions you want to give the coach before we do that?
Couple things. I wanted to, Coach, if you could. I mean, I can only imagine, Indian Creek School, Huntingtown, St. Mary's, how those places, molded you. You moved a little bit in earlier part of your coaching career, and that could have been just for family purposes, not necessarily school purposes. But how do you feel like that's shaped you in a way? Those experiences, those places, take all that right together.
Yeah, that's a great question.
It is.
I've been a journeyman for sure. Spalding's been there 7 years. I love it. All those places molded me. I learned a lot from everywhere I've been. The good, the bad, the ugly, right? Probably could write a book about it. I try to share my experiences with my assistant coaches because the goal is to get them and move on. But when it comes to Huntingtown, right? I inherited a staff there, and Vashon Gross, I can't thank enough. I was there for 2 years. And we were able to win a SMAC title and a 3A South Region title to go to Comcast to play in the Final Four. And those relationships with those coaches, Andre Jones, Tobias, I think the one thing that kind of really touches my heart is Tobias Jennifer, who was my JV coach, is the varsity coach there now. And I'm very proud of him. We still stay in contact. So I left. Moved to Indian Creek. Jamie Cook, who was the athletic director now, who's actually the athletic director, Jack, at Meade for Coach.
I met him. Yeah, nice guy.
There, I mean, you would thought I was John Wooden. I made 2 adjustments in my schedule. I love Pat Clatchy to death, but I wasn't. He called me, goes, "Are you going to honor our game?" I'm like, "Well, it's not on our schedule." I said, "I love you," but So I made a couple of, be honest with you. I'm an honest guy. Like, we made a couple of adjustments, and but I honestly didn't think we would start off the way we did with that. We upset St. Paul's, who was top 10 in Baltimore, went up there and beat them. And we started 16-0 and finished 19-4 my first year. And nobody thought we'd win 3 or 5 games. The following year, I lost everybody, came back. We finished 15-13, but I started 4 freshmen. And then, Spalding, right? Spalding was I wouldn't be back there without the alumni. Obviously Rudy Gay is the high-profile player, but a guy named Tim Brackney, who played at Rochester, Corey Hudson, Chris Rutland, Coach Glick and I really, kept developing that program and kept winning. And if I didn't have great relationships with those kids, I wouldn't have an opportunity. I'd still be in Indian Creek teaching 5th grade math and science at James McHenry over in Lanham, So I really want to thank them. But all those things have molded me. I think the main thing is self-worth, and what I bring to the table is what I kind of learned from that. And then also being humble and knowing that I made some mistakes along the way for sure, and then not make the same mistake twice, right? Like, really, I'm not always going to get my way, but I'm going to push the envelope a little bit.
Yep.
But also, again, I say relationships, but it really is the truth, right? Like, having a great relationship with your AD, having a great relationship with your administration is very, very important.
Yeah. Well, Coach, I got to commend you on one thing. Everything I've read the last couple hours since we knew we were going to come on, you talked about your assistants, and you said it's always about the kids.
That's about the growth, right?
Yeah, it's about the growth. It's about the development and growth of the kids, and you should be commended for that. So, guys, last question for me, if I could. We've talked about you a lot, Coach, but do you have an example of maybe one of your players through the years that did something exceptional or created an initiative within the community that made you extremely proud? Maybe somebody that you could shout out tonight.
The first person that comes to mind is Malcolm Delaney. Malcolm, when I was at Towson Catholic, first of all, phenomenal parents, just supported me throughout. Not to say they didn't call me every once in a while and say, "What the hell are you doing?" But they would check me a little bit. And
good coaches always get that.
If they listen to this, they'll laugh. But Malcolm is a self-made player. I was so fortunate to coach him. He made me a better coach. He really did. I think I made him a better player too. Growing up and things like that. But he worked outside the program and all those things, and nothing was handed to him. Going back to his recruitment and getting to Virginia Tech, the Alston Freemans, the Chris Wrights that went to Georgetown, Jeff Teague went to Wake Forest. He was all in that class, Grievous Vasquez, all those guys. And so I go back to being slotted, right? Well, he ended up going to Virginia Tech. Well, he got his degree, is in the Hall of Fame, went overseas, top 5 player in Europe, came back and played with the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta Hawks. Played 2 years there, and then he does coat drives. He owns a sports bar in Baltimore. He does some real estate. He does a turkey drive. He does all kinds of stuff. And then at the end, he called me this summer, and said, "Hey, man," he usually does his camp at Curly, and he couldn't do it. So I was able to get his basketball camp to Spalding this summer, and it was just I love doing it. I was able to hang out with him, and then he gives school supplies it's a one-day camp. He gave all these school supplies to young kids, and it was awesome. And so he is somebody that I admire, that I'm proud to say I coached him. The special year we had, his senior year, we went undefeated. won both leagues. We were undefeated in both leagues. We finished 32-6 in that year, and I'll never forget it. It was, I actually got a signed jersey from him finally. I kept messing with him. I'm like, can I get a signed jersey? So he finally gave me one from Milan, Italy. So I got to get a frame for it and put it in. I'm in my office. I got a couple of pictures here, but kind of hang that up. I haven't done it yet, but I'm kind of collecting some jerseys from some guys.
That's why I asked the question, Coach. Great answer. Thanks for sharing that with us. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
So, Coach, this just popped into my head because I was just thinking you were mentioning clinics and workouts and stuff. Does Tracy Bergen work with you?
So no, but Tracy Bergen's a very, very good friend of mine. He does.
Dude.
I'm sorry. Let me take that back.
I thought I saw pictures.
He's not on my staff.
Right.
He works my camp during the summer.
Right.
And he's great. He's great with the kids. Now I got him in our older league, which is great. So when we talk to the kids, we do some fundamentals, 4-on-4 shell drill, some defensive principles, some shooting stuff. He's really, really good with the kids. He works 4 weeks with us, and you're not going to find a better person, DeMatha guy, Loyola guy. But then he also worked at Team Takeover AAU, which is a high-level AAU organization run by Steve. So
Tracy knows ball.
No, Tracy's a really, really. He's got a great feel for the game, and even better with the kids. The kids gravitate towards him. So yes, he really helps me a lot with our basketball camp during the summer.
Well, I tell you, we had it in plan last year to try to get Tracy in on March Madness because anybody from the area that followed Tracy saw the Sports Illustrated with Tracy on the rim when Loyola made it to the dance.
Yeah, I watched that game. Yeah, it was awesome.
So I'd like to have Tracy come in, kind of analyze the Final Four or analyze the brackets. And something came up and we got bumped. So I don't want him any other time but NCAA basketball time.
You're going to make that happen. I'll make that happen. I'll talk some junk to him.
I got him, and Brian's in his ear.
I got
you.
So,
yeah, I'm really looking forward to having Tracy Bergen on the show. But I tell you, Coach, I've been looking forward to having you on the show for some time. And I want to thank you for joining us today. We are out of time. I could sit in this chair talk to you for 2 hours. It's been phenomenal.
I got so many notes here that I can't get to. Man, I have to have a follow up here in a couple months or something.
Hey man, March Madness, man. You said March 4th or somewhere over there.
Okay. Well, look here. I had Mike. I'm sorry, I hate to call him Mike. I had Coach Glick on for the NBA preview this year, and he did a phenomenal job. So maybe we'll bring you in, do a full window, and do NCAA March Madness.
Not a problem. Anytime, man.
Get basketball guys to talk basketball.
Yeah, I got to do my research. But give a shout out to Coach Glick, man. Happy 60th, and he's a mentor of mine. I wouldn't be where I am without him. So I love him to death. He's like an older brother to me. So shout out to him.
Really cool.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Happy birthday, Coach.
Next week, we're going to be welcoming 2025 state champion Coach Friel from Huntingtown Hurricanes. Go Canes. I was at that game. It was phenomenal. Came down to an 83-yard run by this young man. Oh, I got his name around here somewhere, but I'll have it for that interview next week with Coach Friel. What a great and humble coach he is. They've been, I want to say 3-time runner-ups or something like that previously. So this state championship had to feel great for them Hurricanes and their families. So I'm excited to talk to Coach Friel next week. I want to thank the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network for making all this possible. Get time. Check out Jacob Sloan Foundation, jacobsloanfoundation.com. They do so many tremendous things for the kids all over the state of Maryland. They're based over here in Queen Anne's County. Nothing's too small, big donation, small donation, everything helps the kids. They did great for Christmas, but now it's the new year and kids got other sports coming up. The Jacob Sloan Foundation sponsors kids to play athletics. They bring book bags to opening day of school in September, August, whatever it is nowadays. So look that up, jacobsloanfoundation.com. They're my people. They're right here in the heart. All right.
Cool.
Well, it's about time to wrap this up, Keith. I want to thank you for being here with me again.
Of course.
And we're going to do this.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to this week's edition of the Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I am your host, Coach Yvonne Powell, head football coach at Lowell High School, also assistant basketball coach. And right now we're joined by special guests and hopefully soon to be permanent co-host. We'll see how that goes. Coach Natalie Mitchell from Flowers High School. How you doing, Coach?
Good. How about yourself? Thanks for having me.
Oh, no problem. I'm doing pretty good tonight. Thank you for joining me. Can you hear me all right, or is there a delay?
It's a slight delay, but let's roll with it and see what happens.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with this tonight, but we'll keep rolling and hopefully it'll get better. So how you doing, Coach? And I appreciate you taking the time and joining me tonight. So we're going to get right into it. So let's talk about you and your coaching journey. You are now you are the special teams coach at Flowers High School. So let's get right into it. Let's talk about that.
Okay. So special teams coordinator, I started that around 3 years ago. Coach Powell gave me an opportunity. There was a void to be filled, and he gave me the opportunity to fill it 3 years ago. So I've been doing this now this was my third season as special teams coordinator. So I'm getting better with it each year.
All right. So Flowers High School, one of the better programs in the county over the last few years. Let's talk about that. Let's talk your time here and how things have gone, and what got you involved in coaching there.
So my kids played. Both my boys. I have a 28-year-old paramedic firefighter with PG County, and then my 23-year-old. He played for football for Flowers as well, and baseball, and went on to college to play football. So I've been doing football for 25, 24 years, just at least as a team mom for Bowie Bulldogs back in the days. Then we moved out to Urbana for a little bit, so I did some of that, and then came back to Bowie Bulldogs and still did a team mom. So I fell in love with football because my kids played, right? And so for me, doing the team mom stuff with Bowie Bulldogs was more so making sure the coaches focused on the X's and O's, and I did everything else so they can keep their focus on the field and not off the field. So that was my primary job while my kids were growing up. And then when I got to Flowers, it was a new regime back in 2016 when my son started, and I talked with Coach Powell at the time, and we just had to get to know each other, see what I'm about, see what he's about. And then I started doing the operations there at Flowers High School. I guess it's not really called a team mom on the high school level. And then it just went from there.
Got it. So in this area and well, across the country, really, there's not too many female coaches that coach on the boys' side. We've seen it, and I'm drawing a blank right now of the former Commanders coach that was there coaching running backs.
Running backs coach, yeah.
And there's been a few others that have, and stepped up and done that. So explain, how has that gone? Has that been a challenge for you, coaching the boys, or is it just business as usual?
A little bit of both. I had two boys. I have two boys, so it's easier for me to coach or deal with boys than deal with girls. So I think if I have to deal with girls, I'll probably slap them on the back of the head like I do the boys, and then they're like, "Oh my gosh, why are you doing that?" But I'm more comfortable with roughing and toughing with the boys, so that's I'm good with that. And just kind of gaining their trust, building the trust with the boys, and they're a little bit more, they're respectful with it. Breaking into the coaching world with as a male dominating sport, and I didn't play it myself. That was a little bit challenging because I'm coming from a different angle. So I had to, study a little bit harder, learn a little, a lot more, and put more time and energy and effort into my craft just to get better every year. But I also had the support of all the coaches around me, especially Coach Powell. Had the support of all our coaches. So it made it a little bit easier just to maneuver and get into it. But still, I had my part to do, which was to study and learn and get the jargons and make sure I'm prepared and stuff like that. So, it's been wonderful. I wouldn't trade it for the world at this point. It's just been great just getting into it and seeing the boys develop, or being part of that, or being part of the winning team, or just taking it to the next level. So it's been an awesome journey so far.
Gotcha. So what are some of the things that you have done to improve your knowledge, your skill set? Like I say, you're coaching special teams, or some of the things that you do not during the season to help you prepare and get better for the season?
The Glazier clinics. So I try to go at least to 3 or 4 of those Glazier clinics. I have the link on my phone. So I look up the special teams, and every week, or almost every day, actually, there's posting something to include special teams. So I'll look at that, look at what coaches' thought process are, how they run their practices, their philosophy, and just take from that what I need to make sure I can, do what I do at Flowers High School. So I really just, and read, consistently reading, and again going through that Glazier clinic and Googling if I need to, and just finding some answers there if I don't know the answers. So it's really just doing my homework and being diligent with it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I tell a lot of the young coaches. If you're trying to get into coaching, there's information available everywhere. Glaziers is something that I push to my coaches every year, every season, and I make it mandatory that we do at least one clinic together. And you can just go on YouTube and find all kinds of information. It's just a plethora of information on there for you.
Right. I mean, each year
As
I have a
far
special
as
teams coach, so.
getting into coaching.
Go ahead.
I was saying, as far as getting into coaching, like what advice would you have? Because I know, and I've texted you this over the weekend, but you know, there are other coaches and female coaches interested in learning the sport. You know, what advice do you have for them?
My advice would be just be a sponge, you know, be willing, be coachable, right? Because we also got to be coachable as coaches. So be coachable, do your homework, be prepared to answer the questions that's being asked by the kids or by the other coaches. So be prepared. You have to just, you know, have your stuff together going on the field for practice or get ready for games, scout your opponents. You know, you really have to do your homework. You can't just show up on game day or show up at practice at the, you know, in the middle of it. You have to kind of be ready and be knowledgeable and be willing to take on advice or take correction or say, hey, it can be done this way or better that way. And then you take from that what you want. You know, it may work for you, it may not, but at least, you know, you're willing to be open and listen to what constructive feedback. So just do your homework. You just really got to do your homework, because as a female in this male dominating sport, you know, folks are looking at you like, why are you here? You know, what can you contribute to the sport? And you're a female, but hey, I think sometimes we may do extra homework because we're a female and we're breaking into that male dominating world. So we may do a little bit more just to keep up and stay on top of everything and be ready and prepared to be effective.
So I'm gonna go. I got a quick comment in here.
Okay.
My guy Karsten with MFV All Sports Network. He said, with the recent Ravens game, Coach, can you explain the importance and mindset of a special teams as you see it?
Listen,
that was crazy.
No, listen. Special teams. You know, we played. Well, I'll stick to the Ravens game. Special teams can win you a game and it can lose you a game. And what we saw last night was it lost them a game. And now, Pittsburgh is going forward. So it's important. Special team is a part of football. It's not just offense. It's not just defense. And some schools just focus on the offense and defense, right? Great, whatever. You can do that. Really, it's 3 units. It's offense, defense, and special teams. You know, at Flowers High School, we have special teams Monday. That's all we're doing from hitting the field at 5:15 to getting off at 7:30. Like, that's all we're doing is special teams, whether it's kickoff, kick return, drills, all that. So we're constantly spending time on special teams. So I preach to the kids, like, dude, we got to score 6, or hey, let's not get that punt blocked, or let's make sure we put 3 points on the board on the field goal, because it can win or lose the game. And last night they had an opportunity to go up by 1. Didn't happen. Aaron Rodgers was happy. And
yeah, he was really happy.
yeah. And the young kicker was crying. So I believe kickers are important. Long snappers are important. I mean, your returners are important. I mean, the entire special teams is important, just to answer that question. But great question.
Yeah, you mentioned, you know, a lot of coaches only focus on the offense and defensive side of the ball, but football is a game with 3 sides, and special teams could really put you in a bind early if you're not prepared. And it could also give you an edge if you're taking the time out and you're preparing the way you should be. So
and change the momentum
some
of the
my
game.
Coaches, yeah, some of my coaches complain because I'll put a special team section in every practice, and they're like, "You got to do this every day." Like, yeah,
it's every day.
Yeah,
I mean, Mondays are dedicated to special teams, but we do special teams every day. Why? Because it's important. Why? Because you can either win or lose on special teams. So I game plan for their special teams. I hope everybody's game planning for our special teams, because I'm putting a lot of effort and energy behind it.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. My special teams coach for the past 2 seasons, he was great at, you know, scouting other teams' special teams and putting together a game plan for the week. And like I said, a lot of people might think that it's not important, but go out there unprepared and see how important it becomes.
Exactly.
Yeah. So before I bring in my next guest, Saquon, a couple more questions for you.
Okay.
Last few years, you've been a major part of the Prince George's County Coaches Association. And, can you talk about your time working with that group, our group, and how that's going?
Yeah, the association, I mean, it's great. I think when we bring coaches together in one, as one group and one team, we can get so much more done if we're supported by the county, right? Football, basketball, baseball, if you have that association. One of the key things, if we can get it done, is being, supported by the county as an association. So when we have demands or we come together as a group and then we have, we want to bring it to the county, they're backing us. So the association is kind of good because you can bounce ideas off of folks, or you can talk to different people or get advice. I'm a firm believer in that. Just because you're in my opposing school, that doesn't mean we can't share advice and just learn from each other, right? So I'm a big proponent of that. But the association has been great. We try to do things together as a group. We have our social when we go to the Glacier Clinic in Virginia, just to bring people together to show that we are more than just football coaches and game day ready. We're here to still a fellowship and get things done and try to do stuff for the county and get that in a better position. So our focus is to make sure football is highlighted across the board in the county and out of the county. So this program actually is great because it's bringing that attention and awareness to football in PG County.
Yeah. Let's see, a couple of comments in here. Hold on. Let's see. My guy, Coach Drip from Montgomery County, says special teams is super important.
Yeah.
Coach Powell, he says, great job, Coach. Boss man. Coach Ashley, she's one of our flag coaches.
Oklahoma City at 71, so we've got warmer air, and it's going to continue to make it.
Hey, can you give me 1 second?
Also,
I think give me 1 second. 1 second.
Yep, go ahead. No problem. 1 second, Coach. Be right back.
Sorry, my TV just cut on and it was kind of loud. Describe
problem.
coaching style. So my coaching style, so flag football might be a little bit different if you're dealing, with girls. But my coaching style is really to gain their respect. Definitely have to teach fundamentals with it. So if we're working on, we have drills, 3, depending on the unit we're working on. If we're doing kickoff, punt return, we have drills associated with those different units. So we make sure we're doing drills for that. But it's really honing in on the fundamentals and correcting the mistakes. One of the things is we don't focus very often on the little things. You got to focus on the little things in anything, in football, but special teams. Just focus on the little things, correct the mistakes, show them how to do it, explain why you're doing it. I think when you explain why you're doing something, it makes a big difference as to them doing it, because now they know the why behind it. So it's really teaching that fundamental, because without it, they're just going to be all over the place. One of our mottos is simple, sound, and surgical, and that's for a reason. We're not going out there trying to waste time. We're not standing around. We're snapping and popping. When you're on the field, you're not walking. So it's really instilling that discipline, regardless of who it is, and then they'll fall in line. If we decide, if they want to walk and talk and do all that stuff and we let that go, then that's the type of team you're going to have. But if you want to kind of lock into it, you got to focus on all that to make sure they're snapping and popping. Everywhere they're going, they're on the field, they're moving. They're not just being lazy about it. So teaching the fundamentals, gaining that respect, continuing to discipline, hold them accountable, up downs if you have to, but you definitely have to hold them accountable, because that's another key part to this whole thing as well. Well, especially with boys anyway.
Right. That's some good information. And I apologize. Our flag coach is Coach Ashley. I call her Ashley, and I'm not trying to get beat up. when I see her again. So I'm gonna make sure I say her name right before she get me. All right, Coach. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Saquon in.
Okay.
Our next guest is Saquon. Is he at? Office from Suitland High School. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Now let me introduce him the correct way. All right. So he's Saquon Office, the
Saquon.
Saquon Office. There we go. All right, Saquon, and he is the 4A Defensive Player of the Year for this year. He's a linebacker at Suitland High School. So how's everything going?
Right now everything's been going good. You know, just now that the football season over, I'm really just focusing on getting myself prepared for college. You know, since I'm committed to Stony Brook, I've been keeping in touch with them. I've been trying to get it, you know, talk to my coaches early, get into the playbook so I could learn everything for Stony Brook as soon as possible. I'm still being in the weight room, and soon I'll be going back to track, you know, so I can stay in shape and, you know, get faster for football. That's really about it. I've been focusing on grades, football, and, you know, just keeping my body prepared for when I go off to college.
Right. So Saquon, you made a good point about those grades.
Mm-hmm.
Talk a little bit about why it's important to have good grades from 9th grade on, not just try to pick it up in 12th.
Grades is very important from the beginning because, you know, if you're a student athlete, no big school is going to take you if you're just an average 2.0 type of kid. Well, when it comes to like the D1, you know, program, you know, and a lot of people say a lot of people say their dream is to make it to the NFL, but you know the NFL is not, you know, guaranteed. My dream is to make it to the NFL, you know, but anything can happen, injuries can happen, and, you know, everything just can't go your way. So if you're trying to make it to the NFL, you have bad grades. Now you don't have a plan B to go to after football don't work out. But if you have good grades and you have a plan B, if you have something you want to do after football, or if football don't work out, you have something to fall back to if football, you know, it's not going to work out, because again, football and making this to the NFL is not guaranteed. It's not for everybody.
Right. No, perfect.
Yep. So talk about your past season, your senior season. How did things go for you? You know, personally, you had a lot of success, but just talk about how the season went for you.
In my opinion, my season went very well, like personally, but as a team, I feel like we came, you know, very short. The beginning of the season, we had our game against Bell. It's a DC school, but unfortunately, you know, the game got canceled and we couldn't play them because they ended up forfeiting. So, you know, that kind of hurt us as a team because, you know, we've been preparing all summer to play this one team just for them to forfeit the game, you know, the day we're supposed to have that game. And we prepared all summer for that. And that just means everybody else, when it comes to stats, every other team or like players, everybody's a game ahead of us. And as the season goes on, we did pretty good. But we ended up losing to teams like Oxon Hill, Wise. We lost to Flowers twice. And in the middle of that season, we was doing good, but, you know, towards the end of the season where we played Wise and Flowers, you know, that's when everything just started going downhill when it comes to me and like the rest of the team. So Wise game, we was already down 2 starters. So, you know, and the 2 starters was, you know, big. They played a big role in our team. So at the beginning of that game, we was doing good. We was doing pretty good. And then I ended up having a freak accident, ended up spraining my ankle. I had a high ankle sprain. And the thing is, I was doing really good that game. First quarter, I was having TFLs. I had a sack all in like one drive. And, you know, I kept pushing. I was telling my coaches I don't want to get out. I want to keep playing. I want to do what I could do to play. But, you know, Wise, you know, they noticed I got hurt. And, you know, they took that as an advantage. They started running plays like outside zones where I couldn't go lateral. And, yeah, they just abused it. They knew I was hurt, but no matter what, happened, I just want to get out of the game unless I was, dragged out the field or my coaches told me, like, nah, chill out. And I ended up getting out like halftime, and then it was just no point in playing no more because, playoffs was coming up, and I got to be healthy for playoffs.
Right.
And that very next week, we ended up having flowers. And for some reason, like, not only me that got injured, but like 4 other starters got injured. And majority of them, we all had the same injury, and it was all sprained ankles. So it was just like, why out of any time in the season, we could have, we played the other teams, Oxon Hill, Northwestern, Duval. Any of these injuries could have happened like earlier, but as soon as the 2 big games of the season comes up, that's when I go down, our running back go down, our starting receiver DB goes down. We lose our nose tackle. It's like everybody's going down, and majority of them it's like all sprained ankles. So it's like, and then on top of that, we don't have a lot of people on our team. So it's like, what can we do? But we all fought to the end still,
But you came back that second game on Flowers, though, right? You played
Yeah, I
that
came
second.
back. And
Yeah.
to be honest, I was really on like, I was still, still
Recovering.
recovering. I was really playing at like 60%. It was hard to move, but it was my senior year. It's my last time. Well, it's not I didn't know in the moment, but like, it's a possibility that it's my last time being on the field with my brothers. So I wanted to play that game. I gave it all I could, even though I was at like 50, 60%. Um, you know, all part of God's plan. We ended up losing, and that's okay. So we fell short towards the end because of, injuries and academic reasons. We couldn't get most of our players back. So yeah, it just wasn't well towards the end. But I still enjoyed the season with my brothers. It was really good.
As I think you should. I think one of the key things with football is to build that family, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have, your brothers, your coaches, where some of the guys don't have that male figure in their life or a female figure.
Yeah.
We're that for you guys as coaches, which is great. And then you build that family bond, and you can carry it outside of high school into college, into life, and you
Mm-hmm.
can learn lessons through that process. So yeah, that's a good stuff. So it's
Yeah.
not just about football; it's about building that bond with your brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned it earlier. You're signed to Stony Brook.
Yes.
You said it's good football up there, D1. One of my former players actually he just finished up his last year at Stony Brook. Rodney Folk. Been known Rodney since he was a little kid. So talk about the recruiting process and how that went. Some people think it's a stressful time of year, but explain your journey during that process.
To be honest, it's true. It is a stressful time because with me, I was kind of like a late bloomer because I didn't start getting my offers till like right after my junior year. So like that whole summer, I was just getting offers back to back to back to back. My very first offer was Delaware State, and that the reason why I got all these offers is because I remember last year, my junior year, we played this team called Ole Mill, and for that game, I just went crazy. Like that was like before my senior year, that was the best game of my life. Like I remember I remember when I was making all these big hits, I was just reading everything, I was reacting to everything. That was just, even though we got blown out like 40-something to 14, but we still fought to the end, and I had a great game. And after that game, all the coaches just started coming in, getting all these offers, and all of them coming in at one time also quickly. It was hard to like pick like it was hard to like and I couldn't really choose because at first it was hard because all of them was coming in at the same time and I couldn't really choose. But throughout this recruiting process, I was told to go where you're most wanted and not just go to a school because of the name of it. So I think total I had 11 offers, and it was hard. I ended up rounding down to like 3 schools, and it was it was hard to choose out of the 3 of them. And but again, I took my time, I took my visits, and Stony Brook was just happened to be number 1 on my list. I went on an official visit with them. I really enjoyed my time with them. I met the players. I created a great bond with the players. I created a great bond with the coaches, and I talked to my family about it. They really like Stony Brook too. So again, I just went to where I was most wanted, and Stony Brook, they showed me a lot of love. They still show me love now, even after I committed. They still check up on me and my family. We still have, our daily talks, especially with the linebacker coach, Coach Lewis. Shout out to him. And yeah, and I'm very excited to, continue my journey at Stony Brook.
Good deal. Congratulations on that.
Thank
So
you.
what would be your, I mean, as you said, you're a late bloomer. What would be your advice to kids right now or players right now that's in their junior year that don't have an offer, or even snap, some of these senior guys? What would be your advice to them in terms of, trying to move forward, getting to the next level in terms of college?
I would say just only focus on your path. Like, don't compare yourself to other athletes. Like, you look on the internet, you see these, these kids, these sophomores, these juniors getting big, offers from like Bama, Tennessee, all that, and they young, and majority is because they're big, and you can't really teach genetics.
Right.
So my advice to y'all is just keep your head on your path. Like, don't focus on nobody else's path, because when you start looking and comparing yourself to others, that's when you mess up. That's when you mess yourself up. So just keep your head down, focus on yourself, and you gotta remember, everything happens for a reason. Everything is God's plan.
Right.
So I was in their shoes at one moment. I was looking at these other kids get offers from big schools like Bama, Georgia, and they was all just gifted with genetics. And I kept telling myself, everything happens for a reason. It's all God's plan. Pray every day. And just try to get 1% better every day. Put in the work when nobody's looking, because eventually, we on that field, all the work will show. And that's what I did. I stayed with my coaches from Suitland freshman year. I remember my freshman sophomore year when I was at linebacker, I didn't know how to read keys. Like, I didn't know how to do a thing. At the most I could do is I was just physical. Like,
Right.
I could just run at somebody and not even know what I'm doing. But over time, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year, and by the time I was a junior year, that's when I was kind of like, getting there.
Getting it.
And
Yeah.
then now my senior year came up. Everything, all the work I put in with my linebacker coach and my head coach, and just Suitland as a whole, they all pushed me to be a better player. Now I'm able to read everything. I'm able to read my triangle better, and the game just became slow for me to where I could react and make the plays I made, and that's why I got the reward I got. And yeah, man, just keep your head down, focus on yourself, don't compare yourself to others, man. Eventually, it's gonna come.
Good deal.
Yep, good stuff there. Good stuff there. A couple comments real quick. Coach Powell Flowers, excellent young man. Congrats on a great season and good luck to you.
Thank you, Coach Powell. I appreciate that.
All right. We got Coach Hale checking in. Amazing athlete, even better person. Kudos to this young man's family. All right, my guy Kirsten, love this. Keep grinding, young king.
Much love, much love. Thank you.
All right, this is one of my coaches, Coach Marcus. He says, on a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate PG football and how it made you a better athlete in general?
I'll rate it. I'll probably say like I don't think it's bad. I'll say like a 10. I mean, I really love it. So, and how it made me a better athlete in general, I think that's very hard to answer.
The competition, the coaches.
Yeah, I would say the competition, because we played a lot of good teams, and for me going to Suitland, it was just a different environment. Like the coaches didn't treat you just like a regular kid on the team. Like once you on that team, you really gonna feel like, you know, you really family. And to be honest, without football and without me being on that team, like I wouldn't even know most of the people that I know. Like the people on Suitland football team, like they gonna be my brothers for the rest of my life. And I mean that when I say it. Like without the sport of football, I don't think I'll know as much people as I do now. So
It opens up a bigger world, that's for sure.
and also I also get support from other coaches when it comes to PG County football. Like I get support from like after every game that I played in, it's always coaches from the opposing team always telling me, you know, good game, good job, you're gonna be something one day. You know, and that just always means something to me because, you know, I worked a lot for it. And that stuff like that, you know, just encourages me to be a better player. Like, you know, the coaches from y'all school, Flowers and Laurel, even y'all, like, even though I was hurt, even when I played Flowers, y'all showed a lot of love, you know.
Oh no, we were planning for you. We were definitely planning for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, we have no choice but to plan for you.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, no, your name was out there and your place was out there. So we were definitely game planning for you.
Yeah, I wish I could have showed what I could do if I was healthy, man.
Yeah. No, it's all good. That's what you're gonna do on the next level for sure.
For sure.
Yep. Show it on the next level. Yeah. All right, man. I appreciate you joining, man. Anybody you want to shout out and you know get some love to before you jump off?
I want to shout out the whole Suitland football coaches, Coach Hale, Coach Zero, Coach Bash, Coach Kennedy, you know, Coach Story, Coach Ellis, you know, all the Suitland coaches as a whole, they all pushed me to be a greater athlete. They all got on me for the little stuff, for the little mistakes. And, you know, at first I was like, you know, like every athlete, why are you, you know, getting on me for this little mistake? But as time go on, you know, you realize like this is the reason why, because they want you to be the best athlete you could be. And I just want to thank all of them as a program for making me the player that I am today. And even after I graduate and go up to the next level, I'm still gonna, you know, keep in contact with them. Like, you know, they're my family. And I also want to shout out the Suitland football team and not just the coaches. My brothers, I love them to death. I could always call on them when, you know, I need something, when we all had our ups and downs. Not even just on the field, like off the field. Only if people knew, like, you know, what we'd be talking about, what we'd be going through, and, you know, how much love I got for them. I also want to shout out my family, my parents. They sacrificed a lot for me, you know. And when I was younger, my goal was to just make it to the NFL. And my goal is that now. But as I got older, I really just want to be able to, you know, retire my parents. Because, you know, they sacrificed a lot for me. I love them to death. And by all means necessary, I'm going to retire my parents. I want to shout out my siblings too. They all showed up to all of my games, always showing support. And last but not least, just to God himself, you know, without him, nothing's possible.
100%.
I agree with everything you said, man. And you know, congratulations on a great high school career. And I wish you nothing but success and the best on the next level. You know, I'm gonna be watching you just as much as I watched you all year long, and last year, prepared for you. So
y'all gonna see me on Sundays. So.
Yeah, definitely. Good luck. Good luck with on the next level for sure.
Yep. Good luck, man. Congratulations, man, on all your accomplishments, man. And you know, all Matt honorable mention. You know, I still think you should have made, you know, one of the teams first or second, but that's my opinion.
Trust me, I did too.
Yeah. And like I said, 4A player of the year on the defensive side. And I think you also just got 4A South region. You make South region honors too. I think I saw your name on the list, but I'll double check that. But, you know, just congratulations, man. Shout out to your parents, man, for doing an excellent job of raising a good young man.
Yep.
Shout out to Coach Hale and the staff over there at Suitland for a job well done, man. And like I said, good luck in the future.
All right, thank you so much. It was nice talking to y'all.
Nice
I
talking to you too.
appreciate you joining, man. And hold on, I gotta ask you one question before you go, man. Did you pass your test?
Pass my
Did you
test?
pass your test? Yeah, your driving test.
Oh no. I didn't. I wasn't able to take it due to financial reasons, but I will be taking it this week. So
Okay, gotcha. All right,
hopefully I
all right,
pass it, man.
all right. Good
I've been
luck.
studying.
Good luck on that.
Stop at the stop sign. Stop at the stop sign.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And look, and tell all your teammates, man. Look, you can't give nobody a ride everywhere. Tell them
Okay,
they
I
better
got
get
you.
their own ride.
I got you.
All right, man. Have a good one, and I appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Y'all have a nice one. Thank you.
You too.
All right, that was Saquon. I was calling him Saquon. I always mess
Yeah.
with name. I'm terrible with that. It was Saquon Office, Suitland High School linebacker. Great football player, and having the time to talk to him, man. Great young man as well, and we're wishing him nothing but success on that next level.
Yep.
All right. So now we're gonna keep on rolling. We're gonna bring in my guy, Coach Brennan Garrett, head track coach at Law High School. What's going on, Coach?
What's up, big dog? How you doing, man? How you doing?
Hey, man, feeling fine, man. We got Coach Mitchell from Flowers High School in the passenger seat with me today.
How you doing, Coach Mitchell?
Good. How about yourself?
It's a wonderful, marvelous day today.
Look, I gave her a warning ahead of time that you're a little crazy, so I don't know what you're gonna say out your mouth, but
he did. So I was just bracing myself for the craziness. Yes.
And then we're gonna keep it in the parameters today. We're gonna keep it in the parameters.
Oh no, be yourself.
No, I got you 100%.
Yep. So I know you joined the show, man. After the spring season last year, but go ahead and introduce yourself to people who may not know you out there.
All right, man. So what's going on, everybody? It's a pleasure to be here again on this wonderful podcast. I'm Coach B, Coach BG, Coach Brennan Garrett from head track coach at Laurel High School, and this is my third year here. Is it my third year? Yeah, it's my third year. Well, it could be my fourth year. No, third year. And
Third year. Yeah.
And we did a lot of great things last year. We did a lot of great things a lot of great things. And this year, we're hoping to continue that on. We off to a right foot on both sides this year. Last year, we was real, dominant on the ladies side. State champions last year in the 4x400 relay. But this year, we're trying to do something different and shake up the whole county with the boys. But yeah, man, I've been coaching for about 5 years now. I graduated from Wise High School back in 2015. Young old man out here. I went to Hampton University, ran there, soaked all the knowledge up, then came home and I had to give back to the kids.
It's always a special thing when you do give back to the kids because it's worth it. You see the fruits of your labor and the progression, and when they get to the next level, it's an accomplishment.
100%, definitely is. That's definitely my passion right there. I love the kids. I love seeing them blossom to the better version of themselves.
Yeah, I tell you one thing, Coach Mitchell. Since Coach B has joined, came to the 300 and joined us over there with the Spartans, man. He kind of, I'm older now. Once I got a little bit older, I done calmed down a little bit. But, he reminds me of a younger me. I see the energy out there he has with the kids, man. And just the kids love him to death. And, like I said, he's crazy. He's crazy as all outdoors. But, man, I see the work that he's putting in, man. And it's starting to pay off, man. So, start talking about some of the good stuff that you got going on with the track program at Law.
Man, so big shout out to my coaching staff, man. Without them, I couldn't do nothing that I'm doing. Because everybody that I brought on shares the same vision. It's a 33 and under coaching staff right here. Eight
Young.
coaches, 33 and under. We getting it done. The Young Coalition.
Oh my goodness.
And right now we have a senior sprinter, Timatope. She is number 2, or it probably changed now, but the last time she ran, she was number 2 in Maryland in the 200. She has a school record who broke her teammate's record from last year in the indoor 200. The school record in the 60-meter dash. And I like to really strongly assume that she's going to break the 55 and the 300 record. So I feel like she has the potential to be the greatest sprinter of all time in lower history on the women's side, and that's big. Being as though we had one of the best sprinters throughout this area in a long time, and Khadijah last year. But on the men's side, man, from the top all the way to the bottom. So big shout out to my man Coach Lou. He got Zion. One of our athletes, he made it to states in cross country. He broke the school record in the cross country race. He was invited by the Prince George's County Board, recognized him for breaking the 25-year-old school record. We had 3 guys compete at regional championships, all within the top 5 in school history. They brought that straight to the indoor track and field, and we have people in the top 3 in all distance events. So that's the 3200, the 1600, and the 8. We're gonna call the 8 a mid distance event, but we are top 5 in the 800. I have every race that one of my kids have ran this year. They have put them in the top 10 in school history. Want to get our rankings up in the region and the county for this year, but as far as what we done for Laurel, man, it's amazing. They've exceeded my expectations that I set for them already, and we just get started. It's the new year, so I'm turning up the heat right now. But we got a lot of great things going on. We got people high jumping. We got a throws coach now, so we got the kids throwing. You got Jib, he's throwing pretty good right now, man. He love the coach. Now, yeah, we just trying to cover all the board, man. We just trying to advance ourselves, get better marks, and put ourselves in better contention to score some points come championship season.
So with all that said, and you're getting better every day with the different positions, I mean, how does the discipline look for the track team? I mean, I do football, so it's a little bit different for me, but how does the discipline look for you guys where you're just getting better every day and breaking all these records? Like, what does that discipline look like for you guys? Or that commitment with it?
No, 100%, definitely. So like I said, I'm crazy. So I want more every time. Like, even the school records, I'm like, we could have run faster. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so the expectation is always high. I don't lower my standards because of, recent success. So we got things we got to do. The first thing we should have done was broke the school records. I feel like all the school records were slow. So we should break those. Now we're trying to break state records. We're trying to win states. We're trying to win the counties and win the regionals and stuff like that. So we locked in. And I just had a talk with my girls today because I'm like, y'all not on the same page. Y'all just freestyling. Y'all out here saying I'm gonna miss practice this day, I'm gonna miss practice that day. Where the reality is, I shouldn't want to win more than y'all do. Y'all out there running. I'm out here making y'all, in a sense, die every day at practice so that y'all can live like champions out there. Y'all should be holding each other accountable. Like it's a nonstop. With me, you got to be locked in, like 24/7, 25/8, to be honest. And if you're not locked in, I'm going crazy. And don't nobody want to hear me go crazy because I'm such a nice guy that when I go crazy, it's just the complete opposite side of the coin.
So they respond to that pretty okay.
Absolutely.
And snap and pop and get back on track.
Tighten up quick.
Good. Oh,
Coach Powell, he left us.
We lost him there. Good stuff. So indoor. So after indoor, you're doing.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I don't know what happened. It's like as soon as he left out, my audio cut out. I can't hear you. Let me try. Let me try one thing. It's gonna make me leave. I'm gonna come right back, literally.
All
1 second, Coach Mitch.
Stay tuned, guys, while we get everybody back online. Oh, there's Coach Powell.
Yep, I don't know what happened there. Yep, don't know what happened.
Coach B just stepped
Everybody
out to
there?
come back in. Can you hear me?
Okay. Let's see. I just added them back in.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. We back.
Yep. Sorry about that, everybody. I don't know what happened there.
What were you saying though, Coach Mitch?
No, I'm saying how we're going to prepare for the outdoor season. Like what's next for outdoor? Because right now you're finishing up indoor. So what's next? What's the plan?
So we championships. We're hopeful to go to a track meet this weekend. Where we can get on a bank track. Bank track just gives you like the curves are elevated. So for indoor, it gives you more of an advantage to, run faster times in a sense. And a lot of these other schools get to travel often. So this would be great for our kids to get on the bank track and really showcase their speed. And we could take that and go right into championship season, which is at the end of January, going into the mid-February. So once we get finished with that, we transition to see if we qualify for nationals, for indoor nationals. If we qualify for indoor nationals, that's where we're going. We're trying to figure out which one. Adidas is it's easier to get into to qualify for, but Nike is where the competition is, but you got to run faster times or have higher marks to qualify.
Right.
So after that, outdoor, we take them back down because in track we go by phases. Training cycles and phases. So right now, and I'm a percentage guy. Right now we're on about 85%. 100 means that's where I want to be at for our season goal. That's where I want to be at states / nationals. But right now we are on 85%. So every workout we do, we're going to try to hit the certain times that meet the percentage. If we can't do it, we want to adjust with that. But for outdoor, we take them all the way back down to about 60-70%, depending on what their new threshold is based on how they finish up the indoor, and we just start training based on that. And
building back up.
Yep.
Any of your seniors going to Eastern Shore, UMES?
That's crazy. So my old high school teammate is the new sprint coach at Maryland Eastern Shore.
Okay,
and,
I graduated from Maryland Eastern Shore. Ran track at Eastern Shore.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, long time ago.
Okay. That's crazy. Okay, look, so we locked in for real now, Coach.
A long time ago, yes.
But yeah, he definitely just reached out to her. We got a visit schedule coming up for my senior sprinter girl.
Yeah, great campus. Great campus. Just close your eyes going in. When you get to the school, it's a great campus. You got Chick-fil-A, you got Starbucks.
Country is I don't know what.
It is country, but it's a good school.
It's down the street from Salisbury, right?
It is 10-15 minutes from Salisbury, yes. So if you need something to do, you can go to Salisbury, you can go to Ocean City, you can lock in. Track, you don't really have a life for track. So
yeah,
it's all year. You get back January 1st instead of January 21st like everybody else. So
it's June to June.
You get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, you're in the pool in the wintertime. It's So Eastern Shore is a good place. It's a good school.
No, I definitely, like I said, I'm trying to send a couple of my kids up there on the visit. But like I said, they got to earn it though. They got to run fast. So.
Yeah, good deal.
Yeah. So, you know me, I follow you a lot and I pay attention to what's going on. So talk about the county and how you guys are stacking up against the county this year. Because you have counties coming up soon, right?
Yep. So in the county, ain't nobody messing with Tammy. I'm going to just call it a spade a spade. Ain't nobody messing with Tammy. Tammy about to set the world on fire. The next time she step on anybody's track, and the county can quote me on that, they're going to have to come catch her. That's just the bottom line. She not playing. I'm not playing. As far as relays go, we got to get that. We got to get everybody locked in. Relays is a chemistry thing, and they're not really in sync. I got another girl, Kaya. She's going to be all right. She's going to drop her time in the 500. In the county, on the girls' side, we like, But on the boys' side, though, the goal is to go in there, get either 1, 2, or 3 as a team. Because we got a lot of points scattered across that will essentially because the way track works, first place is 10, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way to 8th place, right? So the goal is to break up some points because a lot of teams was doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 in different events last year. So if we can come in and break these points up, man, it'll be tremendous. But like I said, from the 55 all the way into the 3,200, all the way to from our shot put to our high jumpers, we got somebody that can score points. Now, in a perfect man's world, our pole vaulters, if they can get over the bare minimum height, we will score 8 points because ain't nobody pole vaulting in Prince George's County.
You're right.
So if we can do that, I'm the greatest coach in the world, man, because I'm gonna steal 16 points from somebody, man.
How is that coming along? Have you made it over? Or are you made it to the back? I mean, where are we at?
Ooh, we got. Hey, look, good thing County's not the mob, man. I'm trying to tell you, it's a little auntie, as the kids say, man. It's a little auntie right now. But I got 2 kids that's doing it, and they fully committed. They fully locked in on their parents supporting them because we got to go to a different location to practice pole vault, of course, because we need the pole, we need equipment, we need to be indoors, and you got to finance that. It's just a lot, and they, the opportunities as running wasn't there for them, so we presented it like, look, if you're trying to run, if you're trying to compete, and contribute to this championship that we're trying to win or going to win,
yeah,
this what you got to do, and they buying in, man, and the counties though, like. It's just a lot to me personally, as far as the county goes. It's a lot of extinct coaches. A lot of coaches going extinct. Their methods are old, outdated. They don't work anymore. 1940s style mindset, whereas you got to run fast to run fast. And that's just the bottom line. Yeah, in practice, you have to run fast to run fast so that in the meet, the body and the nervous system is ready to do those things that you've been prepping it for. You can't run 10 400s at mile pace and think that's going to make you run a fast 400 one time at the meet. It just don't work like that. And a lot of these coaches in the county, they old, and we appreciate it. We appreciate what y'all done for us, but y'all done. Sit down, man. And it's a lot of hate. It's a lot of hate in the world for younger coaches and a younger staff like myself and my staff that I have, because we just young, we doing things differently. The energy's high, like you said, Coach Powell. And yeah, man, I hope that this is the year where these coaches really just retire and transition their programs to the youthful minds.
I mean,
Look,
different is good.
Old coaches right now.
I know.
But y'all young, man. Y'all still young, man. Y'all all right.
I mean, different is good. Everybody brings something to the table. I mean,
Right.
like I said, the kids are coachable. We got to be coachable, regardless of age. You guys can learn something from the older, not old, older folks, and us older folks can learn from the young guys. So hey, it's all about being coachable for real.
100%, definitely.
Yeah. As a coach, you got to be able to adjust. Like I said, I used to be the young guy in the game. Everybody looked at me as the younger coach in the area, and then I got old. But Coach Mitchell told me at the All-Star game, she was like, I ain't 46, that's still young. And I'm sitting there like, my knees don't feel like that when I get up in the morning, so I don't know about that.
Hey, listen, I'm 46.
I know, right?
Hey, look, you look good, goddammit, you look good.
Hey, my 2 pit bulls keep me young, so I don't get a chance to not be young. I gotta walk them every day, and they're 85 and 75 pounds, so they keep me young.
Oh yeah, they dragging you down the street. Yeah.
Oh no, they're not dragging. No. I got that under control.
Yeah, coach.
See, that's why she's a football coach.
Hey, listen.
Listen. Real dog. I'm trying to tell you, real dog.
I love it.
But it's
you got a question for him, Coach?
What's that?
I was seeing if you had another question for him.
No, that wasn't for me. I mean, no, I'll say this though. I mean, you say pole vault gets you some scores on the track team, right? And gets you on the team, and you're contributing and so forth, which is what I kind of tell my special teams guys. It's like, folks don't think special teams is the place to be. Everybody wants to play offense and defense, but in college, special teams is going to get you on that bus. So honing your skills on special teams, you're going to get on that bus because you're playing punt return, kick return. You know, you're playing some kind of special team. You're going to get on that bus. So same for, track with the pole vaulting thing. It's okay to do something different and be good at it.
Yep. One of my kids, I had told him, I said, look, bro, you're going to jump. You're real springy, real explosive, you know what I mean? And you don't even know it. Like, you do a lot of drills effortlessly that require, like, that explosive nature. So we ended up high jumping. And while he was warming up for high jump, he actually scissored, I think 5'8". He scissored 5'8". And that was, say fourth at that meet, but that's number 2 all time in school history. And he cleared 6'1", which he can, because like I said, 5'8" was just off of natural ability, not even, real technical.
Not even trying, yeah.
You know what I mean? So once we do that, that'd be great for him. And it's like all these things that you do and make yourself more marketable for school. Because that's why we coach. We trying to send these kids to school, man. Get them from around here, show them so they can be exposed to something different. And like, if your profile says 60, 200, 400, 4x2, 4x4,
4x1,
long jump, triple jump, high jump,
and
you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like your body of work is long, and they can choose like, you know what, he's not this strong right here, but if he willing to do all this, man, I need him on my team. I can make him better in all these areas.
For sure.
Exactly. And that's why I try to tell my kids, like, just don't be afraid. Don't try to do the pretty events. Everybody can't just run straight and turn left. You need to jump. You need to skip, hop. You need to do something else, man. Throw, do something.
Get on that board. That's it. Yeah, get on the board. Get to states.
Yep, no, definitely.
We got a couple of comments here. We got Coach Mark checking in, saying BG.
What's up, baby?
Let's see who's that.
That's Coach McLean right there. That's my dog. That's my hurdle coach right there, man. Hey, shout out to him, man. He taking some time away. My man's getting married, man. So congratulations to him. He's getting married, man. We got real stand-up citizens and brothers on our coaching staff, man. We family man first, coaches second, and real real athletes at heart. I'm trying to tell you, man. That's a real good guy right there, man. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations on the wedding. Yeah.
Yeah, and Coach McLean, just make sure she understand that when you say I do, that don't mean I don't the coaching anymore. All right?
100%. I think your other half has to recognize the commitment to track, to football, to sports in general. As a coach, you got to be committed to that. You're there the majority of the time. It's like my second job.
Yep. Second job, second life.
That's what I told him. I said, look, take the time now, brother.
Yep. Coach Powell checking in, say BG, my dog.
Hey, look, I know Powell since I was like 6 years old, right, man? That's my man. When he was at Duval, man. Him and my mom used to work at the guidance office together, man. Shout out OG Powell, man. My man had me in the gym playing me one-on-one in basketball, bullying me when I was 6 years old, man. He was just shooting over my head. I couldn't even contest the shot, man. That's a crazy dude right there, man. But I love that dude.
You know what? Just like a Flowers person, man, to try to bully somebody.
We make you better, though. We make you better. I mean, that's what it's all about. It's bullying you to be better and loving you at the same time.
Well, and another Flowers person would say that.
That's crazy,
man. My co-host Ben Midnight Roddy checking in, say, wait, Coach Powell's calmer now. He talking about me because he think I act like a fool on the sidelines, but I'm a lot calmer than what I used to be.
And you be real reserved. You be
real
reserved.
Trying to fight referees and everything, man, but I ain't got time for that no more.
Now you get 15 yards on fighting that referee.
Right. Let's see. Coach Martin said BG got the 300 cooking. Who's this? Wesley Walford, Coach BG, one of the best in the business.
Hey, look, so Wes, that guy right there, man, shout out to him, man. Was in his wedding last year. He got a baby on the way, man. He's the head coach at offensive coordinator at KIP DC. A great guy, man. I'm gonna connect you and him, pal. That's a great guy right there, man. And I used to punish him at Suitland when he ran. He couldn't do nothing with me. love you, bro. Love you, bro.
Yeah, let's see. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Who's
Oh,
that?
that's
Amber?
wifey. That's wifey right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, she checking in.
You gotta make sure I'm doing what I'm saying I'm doing. That's all that is.
Yeah, make sure you where you're supposed to be at.
Where you
Amber,
supposed
he
to
good.
be. That's how it
I got
goes.
you, Amber. I got you, Amber. You all right. Who else we got? This is like Devin, BG, and Coach P.
Yes, sir.
Devin coming back on that football field next year too.
Hey, look, man. He got. I love that boy Devin, man. Look. I don't care what nobody say, Devin. We're gonna be a county champion. Come out there. We're gonna get your mind right, get your body back right. We're gonna be a county champion. Come out there. God damn it. I ain't lying to you.
Right.
There
And then
it
he
is.
bringing his ass back on that football field, like I said.
You're a county champion. You can go play football again. No county champion. You're not playing football.
Okay, we gotta all share athletes. We gotta share the athletes. Okay, you gotta run track and play football. That's it.
We gotta share.
No, 100%.
Who's this? I know it's late. Thanks to you all coaches for having our son on your program. Thanks to Suitland coaches as well. PG County is under-recognized, Mr. Office. Okay, that was Saquon's dad. Mr. Office checking in. We appreciate that. And that's what this show is about, bringing more light back to PG County in a positive way. And that's the goal, and that's why we're here, because there's a lot of good things going on in the county.
Right, showcasing our boys for football anyway, for track. You're working on your track guys and girls, getting them to college, getting them on the next level, getting them exposed. I mean, that's the biggest thing for Flowers High School anyway, with the recruiting part of it, is getting on that next level and getting our kids exposed and reaching out to coaches and, finding that path. One of the things as the association, like we talked about earlier, is not just focus on Flowers High School. If you have a kid like Saquon who needs a home and we have the coaches, we're going to put him in touch with that coach. It's okay. It's okay to do that too, because we're all PG County coaches together, not just Flowers High School, Laurel High School, all these different Suitland High School. We're not individuals, we can help each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one of the things I want to preach to the county is we can help each other regardless of the school. At the end of the day, our kids just need to go to, we just want our kids to get into college and then try to get to the next level, however that looks.
Yep. Right about that. Let's see. This is OG from Montgomery County. Say hello, Coach. I appreciate the show. Watching from Montgomery County. Coach Powell came back on. Says great to see you giving back, BG. I was able to see you grow since you was little. Keep grinding, young man.
Got you, big dog, for sure.
Don't know who this is.
That's O'Shea. That's O'Shea.
I knew he would come on here talking some damn. Let me watch my mouth. Cuss him out.
We got young folks on the line, so we got young.
Yeah. He's a fool on the sideline too. So I ain't even gonna get started.
O'Shea is terrible on the sideline for flag football.
He's
terrible. My gosh, bro! I had to be his get back coach. Like, come on, bro, calm down.
Hey, somebody got to do that job. It's a very, very important job. Somebody got to do it.
Let's see. Wes checking in again. He said you lying. You say you his real brother, love you to death, proud of you. But he said you lying. You must didn't beat him or something.
Spank him. Oh my God, it was ridiculous. Oh my God. Hey, he took Suitland to their last state championship, man. He was a starting quarterback on that run when they had Nick Nelson.
Gotcha. Okay. Who's this? Gave me the biggest opportunity. Love Micah.
Oh, that's Micah, man. That's one of the kids that's helping me like change the boys program around, man. Came from Crossland. From day one, man. Just a great kid, man. Bought in, completely locked in. He's my voice when I'm not there. I got a couple of voices out there, but he trying to go to school, so he's not playing. And we gonna make it happen, 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think kid-led discipline or kid-led, promoting, getting things done right. I think that goes a long way outside of the coaches. I mean, we do it, but if it's led by the players, it goes a long way.
Yep, and it makes our job easier, a whole lot easier. Mm-hmm. And then Coach Marcus Powell fires his get back coach every day. I fire the whole staff every day, and especially him. Marcus gets fired even on his days off. So,
oh my goodness, bro.
That's one of the undervalued thing on the football field is a get back coach. Listen, that's a very, 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 very important position on the football
I'm
program
trying to
because
tell you.
you will get 15 yards.
My coaches don't even try anymore. I even had one referee come up to me in game was like, "Can you just please stay on the sideline for me? My boss is watching. I'm gonna get in trouble for letting you come out here. You're at the numbers, coach." I said, "All
Right.
right, man, I'll back up a little bit."
You have to. I'm surprised they didn't give you a flag.
Nope. Don't put that bad
Oh,
that
did you? I
negativity in
take
the
it back. I
atmosphere.
take it back.
Yeah, don't put that in the atmosphere.
That's real flowers like you, Coach, man. That's real
No,
flowers
no,
like
no,
you.
no, no. Listen, it's important. You got to get back on a crucial game. Oh my gosh, that's what I preach to my coaches all the time. Like on a crucial game, you mess up like that, Coach Damian Powell will be in your stuff.
Oh yeah. Now anybody else other than me, if they do it, yeah, they're gonna be fine. Don't get no flag. Let me be the one get the flag.
Let you be the one to get the flag.
Yeah, I think most of the referees are just like, this guy, he don't listen. So we're just gonna keep telling him until he gets back.
Until he figures it out.
It get like that. I'm telling you, man. Even at the track meets, they're like, "Coach, you can't be right here." How about that? I'm not moving. You could by the time you call somebody to race over, I just I'm not moving.
You need to see, right?
You know what I mean?
Good deal.
All right, man. Anything you want to say before you get up off here, Coach B?
Man. First, definitely shout outs, man. I definitely got to shout out my whole coaching staff, man. Coach O, Coach McLean, Coach Ashley, Coach Lou, Coach Tori, Coach Nate, and myself, man. I feel like we got coaching staff in the county because we care a lot. And without them, none of this is possible, man. They're here early every day because I get there late every day, and I'm blessed to have them, man. Truly. Thank you to my family that I live with, because as both of y'all know, coaching, it's a full-time commitment, you know what I mean, with barely part-time pay, if that, you know what I mean. So it goes a long, long way, man, with their support. Like wifey at every meet, bring the baby, so I don't gotta miss my daughter. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to have that support so I can really get in my jam and do what I need to do as far as being a coach. Definitely shout out to the county, man. The county, we up this year. Let's smash Moco. Let's smash Anne Arundel, Howard. We are the speed mecca of the East Coast, man. We need to keep doing what we do. And yeah, man, shout out to all the people that's hating on Laurel right now. I appreciate it. Like I appreciate it more than anything. Because without y'all, man, I wouldn't wake up in the morning with like 50 Cent Mini Man, you know what I mean? Like I love it.
Motivation.
It's motivation, bro. That's all it is. And we're gonna continue to get better. We're gonna continue to spank those who hate. Trust me, I hear it, I see it. We're gonna do what we need to do. And don't get lost in the sauce, man, because we running, goddammit. I can't lie to you.
Well, good luck. Good luck to Laurel High School and their track team.
Well, I definitely do appreciate
We'll see y'all at States.
100%. Oh, and look, the whole fly was Shep, Rose, Noel, man, Twin, man. I love everybody over there. They've been coaching since I was running, so I really appreciate them, man. We got some great history as myself as an athlete and as a coach, man. So definitely, I love racing flowers. I love racing flowers. It's a good time every time when we race each other.
We're gonna see you at States.
Yes, Lord.
Make the best team win.
Look, hey man, I love you to death, brother, and I appreciate you, man. Keep doing what you do. I'm a big fan of what y'all got going on over there, man, and it's gonna pay off on my end as well. What we trying to do with the football program over there, man, and keep going in the right direction. And they say you need anything, I got you.
100%, man. I love you more, bro, and I appreciate you. And like I said, I just keep building this thing up, man. Keep saving these kids, man, and And let's keep doing it, man. We all they got for some of these kids, man. So let's do what we gotta do, man.
That's it.
100%.
Yeah.
Right.
And listen, to all you football kids watching this.
Who's that, Coach? Make sure to pull up when I beat Flowers in wrestling. Okay, go
Coach
ahead.
Mark.
Go ahead, Coach
Coach
B.
Mark.
Hey, I'll be there too. Let's listen. I love a challenge. Coach Felder, get ready.
All my football kids watching this, run track, man. When you watch the combine in April, they don't show how many bench reps you can do.
Yeah.
They don't show you how far you can jump. They replay the 40-yard dash over and over and over again.
It's important.
Speed makes plays on the field. You cannot tell me you trying to be the best athlete on the field and you never ran track before.
100%.
Yeah,
100%.
I agree with you.
Your favorite football players have ran track.
100%. And we make our favorite football players run track. They
Yeah.
got to. They got to. That's how you get better. That's how you get looked at.
Yeah.
So good deal.
Yep.
But
y'all heard him here. So when I tell any of y'all need to be out there in track during the spring season, don't look at me crazy. Because then when we get out there doing 7-on-7 season, I'm gonna say you run track, and I'm gonna sit there and put your ass right on the bench.
I tell you.
That kid.
Batman's running nines right past you. It's like, damn, like, coach, he faster than me. I wonder why.
You didn't run track. You didn't hold in on your craft. 100%.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right, Coach B, man. Well, I appreciate you joining us, brother. And we'll be in touch, man. And we're gonna bring you back on after y'all win that state championship this year.
Hey,
and then we can talk about it again.
Hold me to it, goddammit. Hold me to it.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Y'all take it easy. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
All right, man. I'll talk to you. All right, that was Coach Brennan Garrett, Law High School indoor and outdoor track coach. Appreciate him joining us today. And Coach, I know for your first show, we done went a little bit longer today, but
yeah, it's all good.
All right, I appreciate you coming on. See, when you get to talking, man, time just flies. So you don't even pay attention to how long we've been on here talking.
All good, all good.
All right, anything you want to close out with?
I appreciate the opportunity to come on. Give a shout out to, again, my head coach, Damian Powell, Charles Herbert Flowers High School, Coach Groves, also Flowers, all the coaches on the football team, the administration, Dr. Brown. Your program can't be successful without the administration in the building. So shout out to the administration at Flowers High School for sure. My family, my friends, my job, all that good stuff, my dogs, because they got to put up with me not coming home till 9 o'clock on a Monday through Thursday. So they had to wait to go out. So, listen, we're just trying to make PG County a better place for sports, for football, for kids, getting them into college. Primary role is to get these guys into college, whether they play football or just get a degree, because that's what's going to take them to the next level, is getting that degree. So just keep pushing, getting your boys into college, getting your players into college. And, if ever you guys need any support, reach out, because, we're all here as PG County or just coaches in general to support each other and support whatever is needed from the player standpoint. But that's what we're here for, to make the kids better.
Yep. That's what we're here. Yep. That's what we're here to make it better.
For sure.
And so I appreciate you taking time to join us today. And great insight, great feedback. Sorry, my little girl just walked in the room.
All good.
Come on, Montana. You want to say hi to everybody? And she's crawling on the table now. So we'll close out right then and there. And just to let you know, next week we got another great show lined up for you. Now she wants to say hi. Say hi to everybody. Say hi.
Hey, beautiful.
And she wants to hear shy.
Okay.
Next week we'll be joined by the head wrestling coach at Wise High School, Coach Avery, and Coach Mitchell. If I haven't ran her away, if anybody's scared her away, hopefully she'll come back and join us next week.
This was good. I enjoyed it.
All right. So we thank everybody. Y'all have a good rest of the week, and we'll see you next week.
All right, take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this new edition of Drive Time here on what are we up to January 5th, 2026. Happy New Year, everybody. We've got a lot to get to, so we're going to get to it. Scooter's off on assignment today. There's a trooper that passed away up there in the area that I think that he knew, and their services are today. So we wish them all the best of luck. He may pop in later, but I doubt it, but we'll see. But I am joined here, of course, with good old Showtime Sarah. How are we doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
No, we're here and we actually have temperatures in the 40s today. So some snow's actually melting out there. So your sister left and then the temperatures warmed up. So
Yeah, it's 52 here. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be for next week,
Hey.
but it's pretty chilly.
good
At least
stuff.
for us.
That's right. Hey, that's all that matters. So, all right, let's get to it here. We got a lot of stuff here to cover. So we're going to go in kind of a different order here. But before we, of course, get into all that good stuff, we always, you can watch us live, which hopefully you're doing right now on YouTube or Facebook, but you can also listen to us the next day on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. So you can actually listen to Drive Time while you're driving. I think that's always a pretty cool thing. So, hopefully you get the chance to do that. If you can't watch us live, there are many other ways to catch out Drive Time and all of your favorite shows here on the Sideline Junkies Network. So now that part's over with, we're going to start off with our top moments of 2025. We're going to give 3 of them. I'll go ahead with my third, and then I'll let you chime in, Sarah. And we'll just go that way. We'll go 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. So my third is Jen Powell, who was able to was an umpire for the series in Atlanta and Miami. Which she's the first female to be an umpire in Major League Baseball as far as in a regular season game. There have been a couple of spring training games, but she was the first to do it in a series and actually did call balls and strikes for one of the games. So another barrier that is broken down, which is always good to see. So that is my number 3. And Sarah, what was yours?
Obviously biased, but I put NC State upsetting Georgia Tech in college football. That was the highlight of the season for us. I wasn't expecting much, ACC champions. I wasn't looking for it. But knowing that we at least got one big win, I would say, out of the season makes me pretty happy and confident for next season. So
I wouldn't consider that to be bias at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've never shown anything that I like State. Never, ever.
Never, ever. That's funny. So that's your number 3. That was my number 3. My number 2 is, of course, it happened on April 6th of the last year. That was when Alexander Ovechkin passed the great one with goal number 895 against the New York Islanders to take over as the top goal scorer in the NHL. The ceremony, of course, was great. The Ovi's reaction to that goal was priceless, and the heartfelt moments between Ovi and Gretzky throughout that whole entire thing was definitely fun to watch. I am a Gretzky fan. I always gave the tip of the cap to Ovi and how he played. So that is my number 2 moment of 2025. Sarah, what you got for your number 2?
I copied you. I also put Ovi passing Wayne Gretzky in points. Or no, was it goals? It was goals. Sorry.
Goals. Not
what am I talking about? My gosh.
He's not gonna catch him in points.
Probably not. But no, I mean, even though I wasn't, all there when Wayne Gretzky started and, all these other great players, watching great players in front of me like Ovi and, way more to list when we went through our top players overall. it's just nice watching history happen. It's always refreshing to be like, yeah, I was alive during this. I was doing this when this happened. It's always a great feeling to have. So knowing that I got to witness history is always great touch.
It is always, yeah. I mean, I remember some of the ones when Gretzky was going along his lines that I got to watch live. As at that point in time as a kid for a grand majority of them until later on in life as he passed some of the other ones later. But it is always neat when you get to watch somebody that you respect and watch play, and that's probably one of the rarities that I have because I barely remember seeing Gordie Howe play, but he was at the very, very end of his career. And then, of course, Lemieux and Gretzky, I got to watch in their prime, and now I'm getting to see Ovi in his prime. So, and the Sidney Crosbys and players like that. So those are the ones that are fun to watch that we get to see here today. So our number 2 is the same. Let's see if our number 1 is the same. My number 1 is, of course, the crazy Game 7 in the World Series. It looked like Toronto was on their way to winning the World Series, and then Rojas hits the homer in the top of the ninth to send it to extras. You have the crazy defensive plays that the Dodgers made in the 10th inning. Then they get the homer in the top of the 11th, and then they survive with another crazy defensive play, and then the double play to end the game and to go back to back. Unfortunately, because I was rooting for Toronto, it is back to back in the World Series, which doesn't happen a lot. But of course now, when you have the money the Dodgers do, who knows? We may be looking at a three-peat this year. But that was my single favorite or best moment to me in 2025 because that game 7 had it all, where both teams were in it back and forth. So that's my number 1. Sarah, what's your number 1?
So I did a different kind of series. I did the Stanley Cup playoffs, where it was Florida versus Edmonton. Obviously, the big moment being Florida winning their back-to-back cup. They are the 2025 Stanley Cup champions. That series was just crazy overall. Did I really want Florida to win just because I don't really like the way they play? Yeah, but we all kind of saw it coming anyways with Florida winning. It was a great game 6. But it's always just nice whenever they move the cup around, they skate the cup around, and just like looking at certain players being like, okay, yeah, they definitely deserve this. It's always nice also looking at like former Canes players getting the cup. I always like enjoying it. A lot of well-earned moments for a bunch of those players. Definitely not Matthew Tkachuk though. He didn't deserve it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's
That's all I
You're
got.
gonna leave that at there. I was waiting.
I mean, does it count? I feel like he didn't deserve it because.
All right. Well, I guess we can count that here. Hold on here. Let me get that updated here. So let's put that up there. And show. There we go. All right. So there's our first one of that there. Yeah. But hey, I still think Duval Paul would be proud of you. You still gave Florida their props as your number 1 sports moment for 2025. So I think that's a big step for you.
It's my 2026 resolution to be less hateful.
I don't know if we can have a less hate ticker. That I don't think that'll quite do it for. I don't think Midnight Rider would appreciate you having a less hate ticker instead of a hate ticker. That I don't think that'll fly with him.
Okay.
All right. So there's our top 25 moments that we're going to do, and then look, football is going to take over a great majority of the show. I promise you guys that will be coming up here in a little bit. But before we get into the football stuff, I do want to do a quick little hockey segment too, because there is some news. The Winter Classic we talked about before. It happened. Florida beat the Rangers 5-1. In my honest opinion, this game was the dud of all duds for the Winter Classic due to the weather, the heat, and the humidity. They had to keep the dome in Miami closed. So it really was just a larger indoor game. I don't know, maybe it's because the Rangers got off to a couple quick goals or what it was, but there just was no energy. Like normally when these Winter Classics happen, like there's just a buzz throughout the entire arena, stadium, whatever ballpark, wherever they're in. That was missing in this game. I mean, it was a snooze fest. The game was a snooze fest. The crowd was never really into it. Even with the Rangers fans there, they didn't, I mean, the Rangers have been in so many of these. It just didn't have that Winter Classic vibe. And I think between it being on TNT and TNT not advertising it, I think, and they really had January 2nd all to themselves. I haven't seen the ratings yet come through yet for it, but I can't imagine that they were good. because there just was no buzz for this game going into it. There was no buzz on the ice. It just, to me, was a big miss. I get what the NHL is trying to do and growing the game and having these games and in not normal markets, but I think that's what the Stadium Series is better for. I think the Winter Classic needs to be just that. It needs to be a Winter Classic. It needs to be somewhere where it's cold. That's just, and I think this is a big miss in my view. What do you got, sir?
I'm gonna be honest. I didn't even watch this. Like you said, it just wasn't very advertised well. There was nothing screaming to me being like, I need to watch this. This is an absolute must. Maybe if it was on New Year's Day, I feel a little bit better about watching it, but obviously there was still so much going on where it felt difficult to watch that with college football, because I mean, let's be honest, they wouldn't compete with that. But it just nothing happened. I mean, what did I predict? A 4-2 win? I was one off each side, but I mean, maybe it's the teams. I'm not sure. But like you said, the Winter Classic, I feel like it's supposed to be more. It needs to be like more wintry. It did not feel right being in Hard Rock, and like you said, with a closed roof, the environment wasn't right.
Yeah, we're on the same page on this one. I mean, I did watch a little bit of it. I was kind of flipping back and forth between that and other stuff, but it just didn't have it for whatever reason. So, well, yeah, but what's also weird is normally at the one Winter Classic they announce the next one. They really didn't do that. I've heard rumors, but I've also seen stuff not agreeing with the rumor of a possible Nashville location site next year in Bristol, Tennessee, with maybe Carolina in it. But then I've seen other sites that said that is not true. So we'll see where they go for next year. Not that Nashville would be a classic site either, but I think again that'd be a Stadium Series type thing. So we'll see what they end up doing with that. But this one was a miss. I think they need to go back to the classics.
You hear the rumor that the next Winter Classic for 2027 might be in Bristol?
I did, but that's what I mean. But then I've also seen sites that say no. So
yeah, I don't think it's anything confirmed yet. But I feel like that would be better. I mean, maybe because it's against Carolina, maybe I can, we can score. That's my Christmas present. Okay, if that happens, we get tickets to the Winter Classic. Okay, Paul?
Maybe. We'll see. Maybe the third one. We'll see. See if it happens and when and what the heck they charge for that. Then again, too,
right.
that Speedway, some of those tickets are going to be probably where you can't see anything. So it could be bad. So we talked about we're going to do our Olympic special later as we get closer to it, but all the rosters had to go in, and the rosters have come out for the Olympic teams. Now, keep in mind, you're going to see 25 names on these rosters. When it gets time to push comes to shove, these rosters will have to be trimmed some too. So not everyone that is currently on this roster will be able to participate in the games, but this is kind of where we're going right now. So what I pulled up are the 4 teams that were in the Four Nations tournament. I think realistically, these are the 4 nations that are probably likely to medal. The only one that's not on here is Czechia, and I think that they have a really good shot too. Their lineup's loaded. We'll get to that when we do the full breakdown. But here's Sweden's lineup, and this team is loaded up front now. Landeskog just got hurt against Florida. Surprise, again against Florida. Not hurt yet on that injury front yet. Their D is really, really strong. Their goaltending is a little suspect. I think of the 4 teams, I would have Sweden at 4 right now. But no real surprises here. I think this lineup is what we expected to see.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a strong roster. I don't know how this is gonna go. But Landeskog did have to be helped off the ice. I don't think he was actually tripped though. I know we've had those conversations of what Florida plays. I don't think he tripped. I think it was just unlucky, too much momentum. I looked at the clip a little bit. It didn't look like a trip from the angle I had. I don't know if you've seen it. But I think that's another conversation. But it did not look good though.
Yeah, I agree with that. Anthony Chime, welcome back to the show. Anthony, off topic, did you see that Canada got eliminated from the World Juniors? I was going to bring up the World Juniors. Anthony is just going to wait till we got to Canada and U.S. to talk about the fact that the U.S. choked against Finland in the quarters, and once again Canada loses in the semis. So it's another year in the World Juniors without U.S. or Canada in the gold medal game. Canada still will be in the bronze medal game, which is, I think, tomorrow. But yeah, a very disappointing show for both of those two as well. And then Anthony gives us the perfect segue here, talking about what's going to hurt Finland's not having Barkov. That's their superstar and leader of that team, and bringing up Finland. I still think, even though they won't have Barkov, this team is pretty loaded. Aho is coming to himself. At least the top three lines there's no issue with anyone on these three lines. They're all capable of scoring. The fourth line, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if Erik Haula doesn't end up making. I think Turbo would be much better in that fourth line spot. Their D are all solid as well, and their goaltending is going to be led by UC Saros, who, Nashville's having a down year, they are still they're kind of coming back up in the standings. UC Saros has been the stud for them that has kept them in games that they had no business being in, and UC Saros can steal games when it comes time when we get into the Olympics. So even though they don't have Barkov, I still have Finland as a strong third team behind, obviously, Canada and US. But this team is still going to be scary, and they know how to play in these tournaments, because a lot of these guys have played together in these tournaments before.
Yeah. Like you were talking about Saros, I definitely think he would be the starter in the Olympics, but let's be honest, I don't think Finland's goaltending is as strong as the others compared to, Sweden, US, or Canada. I think it's on the weaker side, and I definitely think that could be a struggle in the near future. Their offense looks great. I mean, you got Aho in there, you got you know my opinion about Haula and Rantanen. You fortunately got them in there, but I have to admit, at least Rantanen's good, although I don't like the way he's been playing lately. But great offense. Defense, I think you could definitely move those lines around. I think Heiskanen, well, not Heiskanen and Lindell, because that can't really happen. But I think if you move those lines a little bit around more, I would feel a little bit more confident on their defense. But it's still a good match, I would say.
Yeah, and that's a point that Anthony brings up. They have guys that can score. They're not two-way oriented. I would say Finland's D is probably what could be their downfall of the tournament. Again, we'll get into this.
Goaltending, yeah.
See, I don't agree on the goaltending sign, because UC is a stud, and
he is. But what if you can't start him the entire time?
No, but Luukkonen's been good too. He's helped turn around Buffalo. So I think there is options there for them to stay alive. And again, when we get into it, we'll get the big problem for Finland's going to be is what you'll see is the draw. They're in a really tough division, and we'll get into that when we get to the Olympic show. But this roster is still capable of doing many good things when we get to February. Then we get to, of course, the big two. We'll start off with Canada. This I mean, I'm happy for Tom Wilson. I think it was a big mistake of Canada not having Tom Wilson on that team. Then the reason being is that what the four nations tournament showed you is that checking is going to be a big part of it. And you got to remember too, this rink is going to be a little bit smaller. There's going to be some hitting going on. You're going to want guys that can hit. Not only can Tom Wilson do that, but he can also score. Now, he did just have an injury too. I've not seen the update on his injury yet to see what that's going to affect for him and if he's going to be able to play or not. And that's why you see so many names still on this, because there are going to be guys that are going to that won't be playing because there's still a month left to go in the NHL season where injury is possible. But Crosby is playing almost like he is when he was a kid again. He's on pace to score the second most goals in his career. He could hit 50. He's just slightly off the 50 mark right now for the season. McKinnon, of course, in Colorado has just been crazy. You got Horvat and Reinhardt, who have just been good. And of course, and we haven't gotten to Connor McDavid with Macklin Celebrini, which talk about a line there with those kids. Just crazy what that line's going to be. And then their D is pretty good too. You're led by Kel McCarr. Morrissey's having a great year. Sanheim having a good year. Shea Theodore, you got Doughty on the outside. I think he'll end up being in just because of his experience. And then you got my gut's going to tell me that Logan Thompson and Bennington will be carrying the the load because Logan Thompson's been carrying the Caps so far this year. But Darcy Kemper's having a heck of a year in LA. Like this is a great problem to have if you're Canada, because any one of these three goalies can win a game. I mean, Binnington won the Four Nations tournament with a stellar game against the U.S. So this team is definitely loaded for sure.
Yeah, I agree. The goaltending strong. I don't see really any weak points. Offense, there's much to say. I think from what I saw, I think Horvat was week to week. I'm not sure though. I think they said he's at least out a week, but I don't know. They didn't disclose what kind of injury it is. I'm trying to say. Their defense, I would definitely say, is super. Like, there's nothing weak here. There's nothing that looks terribly bad. Call me crazy though. I know I never prey on injuries, but I'm obviously biased because I kind of wanted Seth Jarvis to make the Canada Olympic roster. So fingers crossed.
I think he's probably the next man up.
Let me live in this delusion that Seth Jarvis will find a way to squeeze into this roster. Okay, he's got time though. You saw the quote he said. What was it? Shit sandwich.
Shit. When shit happens, and you got shit sandwich. So, Anthony put in, don't trust the defensive core for Canada for some reason. It's just me matter. You have a lot of trust in this defense, man. I don't think they're bad. That's for sure. I mean, Taze is having a good season. Makar is just a beast if you watch Colorado, especially when it comes to leading a power play. Makar may be one of the best guys out there. I mean, that shot from the point, and he can pass it. Sanheim is sneaky good, and Periaco is having a great year too. So no, I don't have any worries with the defensive core for Canada, and they may have the strongest three goalies. I mean, those three goalies are especially with how they're playing right now. They're all playing lights out hockey. Bennington is again responsible for St. Louis, who looked like they were dead in the water. They're back in it again. Logan Thompson's carrying the Caps, and Darcy Kemper's having a great year for LA. So this team's going to be able to score goals where it may not matter too much what their defense does, because I mean, you're talking about you could throw out a power play one of Crosby, McKinnon, McDavid, and Celebrini with Makar. That's just lethal. It's just lethal.
I would say, I don't know if this makes sense, but I would say that their defense is like a good balance of age and rookie. Like you got younger guys like Makar and Sanheim and Pareko, but you got your older guys like Doughty and Theodore, like Morrissey. Like I think it's a good balance, and I think they'll be able to work it out a little bit. It might maybe take a game or two, but I think they got it.
Agree. I think that this roster is poised to go far if it wants to. Then we get to the Team USA, and there, Guerin hit a little bit of stuff for this. I think he held true to what worked for them in the Four Nations. Like, and there are some names that are are clearly not on here. But I think what he's going for is, again, he's looking for a mix of guys that can score, and then he's also looking for the guys on the third and fourth line that are capable of delivering some hits. Because again, you saw what worked in the Four Nations, and it's going to be similar hockey that's going to work in the Olympics. I have a feeling that the officials are mostly going to, I think if I remember correctly, they're all going to be NHL officials, which probably means they're going to let them play a little bit. I think you're going to see more playoff hockey officiating in this tournament than what you will than if it was straight on officials that are doing just the IIHF stuff. So you look at this team, it's loaded up front too. There's nothing, I got no issues with any of the front guys on here. Maybe one I could see is Vincent Trocheck, but again, I think he's on this team because he can deliver some hits. Robertson's having a great year in Dallas, and he's probably the biggest snub up front. But we'll see where this all goes to with injuries and stuff like that too, because right now still Brady Tkachuk just came back. Matthew Tkachuk is still not playing. He's close. So we'll see where this team goes. The D is probably the strongest of any team, pardon me, as Gertie just comes flying in here to do her best Chester impersonation. The D is where this team is loaded. Quinn Hughes, Seth Jones. I know there's some concern about Noah Hannafin, but again, he's a D defenseman. He can hit. And then you got Jacob Slavin, who is the best defenseman. I mean, there is no Adam Fox, but again, Fox is he's struggling a little bit this year. And then you get into the goalies here too. I mean, there's nothing wrong with any of these three goalies. My only concern on the goaltending is Connor Hellebuyck, Jake Ottinger. Hallebeck was great in the Four Nations tournament. He maybe, but then again, right in the Stanley Cup playoffs, he went kind of back to struggling a little bit. And same thing for Jake Ottinger. He's had his issues getting over the Edmonton hump, and we'll see if those play out. Jeremy Swayman's been good for Boston. I don't mind the three guys here. The three right guys. I can't think of any goalie that would be better, but I do have concerns about them when it comes time for the big game, just because those concerns have shown themselves when we get to the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, Sarah, what are your thoughts on Team USA?
First of all, like you said, defense, chef's kiss. I don't think there's anything wrong. I'm not familiar with Brock Faber's play, but that's like the only one where maybe I could see you could switch around. But I can't really name anybody at the moment. Offense, it's okay. I would say that they've got their scoring guys, they got their hit guys. I don't know if you want to pull up the comment, but what Anthony says, I'm one of those people that think Robertson was robbed. I definitely see him that he should find a way into this roster, replacing one of the brothers, maybe. This is my opinion. Probably Brady. I would probably say Brady. There's no way that they would take out Matthew. But yeah, I this one doesn't make me feel great that they took out Robbo. Again, he deserves it. He's been playing better than half the guys in this roster. It's just I don't know.
I agree with that as far as like the scoring part of it goes, but Robertson's not really ever been known to be a two-way player, and that's what one of the things Anthony talks about with some of the
younger
some of
guy
the other
though.
guys.
He doesn't have that much.
He is younger. I agree with that, and I'm not saying that Vincent Trocheck should be on this team. I think that if there's one guy that I would take off, that would be him. And I probably would put Robinson on, but this is what Guerin, he kind of led up to this, that he wants this team that is a heavy team to play against. And I think that's what he went for, and that's why he went this route. Will it work or not? We'll see. It's either going to prove to be the correct move or it's going to prove to be wrong. And I don't know which way he says. Anthony also put in here that he thinks the U.S. has the best goalie trio in the Olympics. Regular season, I don't disagree with you on that. And that's my only concern about this trio is, do they show up? How do they show up for this tournament? Is it the regular season form of them, or is it the playoff form of them? Because the playoff form of all three of them has had issues before.
Yeah, that's one that I was going to also bring up too. I agree with you on Hellebuck. I just don't trust that man. Regular season, he's okay, although Winnipeg isn't really doing great right now. I think they're kind of in the lower end of their division, but I don't trust that man. Whenever it comes to a high stress job, he explodes. Ottinger and Swayman, I do feel a little bit better about. I could definitely see them maybe focusing a little bit more. I would hope that they focus a little bit more on Ottinger, just because Dallas is playing better, I think, compared to these other teams that they have. And just looking at their stats, I would just say Otter is the better player. Not better than Canada's goalies. I'm still pretty confident that Canada's goaltending is pretty strong. But yeah, I don't know. It's all very.
Yeah, I mean, I got no issues if you want to say Canada's better or US is better. They should be the final two teams, but when we get into some of these other rosters, that there are some surprise teams that I think that will give both of these teams some fits too. So we'll dive more into that in the February 5th one for sure. A couple more comments here. Let's see here. The issue with Canada's lines, they're very offensive heavy, very good players. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. I mean, look, Marchand, we know can get under people's skins, and I think he's got a role to play in that. Tom Wilson, although he is offensive, he also can play that role of agitator and is a pretty good two-way player too. Mark Stone is a very good two-way player, so they've got some of those type of guys too that can go both ways. But with their front six, they may not need to play much defense, because if those guys start clicking, it's going to be scary. Yeah, we already talked about that one. Let's see here. The issue with Canada, they're not very good to workplace in the office. They're very one-dimensional, very score heavy. Yeah, we kind of talked about that too. So there we have it, folks. That's kind of the rosters. We will get more into all this fun stuff on February in the early February show, where we'll dive into the schedule. We'll give some predictions. We'll give the games to watch out for, when they're going to be on, and how to find them, and all that good stuff as we get closer to the Olympics. Anything else on the rosters you want to throw out there, Sarah, before we wrap it up on hockey?
Austin Matthews, I will note him. He's now the all-time Leafs goal scorer, I believe. He passed Pat Sedin. I think it was goal 420 he tied, and 421 he passes.
Yes.
So that is good to know.
That's a Finnish name. It's Mats Sundin. That's how that one's pronounced. Just to give you a little.
My bad. I pulled a Jack.
Yeah, I don't want you doing a Jack on us here. So. If Jack, if you're watching, we have to give you the shout out there on that side of it. All right, we got a lot of football to get into, so let's get into it here. We'll start off on the college football side of it. We're gonna just do a real quick kind of rapid fire, because the guys did a good job on the show yesterday of breaking down the results of the games. Matt Sundin. Sundin is the official spelling for Matt's. That was back in the day of with Doug Gilmore and all of them from the Toronto, another good team that never got to the Cup final all the way. They lost to Wayne Gretzky in LA one year in 1993 before they lost to Montreal. But I digress. All right. The game on Friday night, Miami takes out Ohio State. This one wounded me. I'm sure, Anthony, you enjoyed this one, and tip of the cap. Miami just played better. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Their line dominated Ohio State. They caught Ohio State off early. They got up 7-0, and Ohio State's kind of driving, maybe looking like they're gonna get back into it and tie it up. And then the pick six, and from there, really, to me, the game was kind of over. I mean, Ohio State did make it close at 17-14, but similar to the Big Ten championship game, when Ohio State's defense needed the big stop, they didn't get it. Miami went on a nice long drive. They got the touchdown to give them back the 10-point lead. And at that point in time, they were cooked. So to me, the team that played better that day definitely won the game and deserved to win. Ryan Day, I think, once again proved he's a really good coach when he doesn't have to call plays, but I don't think it's a coincidence that he went 0-2 in the games that he had to call the plays in. So, it is what it is. Miami won that game, and I'm not gonna say anything bad about how they played that day, because they definitely deserve to win it.
I'm surprised. I thought this was going to turn into a grind my gears segment. You did really good on trying to keep composed about that.
Look, I mean, I can call it. Look, I've always been one that when the better team, how they played wins that game. That's how I feel. He says, I brought joy to had a ton of Ohio State fans that talk, Twitter, Facebook, and they were, I know they were out there. I was never one of them. I said that this game was going to be close. I had 20-10 as the final score. So I did not see Ohio State blowing them out, just because I believe that Miami's defense was good. I just honestly didn't think that Miami was going to be able to score points. I thought the Ohio State defense was going to play better than what they did, and they did not do it. The Giants might be bringing Day as their next head coach. There's lots of those rumors, but I'd be shocked if Ryan Day leaves Columbus, to be honest with you. Well, I don't see it happening, but you never know. The right amount of money can lure anyone over there, but we'll see what happens. But I don't think that he's going to leave. So that was the first one, and then we had the two snooze fesses. The first one was Oregon just destroyed Texas Tech. The score was 23-0. The game didn't even feel that close. I mean, Oregon kind of a couple different times, they went for it on fourth downs instead of taking points. This game probably could have been 35-0 if Oregon really wanted it to be. The only part that to me was a surprise was the fact that JMU rounded up 500 yards of offense against Oregon, and then they just completely shut down Texas Tech. But this game was very one-sided, and Oregon just completely dominated this team, which I think kind of proved what I said all along, that the Big 12 just wasn't that good this year, and shows that Oregon was, in fact, a really good team.
Yeah, I watched this game. Holy turnovers. Talking about Apple turnover, freaking, oh my God. It was, I was rooting for Texas Tech this entire time. Like roller clips. I was there. I was on this ride and just watching it. I couldn't even imagine. I was with my best friend. She's been looking at places for her master's, and she was looking at Texas Tech. And I told her after that game, I was like, I'd hate to go to that school. Like it would be disappointing at this point. But it was an ugly game. I mean, I said that I could see it going either way, and in a way, I just didn't think it would go this way, like this bad of a way. I didn't see it as a possible outcome, but
Yep. And then the one, I'll be honest, of all the games, this is the one I enjoyed the most. Indiana just completely destroyed Alabama. All the love of the SEC and how the SEC was just going to show the Big Ten and that Indiana was a fraud. Indiana just came out and just stomped them 38-3. Mendoza, I think further proved why he won the Heisman and that it was legit, 14 for 16 with 192 and 3 touchdowns, and they ran for 215 yards. I mean, this game was really not close either, and I enjoyed every second of it. Watching the Alabama faithful leave the Rose Bowl in the fourth quarter in droves was very enjoyable for me.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say who didn't see this coming, but unfortunately there are some people that are delusional and thought Alabama really stood a chance against Indiana. I don't think I actually watched this game. I can't remember if I was working or not. But yeah, I just think this was easy to predict. And obviously, I'm sure we can talk about it, but this is one of the teams that had the bye week and didn't lose. So
they were in fact the only team with
the only team. Yes, they're the only team. So
I will dive into that a little bit, but I will say that for after we do the last game. So then the last game, probably without a doubt the best game as far as the back and forth, going right down to the wire, was Ole Miss and Georgia. Ole Miss, without Lane Kiffin, this game had it all. It was 4 lead changes. It was tie score with 56 seconds left when Ole Miss, finally gets the game-winning field goal with 6 seconds left. They added on a safety at the end. Trinidad Chambliss just had an amazing game, 362 yards, 2 touchdowns. This game was just a lot of fun. I enjoyed it, and I was happy for the results because I'm kind of, Ole Miss was one of the teams I was kind of rooting for because I hate Lane Kiffin, so I kind of want them to stick it to Lane Kiffin a little bit. So, I do enjoy that too.
Yeah, I mean, this was a back and forth game, really entertaining. Obviously, it didn't go the way I thought it would. But I still give kudos to Georgia. I mean, they did their best, but this is a great story. I mean, like we said, Lane Kiffin, I'm sure he is crying on his knees, asking to be a part of this again. And oh my gosh, like freaking next week going against Indiana. Imagine if they pull that off. It would just be great. It's a great story.
I agree. Yep. I'm with you on that too. So, it is good stuff. So with that being said, that's the quarterfinals. And I do want to point out, of these 4, there was only the one team that had the bye, or that didn't have, had the bye week that won. That was Indiana. So over the last few years, since it expanded out to 12, the team with the bye week is now 1-7. And look, in fairness, for Ohio State, this has benefited them. Last year, they didn't have the bye. They went on to win it all. This year, they had the bye, and it didn't work out so well. So, Ohio State, as an Ohio State fan, has experienced both sides of it. My gut still says they're going to go to 16 next year, and the point then becomes moot because then these teams will have the home game. There's a lot of stuff to talk about as far as fixing it. All right, that's pretty funny. I got to put this up here. Chuck put in that Lane Kiffin is leaving LSU to become the next president of Venezuela because of how much Lane Kiffin likes to leave jobs. So that Chuck is also another former Raider fan, so he remembers the Lane Kiffin days too. So I can appreciate that too. So, let's see here. The continuity is finally going to catch up to the Rebels because the assistant coaches, including Charlie Weiss Jr., are already 1 foot out the door and going to LSU this week, apparently. Yeah, there is some rumor about when these guys are going to officially be leaving, and we'll see what effect that has on them this week. So that gets us right into the semis. And with that, we'll start off with this one. And I know this is here. He wants to know our opinions on that. So we'll throw him out here now. But Anthony's got his pick in here. I think he's got Miami.
He's a little biased.
Well, of course, and that's okay. That's part of the fun of it here. Hold on, I had his pick here. Where'd he go here? he had his. Where am I missing his pick? I think he has. There it is. Miami winning, and then Indiana. So he's got Miami then winning the national championship 17-14. So he's got, which, hey, if Miami's going to win this thing, it's going to be on defense. So let's get into these here real quick. Miami 12-2 going up against Ole Miss 13-1. This game is going to be very intriguing to me because, Ole Miss's offense is just really, really good. But I don't know if they've played a defense as good as Miami's, and Miami is clicking on all cylinders right now. This is one of those ones where my brain says Miami's going to win. And again, this is nothing against Miami. I think they're a great story. But my heart kind of wants Ole Miss to win just because, again, I'd love to see Ole Miss kind of stick it to Lane Kiffin at this point in time and get into the national championship game. But if I had to go with what I think Miami's defense is going to be really good in this game, better than anything Ole Miss has faced. And I think Miami is going to win this game. I'm going to go 21-17.
Okay. I'm gonna go on the other end here. I think Ole Miss has got it. Am I impressed by Am I impressed by Miami? Yes. Their defense was good. We saw it in the Ohio State game. I'm on this ride with Ole Miss. Obviously a little bit, but I just think they got a little bit more. I mean, beating Georgia, I think I don't know. Actually, do I take that back? Is beating Georgia more impressive than beating Ohio State? Because Ohio State is Ohio State. They have their flunks. I'm not sure. I'm not actually sure. I might take that back. I'll have to think on that. But I think Ole Miss has got it. I think their offense is just a little bit better than Miami's defense. So I'm trying to think of a score, though. I think it'll still be pretty back and forth, but it'll be low. I'm trying to think. 24-15?
24-15, and this is a point that I do agree with Anthony on too, that especially when you compare them to Miami's defense, Ole Miss's defense is not there. And he's got here, I feel the Lions disrespectful that they don't like any of Miami's games, so we should shut down quarterback season. I agree. I do think the line is a little, but again, I think some of that too is the SEC bias, which just isn't going to go away. It is what it is, so we're going to have that for sure. That you're going to see that. So I think that this one is going to, they're both, I think, going to be good games because you also have then the rematch, which will be in the Peach Bowl on Friday night, Oregon against Indiana. Of course, these two teams met earlier in the season. It was a really good game. It was in Oregon. They were tied at 20 into the fourth quarter. Indiana went on to win it 30-20. So the question I have is going to be which Oregon's defense shows up for this game? The one that played against JMU and Indiana the first time, or is it going to be the one that just played against Texas Tech? Because if it's Oregon's defense that played against Texas Tech, Indiana could be in trouble. But I think Indiana is another one of these teams with a chip on their shoulder. They want to show the world that they belong and that they were there. So I do think Indiana gets the repeat and they do beat Oregon again. And I kind of see it around a similar score, that 30-20 that happened the first time.
Yeah, I agree. I think Indiana's got this. Don't get me wrong, Oregon's impressive, but Indiana's just have a hell of a season. There's just not really much to go about, and of course they beat Alabama because that's impressive to some people, which not really. But I think Indiana's got this. I don't know. I still think it would be close. But I'm trying to think. Maybe 32-24 is what I'm going with.
So you got Indiana against you said Ole Miss, right? Or did you say
so Indiana versus Ole Miss.
And I have Indiana and Miami because that's what Anthony said. Yeah, I hedged my bets a little bit, Anthony. I said that I think Miami's going to win the game. That's what my brain says. My heart wants Ole Miss to win. And again, nothing against the Hurricanes. I just want to see Ole Miss stick it to Lane Kiffin. That's my only thinking behind that. It's totally biased as a Raider fan that watched Lane Kiffin stink as a head coach and watch him go from team to team. I just want to see Ole Miss stick it to Lane Kiffin and win this thing without him because I think he honestly didn't think that they'd be able to have it. And I have Indiana winning, but the game's going to be closer. It's going to be a defensive battle. In my opinion, Indiana wins by a field goal 27-24. Yeah, I could see it being a little bit closer. I could also see, 30-20. It's, that's another one of those maybe late I think it'll be close until late, and then maybe I think Indiana pulls away, and we'll see what Mendoza does with that. So there we have our college football side of it. I know you've got to head out here shortly, Sarah. Anything you want to throw on the college football side before we wrap her up?
I would say my predictions is Indiana winning. Can't really say a score yet. I honestly would say I have to see how both of these teams play out. Obviously, of course, my prediction might not even happen. But yeah, I still think Indiana's got it. Number one,
There you go. I agree with that. All right. Well, I know you got to head out, so go take care of stuff you got to take care of.
Bye, guys.
All right, so that leaves for now just me. I think one of the other guys is going to join in here shortly, but we'll keep it going here. So we'll go into some of the NFL stuff. We're going to start off with the games from this last crazy weekend that was. Let me pull up my notes here so I can roll through this here, and I'll welcome any comments here to keep try to keep us going on here. I'm going to do one little quick thing here real quick. There we go. Send that there. All right. So the weekend, of course, started. We're going to kind of work in a different order, not necessarily in chronological order. Seattle defeated San Francisco 13-3. That wrapped up Seattle's number one bid. That was on Saturday. Kind of a boring game. It was an ugly game, but Seattle's defense once again showed up, and that defense is legit. So they will be your number one seed in the NFC after beating San Francisco. That made San Francisco fall into the bye spot, or excuse me, into a wild card spot. Tampa Bay beat Carolina. This was a muddy game. There was a lot of rain that took place. Carolina had some chances late, but just couldn't get it done. So this put both teams in a unique spot where they were both sitting there at 8 and 9, and they were both dependent upon what Atlanta did against New Orleans. If Atlanta won, Carolina was going to hold on to the division. If Tampa Bay won, if New Orleans won, then Tampa Bay was going to win, because all the teams in the division finished 3-3. You had 3 teams at 8 and 9, and Atlanta somehow controlled the bye. They couldn't get in themselves. They controlled who was going to get in of these teams, and Atlanta won that game 19-17. Putting the Carolina Panthers into the playoffs for the first time in quite some time. So a neat little story for them. Tampa Bay does get a win, but again, the way that they finished the season with so many losses, they really have no one to blame but themselves. And we'll talk a little bit more about Atlanta when we get into some of the stuff that happens here today on Black Monday with all the coaches that went. And then the crazy finale last night that decided, the NFC North. Pittsburgh wins it, holds on for dear life, and wins 26-24. They get a late touchdown where they're up. They miss the extra. The extra point gets blocked. At that point in time, it looks like they're going to win it pretty comfortably. But then Baltimore kind of completes a nice little play, and then they go on to. Looks like they're going to kick the field goal, and they then have the field goal miss. And I feel bad for the kid. He's a rookie kicker. Luke misses the field goal wide right. It's kind of funny because Boss Man is joining in, and he knows all about wide right, unfortunately. But he misses the kick wide right, and you feel bad for the kid, just immediately. And of course, I've already seen all the death threats that have been talked to this poor, kid on social media and to his family about missing the kick. So your heart goes out for him. And Pittsburgh wins this game 26-24 to get our playoffs set up. And joining us here now is the boss man. How you doing there, sir?
Man, I am great. What a way to bring me in. Wide right. Oh,
I know. Like that?
Oh,
I'm sorry to do that to you, but at the same time, it was what the kick was. It was a wide right kick.
It was perfect. It was a perfect segue. It was. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. You got anything from the week that was in the NFL that you want to throw out there from these games or any of the other ones?
You know what, man? The NFL kind of got what they wanted. The big games last week of the season, the Pittsburgh and Baltimore game, like you said, ending in the missed kick. And then Carolina backdooring their way into the playoffs is crazy. It's like everybody was rooting for Atlanta. They got in, even though they lost. And it's interesting. I like that Carolina team. It's going to be a good experience. Who did they play first? Who they play first?
Carolina gets the Rams.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's going to be a tough task for them. So
Yep. And so here's the brackets as they stand now. So Denver and Seattle are your teams with the byes, and the wild card weekend is of course going to feature the 6 games that you see here. We're going to break them down here in order of how they will happen. We'll lead the Monday night game because we'll have the Monday show for that one, but we'll get the pick. We'll get our picks going here for that now. Now, of course, not in here too, but what did happen? The Giants won their game, which then made that the Raiders will be the #1 pick, even though they did defeat Kansas City. So the Raiders are officially on the clock for the first time with #1 pick since 2007, when they drafted a guy named Jamarcus Russell, and we all know how that turned out for the Raiders. So I am not very confident in my team with the #1 pick, but we'll see what happens. We'll save that for another show, another time when we do our mock draft later again. All right, so let's go into these games here. The wild card weekend. The first game is the Rams at Carolina. This is a rematch of the November 30th game. Carolina won that one 31-28. Carolina forced 3 turnovers, held on for the win. So the question that I'll have for you here, boss man, is do you think that Carolina can repeat that win again, or do the Rams show them what they're all about and win this one?
Call me crazy. And I'm looking at MGM bet. The Rams are 10-point favorites, but they got to go to Carolina. I got this silly feeling. It's a small slither that if Carolina comes out, they have to play perfect, mistake-free ball. They might have a chance. They might have a small chance. I'm not picking them, but because they play some really good ball. Bryce Young. You see the confidence rising on the kid. And I just, at home, anything can happen. And we all know that different teams match up with other teams very well. And, vice versa. You got some teams that come in and just can't keep up with what the other teams do. But I think Carolina got a small chance. But they have to control the clock. They have to keep Stafford off the field as much as possible. That's the key. That's the ingredients.
It's just like a Dumb and Dumber then, right? So you're saying there's a chance.
That's right.
Love it. I agree with you. I think Carolina's going to keep it close. I do think though the Rams will win this one this time, unless there's something weather related or something like that affects it. I think the Rams will learn from that. I think my gut's going to be is Carolina's just going to be one of those that they're going to be happy to get in there. But then again, they're going to have no pressure, on them at all. So that you talk about a team that's going in with nothing, at all to lose. It's the Carolina Panthers. So I think the key for the Rams is maybe to get up early. And then, because, the longer Carolina hangs around in that game, the more dangerous I think they're going to be.
Yep, I agree.
All right, then the second game that night is going to be on Prime. It is another rematch, of course, of the old division rivals. You got Green Bay going into Chicago. We'll see who's going to be quarterback for Green Bay. I think that's going to be a lot to where this game goes. It seems like Love should be ready to go, and I think Green Bay's chances improve with Love. Chicago's kind of limped in here at the end. I was very surprised with how they played against Detroit. I thought they might just try to steamroll Detroit, but I still think Detroit liked trying to take it to their old coordinator Ben Johnson one more time, and they did. But in the grand scheme of things, with Philly resting everybody, didn't really hurt Chicago. You saw a lot of these teams that kind of didn't really care where they were at. I think as far as 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, they knew that they're going to be playing next week. So you saw them taking advantage of that and resting some guys. So you get the fun divisional rematch. Look, the Bears were my surprise pick to make the playoffs. I love seeing them there. So I'm going to keep going with the Bears, and that's who I have winning this one. What do you got?
Hey, I said on a couple shows ago that the league needed the Chicago Bears to come back to the top. And it's good to see them home playoff game. Like you said, division rival Packers. I'm going with the Bears in this. I got them on MGM bet as 1-point favorites. I'm gonna lean with the Bears. I'm gonna lean with their momentum. The Packers just got too much going on for me. Too many injuries at the wrong time. Give me the Bears.
We're in agreement on that one. I think it's good and I'm agreeing with you too. I think it's good for football to have the Bears be back into it. They're just one of those teams I think that has it. Now, this next one I know is near and dear to your heart. You got the Buffalo Bills at Jacksonville. I think this is the most intriguing of all the matchups at the wild card weekend, just because, you finally, if you're a Buffalo fan, you're finally looking at a year where you have no KC and no Baltimore, but you're the wild card team, which means you're going to have to do this, pretty much, on the road in every game that you have. So my question for you is, can Buffalo finally get over that hump and get in there, or will they suffer the same fate at the hand of a new team?
Well, first of all, Buffalo hasn't had too much luck against Jacksonville the last 5 years or so. It's always been the other Josh Allen dominating the game. So, but let me say this before we go into this Jacksonville game. I actually wanted to play New England. I wanted to go to New England as a Buffalo Bill fan. I wanted to celebrate their AFC East championship with them. I really did. I just wanted to go and just, have some cake with them. But now, look, Dalton Kincaid is really, really big for Buffalo. He came back. He was injured. So Kincaid knocks. Then you have a slew of these receivers that at any given time, you don't know what you're getting between Shakir, Cooks, Shavers. You got some things that, and then of course, the guy that it's like if Josh Allen go into the sideline to get his cape to do Josh Allen things, James Cook cape is right beside his. So if they can get James Cook going, I like Buffalo in this one, going on the road to Jacksonville. I think Buffalo is one of those teams, and I'm not just saying this because those are my boys. I think those one of those teams that nobody really wants to play, because if they come in there, it is no advantage for them. You go to New England, they play in the cold, they play in the snow. You go into Jacksonville, you get a sunny day, offense is going to run wild. So it's just one of those things. It just depends on what Sean McDermott shows up. That's my key. I don't think Sean McDermott. I've said this a lot. I don't think when it comes down to chess, that's not Sean McDermott's thing. He's and I'll give him this. He's done a really good job with the defense this year. They're playing really good. Between him and Joe Brady, it's just I don't know. I'm going with my boys. I just need them to. They haven't come together. They haven't had that game where they had to come back in Cincinnati, the Baltimore comeback. Then they lose an ugly game at home to the Eagles. Like, the Eagles didn't score. I think Jalen Hurts had 3 passing yards the second half.
It was bad.
It was really bad. You lose that game, and Josh misses a throw that any other time he makes. So give me the Bills. They're favored by 1.5. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. And I think if it's a high-scoring game, I'll take number 17 to pull it out and get out of Jacksonville with the W.
I do agree with you. If it's high scoring, I think that favors Buffalo. And I also agree with you. I think if they're going to win this game, they got to cook with Cook, and Cook was on my fantasy team. So in my one money league. So I enjoyed watching him all season because he definitely had some big time games. And I think that's the key. I think they got to run the ball. I'm also not going to be surprised. I think you're going to see a lot of Bills fans get their hands on some tickets in Jacksonville. So it'll be interesting to see what the crowd dispersal is going to be like for this game too, because I think you're going to see quite a bit of red and blue in that stadium. And I think that's going to help Buffalo. This is hard for me because Duval Paul, who his team has suffered so much, but Buffalo was my preseason pick to win it all. So I'm going to take Buffalo too, just because they were my preseason pick, and I want to see that go a little bit further on.
Sounds good. I agree with you.
All right, so the next game on Sunday is going to be 4:30. This one of all the games, I think this is the one I'm probably least looking forward to. I just think it just seems boring to me. San Fran kind of plays a boring style. Look, Philly's been up and down all year. You listen to their fan base, you think that this team was going for the number 1 pick with the way that they have, but they did turn around towards the end a little bit. Both of these games are defensive oriented. This game just has that 13-10 kind of feel for me, because I just don't know what either one of these two offenses are going to be able to do. I think Philly wins just because they're at home, but this also, if San Francisco won here and won this game, it really wouldn't surprise me either, just because of how bad Philly's played on offense down the last 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, I definitely agree. You look at this, and they're favored by 4.5. The Eagles are at home, which is kind of shocking to me. I don't think the 49ers are that far, but I do agree. I think this is one of those 17-20, 17-21 ugly, nobody can get anything going type games. And I think that favors the Eagles. That's crazy. I think that favors the Eagles because that's how they really played all season. So that's right up their alley. I guess I'm gonna take the Eagles here. But you would think with Purdy and McCaffrey and what they have, the 49ers would come in here and what do you think? 21 points on the Eagles should be enough.
Yeah, I think if they get 21, I think they win
Yeah,
easily.
they win.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Eagles struggle. They might have a field goal day and kick them to death.
Yeah, just that's well, the way Elliott's been this year. If it's a field goal game, I don't know that I trust Philly. That may not be good for Philly because Elliott's not been good this year compared to years past. So, yeah, this is the game I think of all of them. I'll be like, I'm not sure how much of it I'll honestly watch. This might be one that I skip out on for a little bit. So then the Sunday night game, and you talk. I think this is the team that everyone probably wanted to face, and the Chargers get them at New England. The chance for New England to prove that were not a regular season fluke, but they get the Chargers who are kind of limping in a little bit too. They sat Justin Herbert; he would be good to go for this game. They've got a few guys that are going to be ready, and then it's Harbaugh's chance in the playoffs to show that he was worth the money to come back into the NFL. So this game is intriguing to me for that reason. And I don't know why. I think for at least one more week, I think New England will keep the magic alive just because I don't trust the Chargers to be able to go into Foxborough and win this game.
Yeah, I agree with that, and especially how Foxborough is going to be. It's going to be cold, and depending on what weather drops, I think the Chargers are going to bow right out of this. Now, look, I talk a lot of crap about the Patriots, but they're very well coached. Vrabel is a very, 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 very good coach, especially defensively. I think his Tennessee years, he was just missing a quarterback. He might have that now, but I think with Drake May, I think eventually he's going to run into a team where that lack of experience is going to hurt him, and that's what's going to hurt the Patriots. And that's going to be their falter, but not this round. They're going to get through this round in Foxborough. They're going to move on.
Yep, we're in agreement on that one too. And then that leads to one that'll be Monday night. I'll break it down on the show next week because we'll be on Monday before this one. You got you have the hottest team in the NFL, the Houston Texans, who are just rolling coming into this game, going up against the team that gets in off a missed field goal, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and of course Mike Tomlin keeps the streak alive. And the question is, will Mike Tomlin's next streak be kept alive too, as far as being into the playoffs and then losing? So I'll let you give your predictions because if you won't be on the show on Monday, I'm not sure what if you'll be on any of the other ones to give the predictions. So if you want to give your prediction for this game, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I said Buffalo might be one of those teams that nobody wanted to play. I think Houston's number one because their defense is absolutely disgusting. Now, does Pittsburgh get DK back for this game?
Yes, he's back. It was a 2-game suspension, so he's back for this one, which will help him.
And that's going to help Pittsburgh. But I think at the end of the day, I think if this was Aaron Rodgers from 5 years ago, a little bit more mobile to kind of get away from some stuff, they have a better chance. It's hard not to pick Houston here. They just on a roll, man. And like I said, their defense is very well coached. Offense is rolling. They're hot at the right time, man. I'm going Houston.
I like it. I think that's probably what will be my pick too next week. But I'll get the luxury of waiting to see if there's any changes to any of these teams' rosters or anything like that'll have an effect on that game. So there you have it. It's going to be a fun weekend coming up. You got Thursday, Friday. You got college football. Then you're going to have Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You're going to have the NFL playoffs. This is the fun time of year if you like football and games that matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, look, my birthday is Saturday, and I am off this weekend. I'm going to be football drunk this weekend.
You are, and hopefully you get a good birthday present on Sunday with your Bills winning for you.
Yeah, I would take that.
Yeah, I would too. Absolutely. All right. So that's the good at the side of football. But today is the day where coaches seem to lose their jobs, and we've had 4 so far that fall by the wayside today. And I just looked on ESPN to make sure no one else got fired beforehand, and it looks like right now we are still with 4 that go. The first one was, of course, actually late last night. You had Raheem Morris, and they also fired their GM Terry Fontenot. This one, for a little bit surprising to me because Morris was only there for 2 years. Atlanta had won their last 4 games. They had a lot of injuries this year. And even for the GM, I kind of a little bit surprised because it seemed like there were some good building blocks there. But the bottom line, the GM's been there this was his 4th year. They have not had a winning record since he's been there. Overall, Morris went 16-18 in 2 years. This one, this is one that I kind of, I let these up here as coaches screwed over. I kind of put this one where I feel like Raheem Morris is kind of getting screwed over on this one. I think he deserved one more year. The players all seem to want him to come back for another year. This one kind of surprised me a little bit. How about you?
Nah, me too. I think Penix only played 9 games this year, so it's hard to ask your team to win when your starting quarterback, is missed a lot of time. So, like you said, the injuries. I thought he would get at least another season, fresh start. Maybe go through the season, whole season from Penix, and go from there. But it just wasn't the case, and Atlanta's moving on. So, yeah, I was definitely shocked about this one.
And I think Raheem Morris will land somewhere. Maybe not as a head coach this coming year, but somebody's gonna hire him to be a coordinator for sure. And I think eventually he'll get another stint. I mean, this was his second. Tampa. He was there for 3 years, went 17-31. But I think you saw some growth in him personally with Atlanta, and I think somebody's gonna see that and give him another shot. I don't think that he'll be without a job long. Probably as a coordinator somewhere next year, and then maybe as a head coach for when we do these next year.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
And then one local close to us, for me anyway, Stefanski. This was kind of rumored. He's let go. He's been there for 6 seasons. A crazy stat in his 6 seasons, the Cleveland Browns have had 13 different quarterbacks start while Stefanski was the head coach. That is just an insane number of quarterbacks that he's had to go through. He was coach of the year for the 2 years that they went to the playoffs. But the bottom line for him is that 8-26 over these last 2 years. I don't say that I don't think that he got screwed. I think the only part of this that I think is screwy is I don't understand how you fire Stefanski and Andrew Berry still keeps his job, because let's be honest, the falling point for this franchise was when they made the trade for Deshaun Watson, and they have not been good since then. And he's the one that made that deal. So how he survives this, just because I get it, that they had a really good draft this year, but I don't know. To me, I think if you're going to let the coach go, then the GM should go too in this case.
Yeah, I definitely agree. In this case, like you said, that Deshaun Watson debacle was top tier. So he keeps his job for now. I think he's on a short lease though. I think next year we're talking about Black Monday, and if something doesn't improve, you're going to see him get the axe.
I could see it even happen before this point. If Cleveland gets off to like a really slow start again, like a 1-6 or a start like that, I could see maybe Barry getting the axe even quicker than that and have a GM kind of in place. And then of course you get to wonder whoever they hire as a coach, will he just be a one and done because the new GM will want their own guy?
Exactly.
I also will say this: we talk about guys that won't be without a job long. Kevin Stefanski is going to be that guy too. He is going to be on everybody's short list for some of these teams with openings. So my gut kind of tells me Stefanski will have one of these now. There are 6 openings. We'll get into all the openings here at the end of this thing, but I don't think he's going to be without a job long either.
Nah, not at all.
Yep. And then the one near and dear to my heart, that this was the third in order. Pete Carroll is told thanks, but no thanks after 1 year. They brought in Geno Smith for him, and it just didn't work. 3-14. They were blown out in 11 of the 14 losses that they lost by 17 points or more. The offense looked inept, and they fired Chip Kelly, of course, earlier in the year. The interesting move, though, is that they do keep Spytek, their general manager, and the boy wonder, aka Mark Davis, has said that he is going to be turning over football operations to Spytek and one Tom Brady, and that they alone will be responsible for football decisions. We'll see. Who they hire as the head coach will let me know if that's really the case or not, because one name that of course is popping up immediately is one John Gruden, and I don't really think that the boy wonder wanted to let Gruden go the first time. So we'll see if they hire anyone not named John Gruden, then I'll believe that Spytek and Brady have control over this thing. If they hire John Gruden, that tells me that the boy wonder is still doing his best, his worst Jerry Jones impersonation, and is actually the one pulling the strings.
You know what's crazy? I think they may be in control, and maybe because I was surprised Pete got the axe after 1 year. You know, he's a vet, he's respected. For him not to get the time and cook a little bit more was kind of surprising. I think this may be the move where, like you said, they want to go get their guy to coach this team. They want to set it up. So, with that being said, if you think of it that way, it's not a surprising move.
I think what hurt Carroll in the long run is once the season was clearly done, and Geno Smith, look, the offensive line for the Raiders is god awful terrible. It'd be hard for anyone to be a really good quarterback with that offensive line. But Geno Smith clearly, even then, times when he did have time to throw the ball, would just hold on to the ball way too long, way too many interceptions. And when it was clearly over with for this team this year, you have a guy that you took 2 years ago in Adrian O'Connell, and he just refused to play him. And I think that kind of may be awesome because I think the Raiders would have liked to seen what they had. And look, he ended up playing in the second half in the Kansas City game, led him to the comeback, and looked pretty decent. I think the front office would have liked to maybe seen him for more than a half to know what the hell you have in this guy, because you got the number 1 pick in the draft, and it'd be nice to know what you think you have and what you need to do with that pick. So I think that hurt him. But here is the number, ladies and gentlemen, that if you really want to know how terrible the Las Vegas Raiders are right now, the Las Vegas Raiders for next season will be spending $50 million on coaches that are not coaching for the Las Vegas Raiders. $8 million is going to Antonio Pierce. $10 million is going to super genius in Josh McDaniels. $10 million is still going to Gruden. Pete Carroll gets a parting gift of $16 million, and his offensive coordinator Chip Kelly is still getting $6 million. So that is $50 million on coaches that Mark Davis will be doing. And another fun stat: this is the third coach fired by Mark Davis since 2023. For the Raiders.
Wow, that's crazy.
They're just not numbers that you want to have if you're rooting for the team.
No, not at all. That's wild, man.
Yeah. So we'll see. Now, I will say this for the Raider job. They got the number 1 pick. They're going to have their pick of what they want to do. You do have Ashton Jenney, who had despite as fast the offensive line was, had a pretty good rookie year. He led some of the stats for rookies and rushing yards and touchdowns. You still got a really good tight end in Brock Bowers. So there are pieces there, and you also have $100 million in salary cap in a state that doesn't have a sales tax. So there is room for Vegas to get better quickly with the right people in line. So it's going to be interesting to see who wants that job. But I think the number 1 pick and having those other pieces does make the Raider job at least interesting.
Yeah, it does. Do you think enough time has went past for John Gruden to step back in without it being a circus?
No, I mean, honestly, I don't want Gruden back. I mean, I didn't like Gruden the second time around because I think the game is kind of passed him by. Like, I think the signs of that were there his second go around.
Yeah.
Because I just don't want it again. I'd like to see somebody new and fresh, and I just don't. I know there's a lot of people that love him. And I enjoy watching him open up the gift bags with all the different helmets and stuff more than anyone. And I think he's got some good ideas still. I just don't want it in Vegas. It's just ran its course. I just want somebody new and fresh. And I don't think that Brady wants him either. That's why I said we'll know. Like the big name that I've heard is Brian Flores, because he was there when Brady was there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed to seeing what he could do again. Like I think that could be a really good hire as long as he gets somebody on the offensive side that can help. I think that could be a strong hire. So we'll see where they go.
Okay.
And then the last one, this one I don't really think was a surprise to anyone either. Jonathan Gannon's out in Arizona after 3 years, 15-36, 3-14 this year. Arizona is one of those teams, they seem like they always had a lot of close games. They just could never win any of them. And the big stat, unfortunately for them, they they went 3-15 against the NFC West teams in his 3 years. So when you don't do well in your division games, it's hard to get into the playoffs. So this one of all of them, I think it's the one that got the least screwed. I think this is the one that you could see coming.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just a dumpster fire over there. So it's time for a change.
Yep, I think we're in agreement on that one. And so far, the no casualties is it does seem like Cincinnati is going to be sticking with Zach Taylor. No word yet out of Baltimore on Harbaugh, but it kind of seems like he's going to be sticking put. We'll see what happens with Tomlin, but obviously he's not going to get fired now until maybe after the playoffs. So it seems like right now that this is going to be it for the casualties for today, unless Baltimore decides later to move on for Harbaugh. I think with the injuries that they had to a lot of their key guys too, I think he's going to get one more year. So I think this is going to be it, which leaves, we have 6 openings right now: Arizona, Atlanta, Cleveland, Vegas, and the Giants of Tennessee. Do you see anyone else getting fired, or you think this is going to be it?
I think that might be it. Like you said, Harbaugh gets interesting. I mean, because they've been consistent. It's just like they've had these plays where the Mark Andrews drop, the missed field goal last night. They've had so many the Chiefs fumble when they were playing. They have so many things that's not on Lamar, not on Harbaugh. So it's just like it's hard to get rid of somebody that's if you give the injuries make a big play. If you get a healthy Lamar all season, he's proven that he's a top runner for the MVP, and it's. So I think that's it. I really do. I really think. Let me tell you this. I think if Pittsburgh loses really bad, I think you see Tomlin go.
Maybe. I agree with that. I think it might be.
Yeah, at home in Pittsburgh, I think if they get ran through and people start leaving in the third quarter, I think you see Mike Tomlin leave.
Good old KG with his riots. If Baltimore fires Harbaugh, he's rioting, and he's been saying this since I think week 6 about Glenn. I think Glenn's safe because I've seen everything I've seen. Seem like I think if he was going to go, I think that would have been one that would have happened today. I don't see any reason why the Jets would wait on that if they were going to fire him. And they had said that they were going to give him one more year. I think they realized that that roster was not one that he could do much with.
Exactly. And nobody, if you fire him, nobody wants that job.
No. I will say this too. They're speaking about how terrible the New York Jets were. They are the first team in NFL history to go the complete season without a single interception. And I don't even know how that's possible. Like you would think a tip would land in a guy's hands once. Like how do you go the entire season without a single interception? Is crazy to me.
Yeah, they almost got one last night off of Trubisky.
Yeah. And then he puts the Rooney's don't fire coaches, and that's true. They don't. So I mean, that's going to be the only part of this. So I'll ask this one to you though. I know with Buffalo being near and dear to your heart, if they lose in Jacksonville, does Buffalo make a coaching change, or is he safe?
I think that. Oh man, it's hard because when you think of as a Buffalo fan being in purgatory for 20 years and watching the Patriots dance all over you. And then Brandon Beane and McDermott comes and pulls them out. But they haven't won the big games. That's where they're lacking at. And it's hard to say that, because he's won. He's done a good job. But I think this is where you need kind of what John Gruden did in Tampa Bay, come in and get another voice with a team that's ready. But you need a coach that not a fresh, not wet behind the ears, not like a Ben Johnson type. You need somebody that has some experience, is ready to come in and make those chess moves that I don't believe Sean McDermott can make when he plays Zach Taylor, when he plays Andy Reid, when he plays he's got the best of Harbaugh and the Ravens the last couple of times. But I just don't think when you got those top 5 McVay, I don't think when he goes up against those, when it's a chess match, I think McDermott loses that every time against those top 5 guys. And if Buffalo is to win a Super Bowl, it's going to be on the back of Josh Allen and James Cook. It's just that. So he's going to ride those coattails to a championship. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
But I think you just have to realize where you have as a coach. He's that guy. He's between 10 and 20. I don't think he's a top 10 guy.
And hey, Allen and Cook aren't exactly two. If you got to ride your coattails on somebody, those are two pretty damn good players to ride on.
Oh, absolutely. Those coattails got air conditioning, heat, padded seats.
All right, see, KG's got a few more. He's got, come on, boss. Gruden is like the 2008 Celtics living off one ring. Well, that's true. There's a little bit to that. That wasn't even his personnel. That was Dungeon Kiffin. Yeah, also true. That you won't hear me argue that one.
Very true. But he was
it,
the voice. He was
it
the
also
voice,
didn't help or didn't hurt that they're going up against Bill Callahan, and Callahan did not even change the play calls or the signals. So John Gruden knew what calls the Raiders were making probably before the team did, because he didn't change anything before that game. But I digress as a Raider fan again. Just another reason for me to hate on my team. So all right, so let's do this. Let's assume that these are the 6 openings. You're a head coach in the NFL, and you're getting offered all 6 of these positions. What's your top 2, and what's the one that you don't want to go to?
Man. Oh man, that's interesting. I think I want a quarterback, right? So Atlanta, I like Jackson Dart. I like the setup in New York. Jackson Dart and Scatterbo. I like that setup.
And you'll have Malik Neighbors coming back next
Yeah,
year
you got
too.
Malik Neighbors coming back. Yep. And Cam Ward, he looked good in Tennessee. He put up decent numbers. I don't have their draft picks in front of me. If I had to go, I go Atlanta 1. Arizona, I don't want. I don't even call me. I got Arizona blocked. They can't even do it. I'm in the NIL. I'm in the NIL, and it says do not contact for Arizona. Now Cleveland's interesting because you are you giving Shador a fresh start? I think he should get a fresh start. Of course, you got a top tier elite defender in Myles Garrett. So I'm gonna go Atlanta, Giants, Vegas, Tennessee.
I think I'm pretty close to you. I think I go Atlanta first too, because you got the young quarterback, right? And then if worst case, if he gets injured, you got Kirk Cousins who can do something. You got one of the most dynamic running backs in Robinson, and you got Drake London, and you got Kyle Pitts. It'd be great to see a head coach actually finally figure out a way to get Kyle Pitts like Kyle Pitts should be one of the top 3 tight ends in this league. And I think he just needs a coach to unlock that. And so you get those 4 things unlocked, and Atlanta's defense is decent there too. I think Atlanta would be my 1. I'd only put Vegas slightly over Cleveland, just because if you're a head coach and you want to bring in your guy, you got the number 1 pick. You pretty much, whoever you want is there, right? So you got that chance to bring in a young guy, whoever you want that guy to be. I'm going to go Cleveland 3, just because I think of all these teams, Cleveland's defense is the furthest along. But the thing that scares me for them is I don't know that they're going to give Sanders the chance. I don't know why. I think he deserved it. I think he showed that he's better than Gabriel. But for some reason, I think Cleveland is going to make a move and try to get into one of these 2 top spots to either get their hands on Mendoza or more. And I don't think they're going to give Sanders the chance. I don't know why. That's just a gut feeling I have. I hope I'm wrong, because I think he deserves the shot. But hopefully if they don't do it, then they let him go somewhere else where he's going to have a shot. And then I agree with you. I think the Giants is next. I think the Giants have more building blocks than Tennessee. Tennessee and Arizona are my 2. I wouldn't want them calling me. Just nothing against Cam Ward. I just don't think there's anything else in Tennessee other than Cam Ward right now. There's not much there. So I think the other 4 at least have some good stuff there where you can make and the biggest thing with Vegas is you got 100 million in cap space, and you got 100 million cap space. You can turn around a team real quick.
No, you can. You absolutely can.
All right. Well, there we have it. Anything else you want to throw out here on the NFL stuff before we wrap this thing up with a pretty bow?
No, we could wrap it up. I'm good.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on last second and joining me for the NFL section of this thing here. So our next show is going to be Monday, January 12th. We'll recap the semis and the wild card weekend. And again, just a couple shows that are going to be coming up later on down the pike. Monday, February 2nd will be the Olympic hockey preview. We will go into everything that is going to be with the Olympic hockey. We'll break down the men's. We'll break down the women's. We'll give you the dates of the games that matter most that will be on TV. We'll give you our predictions. We'll give you the schedule, everything that you're going to you'll want to know for the Olympic hockey will be there. And again, we're going to do that for both the men and the women's draw because they're both going to be really, really good stuff. And I still do have this legalized gambling that has ruined sports. That's going to come up, but there's just been so much going on in the real sports world, and that's a good 45-minute segment that I've got built up for that thing right now. So when we get to some points in time later, we're going to bring that bad boy out.
Hey, quick congratulations to Boss Time, Showtime Sarah, for her championship in the picks.
That's right. She edged you out. Was it still just by one pick?
Nah,
or was
I think she got me by 3 or 4.
3? Yeah, she pulled away this last week. She did a good job.
Yeah, she did.
Yep. Very proud of her. She did way better than I did, that's for sure. So, all right. So again, as we approach the exit ramp here for this day, of course, you can watch us here live, YouTube and Facebook. But again, if you want to drive and listen to Drive Time while you're driving, you can do that on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Castbox, and Odyssey. So many places for you to watch, or listen to this show, and of course, all the great shows on the Sideline Junkies Network. And just in case you forgot what those shows are, here's a list for you. We are on pretty much every night of the week now. Monday night, coming up later, we'll have the Pretenders and Kenders, and then you got the great shows on Tuesday, Unapologetic Sports, and then the Tuesday Night Flight, where Boss Man BJ sometimes makes a great appearance, and then Nothing But Net on Wednesdays in the passenger seat. Then the Thursday Night Throwdown, the Gridiron on Saturday, WrestleManiacs, which started this all way back in the day, and then the Sunday Morning Rise, which will get you ready for the fun games coming up on Sunday. So just there's always so much here, and you being the leader of this, I want to thank you again, because I think we're hitting my 1-year anniversary, which is crazy to think that I've been doing the show now for a year.
Yeah, man, it's been a great ride. I love what you're doing here, man. And I told you when we first talked, I said as you do them, you're gonna get more comfortable, and it's gonna flow.
Well, I appreciate that. And anything else you want to wrap up here or say before we say bye-bye?
Hey, I'll make a teaser announcement. We're turning into a 20. I want to say 24/7. We're turning into a real network here, so you'll be able to see our replays probably starting hard the 11th or 12th, and you'll see a replay of the last week's shows. You can catch up on what you missed, and we're going to be in your face all the time. So just get prepared.
Get prepared to see this ugly mug all the time. Great.
Yeah. Me too. You're going to see me too. So look, I appreciate what you do.
I appreciate you jumping on. And so as I end every show, make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them and hug them, because tomorrow's not guaranteed. But hopefully you'll be back with us next week. And so we will see you then. Until then, see you later.
Peace.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Unapologetic Sports. It's your favorite uncle, Lee Ice, in the building, and I got my partner in crime, my H-Boom Coon. It's the Fly Guy, y'all. What's up, Fly Guy? Flying Brian, y'all.
What's up, Lee Ice? We got a lot to talk about. Black Monday playoffs for some of us not so much, but a lot going on in the football world, college football world. Can't wait to get started.
A lot. When that man say a lot is going on. Before we get started, let's thank everybody for tuning to last week's show, and let's thank everybody for tuning to this week's show. Like Lee Ice and the Fly Guy always say, we hope we can entertain y'all during this 60 minutes. Whatever you're going through, whatever happened to you today, sit back, relax with us, chop it up. It's all NFL today. So much stuff is going on. Fly guy, let's not even play around. Let's just get right to it. It's an old saying. That's funny. Oh my God. The old saying that the old folks used to say when I was growing up, when the shit hits the fan. And did the shit hit the fan today? Black Monday came and it came hard. Let's get right to it. Who you want to start? Oh,
I mean,
this
obviously,
just came in. What,
yeah,
like an
breaking
hour
news.
ago, maybe?
Yeah, breaking news. I guess we'll start with that one, and it is the biggest one anyway. I guess I kind of called it maybe when we did our predictions last week. Does the loser get fired? Does the loser is it a loser leaves town match? And apparently it was. John Harbaugh officially let go from the Baltimore Ravens. It broke about an hour ago, like you said. I just asked you, and I'll give my feedback. Are you shocked? You think it's the right call?
You know what?
Because with the
last
game,
week I said if Ravens lose, Harbaugh will get fired. But if the Steelers lose, Tomlin would step down. So the Ravens lost. Because how they lost, I didn't think Harbaugh would get fired. You know.
Yeah, I don't think he was out coached. I mean, they should have technically won. I mean,
right. I was like, well, damn. They lost, but he, the way they lost might have saved his butt. Apparently, it didn't save him. I heard they had him and the owner or GM. I was listening on the way here, saying they had very emotional conversations, and it was time to go, man.
Now, the show that I watch, they were talking about how it's either or. If Lamar wants to stick around, they're going to let Harbaugh go. If Lamar's, just wants out, then they would keep Harbaugh. I don't know if you think those two are together, that Lamar was just done with him, but
yeah, I was thinking Lamar was ready to go.
Yeah,
just based off his body language, the way he ended the interview, So I think that's what it came down to. Said, Lamar, do you want to go? And Lamar probably said, if I stay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people were thinking. I honestly thought, I remember saying after the game, if it happens, it's not going to happen like Monday morning. It's going to take a little time. Now, I guess over a day, I thought maybe it was going to take a little more than that. But if they already had their mindset as Lamar or nothing, then they already knew what they were going to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been very critical of John Harbaugh. I think I'm not going to say he's overrated. I always called him the Doc Rivers of the NFL. He's just living off of that one championship that he got with 3 Hall of Famers. I think they all were first ballot. And, he's just been living off of that. And he has a 2-time MVP. He has a Hall of Fame running back. And there's no excuse for this team not to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, before the first game of the season, they were the solo betting favorites to win the Super Bowl. And so that was the expectation going into the season. And
even though I didn't agree.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with that either. I'm just saying that was I mean, Buffalo was up there. Obviously, Chiefs were up there. Even Commanders were, in the middle. Eagles were up there. But yeah, they were the odds-on favorites going in. And
so it's time.
Coaching.
18 years. I listened to the Baltimore sports show. Fans will be like, it's time. I had one fan call in and say, what are we doing? So who's checking?
We got Ladybug Brown watching.
Oh, Dave, that's my boo. Hey, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, interact, ask questions, talk to us. Let us know how you feel about
she's
John
a Raven.
Okay.
Ladybug Brown's a Ravens fan, and she'll tell you I was always critical of Harbaugh. So, and you listen to the fans, they're not giving them no slack, dog. So it was time for him to go. Now, who his replacement going to be? Baltimore got to be the top job in the NFL right now. You got a 2-time MVP, and you got that monster number 22 in the backfield, Hall of Fame running back.
I mean, we got a big segment coming on later where we do a full playoff preview. Now, depending on how one of those games go, if Jaguars beat the Bills, I know my son believes, and a lot of people believe, that McDermott might get fired. And if he does, that'll be another huge appealing opening with the Ravens, the Bills with Josh Allen. We can talk about that another time when we get to the segment.
Right.
But
Let's keep it local. Let's
yeah.
keep it local.
Yep.
My Commanders.
Yeah, this is all you.
Shocked me today. They got rid of Cliff. I knew they was going to get rid of Joe Witt Jr. as the defensive coordinator, but they shocked the hell out of me when they got rid of Cliff Kingsbury. Somebody came up to me, showed me this phone, and said, "Lee, look at this." I was like, "What the hell?" I said, "Man, this shit ain't real. This is AI."
It was
Got in
funny
my car, turned on the radio. Oh,
because me and my dad and my son were having an argument on Sunday because he said that he was listening on the radio, whatever, and he heard that Kingsbury's one of the people that are looking at for head coaching, and I was like, really? And then he gets fired, so I was like, I don't know. I don't think those two go together. Maybe he gets a head coaching job. I don't know. Maybe the Titans, but I don't know how you get fired as a coordinator and then get a head coaching job. I don't know how that works, but
I think, man, I wouldn't be surprised if Baltimore gave him a look. I mean, he has a run, he has the quarterback like Jaden. He has a top-notch running back.
You got to think with teams like Buffalo and Baltimore, Lamar and Josh are going to have a lot of input on who the head coach is.
Who's checking in with us?
So we got Ben.
The human Google?
Yeah.
Midnight Rider. What is the Midnight Rider saying?
He thinks McDermott and or Tomlin are gone if they. Now you can type in specify. You think if Tomlin and McDermott lose in the first round, or do you think if they don't make it to the Super Bowl? I think if the Bills get to the championship game again and lose, I don't know how you fire a coach going to 2 straight championship games. I don't know, but if they both get knocked out of the wild card, fine, maybe okay, but.
All right, let's get to these coaches, man. Who you want to start off with?
Well, we got the two we already had was Dayball, and then I forgot the Titans head coach. What was his name? He got fired earlier in the season. I forgot his name.
The same name as you.
Yeah, okay.
I ain't gonna lie. I had to say, who the hell was the Titans coach? I had to look that up. Put that in my notes.
The writer said wild card weekend. Yeah, Tomlin, I think probably. McDermott, maybe. I don't know. I said that's another subject for another show. But so let's start off with Pete Carroll. Let's go ahead and start off with him. Old man Pete Carroll.
I'm hurt, man. How you gonna fire Uncle Pete, man? You can't fire a 100-year-old man.
I mean, again, I know that the show I watch on TV, one of the hosts on there had him going to the Raiders going to the playoffs, but. Did most people really expect Pete Carroll and Geno Smith to turn around the Raiders?
That's where Pete Carroll effed up at.
In that division,
the quarterback.
I mean, their Chiefs were bad this year, and it still didn't matter. Like I don't know what we expected. I don't know what people expected for Pete Carroll and the Raiders. I mean, I'm a little surprised maybe they give him another chance, like you said, with another quarterback. But you see him go anywhere else? You see him? He's not going anywhere else.
As soon as they signed Geno Smith, I was like, "What the hell are you doing, man? Come on, Uncle Pete." Oh, hey, look. If I'm Dan Quinn, I'm giving Uncle Pete a call. Come run our defense.
Okay. Do you think Carroll would take?
You could be the associate head coach.
You think he would take a job like that at this age?
Yeah. I mean, I would love for him to come in, man. Who checking in?
So we got Matthew. He had to go, refused to bench Geno. No, he should have had Geno to begin with.
Loyal. He gave Geno. He probably the only Geno fan in the world, So.
But I remember, like when it happened, they're going to run it back like he did in Seattle. What did he do in Seattle together? I mean, I know he won comeback player of the year, but it's not like they didn't go to a championship game or anything. Did he even win a playoff game? Did Geno win a playoff game? Did he?
He got his ass fired, man.
Yeah, so let's go to I guess this one was kind of a shocker the way it was done so fast. He had done a press conference. Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
He had done a press conference and went off the stage and hugged everyone, and then they fired him.
He didn't even make it out the damn stadium 45 days.
Because it was funny. They posted on I think was it Fox or one of the channels before the Sunday night game were showing all the rah-rah speeches of the coaches. And they showed his backstage, right? Pumped up. They're on a 4-game winning streak. They closed with 4 games, had the same record as the division winner, and then they fired him. It's like, okay.
Yeah. I mean,
they
it's a
showed
tough
promise at
business,
the
man.
end. I don't know. What do you think about that call?
Said it in the beginning of the year. I said they would be a better team if Kirk Cousins was the starting quarterback. As it turned out, you see how they finished, and guess who was the starting quarterback? No, I'm not a Kirk Cousins fan because of his tenure here, but with that roster, that offense, those weapons, Kurt have carved you up, man.
All right, so let's go to another coordinator. Your favorite team, the Cowboys, Matt Eberflus, defensive coordinator. I mean, their defense, defense was the worst defense. Yeah, I mean, they were awful.
I'm still trying to figure out why the hell did they hire him? Didn't they watch what he did with the Bears last year? Didn't they watch all his F-ups with the Bears?
Jerry Jones's ego, though. If he comes with us, he's with the Cowboys.
That's Cowboys. I mean, what were they watching? How do you watch tape or film of the Chicago Bears and go, yeah, I'm gonna hire this guy right here? Just on the game against us, how he played the last couple seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you hire that dude? So
all right, I guess no surprise really. I mean, Kevin Stefanski for the Browns. I mean, everybody's gonna. I mean, I know Shador's numbers weren't great or anything, but they won a few games with him. If they would have started with him, drafted him from the beginning, trading camp, all that, maybe the Browns would have put on a better show. But do you think this means that they're going to stick with Shador and bring in a new coach, or based on firing him?
Depends on who they bring in. I mean, I like Kevin Stefanski up until this year. I didn't understand what he was doing with Shador.
But how much is honestly on it? It's not hit. The GM drafted Gabriel in the 3rd round. Who made the call to draft Shador in whatever round it was? Who made the call to have Flacco start? Is he honestly the one making all these calls? If he was, then fine. But if he wasn't, then he just was dealt a bad hand and did the best he could with it.
I think he got fired on purpose. I think he said, "Well, it's time to get the hell out of here." They still got Mr. Massage Parlor over there. They got, I mean, where they go? Yeah, how many damn quarterbacks did they have on the roster last?
Yeah, I know.
He probably did not want none of them.
Yeah, I mean, if you draft 2 quarterbacks in the same year and then bring in a veteran that got you to the playoffs, 2 years ago? When did Flacco get the Browns to the playoffs? Yeah.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it was a horrible situation. And again, with the Watson thing, he didn't sign Watson. That wasn't his. Oh yeah, he was dealt a bad. I mean, anything what to do with the Browns.
I just think he didn't give a shit, and he just like, please do me a favor, let me go, because he ain't gonna have a problem getting another job.
So Matthew said Barry should have been gone with the. Yeah, that GM still around after the Watson stuff. And then all the stuff with the draft and all that. And then
I think the Watson signing was the owner. I don't think it was the GM. I think it was the owner.
He liked your massage parlor. It's funny because when you said that, I was thinking of Tucker, because we might need to get him off the couch. But yeah, Watson.
Oh, I know he was laughing his ass off Sunday night. I know. Hey, Justin Tucker, I feel you, buddy.
I saw your other comment, Josh. I'm gonna put that up when we do the playoff preview.
Who's left?
Hold on, we got
Uncle Pete. Oh, Arizona.
That's right. Kenny Pickett was on the team too when the season started, and Watson is technically, he's on the team. Yeah, it's a disaster. Who'd want to be a coach there? Who'd want to go there?
Kenny Pickett. I forgot about him. Damn.
All right, so the last head coach is Cardinals. Jonathan. I mean, they're doing a complete complete reset in Arizona. Kyler's not coming back, or wherever there's no way he's going to play again in Arizona. And they fired the coach. I mean, they're just going to do a complete rebuild starting from the ground up.
Kyler Murray now has gotten 2 coaches fired. He got Kingsbury fired, then he just got this guy fired. Because for some reason, I don't know if it's health, I don't know if he's not mentally there all the time. I mean, they say he likes to play video games, and anytime you got to put a clause in your contract saying you can, what is it? He can't play video games after
whatever. Yeah, it was something like that.
Who does that shit?
All right, so real quick before we move on to the 2 biggest segments in all of sports media, you got anybody else that you think is going to hear this week? Anybody else? Well, not counting the guys after the playoff. Like,
right.
Just anybody that's.
I think McDaniel. I think he survived.
Yeah, they announced that they're giving him another shot. What about I'm sorry, the name's popping out of my head. Jets. I'm shocked that he's not.
Oh, I got something for Aaron.
All right. I mean, he made history with a record.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So, as we are teasing that,
let's go to flying high segment. Oh, I like that.
Yes,
I like
sir.
that.
We are flying high. So this is a
look at that, y'all.
Little special version. We're going to be who or what teams are flying high right on into the playoffs.
Let's go.
I don't necessarily want to start with them, but I wrote them first, so I will. The Jacksonville Jaguars. They're flying pretty high. Now I think they're going to have a little crash landing in a couple days, but we'll touch on that in a minute. But Trevor Lawrence, hottest quarterback in the last 7-8 weeks. They look real good. They beat the Broncos. I'm worried. I think it's going to be a good game, and we'll cover that. But yeah, Trevor and Jags they're flying high right now.
To quote Baby from Cash Money, put some respect on their name, man. Nobody's respected the Jaguars.
I'm not overlooking them. I think it's going to be a good game. I just obviously, I mean, I want the Bills to win. Real quick, Josh thinks Todd Bowles might hear that.
Oh, I know nephew would be happy for that.
So we got who I think will be the MVP, Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's flying high is the MVP favorite betting right now. May's having real quick. May and the Patriots are also flying high into the playoffs. How can they not be? They're 13-4. They won the division. Do I think they're going to? Do I think when I say exposed, I don't know if that's the right word to say, but do I think they're going to make it to the championship game? I don't. Do I think that they're going to come down to earth a little bit next season with the schedule already being announced who they're playing? I do. I think they're a good team. I do think they benefit from the schedule. And I'm not saying May's numbers necessarily benefit from that. He's had a very good season. But I think I know Stafford's got Nakua, and that's the argument for. But to take away Diggs all of a sudden, like Diggs is washed up. I don't necessarily like that. That's the narrative. Drake May's only got Stephon Diggs. He's still pretty good, and he's at 1,000 yards. You're going to give May all the credit for that? I mean,
I look at New England. Drake May had a great year, but to me, New England is legit because of their coach.
We'll find out.
They're legit because of their coach.
Would you be, again, teasing for later, would you be shocked if they get upset by the Chargers? I wouldn't be shocked.
No. I mean, these playoffs are.
I know they'd be crazy. Yeah. We got to vote a whole half hour to it. So, so we got the hottest defense in football, maybe the best defense in football. The Houston Texans, I think, are flying right on into Pittsburgh. And I think they'll smack them around. Okay. But I think the Texans are strong. I know maybe the offense isn't flying as high, but I think the defense is flying real high. And, I mean, you can't, whether you agree with them, whether you think they're great, whether they make Super Bowl, the Seattle Seahawks and the Denver Broncos, nobody can be flying higher than them into the playoffs. They're the number 1 seed, and they have the bye. So they're flying real high. Josh Allen's always flying high. Josh is always flying high.
Should have added. You should have added your Buffalo Bills for wearing the red helmets with the white face mask.
Well, if they were flying high, if they were wearing those in the playoffs, I would have. Speaking of that, I got the when they did the winter rivalry stuff. This is the jersey and the hat. The red helmet. Their uniforms look great. They look great.
They look great, man. It was nostalgia. I'm like, oh, I'm waiting for Andre Reed and the Terminator to come out. The big guy KG said they should wear him in the playoffs. So
I hope they bring it back.
I hate the NFL when it comes to the uniform. Okay, you let them wear them. That 1-2 time shit is bullshit. Yeah. If they want to wear them in the playoffs, let them wear them in the playoffs. Who checking in?
Mommy. Hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mama Sweeney checking in, y'all.
She's talking about the helmets.
The first lady of unapologetic, Mama Sweeney.
All right, so coming up next, who is cold? Who's going in the freezer?
Oh, I love it. I love it. Look at that. Look at that, y'all. He said he had something for me.
Yeah.
Look at
I've had that for about a week. I wanted to get your live reaction on it. So
look at the Lee Ice freezer, y'all.
There's a little bit of ice cream in there, a little bit of food in there. Who else is gonna be in there?
Look at the freezer, y'all. The Lee Ice deep freezer. Oh man. Give it to me. Give me some. Give me some. You got me on that, buddy. Oh man. I'm loving it. Lee Ice deep freezer time. Number 1. I hate to put them in there, but I'm not apologizing. You know why? Because this is unapologetic. Tyler Loop.
I mean, that poor boy burst into tears, man. I mean, he burst into tears.
I don't care, okay? I hate kickers. If your name is not Mark Mosley, I hate kickers. You have one freaking job. You're not practicing with the other players. You're over there you might have a holder or some shit. I don't know. You have one damn job to do. Kick the damn ball through the goalpost. One job.
That dude's barely old enough to drink a beer.
From the hot, sweaty days in training camp, your teammates busted their ass. Injuries, they fighting injuries, they cramping up, they going through this, they playing through this, all for you to come down to miss a damn kick that in everybody sees it.
Also, did you hear real quick? Lamar yelled at him after he kicked the ball out of bounds. Lamar gave him some shit, so he was already a little before the kick anyway.
Well, he should be. You have one damn kickers, y'all. I hate kickers, man. If I was a head coach, I would be going through kickers all the time because as soon as you miss, if it's not 55, if it's not, okay, I'll give you a break. If it's not 50 yards or more and you miss that shit, you gone.
Yeah, it's 44. I mean, he's got to hit it. I know he's a rookie and he's young and he'll be back.
I don't care, man. I was about to say if I was John Harbaugh, but he ain't part of the team no more.
But
that's not fair.
Real quick before you move on, but this isn't that he makes the kick. Harbaugh probably doesn't get fired. I mean, that's
what I'm saying. Harbaugh still has a job.
Yeah, we're talking about Tomlin maybe instead.
Number 2, the second person you brought him up, Jets coach Aaron Glenn, bruh. When I first saw this stat, I thought it was a mistake. I thought it was a typo or some shit. How are you a former defensive coordinator? Okay. And get this, you're a former defensive back.
Yeah, so I thought he's a backs coach, right? Yeah.
He used to be a cornerback. Okay. How in the hell do you coach a team for 17 games and y'all not get one? Not one interception.
And you played a whole game against Mitch Trubisky, and you still couldn't get one.
How is that possible?
Trubisky lit him up like he was Josh Allen. He had 4 touchdowns, no picks.
Somebody please comment and tell me how in the hell is that possible? That a team can go a whole year without one damn interception. Aaron Glenn, get your look at that beautiful deep freezer, y'all. Look at it. Get your ass in that freezer. Who else am I putting in there? I had to put Kyle Shanahan in there. You got the home field advantage. You know, you playing for everything, and you pull out a stinker. 3 points, Kyle.
Yeah,
3 points, bro. Three. No touchdown.
and the offense was hot going into the game.
Who that checking in?
So Midnight Rider got his own. He wants to put in Aaron Glenn. Oh no, I'm sorry, not put him in. Aaron Glenn's going to Texas A&M. He said.
Oh, he gonna get fired?
I would think so. I mean,
Does the
if
Midnight
they haven't
Rider
done it yet, if they haven't done it yet, why would they?
Does
Or maybe he
Midnight
wants
Rider
Aaron Glenn
have
and Texas
sources?
A&M in the freezer. I don't know.
Does he have sources that nobody else has? Damn, that's a hell of a take. A hell of a prediction. So Aaron Glenn, get your ass in that beautiful freezer. Guess who I'm putting else in there? Well, I'm gonna do this one real quick. Even though you're in the playoffs, you got a good defense. Houston Texans defense trash on Sunday. You let a rookie quarterback, Riley Leonard, carve y'all at. Y'all better get that shit straight before the playoffs. So that performance.
He was just giving us trivia. Aaron Glenn played at Texas A&M.
That performance Sunday, even though you're making the playoffs, Houston defense, get your ass in the freezer. You cannot let Riley Leonard come in and carve you up like that. They go against Aaron Rodgers. The playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
People gonna love this. Guess who else I'm putting in the freezer?
I don't know.
Dan Quinn.
Oh.
My head coach. Get your ass in the damn freezer. Why the hell are you starting an 89-year-old quarterback when you could have just started Sam Hartman, been competitive, and just lose the game so we can have the 5th pick in the draft. We dropped, we could have had the 5th.
Yeah,
we got
my
the
dad's
7th.
gonna completely disagree with that. He wants to win at all costs. He was sitting there watching this game on
No,
Sunday.
I'm not.
Like
Look,
it was like the playoffs.
I'm not saying tank.
Right.
All I'm saying is, why start a quarterback that's not going to be on your team no more? Been in the league 88 years. We know what he's about. Let's see what this young guy can do. He's been on the team for 2 years now. We don't even know what the hell he has. Start him, be competitive. You win the game, great. More than likely, you're going to lose and get the 5th pick in the draft. That's Lee Ice Deep Freezer, y'all. Coming up on Unapologetic Sports on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network is our special guest.
Oh, the wrong button. Yeah, we got a special guest coming up. We're going to do a full preview of the playoffs.
Josh checking in.
He said not talking about draft positioning. I wonder who was calling you about that.
Nephew, yes, sir. But I wasn't saying go out and lose a game on purpose. I'm just saying it made no sense to start a 39-year-old quarterback when you got this youngin that's been on your roster the whole. Let's see what the hell he got.
All right, so we're gonna take a quick break. Throw a little plug in there, and we'll come back with a full wild card weekend preview.
You still gotta think about me. Someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode. You can put me on. You still gotta think about me. Someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode.
right, everyone, welcome back. We are going to be doing a full unapologetic playoff preview with a special guest, none other than my son, Brian.
Where he at? Where he at? Let me see him. Is he in the building?
Yeah, hold on. I got the wrong. There he is.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I got you.
Oh,
What's up, guys?
there he is, y'all.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
First time on this platform, so people don't know, that's my 19-year-old son. He thinks he knows a lot about football. He likes the Rams, so we'll see how it goes.
That's true.
We're going to see if he can fly higher than Dad, y'all. I'm going to call him J.R. Sweeney. Back in the day with the car, ask Papa Sweeney and Mama Sweeney about J.R. Ewing. I'll call you J.R. Sweeney.
That's cool. That's cool.
J.R. Sweeney, y'all, here in the building. We talking playoffs.
Wait, hold on. Wait. What did you just say? What are we talking? We talking what?
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs?
Is that what we talking about?
That's what we talking about.
Playoffs, man.
Playoffs. Who y'all want to start with?
All right, so we'll just go in order. I got them all ordered in the way I'm going to post them up from when they actually play. So, and
All
Fitz,
right.
he's here. So let's go ahead and start with the biggest gap. The LA Rams favored by 10.5. This is as of this. These odds are as about 3 or 4 o'clock today from FanDuel. So they are going to Carolina to play a team that they've already lost to this year, but they're a 10.5-point favorite. The Carolina Panthers. Go ahead.
Don't we have ain't somebody a Rams fan on here?
Maybe. Let's see what he's going to say. How the Panthers are going to beat him.
You got a great point in that they've already beaten us this year. The idea, though, I would say, is that it makes it even more unlikely that it would happen again. If anybody would bet on Bryce Young beating the Rams twice, or any Super Bowl caliber team twice, you wouldn't take it. I wouldn't say the first one was necessarily a fluke, but it's just hard to expect a team like the Panthers, who got into the playoffs because of their division.
Yeah.
Doing
Not to
it
mention
again.
they got in based on they lost and another team won. So let's not forget
Right.
that too. Yeah.
So the momentum is all there for the Rams. We're getting healthy. Maybe 10.5 is too much. That's a lot of points. That's pretty much 13 points, but I still think it's an easy dub.
So somebody's impressed with all my work. Midnight Rider said somebody been spending all the production budget. Shh, don't tell the boss.
I got to agree with J.R. Sweeney, although Carolina, they are a different animal at home, even though their last home game against who did they last home? Oh, it was against Seattle. They look real bad. I think this game starts off tough for the Rams, but talent will take over by the second half. Like JR said, 10.5, that's a lot of points. I mean, that's just outright disrespectful to the
And a
Panthers.
team that already beat. I mean, I agree they're not going to beat them again, most likely.
And it's at home, and like you said, that's really 13.5 that Vegas is, or whoever put that line out there. I got the Rams winning. I don't know about 10.5. I think they pull away from them in the second half. They might cover. I'm looking at maybe 27-10, 27-14, something like that.
Yeah, so I was 27-17. They technically don't cover, but yeah, like you said, Bryce Young, first playoffs at home is gonna.
It's a tall ask, you know.
And then we got another prediction in the comments. Grandma Sweeney. Now that you're in the on the show, now she's Grandma Sweeney, not Mama Sweeney. Rams 24-3.
I mean, if it's a closer game than if it's even a one-score game by 5 minutes into the fourth, with left in the fourth quarter, that's a disaster anyway. So to me, it's either a bad loss for the Rams, close, or they completely lock in and destroy the bad
I
team that
got a
they're playing.
prediction. I got a bold prediction. Emmanuel Forbes gets a pick 6 in this.
That would be amazing.
All right, so let's go on to which I thought was obviously going to be the Sunday night game, but for somehow it's not. It's the Saturday night game. The Green Bay Packers will be heading to Chicago, NFL's oldest rivalry, with the Packers favored by 1.5. I'll start it off real quick. Honestly, man, I'm torn. I'm going back and forth. Packers have not looked great recently, and the Bears didn't look good against Detroit. Was it Detroit, right? Yeah, and Caleb's has some high highs, and he's had some low lows. It's his first playoff game. Damn, I'm literally changing in my head as I'm talking. Give me Bears 21-20. I don't know. I mean, it should be a great game, but the atmosphere is going to be wild. I just don't know what to expect.
I don't understand how the Packers are favored.
I guess the experience thing.
If Malik Willis was playing, they would be favored
I don't
even more.
How are they favored? Chicago won the division, right? They won the division by what, 2 or 3 games, didn't they? I mean, I guess Caleb's inexperienced, but I mean, Jordan Love is hit and miss. When he's good, he's great. When he's bad, he's terrible. So
I think the
I don't
last
understand.
game against Green Bay sums up really what we're going to look at. If Caleb Williams has more than 2 mistakes, and I mean bad mistakes, we see him make, over the top plays, crazy throws maybe he shouldn't make. And it happens a lot. It happened against Green Bay to end the game last time. If it happens again, it's likely that they're not going to be able to pull through against a high caliber team. I don't necessarily think that means that the Packers should be favored, but I don't think it's bad to rely on Caleb making a lot of mistakes.
In the beginning of the year, I was not a Ben Johnson fan. I wasn't a Caleb fan. By the end of the year, I became a Ben Johnson fan, and I became a Caleb fan. Ben
It's clearly a
Johnson,
different culture.
he was not happy after that game, and I can see Ben Johnson like trying to run this shit up on. He wants to show off how much of an offensive genius he is. He has something to prove to the NFL. He has that swag. Like, yeah, I'm him. I got Chicago in this. I'm not saying it's going to be big, but I got them scoring a lot of points. I don't know if Green Bay will be able to keep up. Who's checking in?
So we got Matthew. He's got the Bears.
Yeah, I mean,
we got Timothy checking in. Caleb Williams, don't know what you're getting with him. It's true. I mean,
I
they're both
100% agree with that.
They're both hit and miss, but didn't go with the home team.
Still, though, I mean, that's still disrespectful to me. The home team being underdogs at home, and
The
you
number
get
2 seed. The number 2 seed.
The number 2 seed.
Right.
So they're saying that the Packers are really favored by 4.5 on the road. I don't understand that. They might sucker me in and get me to bet on the Bears. So,
all right, so let's go to the actual I don't know why this game isn't the Sunday night game. This is the game that everybody's waiting for. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills head to Jacksonville to take on Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars, with the Bills also favored by 1.5 on the road. I know we're supposed to be professional, but I'll be a little homer. I mean, I think Buffalo's going to win anyway, not just because I'm a homer. I know that stats don't necessarily help Josh here because he's 0-4 on the road, but 3 of those are against Kansas City. So, and the other one was against Houston in his very first playoff game. So take those for what you will. But I think it's going to be a good game. It's going to be an exciting game. I believe it's the highest over. I think it's 51.5 for the over under. So Vegas is expecting a very high scoring game. So I'll take Buffalo 31-30, not 31, 34-30, and they'll advance. And maybe it'll be disappointing for the Jaguars that they won the division but got knocked out in the wild card. But I think overall still a good season for them and something to build on. But they're playing Josh Allen.
J.R. Sweeney.
Honestly, to me, it's all about pure vibes. And I'm really not joking. To me, a lot of Bills fans, and I don't know how Josh feels, but you're going into the playoffs with a hot James Cook, and that's about it, And when I watch Liam Cohen go into the locker room, and they're celebrating like they've already won the Super Bowl. I mean, the positivity's here. It's been a massive switch.
Real quick, I saw the locker room thing, and I saw a video where they split both videos. Everybody realized that, but everybody in the Bills locker room was sad because it was the bye-bye game for the stadium.
Oh no,
that's why the vibes were like that. I know, but it's being presented like they're not ready to go to the playoffs. No, everybody was like that in the locker room because it was the last game in the stadium.
I didn't even see the Bills video.
It wasn't great. I'm not denying it, but that's why, though.
The dependency on your players, really your wide receivers, your weapons, and on the coaching is and it's almost like this is it kind of and where the Jags are simply going up a positive hill, and so there's just not that much pressure. And if Josh can do everything that he does normally, it still might not be enough. And we haven't really said that in the past before. I like the Jags, honestly. And I think Trevor Lawrence really goes crazy. Again.
You find somewhere else to watch the game on Sunday.
Well, Fly Guy and the Boss Man, if you're watching, I hate saying this, man. I gotta agree with Junior, man. This is not a good game for Buffalo, man. And again, the disrespect of a home team being underdogs. Lynn Cohen, to me, is the coach of the year. Okay. Some people might think Kyle. No. That guy in Jacksonville, he's the coach of the year. Nobody saw them win.
4-13.
And they won the division. Okay. And they still not getting respect. No respect. I picked Buffalo to go to the Super Bowl earlier, and I said this, but I thought they would win their division. That's why. And with no Pat Mahomes, no Lamar Jackson, no Joe Burrow, this is, you would think, this is great for Josh Allen, but he got to go into Duval County, and that stadium's going to be lit, okay? I can't believe I'm saying this. I think Jacksonville wins, too.
You find spells to the show with next week, too. All right, real quick.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not. What I'm saying, we don't say sorry on this show.
No.
What am I doing?
So we got Timothy in the comments. He keeps going about the Steelers. I'm getting there. We're going in order of the way the games are presented. Steelers,
Brother Tim, we working
for last.
Steelers are saved the best for last. They're coming. Don't worry.
Don't worry, Tim. We getting there.
All right, so let's go back to the NFC. We got the San Francisco. This is the Sunday night game, I guess, because the Eagles are the champions. The San Francisco 49ers head to Philadelphia to taking on, I don't know, a lukewarm Eagles team. I don't know. I don't think they're very hot. Well, the Niners aren't that hot anymore either after last game. But Eagles favored 3.5. I would have, without question, have taken the Niners. I guess they wouldn't be playing the Eagles if they would have won the Seahawks. But after what we just talked about earlier, 3-point game. against the Seahawks, I don't know, but the Eagles, man, I know they beat Buffalo, but their offense is just so unpredictable of what they're going to do. You can't shut off for a half in the playoffs. So I'm gonna take the upset. I'm gonna take the Niners. 21-17 Niners. Go ahead, Junior.
I think this is so hard because this is really the only game where a little less sure on the Eagles, really both coming off rough performances. I don't know how Jalen Hurts and Barkley. I understand that these teams, they don't care. They don't look at the schedule. They don't care about who they're playing. But it's just not true. And so when you start Tanner McGee and and whoever else was starting, to not secure or have a chance to secure a better seeding, and now you're in a position where you're playing a super tough team, like you said, coming off a 3-point game. It's just a lot of emotional negativity with both teams. But I honestly trust Kyle and Brock, and really Robert Saleh's defense. I think they hold Barkley to less than 60. And if you have to make Jalen throw in the fourth quarter, I don't know. I don't see McCaffrey giving up another one of those plays again, though, like last week.
The interception.
So I'll take the Niners to cover.
Again, J.R. Sweeney is right on point. And
Wait, I picked the Niners first. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I hope I don't offend anyone by saying this, but I don't trust the Eagles' bipolar offense.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah.
I don't know what the hell is wrong with them. You know, I really don't. I don't see Kyle coming back after scoring just 3 points. I see them coming out blazing.
Right, I agree.
Plus, they got the best and most important offensive lineman probably in the history of the NFL. I've never seen a team, and my team relied on him too. You know, when back in the day when Gruden was talking about not having Trent Williams, now I see what he's talking about. That's a whole different team when Trent Williams. They can do so much more when Trent is out there. Their running game is better. The pass everything is kind of
Yeah, Trent and McCaffrey. That mix is deadly.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, who would think an offensive lineman would mean so much to a team? And he's that guy. He comes back. Like I said, I don't trust the Eagles' offense. You know, they might get blown out in their own stadium, although Jalen Hurts does show up in the playoffs. So they got that going. But I just think 49ers bounce back and they beat the Eagles. To me, it's not even an upset.
All right, real quick before we go to the next game. Old buddy Anthony, he's missed a few shows, but he's back now. He's jumping ahead a little bit, but he's got Jacksonville and Denver in his AFC championship. He's got the Rams and the Niners in his NFC championship, and he's got the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Rams in the Super Bowl with the Rams winning.
This guy knows exactly what he's talking about.
He wanted to get our quick thoughts on that. So, I mean, it sounds all right, except for the not having Buffalo on any of those things I just read. But other than that, it's all right, I guess.
I
Welcome
see
back,
Denver
Anthony.
one and done.
Welcome back, Anthony. We missed you, bro.
But if I will say this, if Jacksonville does beat Buffalo, I see them going to the championship game.
Who's next?
All right, so we are going to the LA Chargers, going to New England to take on not the MVP, Drake May, and the New England Patriots. Patriots favored by 3.5. Go ahead, Leroy. Take this one first.
My man Justin Herbert, he is not 100%. He got
He's
that
been
bum
resting.
hand.
He's been resting.
Huh?
He's been resting. Harbaugh. I mean, Harbaugh announced
Yeah, but
6 days
his
before the game
hand,
he wasn't playing.
yeah. I mean, I've been nephew Josh say I've been making excuses for him for years. I just think they run into a buzzsaw in New England. Drake May, who should be the MVP. You know, I know people say Matt Stafford, but give it to Drake May. He deserves it. First home playoff game in New England in a while. Their fans show back up. I got New England big in this game.
Now wait, you realize the team's got a winning record, right? They have a winning record.
I got New England
Okay.
big
Just
in
making
this
sure you
game.
know that. I mean, I kind of want to prove a point online, so I'm gonna take the Chargers. All my little arguments I have online and my little fan pages and stuff. I'm sick of the dynasty's back nonsense and Buffalo's gonna windows close and all this crap. And playing bad teams all year doesn't make a difference. Well, we're gonna find out in a couple days. Justin Herbert finally gets over that hump, plays good in the playoffs. The Harbaugh that didn't get fired is going to prove why he ain't got fired. And give me Chargers 27-21. I'm probably wrong, but I
I
don't want
think
the Patriots.
I'm going to agree. I'm going to take the Chargers. I think there's a lot of different things going into it. It's to me, this is a way more about the Chargers than anything else. The Chargers, like you said, they rested Herbert. They announced that the day after the last game. So to me, that's way different than the Eagles. That was them saying, we don't care who we play. We don't care that we're playing the Patriots. We're
Yeah, they were
confident.
saying they want to play the Patriots. They know they're
If
going
you
to play.
watch that game, I think the Eagles thought that they were going to beat
the Commanders.
Washington either way.
Yeah, I agree.
So the Chargers, to me, are going in with a lot of momentum, and they're almost going in with Herbert having his own little bye. He's healthy. I think it's obvious, really, that Drake May, I don't think he's going to play bad. I don't think he's going to play lights out, though. It kind of just seems like maybe a 200-yard, 1 touchdown kind of game. It's all about Justin Herbert. This is the last straw. This is a lot on Jim's entire really legacy. Because if they continue to fail, it really is kind of it. It can't be one and done again. And
It's hard to
Drake
win on the
MVP.
road in the playoffs, though, man.
I know. I just see a lukewarm game from May, and I see a super game from Herbert. I guess for the first time.
I know nephew Josh, he liked what you said about Justin Herbert. He been getting on me about him for 3-4 years now. It's time. When is it time?
It has to be now.
It has to be it. Yeah,
has to be now. There's no other time.
Because everybody wants to go back to Peyton Manning. This is the time where Peyton Manning turned it on. So in the play, he's got to do it this year. He'll be 0-3
This
against
is only his third playoff appearance, though.
I know.
So
all right,
they
so
all
now
on the road.
So in Timothy's world, let's get to the main event.
I like that, Timothy's world.
The Houston Texans favored by 3.5 on the road, heading to arguably the hardest stadium to play in, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, I don't really have a dog in this fight, but Timothy's very vocal about this game. So let's go back to all the things he said. He wanted us to stop talking about everyone else and get right to the Steelers, the real team. We're going to be doing that now. And in case we didn't know, DK is back and fuck Roger Goodell. So so Brian Jr., go ahead. The final game of the wild card weekend. Who you got?
Whatever, DK, whatever. It's massive that he's back. It's massive that he's back and that it's mixing with an Aaron Rodgers that looks like he's back. He's not as, good as he, maybe once was, but this could be the run that submits it all. Maybe he's playing really good and he seems energized and the team finally looks like they're coming together. And if the Texans, though, if that defense plays anything like they did against Josh Allen, and if Stroud plays anything like he did his first year, to me, it's not really going to be a close game. I mean, if the pass rush, Will Anderson get to Rodgers just throughout the game, it's just not enough, and it never usually is for the Steelers. But I just don't. It's just not going to be a high scoring game, and if that's the case, it comes down to Stroud playing better, with a stronger Texans defense, in my opinion.
That's my fault for not having the over-unders on here, but I'm pretty sure this is probably the lowest. It's probably like 38 or something. Midnight Riders in the chat. He can hit it up real quick. But yeah, I'll go real quick. I mean, the Steelers, it's been a good story, I guess. But I know the Texans didn't play great in the last game of the season, but they've been red hot up until that. I think they go into Pittsburgh and beat them. Like you said, you were talking about what they did to Texans did to Josh Allen, what Buffalo's defense was able to do to this Aaron Rodgers. So if Buffalo's defense could do that, and the Texans, what are they going to do? And we all know Rodgers don't like to get hit, and if he gets hit once or twice early, he's going to get frustrated. So, I got the Texans, low scoring too. Do 24-17 Texans.
I was all set for Houston to make a run. Who's checking in? Tim? What is that?
Steelers 20-10.
I was all set for Houston to make a run until I saw they playing Pittsburgh. I think if they were playing any other team besides Pittsburgh, Houston would win. Aaron Rodgers has new life. He thought his career had ended. If you watch him on the sideline, that man was ready to cry. He was like, damn, my career going to end like this? He has new life. He has teammates that he actually like. When was the last time we said that? It's going to be cold in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh weather. The terrible towel's going to be waving. And somehow, some way, Mike Tomlin gets his Steelers a W. I'm picking Pittsburgh and a basic, ugly-ass Pittsburgh win. I don't know how. I don't know who. But they will win.
Steelers win if Aaron Rodgers' helmet works the whole time.
Aaron Rodgers. Well, he still won it.
Aaron Rodgers is hey. And then Houston struggled against Riley Leonard. Let me say that again. They struggled against a rookie quarterback named Riley Leonard.
They were holding back. They were just.
They was not holding back, bro.
And it's not fair. But it's hard to take divisional games where guys are trying to fight for literally their lives. Riley Leonard is fighting to stay in the league after he just got benched for a 45-year-old. And you got a Texans team that's really just waiting to play in the playoffs. So I take that with a grain of salt.
I don't know. They could have had a. I mean, maybe it was just.
Well, Josh agrees with you, Leroy. He said he likes the Steelers. Defense has been leaking lately, and Tim's got a C for you. He's got a C for you on the Steelers bandwagon. Got one save for you.
Hey, when I come over there, Tim, I'm still not wearing no damn jersey, so I'm not wearing no Pittsburgh jersey. I'm picking y'all. I'll probably be over there to watch the game, what is that, Monday night?
Yeah.
So I'm the only one to pick Pittsburgh. Y'all got the
Texans, yeah.
Texans.
Josh has got Pittsburgh, and so does Tim and Timothy. I'm pretty sure Tim's got Pittsburgh. I'm pretty sure.
Josh and the Midnight Rider, comment. We need y'all predictions on the college football playoffs before we get out of here.
Yeah, so Josh actually posted earlier. Give me one sec. I thought he posted about I'm not gonna be able to find it now. Of course not.
You can comment.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, well, let me go back.
I got Miami winning. I got Miami and Indiana winning for the national championship. It's gonna be great. The U is back.
So Tim said he's got a seat for you and Midnight Rider. Got two open.
All right. What's on the menu? What's on the food menu? JR, your first time being on, definitely won't be your last. Thank you for your excellent commentary. Excellent. You've
I just
always
hope that no team makes me sound silly.
you've always showed up. Is that Josh checking in again?
Yeah, he's in Miami and Indiana.
We think good minds think alike, nephew. Good minds think alike, man.
Yeah, we were going to try to cover a little bit, but with just the Black Friday being so packed, I knew we
Yeah,
were
Black Friday. I mean, we'll go into more detail. We'll bring Josh and Midnight Rider back.
We got a little tease coming up. Midnight Rider said he ain't giving nothing to our audience. You got to tune in after 7:45.
They got the
check out the flight, and then you'll get the real predictions.
That music that they play when we go, that flight music, I love that, man.
That's such. I wake up sometimes in the morning and have that in my head.
Yeah, man, I love that. Whoever put that together, put that together. Get something for Unapologetic, man. Get something for us. Like I said, J.R. Sweeney was in the building. He always shows up. You know.
No,
what just happened?
He just dropped his phone. He dropped his phone.
You didn't see that.
Oh.
You didn't see that.
Damn. That was
That's an Aaron
crazy.
Rodgers moment for me.
What did Tim say?
Tim said he's cooking food. He got some food for you. Cook it up.
All right. You know, I'm not shy when it comes to food. All right, y'all. Time flies when you're having fun. We leave you like we always leave you. Whether you like it or don't like it, you better learn to love it. It's Unapologetic Sports. For J.R. Sweeney.
Thanks for having me, guys.
For the Fly Guy. I'm Lee Ice. We will see y'all next week.
Talking about the Bills in the divisional round.
Hey now, and welcome to another episode of In the Passenger Seat, where we take you on a ride throughout the sports world, one interview at a time. I got with me my guy, the correspondent, Keith. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing good, man. Refreshed after you giving me the day off last Wednesday for the holiday. Appreciate that, boss. Yeah, ready to roll. Ready to get started. So hope you're doing well. Hope our listeners had a great Thanksgiving holiday, and it's back to work for us. Let's do this.
Yeah, definitely. And then you got some busy times coming up. I believe your daughter has a birthday coming up next week, correct?
Next Wednesday. Yeah, we're traveling down to Raleigh for a GA soccer tournament, leaving 4 a.m. Friday morning. So come back
Is
Sunday
that
night.
18th
What's that?
birthday? 18th birthday?
18th birthday. Yep.
Wow, they grow up so fast, man.
Well, quick. 2007. Yep. Happens quick.
Well, speaking of the female soccer world, today we're going to dive into the world of women's football. We're thrilled to have Jen Whitfield of the Baltimore Nighthawks joining us. Jen's journey into the sport, her experiences on and off the field, and her insights into the growing women's football scene are going to be on the agenda. Let's welcome Jen Whitfield to the show.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
How's it going?
What's up, Jen?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's excited. I've been waiting to have another female on the show. I try to keep my show structured and mixed to different sports, different, just spread it out to everything. We had cornhole on one night. We had senior softball a couple weeks ago. I thought was impressive. And then one day we might have a damn Hall of Fame basketball coach or something. It's been really fun, hasn't it, Keith?
It's been a wonderful time. Yeah, these last couple months, these episodes have been really enticing and really great to be a part of.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's do what we do, Keith, and jump right into it here. So, Jen, what we like to do, we like to find out where it all started. So can you tell us one of your earlier sports memories?
Yeah, I mean, I can't really pinpoint a specific memory, but I will say I had a lot of great memories. My dad coached me, throughout my rec time in soccer, basketball, lacrosse. So I think it's kind of hard for me to pinpoint a singular memory, only because there were so many great memories through that. I learned so much from him. And I think that's what made me the player that I am today and the athlete that I am today.
Okay, so coming up, would you say your dad was your biggest influence in sports growing up?
I would say so, definitely, for sure.
And did your dad play ball when he was?
He played football. He played football for Central High. I don't know the exact years, but he definitely played. And even now in my journey now, he gives me advice and all of that good stuff, and still kind of has that coaching with me. So that I hold that so close to my heart with him.
Oh, definitely. Keith and I were both dad coaches. And we know what you're talking about. And I'm also a coach's kid. So I know what it's like. It's not all cookies and ice cream.
It's not. I think one of the things, I hated it back then, but, I didn't get any special treatment from him. It was, if they're running, you're running, and you better run twice as hard and, those types of things. So.
Yeah, that's definitely what I think. So, Keith, you got any questions here to get started?
Yeah, Jen, I noticed you've played a lot of soccer, especially as a youth and through high school. Was that a sport that came sort of natural? Were you introduced to soccer first initially and just took it and rode it? What was that process like?
Yeah, so actually, from when I was 3 until I was about 10, I actually did dance. And then, Jack, you're familiar, we lived in the Hyattsville area. And then we moved to Edgewater. So when I moved to Edgewater and I made some friends out here, they were all playing soccer. And I was like, I want to get into this. I begged my parents to let me do it, and they signed me up, and I fell in love with it. And that's just kind of where it all began and where it all started, that love for that sport. And, I love dance too. I did it for a very long time, but there was something about soccer that really, that was my thing. That was what I did.
Did it come natural to you, or something you just had to constantly work at to catch up because you were newer to the sport than some of your friends?
Yeah, I think it came kind of natural. It was definitely, I didn't know anything about the sport. So, there's obviously always that beginner, you're trying to figure things out, and especially as an 8-year-old kid. But I think the aggression that kind of comes with it, all of that came pretty natural,
people don't realize soccer that's a lot of bumping and grinding.
It's a lot
in the female game. It's shoulder to shoulder, and there's a lot of girls on the ground a lot of the time. So you have to learn to play that way. What position did you play, and were you able to play a lot of positions, or there was one position that you kind of honed in and became your primary focus?
So I really honed in on left wing, but I was able to play all positions, even goalie. I even played goalie my JV year of high school. I was the backup goalie, but I could be put anywhere and just kind of adjust and play it.
Jack, that sounds like a coach's child, right? One that could play all the positions.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you definitely did that.
I want to touch on that because you guys, mentioned playing. My dad coached me for a few years as well, and that does put you, expectations are a little different. You don't want to let dad down. Dad's willing to be a little harder on you maybe than with others, maybe asking you to take a leadership role or set the example. So how was that for you, and how do you feel that helped your relationship with Pops, along the way?
Yeah, I think, obviously as a kid growing up, you're kind of bumping heads and, like kind of let up on me a little bit. But looking back on it now, I definitely see the reasoning why. And, and I had great support from mom as well. And I think as far as, just it was always so great. And I didn't really know how to accept it at that time, but like I said, looking back on it now, it definitely made me the person I am, the player that I am, the athlete that I am. It definitely made all those things for me, but I wouldn't change it for the world.
So dad coached you, but did you get the athletic gene from dad, or did that come from mom? Or both?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say dad. My mom did oh gosh, what is it called? The majorettes, I think it was. She did that in high school. Yeah. So, a little bit of athleticism there too.
Absolutely. Hand-eye coordination. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Really cool. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, no, I forgot all about that. Yeah, Sherry did I don't know, majorettes, or they did flags and stuff. It was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. Yeah.
But yeah, let me see. We got a few comments over here, Jen. Let's see what's going on.
Oh,
we got Alexis Whitfield saying, "Let's go Baltimore Nighthawks."
Nice.
We got
that is my lovely wife there.
Okay, hello, Alexis. We got Ben Conti, one of the leaders of the Sideline Junkies podcast network and host of several shows in the network. He says, "Let's go," and then Alexis calls you. Says Big A. What's Big A?
That's a nickname for my dad.
Okay.
My dad,
great.
Yeah.
Corey's on here. Love you, Jen. Sherry Hamby, your sissy, is watching. Sherry Lee, hello, Sherry. She no longer wanted to dance. Yes,
calling me out.
You knew that was going to happen.
I know. Love it.
You don't know her mother's personality, Keith, but she's very outspoken, you should say, as I am. So
you know where you stand. You always know where you stand then, right?
Damn right.
No gray area. I like that. I appreciate that.
Hey man, she passed that on to me, and I'm the same exact way.
I like it.
Yep.
So you're playing, middle school ball, and you're getting ready to go to South River High School right there in the Edgewater area. How was that freshman year heading in? Did you know any of the coaches over there? Were you already working with some of the coaches?
No, I didn't.
Did you go in blind?
Nope, I went in blind. Actually, my freshman year, I tried out for soccer and I didn't make it. So I was devastated. And then came like the winter sport time, and a friend of mine, it was my next door neighbor, she was like, "Let's try out for track." And I was like, no, like, what am I gonna do with that? Like, no. She was like, "Come on, just do it with me." And I was like, all right, let's go. So we go and we made it, and I was like, this is great, you know what I mean? And at that point I'm experiencing my first time being on a high school team, and getting to know that.
Right.
Yeah, and that was fantastic. And that ended up being my sport in high school.
So you didn't do soccer or anything else in high school? It was
No,
just track and field?
no, I did soccer. I tried out again my sophomore year, and made the JV team, and then was on varsity junior and senior year. But then I was on varsity track, freshman through senior year, because then I ended up getting into pole vaulting.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that, because hell, I didn't even know public schools had pole vaulting. Man. I've never
sure
seen
did.
an event at a public high school. I've never seen pole vaulting. I swear to God. I remember, doing the hurdles and doing the long runs and high jumps, but I've never seen. Maybe it was the high schools we went to that didn't have that equipment, but that's very impressive how you just came into track and field. But track and field can be a combination of all the sports you have played, with all the running you did in soccer and jumping and carrying on. So I can see how you got into track and field, but pole vault, what got you into pole vault?
Yeah, I don't know. It was, we were coming up towards the end of my freshman winter season, and a couple of the guys that I was friends with, they did it, and then myself and one of my teammates, we looked over and there were only like 3 girls that did it, and we were like, well, how do we get into this? You know what I mean? Like, there's not a lot of people over there doing that. Like, we might got a shot here. So we went and, we talked to our coaches, and yep, there we go. That picture was in the Washington Post, actually, my senior year. And yeah, and it just kind of took off from there. And, again, I'm so lucky to have such supportive parents that with this, they were like, "You sure you want to do that?" And I was like, "Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure at this point. Like, let's just do it." And they were putting me in camps and buying me poles, and putting me with private coaching and all those kind of things. And I ended up being the 2007 state champion my sophomore year for indoor.
So how do you practice pole vaulting at home? You jumping over garages, or what are you doing?
I was actually just like jumping over neighbors' fences, and it's no, you can actually get like probably a PVC pipe, probably about like this big, and you can kind of practice like the planting and like the rotation of everything. Yeah, so you don't have to get the whole. I think my pole was like 12.5 feet. But like, you don't have to get all of that to practice at home. There's also different exercises that you can do, like handstands are a big thing that you can do to kind of build up that upper body strength and get you used to the invert that you have to do in order to get over the crossbar. So definitely a lot of different things that you can do at home for that without the pads and all of that stuff.
Jen, real quick.
Go ahead, Keith, please.
No, I'm just one thing. I really wanted to commend you, give you some props for be willing to try new things, right? In this day and age, someone says, "Hey, you want to try something?" and they're just comfortable, just passing by and just taking the shortcut or not taking the cut at all. And the other thing was, I wanted to kind of go back to the soccer thing with the mindset. So you didn't make the team initially. What did you put in the memory bank there? What was the fuel, if you will, to kind of maybe put extra reps in the summer to make sure that sophomore year that you were able to make the team?
Yeah, it was just, extra practice. There was a coach change as well with that. So my freshman year, that coach ended up leaving, and then we got a new coach. And he was absolutely amazing. He wanted to get to know us as players and people who were trying out and all these things. And so he would set up like different camps and all of that. So I got to know him prior to. So then he knew exactly who I was, when I came for tryouts my sophomore year. That picture was actually in England. We took a trip to England and played in a tournament. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was thinking it was either that or an away game, because they had nice turf at South River by 07. Was that your senior year?
Yeah, this was
07?
my senior year. No, my senior year was '09, but
Oh,
this picture was my senior year. This was going into my senior year.
okay.
Mhm.
09.
Yep.
So the state championship in the pole vault you won as a sophomore?
Yeah.
So what did you do junior and senior year in states?
I ended up getting second most of the time. I can't remember her name, but she was absolutely amazing. We were always kind of neck and neck with each other throughout the season, and she always got me at states, but I was okay with that because I liked the competition of it, and if she was better than me that day, you know what I mean, and I tried to be better the next day, and we were always kind of going back and forth, which was cool.
So is that who you battled with in 07 to beat her and get the champion? Or was it not you guys didn't
No,
start battling until 08, 09?
yeah, it didn't start happening until like '08 or '09 because I think she might have been a year younger than me. So she hadn't really started yet with that. And there was some I think some redistricting with schools and all that kind of stuff kind of going on because I think she went to Perry Hall. So then they kind of came into our division where we were 4A. And I think at that point they kind of came in. So then that's where we kind of met and then started going head to head with each other.
Yeah. South River draws a lot of kids. You draw from all over. I mean, Mayo, Harwood. I mean, they need another high school over in that area, man. They're
Yeah.
really starting to pack that school because I remember that
It's
school
still
opened
4A.
years ago.
It's still 4A
Yeah.
now. Okay.
Yeah,
Perry
pretty
Hall's
sure it
definitely
is.
4A because I live up in Hartford County, Jen, and they're a 4A. I know Perry Hall is definitely a 4A squad. It's a big school.
They probably got 6,000 kids going to South River.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. Might even be more. But it
Mhm.
was always a school I wanted to go to. Being a Prince George's County kid, my family had a beach house down there off London Town Road.
Oh, okay.
Over there in Woodland Beach, as they used to call
Mhm.
it back in my heyday. It was called Hoodlum Beach.
They still call it that.
It's not, but that's not. They call it that because of us. And as I was getting through middle school, I would start having my friends from Edgewater, and they're talking about going to high school, playing for coach, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, man, I'm getting ready to go to this school, and they're busing. It was right when busing started. So, Keith didn't even go to the school he was closest to. He got bused to school 3 places away.
Right.
I didn't want to go through that. So I asked my parents, could I stay with one of my friends' family down here? And it didn't work out. In today's day, a parent would let it happen. But back then, it wasn't the same with FaceTime and cell phones. And you can't just leave your kid at the beach.
You're right, yeah.
I was always a fan of South River High School. Several of my friends' kids come up through there. My buddy Jack Wagner's kid, Drew Lee, he came through there and was a stud in football and lacrosse. And just didn't follow through with recruiters, but he's a fine young man right now in the Sheep Meadow Union, doing great. So not everybody, that's it. You just want to be a productive person in society. You don't always have to be an athlete, but it's always going to be in you.
Absolutely.
That's it.
So you get old like me, you start competing over who gets to the coffee maker first and stuff like that.
Know that feeling.
I'm competitive with that too.
Oh, and they run out of my creamer, I get shook.
And you get the shakes too, I bet.
I don't need that for that. That just happens. But yeah. So you grew up. You left PG County and grew up where I wanted to grow up. So your story is what my story wanted to be. Funny that long ago. Do you know the Lee family from that area? A couple of them coached at the high school.
Yeah, I feel like you've mentioned Drew. I think Drew and I might have graduated together, actually.
It's a good possibility. He was a hell of a football player.
Yeah, he was, definitely.
But the bad thing is he was a better lacrosse player. You guys had a good lacrosse program over there. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't your girls' soccer program good back then?
Yeah. We won the 2008 county championship. So that was my senior year. So that was awesome, to be able to do that.
Talk about that coach. You said that coaching change, occurred there from freshman to sophomore year. Was he technique based? Did he just instill confidence in you that kind of helped you sort of, I don't say graduate, but, you know, have the arrow pointing up as far as your soccer skill set and your confidence more than anything else?
Yeah, I'd say probably all of that, honestly. He just had a way of being able to connect and like being able to talk to us as athletes and like still be able to coach us too, which I think is very important. You know, like you can't be a coach and be hard all the time. Like, you know, and that's just me in my opinion. You know, you have to be able to come and talk to me and like give me my constructive criticism, you know, and like tell me what's going on. Let's break it down so we can see. And that's what John did. You know, he always set us up, you know, like I said, like camps. He knew the head coach down at UNC Chapel Hill. So we were always going down there for, you know, a week-long soccer camp, going down there for the Final Four for the NCAA tournament, you know, doing all these different types of things. The England trip, you know, that was a week-long thing for us to play in a tournament. Yeah, you know, he always set us up and he wanted us to succeed. And he always wanted us to, you know, be better than we were the day before, you know, as a person and as a team and as an athlete. And you know, much respect for him for that. And you know, it was great. He always gave everybody a chance, and his technique skills were just amazing. He knew how to break it down for you so that you understood. You know, whether you were, you know, you didn't know too much or if you were like super advanced, he knew how to break it down for you so that everybody could be on the same page.
Yeah, it sounds like a great communicator, teacher, and probably good listener.
Absolutely.
Too. So pretty cool. Jack?
Okay, let me get a couple more comments in here to you, Jen. You got Christy Davis. We love you, sis. We got Jamie Lee. Love you, bonus daughter. I like that. I like that. If somebody takes you in as a bonus daughter, you must be all right.
I think I'm okay.
Anna Melton, she says, you're so multi-talented.
Aw.
I don't know what Sherry's talking about in this one. She said the boys took off their shirts.
I don't know what she's talking about.
We might need another comment on that one.
I guess it is pronounced Anja.
Anja? Anna, yeah.
Oh, Anna, one of your teammates. And then next we got a guy from Bladensburg High School. This is Jerome Warren. Everybody call him J-Rock. J-Rock says Bladensburg Boys and Girls Club. Yes, that is where we started our sports at, Jerome. And he also states, hey, buddy, buddy. That's how he greets everybody. I remember that. Jerome will come up and say, hey, buddy, buddy, and then start talking. He calls everybody buddy, buddy. That's my man. Thanks for tuning in, Jerome. Jamie Lee, she's the best. Oh, Sherry says they took their shirts off while pole vaulting.
Of course they did. I mean,
and then Corey Heltzman, she jumps in and she's asking you a serious question. She's asking you, hey, Jen, any plans to go for captain? What's up with that question? Because you're laughing. So that's inside.
Corey is a good friend of mine, and he always jokes that I should be one of the captains. But you know what? I love our captains, and I think that, you know, they are the best leaders of the team. You know, if I do get that opportunity, you know, why not? But you know, I'm completely satisfied with our captains. I love our captains for sure.
Oh, definitely. What I mean, and it's like honor extreme right there to be named a captain of any kind of group. It's an honor extreme, and it should be taken serious. And I see sometimes, whether through the youth level, the collegiate level, or even the pro level, to where captains don't act as I think captains should. But that could be the emotions of the games. You know, sometimes, I mean, I myself, I threw my glove at an umpire one time because I wasn't happy. I got in trouble for that. That cost me a year.
Well, I don't know how you feel about this, but I don't always think a lot of times just the best player, one of the best players, is anointed the captain, but they may not lead by example, or they might just be one of the best players on the team. And sometimes that happens. That usually happens when the coach, you know, selects the captains more so than
the players.
Right. So something I've noticed growing up, and you know, my daughter plays GA soccer right now. We're headed down to Raleigh Friday morning for that
Nice.
Final Four. Castle, you've
Mhm.
probably been there before years ago for that tournament. So I see that a lot at the high
Mhm.
school level and the club, upper end club level for sure.
That's
Yeah, I ain't got
awesome.
no
Yeah.
idea. I ain't got no idea
Like
what
I
you're talking about.
like I said, I absolutely love our captains. They are just such great leaders for us, and they're amazing. I don't know where we would be without them. They're all different in their own way, you know what I mean? But they come together as leaders and they lead
It all
us
fits.
as a big group, and like it is the perfect puzzle for sure.
Okay, we got another question for you, Jen,
Okay.
from our comments. And
Okay.
Alexis wants you to tell us about your first tryout day for the Baltimore Nighthawks.
Oh
That
man.
must be thank you guys for the content.
Oh man. All right.
Come on.
So I think it was early 2020s, probably like January or so, I think. Um, all right, let me take it back actually. So back in 2007, actually, at one of my pole vaulting practices at the PG Sports Complex, um, I actually saw the divas like getting their jerseys and taking their headshots and doing all that. And I was like, what is going on over there? You know? So my dad was there, so he went over and he asked them, and they were like, oh, like we're the DC Divas, we're a women's football team. That was the first time I ever heard about a women's tackle football league. And it always kind of stuck in my mind, you know? But I never really had the courage to go do anything about it, if I'm being completely honest. So one day I decided, and I looked up and I was like, maybe I should do this. I love being an athlete. I miss it at this point, and I want to do something, and this is something that's on my bucket list and I just want to do it. So one night I just went and I went on the Nighthawks website and filled out the tryout form. Um, but they had already passed their tryout time. So I was like, okay, I said, well, at least, if I fill it out, they'll contact me next year and, maybe I'll be at the top, So I think it was probably 2 days later, I get a message on Facebook and they're like, hey, we saw that, you're interested in trying out, like, what's going on? And I was like, yeah, hey. And then so they were like, we want you to come for either a practice or a workout. So based on my schedule, I could go for the workout. So sign up for the workout, and I'm a very anxious person, and like I sign up for things and then I'm like so nervous. So the morning of that workout, I looked at my wife and I was like, I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm so nervous. I'm probably not going to make it. Like, I'm so out of shape. Like, like I haven't done anything in years. And she got up and she flung the curtains open to let the sunlight in. And she was like, get your butt up right now. Like, you're going to go do this. I will ride with you in the car and sit in the car, but you need to go do this because you don't know what opportunity you're missing out on. So I was like, you're right, you're right. So yeah, I went and I go for the workout, and they were doing classroom at the time that I got there. So I walk in at a Annapolis area Christian school, and there's a front desk lady. I'm like, where are the Baltimore Nighthawks? And they're like, oh, they're upstairs. So I go upstairs, and this is when I knew that that was where I needed to be, was because they were in classroom, and as they walked out, every single person came up and introduced themselves and said hello. And they had no idea who I was. And they said, hello, like I'm so and so, I'm so and so. So I was like, wow, like they're just so welcoming. And I go down and I do the workout. And next thing you know, they're fitting me for a helmet and pads. And I'm like, what is going on here? Like, did I make it? Did I not make it? Like, what's going on here? And they were like, we'll be in touch. And I was like, okay. And the next thing you know, I got the letter that they offered me a spot for the 2020 season. And yeah, it was crazy.
How wild was that with COVID? Because COVID's like 2 months later,
that's what
right?
Yeah, that sucked. It's my rookie season, and I'm learning the game and I'm doing the film sessions and everything. And we had just made it to outside, and then COVID happened. So obviously that shut our season down. We continued to do film sessions, continued to learn about the game and, all of that stuff. And yeah, it just kind of got cut short for me for my rookie year. So that kind of sucked.
Yeah.
Well, let me throw it in reverse here a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You graduate 09. Did you do any other kind of athletics between then and trying out for the Hawks?
I played for an adult kickball league for a little bit. That was probably about it. Yeah, I was so focused on, working at that time and kind of figuring out who I am. I was in college. I didn't graduate college. Yeah, I dropped out of community college and, just kind of figuring out who I was. And I think that was a part of my process too on finding the Nighthawks and trying out for them was, figuring out who I am now as an adult. You know what I mean? Like, from rec league to high school, you kind of know who you are. It's all kind of straightforward. But then once you get out of that, then you got to really figure out who you are. And I missed sports so much and being a part of a team that, I just decided to go for it.
Jack, we all know an athlete like Jen, the one that makes us so jealous that doesn't need to practice, doesn't need to stretch, doesn't just shows up and balls out. I mean, she can take a 12-year break, and I mean that's insane. Good.
Maybe when I was 16. Maybe when I was 16, not so much now.
But I tell you, I laugh at when you mentioned kickball.
Mm-hmm.
I think I messed around with some kickball in my mid-30s before I had my back surgery later in my 30s. But yeah, a friend of mine was in a kickball league over at Dunkirk down there off Route 4. Beautiful park over there. And I'm laughing in the bleachers with my 6 or 12 pack or 18 pack, whatever I was getting into that night. And I'm, cutting up. And they're like, oh, when we come in, you're up next. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll kick the ball. I just ain't chasing it tonight. Man, I kicked that ball, pulled a groin, couldn't walk right for 2 weeks. So that's why I laugh about kickball.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had a kickball injury too. I was, we were like in the playoffs, and I went and I kicked the ball and was running to first base and like hurt my hamstring really bad, and that kind of stopped my kickball career at that point. Yeah, that was not fun.
So with you trying out right at the beginning of COVID, I mean, I think they shut a lot of stuff down in February, and you were talking about you were doing these workouts in January. How did that go down? And I read something about you blew a knee in the 2020 season, or was it later in that year?
So I blew my knee out in 2021. I tore my ACL and meniscus. Yeah, so it was that following season that I tore it.
Jen, did you have a position in mind when you were trying out? Were you doing specific drills for a position, or you were just, hey, I mean, I'll have an open mind and an open heart to the whole process, and where they feel like I fit in the best is where I go. Is that
absolutely? Yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, honestly, I didn't really know too much about the positions in football, how it all worked. Very basic on throw the ball, catch it, run the ball type thing. But never really knew the dynamics of it.
No.
So yeah, no, I didn't really know. So I was like, just kind of put me wherever you think, you know what I mean? I'm an adaptable player. Like I can figure it out. It might take me a while, but I can figure it out. And then, that's just kind of what happened. And they put me in the receiver position. So I was like, okay, cool. Like, that's great.
Oh my gosh. What do we got here, Keith? I mean, the girl just says, let me figure out how to play soccer real quick. Let me figure out how to pole vault real quick. Let me figure out how to play football real quick. I mean, you're badass, girl. I love it.
Competitive badass. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me get a few more comments over here. Ben put in a good comment. Ben Conti from the Sideline Junkie says, tell us about that moment when you felt like you belonged as a Nighthawk. When did that hit you?
Great question, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I think I got to say it was kind of hard 2020 because I was only there for a short period of time and then COVID kind of hit. I'll never take anything from them because they, like I said, they welcomed me with open arms like immediately. But you're going through there's 40 something other people that you're trying to get to know, and like I'm a shy person, so I don't really you know talk a lot, and when I'm in practice, even now to this day, I'm very focused. Like I don't talk too much. So when did I finally got along? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't think a specific moment. I think it just kind of happened, like I knew that the Nighthawks and, the Nighthawks family and the Nighthawks nation, that's where I needed to be. And even now I'm like, I can't imagine my life without it. It's very, very hard. So
Yeah, no, I feel that. We got a few more. We're getting so many comments tonight. Thank you, everybody. And Sherry's over here rolling down memory lane and stuff. I understand. You wild girl. Sherry's talking about back in them rolling pin days. Keith knows about the rolling pin bakery.
oh
yeah.
I miss rolling pin. I think about rolling pin every so often. Oh gosh, those
Oh,
tea cookies, amazing.
Yeah.
What a great
Every
place.
birthday cake in that area, Riverdale, Bladensburg,
Absolutely.
Hyattsville, came from rolling pin.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Some of these responses, guys, I'm sorry that I'm so late to them, so I really don't know what they pertain to, but thank you for all of them. Bernadine Marshburn says, hello, Jen.
Oh, that's my grandma. Hi, grandma.
This one here, Steve Fuentes, 8 the Great. That brings up to a question I wanted to ask. Does the number 8 mean anything to you like it does to some ball players? They like their number, or it means something about their dad or their idol.
I got to be honest. Nothing that really comes off like when I picked it, not so much. I actually had a different number when I started. I was actually number 17.
17.
I was I was 17 when I first started as a Nighthawk, and that one was because that was my wife's number. And when I signed up, that was her number when she played lacrosse and, all of her sports. So I told her, I said, you know what, if I'm going to go out there and, I'm going to get my tail handed to me, you're going to be out there with me some way, somehow. So,
Okay.
you know what I mean? So I picked 17 back then. I had a period of time where I was not playing for the Nighthawks for about a year or two. So when I came back, the 2024 season, I had to pick a new number. So I picked 8. I never really had a singular number, maybe a few times. So yeah, I just kind of rolled with it. And honestly, I think all the best athletes in Baltimore have the number 8. So like it kind of makes sense, right?
Lamar, Cal Ripken,
Exactly. Exactly.
So let's get into a little bit more, since you mentioned how you had a time away from the Nighthawks. How was that rehab and everything from the ACL injury you had? And I mean, I'm sure you're not going to the Ravens medical staff to get your treatment or your therapy. How did that go? Does the team cover it?
No, unfortunately not. I mean, it's a requirement to have health insurance, for any type of injuries or anything like that. So no, I did go to University of Maryland Orthopedic for my surgery. So I had a very, very, very good doctor. He did a phenomenal job. I went to Pivot for my physical therapy. It was definitely hard. It was my first major surgery out of all the time that I played sports. Minor injuries here and there, but nothing that required surgery. Yep. So that was my first, and like I'm sitting at 30 years old and having to have, an ACL surgery. So the recovery was tough. I'm always on the go, so having to be, I can't put weight on my leg for 6 weeks. That's tough. I can't drive. I can't just get up and go like I'm used to. So it was definitely hard physically and mentally, I will say.
Yeah, that's a surgery. It has some dark days to it. Who do you attribute helping you with, your mindset and your focus and your determination as you try to power through and come back from that injury?
Yeah, I mean, my wife was she was so great through that whole process, getting me everything that I needed. There was such that good support. And my physical therapist was amazing. She was definitely pushing me to try to, stay on track with my recovery because it was like 6 to 8 weeks. And then, even through that time, then you still have about 6 months to a year before everything kind of feels normal again. So she was really pushing me through all of that and, getting me on the bike and when she would take me out back and we'd kick a soccer ball around once I was able to put weight on it. And I'm definitely very thankful that I had the team of people
So
medically and then
people don't
my
realize
family and my wife.
when you
Yeah,
recover from
it's
that kind
tough.
of injury, there's some dark days, and you just don't you want to give up. You don't want to power through, and it
Yeah.
takes a moment, someone to encourage you or someone to know that they're alongside you. They feel the same pain you're going through. So I'm glad you had that support system. It's so
Yeah,
so
yeah, I
important.
appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate it.
You definitely need that. You definitely do. I mean, I had a couple of knee surgeries. I had a back surgery at 38, and then now I'm an old man. I had a knee replacement. That was nuts.
Oof, goodness.
It's 2 weeks of suck. 2 weeks of suck. But I can't believe I was walking on it the same day. That's what tripped me out.
So you guys just got to play golf like me, and you keep the injuries, a little bit to a minimum.
Very minor. Yeah.
Very minor. Like get hit by a golf ball, like the worst thing that can happen to you. No, just kidding.
Let me get to a couple more comments. We got about 8 more minutes. I'd like to run the show, guys. Jamie Lee states, you're only shy until you open up. And yeah, a lot of people are like that. And I don't got a shy bone in my body. Sherry Hamby also says we're so very proud of you.
Thank you.
Here's another great question for you, and I'm going to let you read it. Is there any team you've played against and lost that you're looking to play again next year, and why?
Salt Lake, 1000%. Salt Lake.
Now you lost to in the ship?
Yep. Definitely Salt Lake, 1000%.
Explain this to me. Was this the WFA championship? So what
first time that the Baltimore Nighthawks have ever made it there.
You were in Ohio for this game, if I'm not mistaken. So what is the difference between this championship game that you were in Ohio and the championship game that the Divas were in Virginia?
Everybody was in Ohio. So you've got the conference championship games, and the WFA is broken up into 3 divisions. So Division 1, which is what the Divas play in, Division 2, which is where we're in, and then Division 3. And actually, it was kind of cool because DMV teams went to the championship as one side. So the Divas went, we went, and then Richmond went. So that was pretty cool. And like I said, it was the Nighthawks' first time going. Yeah, we won the conference championship. That was a crazy game. You showed one picture from that game, and then. Yeah, so everybody is in Ohio.
So Jen, you guys were undefeated during league play, and then was it 2 playoff games you won to get to the Salt Lake game? Okay.
Yep.
Very cool. Yeah, I don't think people realize, like, you guys travel. You guys had games in New York. You guys had a game in Atlanta, a game in Maine. Like that's what were the?
Is that self-funded?
Yes and no. It really kind of
get into your
depends on
financials.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It really kind of depends, I guess, like where we're going. Our owner, Tanya, she does a great job. She'll book the rooms, normally, and then we got to kind of figure our way to get up there. Sometimes we'll get a couple buses or like the vans and sign up and put some money in to go up there. And sometimes people will just drive, fly, however you can to get up there. We make it work. So
okay, and
takes a village.
All equipment and whatnot self-bought, or is that supplied? I mean, are there any dues you pay the Nighthawks? I'm just trying to learn the ins and outs of this.
Yep. So you pay your player fee, and then yes, you do have to get your own helmet and shoulder pads and things like that, girdle. We use Zenith for our helmets and shoulder pads. I mean, you're more than welcome to get anything else, but Zenith is like a specific like women's helmet, shoulder pads, those type of things.
Got it.
Okay. Heath, you got one more before I wrap this stuff up?
Yeah, I've got one more. I just, Jen, thanks for the time today. Appreciate it. This has been a great interview. So I appreciate you taking the time to spend with us today. Your dad was a coach. Do you see any coaching for you in your future? Is there something kind of itching at you a little bit? Maybe that's a path you'd like to go down and sort of pay it forward. What, all the knowledge you've learned from Pops.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to. I'd love for, if I have the opportunity when my time is done being a player, I'd love to go back to the Nighthawks and coach, wherever that may be. Right now I do get, I do volunteer sometimes. Sometimes the Nighthawks will get invited to do different, like flag football, even though I've never played flag. The route tree is the same, right? So again, like you got to adapt. So I've done 2 flag football camps. One was with the Commanders for their military clinic. I did that recently, a couple months ago. So I think I do a good job with it. I love kids. I love giving back. That's another reason why it is not even just for me, but I want to be someone's hero in their story, and I think that's a lot of us, we didn't have these opportunities to play the sport, even play flag growing up. So definitely giving back is very rewarding. I love what I do as far as being an athlete and being a player, but the giving back portion of it and seeing kids do it and try it, whether they've never played before and their parents are throwing them in a camp and they're just out there trying, or they've got, lots of experience. And, I tell them all the time, I hope I'm in a wheelchair up in the stands watching you. So, and I just keep on going and keep on pushing, so.
Okay. I love that answer. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Jen, when does the season start?
So we will probably start indoors, probably January, either end of January, beginning of February, I think, and then we'll move outdoors. So our games are normally start, I think, like mid-April, end of April, and then it will go until July. And obviously that July date is depending if playoffs and all those type of things. So, yeah.
Okay. And okay, you spoke of playing indoor and then moving out to the outdoor fields as weather gets better. Where are your indoor performances, and where is your home outdoor games being played?
I won't say where our indoor practices are. I don't want to say where our indoor practices are. I don't want any peepers,
Okay.
But our outdoor games are at Spalding. Yep.
Beautiful facility.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Yep.
I was out there with Scott Swope. He's the strength and conditioning coach at Spalding. Great guy. Wow. Well, we got into some things here, and I look forward to seeing the Women's Football Alliance, the Women's Flag Football Leagues, the Youth Flag Football Female Leagues. It's just amazing how many opportunities females have to be athletes now, and I just think it's tremendous. You don't have to just be a cheerleader or a dancer. You can be a boxer or a football player or a basketball player. You can do any sport, anything. And that makes it go to the old cliche. You can do anything you put your mind to. But
or pole vault.
Girls back
yeah, or pole vaulting. Why not?
Yeah, pole vaulting. I got it all. So I could talk to you probably another hour, Jen, but I gotta keep this under an hour. And again, I appreciate it. I look forward to coming out and catching a game.
We're going. Right, we're taking the show on the road, Jack. We're taking the show on the road. How about that?
Hey, man, you promised Amanda you were going to a Divas game. You better promise me you're going to come to a Nighthawks game.
Definitely, both of y'all. I make good on all.
Hey, man, maybe you'll get 2 and 1. I don't know what the schedule is, but maybe you'll get 2 and 1. You never know.
Well, JC loves a field trip, And JC like to get some Baltimore Nighthawk swag. If you could tell me where to get it or point me in the right
Absolutely.
direction,
Absolutely.
I'm going to reach out to a bunch of you soon about getting some swag to come to some games this season.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I get out on the scene. So, all right, on behalf of my buddy Keith, the correspondent Hodges, next week in the passenger seat, we got Coach Rick Sneed. He's actually an educator and head football coach at Calvert High School, and he led the team to a tremendous 8-2 season this year. I look forward to talking to him. High school state playoffs are happening. Navy Memorial Stadium. They start Thursday, 7 p.m. You got Thursday, you got Friday, you got Saturday. I believe it's 2 games, 1 game on Thursday, 2 games on Friday, 3 games on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. Get over there, and you're going to see the best of Maryland high school football right now. I want to thank the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network for making this all possible. It's the holiday seasons, guys. Get out and support the Jacob Sloan Foundation. You can reach them at jacobsloanfoundation.com. They're doing so many great things for the kids in the state now during the holiday seasons, and everybody deserves a little joy. So dip over to jacobsloanfoundation.com and see what you can do to make a young kid smile. All right, you guys, let's roll.
You still gotta think about me. Want someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode. You can put me on. You still gotta think about me. Want someone to hold. You can put me on airplane mode. You can put me on.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the one place on a Tuesday night, the Tuesday night flight, where we take you around the sports world, one sport at a time. We got a full house today. We rocking our version of the Four Horsemen, if you want to say it that way, even though KG might bicker a little bit and have some consternation about what I just said. But tonight, in tonight's show, we got something special for you. We got to go through the coaches being fired. We got a nice little thing where maybe KG got beef. I don't know, but it's kind of sort of that way. We got a nickel recap. We got previews of the college football games coming up and the Saturday wild card game. And then, of course, Sunday morning, when no better way to start your Sunday off with the Sunday Rise, we'll take you through the other 3 games. The other 4 games. So we'll get you squared away, get you up to date. We might even sneak in a golf update with the TGL because we got the correspondent in the house. With all that being said, this is the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. I'm the Midnight Rider, the guy above me in the square. That's the gentleman Jack. The guy beside me in this square with the dope background is the correspondent. The guy in the top corner, he's the host of the show. He's the big guy, KG. And with that being said, before I pass it on to him, just remember tomorrow morning when you wake up, you know what I'm saying? You wipe the crust out your eye. You throw on your ESPN. You probably watch Sports Center like most of us do. Or you might throw on some Biggie. I don't know. You might get you some cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. But whatever you do, by 9 o'clock a.m., you go to your local podcast place, whether it's Podbean, Podbox, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Odyssey, any place you want like that. And guess what you get to do? You get to hear the audio version of this show, brought to you by these 4 gentlemen. You get to hear our voices and take us with you throughout the course of your day. Now, you might say, "Hey, Ben, Midnight Rider. I want the video version. And I say, you know what? We got the video version. So what you do is you take yourself over to YouTube, you type in Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, and you pull the show up that way, and you can watch it at your desk. Or you can watch it while you're on the treadmill. It don't matter how you watch it, but as long as you watch it, America's a better place. With all that being said, now I turn the show over to the big guy, KG. Take it away.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. I'm gonna make it.
It's a good thing Jack got shorts on. That's all I'm saying.
I got drawers on. Daddy. I got drawers on, Daddy.
The fact that he said today, I didn't need to know that in my life.
It's not Sunday. It's not Sunday. Sunday is sucker free Sunday. No drawers.
Oh Lord.
Man, TMI.
Man, how y'all feeling? Obviously, Jack's feeling good.
Oh, I had a great day today. Went to the doctors, had a great report. Down to 226. I am fired up. Made some business moves today with some possible sponsorships over here on Kent Island. My man was like, I gave him a card. I gave him the card that I showed you guys at the boxing event that I had made, the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network card. And my man was like, dude, somebody just mentioned this to me like 3 days ago. I'm like, boys, nah, you lying. He's like, yeah. So then I said, well, I go by the Gentleman Jack. He's like, yeah, they asked me about the Gentleman Jack. I'm like, no. He said, for real. So there's a local carry-out joint over here, gas station, liquor store. And, I told him nothing's too big, nothing's too small, man. Let's get some sponsorships going. So had a fun day today. Met a young athlete today, lacrosse player. He's going to be playing lacrosse up north in Boston. So I think I'm going to get that young man on in the passenger seat. He's 19 years old from Centerville, Maryland. Played ball at, where did he play ball? Oh, what's it called? Sewell Friend? No, anyway, I'll get into that. But yeah, met some athletes today, met some sponsorship possibilities. So had a great doctor's appointment. JC is pumped. Okay, thanks, guys. I called both of these cats earlier, KG, just to show them how pumped I was.
Well, I'm doing pretty good, just not as good as Jack. How about that?
Yeah. Works, baby.
With all these coaches being let go, I'm happy to be employed over here. So thanks for having me. It's a work night.
Yeah, and I'm at 241. I'm dancing between 237 and 241, down about 18 pounds the last 3 months. But I don't know if I'm doing it the right way.
I like how we talk about food on Sunday, and then on Tuesday we're already talking about our Jenny Craig segment. I mean, that quick.
Well, I ate chicken on Sunday. No. Sunday I had them house burgers, boy. They was banging. My wife make a banging house burger, Joe. She put a little lean pans in there, a little of that onion soup joint in there.
That's right.
Some other specials. Ooh, cookie.
That's the only way you make it. The onion soup and a little Worcester shy.
Yes, I had a little lean pans. Yeah, so those was banging Sunday, dude. I was thinking of all y'all while I was sitting there, because house burgers, they ain't small. You make a small house burger, you a buster. So, what you gonna skimp for, KG?
You can't do that. Things that be big as this, that the side of that thing I look like that.
Mm-hmm. And two other things you don't skimp on: peanut butter and air conditioning. Boom.
Hey, I'm always with that.
We can get that.
Talk about this real quick. Myles Garrett breaks the sack record. Miles ahead. He gets 23 sacks in the season. People trying to diminish it, saying, well, he did it in 17 games. Michael Strahan did it in 16, and Reggie White did it in 12. Okay, whatever.
All right,
only problem I had with this.
Quick stat on that. Myles Garrett did it. Here's a stat. Myles Garrett played 17 games, but only played 425 snaps.
Oh, wow.
Michael Strahan played 16 games. I think he played 623 snaps.
Wow.
And somewhere in the middle, I think it's Reggie with 500 plus snaps.
Now,
Kudos, Midnight Rider.
This is my only problem with it. How that last sack came about. You mean to tell me that Joe Burrow had that opening to run and he stepped and he fell down? It's the same thing that Favre did. He fell down.
Nah, it's not as bad as Favre, dude. Favre laid down with a pillow, dude. Nah. Brett Favre laid down for Reggie with a pillow.
He laid down for
and his
Strahan.
blankie.
Straight
hand, excuse
he
me.
snapped the ball and went 2 yards right and fell on the ground. And got touched.
Same thing.
The worst. No, not as bad.
Go look at that. And when you look at that, you'll be like, yeah,
I'm
happy that he broke it. I just don't like the way that he broke because that's not Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is a freight train off the edge. To break the record
He's a
like
dominant
that,
force.
It felt a little cheap.
Not after Midnight Rider threw those numbers at us, KG. I was on your side 100% until Midnight Rider broke those numbers out. Now, you look at the snap counts, he broke that record in a shorter period of time. If you look at
The reason
it.
why it doesn't feel cheap to me because the last 2 weeks of the season, the other teams were actually
working against
planning so he wouldn't get it, right? So they wouldn't get it on their watch. He was trying his ass off. You know
Chicago.
what I mean? To get it.
Yep.
He was, I think was it Pittsburgh the week before? And then
Chicago. And then Chicago.
He was trying his ass off. And that's when I said, okay, well, I hope he gets it. You know, the look ain't the best. I agree with you, KG, on that. But because of the dude he is and how hard
he's a beast.
Yeah, he's a monster, man. So
yeah, Pittsburgh was rolling out out to the side away from him wherever he lined up. There was always a chip. Like they had a chip and a block waiting for him the whole ball game. They made sure that Aaron Rodgers' name wasn't being underneath that thing where it says who he sacked for his record-breaking sack.
I wonder how many pressures he had also generated sacks for
other people.
So anyway, he's a top 4 player in NFL probably.
He's a top 4 athlete.
Yeah,
he's
a freak.
I've seen him dunk. Seen him dunk.
He'll do a dunk contest before practice sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, he was in the NBA weekend one year.
Yep.
And threw a monster dunk down almost 300 pounds. That's a beast.
I can't believe that's still in the contract. If I'm the GM, that's got to come out.
See,
well,
with him,
that's why I stopped playing.
That size and that athleticism, you can't bottle that up. He's like a more athletic LeVon Kirkland.
Go ahead.
I'd pick
he's just a low. You say what?
I'd pick Julius Peppers over LeVon Kirkland. I'd say he's more like a Julius Peppers. But when you walk in the gym, if you took your shirt off and he take theirs off, you just go ahead and politely put your shirt on and then go grab a coat and zip it up to the neck. Because, you ain't messing with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Myles Garrett, I thought, after the situation happened against Pittsburgh years ago, who was that? Who was that quarterback? It wasn't Kenny Pickett. Who was it? Mason Rudolph. I don't know why Kenny Pickett was in my head. But after that incident with Mason Rudolph, and I mean, it was ugly, y'all. It was ugly. I know y'all agree. That helmet flying from it was just crazy. And I thought he was going to catch a career-ending bad rap for that. I really did. I'm glad he came back, nose to the ground, didn't dwell on it, did his suspension, whatever. And that's in the far rearview mirror now, guys. This record is what it is now, and everybody still realizes what a beast Myles Garrett is, not going back to that Pittsburgh incident like some cats want to do. So, hats off, Myles Garrett. You rock. And I meant to wear my Cleveland shirt tonight for him, but I forgot. Is it in here? It might be in here.
All right. Next up.
Thank you. You go.
We got a list of coaches to get to. The last one that was lately that took the L I didn't think it was going to happen. Baltimore's John Harbaugh, after 18 seasons, hold on, I had it pulled up. 18 seasons, a Super Bowl win, 24-13 in the playoffs, 180 and 113 record, 6 division titles, one coach of the year in 2019 and 12 playoff berths. Only the third coach in Baltimore Ravens history has been relieved of his duties, has to turn in his key card and all that jazz. So he's not going to get to enjoy the new locker room that they just the new training facility additions that they put in that he had a hand in putting in over last off season out in Owens Mills. So he's not going to get to fully enjoy that. My first thing is we ride at dawn. So who's with me? And I'll turn it over to Gentleman Jack.
Nah, I thought this was ridiculous, man. You're not going to find a better football mind than a Harbaugh. Football is in Harbaugh's blood. Their father was a legendary coach. His brother is pretty much a legendary coach. And I consider John Harbaugh a legendary coach, 18 seasons with the Baltimore Ravens, man. It's ridiculous. But it's the way of the league, man. Somebody starts doing something, other teams want to do it too. John Harbaugh won't be out of a job. I look to see Harbaugh in New York with the Giants, and he will have so much fun with that young team, young quarterback, young running back, young wide receiver, young defense. NFC East better be on the lookout for the New York Giants in the next 2 years. They get a good coach. Shit's going to happen over there. They got the blueprint. It's just they're young. So I thought it was shit that Baltimore fired Jim Harbaugh. First of all, his last 3 or 4 heartbreaks have not been coaches, decisions. It's been a kicker missing a kick, a tight end dropping a pass, and other stuff like that. That's, gave Baltimore heartbreak for the past 3-4 years. I don't feel Harbs deserve to get canned. Midnight Rider, how did you feel about that?
Oh, we got the correspondent. Let's get the correspondent going first. We gotta get that oil running, that engine. That's a fine-tuned machine sitting next to me here, man. Let's go. Correspondent.
I didn't know he was ready to rock Harbs. Correspondent.
Look, the reason why John Harbaugh is fired is because he's had 8 seasons with Lamar and he's got 3 playoff wins. That's why.
Super Bowl.
He don't have a Super Bowl with Lamar. Not with Lamar. So that's the issue.
What did you get it with? Oh, that's right. That was with Joe. That was with JoJo. That's right. They didn't make it. That's right.
2012.
Thank you, fellas.
So, Jack, your references are on point. We've got an Andrews drop pass. We got a Luke missed field goal.
Yeah, that was a 2-point conversion, if I recall, the Andrews pass, right?
Yes.
To tie the game with Kansas City, maybe?
Yeah. So
my memory.
Living up here in Ravens country.
Yes, sir.
Everyone up here is kind of feels like they were ready for Harbaugh to go. The voices maybe getting a little stale, but I think they're realizing now that he's actually been fired, some of the text threads I'm on. All right, who we gonna get that's clearly gonna be better and clearly gonna be
Stefanski, watch.
John Harbaugh is one of what I'd call like a CEO type. He was a special teams coordinator when he was hired coming out of Philadelphia. Did a great job there. You didn't see that a lot. You still don't, right? You don't see special team coordinators getting too many. They get interim jobs when the head coach gets fired mid-season a lot of times, but you don't see that trajectory very often. So he, I put him in that CEO category. He wasn't calling plays. He wasn't running the offense or the defense, right? He was more of a observer of it all. Great football coach, hard-nosed. You can see he had a great program there, and he built it. It's a part of that. So, yeah, that's why he got let go. Midnight Rider, what do you got?
So I'm going to go with a couple things here real quick. Let's look at it this way. Harbaugh has a 614 winning percentage as a coach. The problem is he's been there for 18 years. The message gets stale after a certain amount of time. We only have a certain amount of attention span in this day and age. And I think the message got stale. Also, because I heard Jack talk about the mishaps. Well, here's the mishaps that Jack didn't mention. This team has blown more 10-point leads in the fourth quarter than any team over the last 3 years. So either they're doing something wrong on the defensive side, it's either a coaching thing or it's a team thing. So with that being said, I think he had to get fired. I think we said it last weekend. I think KG fought me on this because I think I said that whoever loses this ball game, and then the fellas before us, Unapologetic Sports at 6:30, Lee Ice and Brian Sweeney, they said the same thing, that the ball game between Pittsburgh and Baltimore was going to say the coach that loses is getting fired. They just been there too long, and the message isn't getting better. The teams aren't being dominant. They're winning 9-8. So you're not. I mean, you're just getting in. You're just getting by, only to get beat in the first round of the playoffs. And I think if Pittsburgh loses bad to Houston, I think Pittsburgh makes a move. Now, I totally agree with Jack. I think Harbaugh lands in one or two places. I think personally, the best place for him is New York. Because he can take one of his defensive coaches up there. They got plenty of pass rushes. They've got the big fella in the middle, Sexy Dexter Lawrence.
Clemson University.
Burns, Carter.
Say that again.
Brian Burns, Carter. Yeah.
You trade Thibodeau. I think it's time. I think you gotta let Thibodeau go, because unless he's playing against Charles Leno from the Washington Commanders, he doesn't really show up. So unless you can get Leno back on the field for him and Leno spot him 4 sacks, I don't see it. So, and he's the perfect person because I think he's in his 4th year and you got to pick up his 5th year option. With all that being said, I think Harbaugh had to go. Go ahead, KG.
I love how you say the message gets stale, but I don't think the message gets stale. I think you dealing with a different breed of player. And it's not the message gets stale. It's everybody just ain't into it. And it's not because it's stale, just because they want to do their own thing. They want to play their play boxes and their X stations, and they want to be on Tweety and My Face and all that. Because that's all they care about. They don't care about winning ball games. John Harbaugh is the type of cat that'll have you running through a brick wall. Trust me, I know. Met him before. Damn, they ran through a brick wall.
That's why he got fired, because he shook your hand in the preseason.
He taped him up. He taped him up, Midnight Rider. He was taping him up.
We was right at the top of the practice field, and I was like, "You need me to? What you need me to do?"
I know you was. I know you there. You available. You the man.
Yeah, but I mean, Henry fumbled, cost him a game. Flowers fumbled, cost him a game. Like these sort of fundamental things, the breakthrough to the star players, I think, is what I think the draft picks and stuff, I think they're all in. But the stars of the team, I think, are the ones that just, pushed away from the table a little bit. Check this out, guys. The last 4 years, Harbaugh's he went 10-7, 13-4, 12-5, and obviously this year 8-9.
What's the problem?
Him.
Playoffs is the problem, is what Midnight Rider's saying. But I'm sorry, the dude wins, man.
He wins. Here's the problem is, and if you pay attention and you watch the Ed Reed, I think there was a special with Ed Reed where he talked about they had to pull Harbaugh aside his first 2 years and was like, "Look, you're doing this wrong."
What?
Yeah, there's a thing where Ed Reed, Ray Lewis, and them confronted Harbaugh because he was like, "We got this because they're a player-led team. Guys from the U,
they were,
yeah." And Harbaugh was trying to hard ass him, and he was like, "Look, that's not the way you're gonna get us to respond." And they had this conversation, this come to Jesus moment, And that's when they took off. Now, I don't think Harbaugh has been a bad coach. I just think the way they've lost ball games the last couple of years, they've always lost a stinker. They've lost to a team like the Raiders or the Browns or somebody like that every year. They've had that blow-up game. And I think at a certain point in time, you can have your intangibles, you can have your sayings,
Buffalo.
you can get everybody hyped, but the problem is those ears don't always listen to what's going on. And I'm not blaming it on the Xboxes and the X stations and the play box
stations.
Play space. Yeah.
I heard that.
But I think this is more so a thing of just you keep hearing the same message over and over and over again. And sometimes that message gotta be new. Dang, Jack said something. Oh, KG, real quick. Request from the caller line. If I can get 10 seconds of Lou Rawls You'll Never Find.
Come on, man. Don't be messing with me.
Because Gentleman Jack said it in his comments.
So real quick, while we're on Baltimore, let's just kind of confirm this. Tennessee, Arizona, New York, Cleveland, Las Vegas, Atlanta, Baltimore's the best job, right? Because of the quarterback. Is that
yes.
Clear
Baltimore,
and
New York. Baltimore and New York are the best two jobs, in my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. I like Baltimore, Atlanta, New York, Cleveland. I think Tennessee's last. And the reason I like Cleveland at 4, the reason I like Cleveland at 4 is Cleveland just had one of the best drives in the last couple of years as a team. You picked up your running back for the future, Judkins. You picked up some quality linemen on your line. I think
your quarterback.
What's his name? Wissinger, the linebacker. He's sharp.
Kid's a stalwart.
Yeah.
I think they just gotta go get 2 receivers to put on outside and tell Jerry Jeudy hit the road jack and let the door hit you with a good little split you, because Jerry Judy's not worth whatever they're paying him.
Ass.
And if you can get out of it as soon as possible, I get out of it as soon as possible. I'll tell you right now, I thought Judy was gonna be nice. I was wrong. So there we go.
Well, look, guys, all these other ones are retread jobs. Obviously, Baltimore's not. So you are going to be, especially that GM, Eric DaCosta, he's going to have a lot of sleepless nights, I think, trying to make sure he gets this thing right, because he'll be gone next. If they don't flip it year one.
Yeah. But Midnight Rider, you forgot to mention one thing about Cleveland and their draft, that great draft they had. They picked up their quarterback in the 5th round, too. They picked their quarterback in the 5th round.
You just wanted to say Shador, something about Shador, man.
Goddamn right. He my guy. And he's going to be a quarterback.
All right, real quick. Let's run through these comments real quick.
Just like Jackson Dart.
Miles Garrett is a man. Ain't no other way to say it. That's from I'm sorry, that's from Lee Ice.
Yeah, man.
Matt says he won't be without a job for long. Totally agree. Oh, Jesus. The burner account says hugs to KG. Lee Ice says it was time for Harbaugh to go. We have a 2-time MVP at quarterback. It's no excuse not to have a Super Bowl appearance. J-Dub jumping in. Good evening, everyone. And then, boom. Burry's still going to draft QB. And this is a Cleveland situation. I don't think that's going to happen. I think Cleveland's going to be content this year because I don't think there's a third QB out there. I think 1 and 2. I think it's 1 and 2. As long as the kid comes out from Oregon, 1 and 2 are set. I think there's too many questions about Ty Simpson for him to be a top tier pick. Like you might trade back into the first for Ty Simpson, but I think he's more of a day 2 guy.
Yep. But
with that being said, let's get to some of these other firings real quick. Keith,
right? What's up with what happened with the Raiders, dog? I don't agree with Carroll getting gone after 1 year with total garbage as a roster.
No, he had to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was more than that. It was the optics. It was he lost his fastball, man, of being a coach. And
Okay, that's how y'all feel.
Edge, that competitive. What's that?
That's how y'all feel.
Well, that's part of it. He also made some really bad coordinator hires, Chip Kelly and the defensive coordinator escapes my mind. I mean, they were both fired mid-season, so that's on his watch too, right? So, no, I just think they need a younger, more vibrant personality and someone that knows that's in the weeds on the details of the NFL, the X's and the O's, right?
They had that, and they fired him.
This is the Raiders we're talking about. I mean, the Raiders don't function like most.
Yeah, the Raiders are paying like 5 people not to be in the building right now.
Right.
Yeah. And I think it's almost like 50 million. I forgot the stat. I meant to post it up in the thing. But here's the other thing. Now, let's talk about culture building and building for the future. The Raiders have the #1 pick. There's no way you can go into next season with the #1 pick with a coach that you're going to get rid of next season. Why waste this time? Why waste your time? Teams do this the wrong way all the time. You got a coach on the hot seat. You draft the QB, so you waste the first year of the QB because now year 2, perfect example, Chicago. Chicago should have fired Eberflus last year. I mean, before the season started, but instead they stuck with him. You got Caleb Williams in the building for 1 year, and then now Caleb Williams is under Ben Johnson, totally better coordinator, but it's a better situation, and he had to go and learn a new offense, and that just hinders that learning curve. I'm a firm believer. If you're gonna fire, if your GM is on the hot seat or possibly on the hot seat, and your coach is on the hot seat, fire both, start brand new, clean out the building, and figure it out. All right, so real quick, Matty says he wouldn't bench Geno. Special teams coach fired, not Graham, the DC.
Okay, thank you for that.
Raiders will have their pick at QB. Genty, Bowers, and $100 million cap space. Hope they find them some offensive linemen because that's really the problem. If you can't block
QB and some line,
there's no point in having Genty if you can't block for him. With that being said, correspondent, give us the next firing that you want to talk about.
I want to talk about Arizona. Jonathan Gannon out after three losing seasons in Arizona. For me, guys, this is a total. I mean, this is a second quarterback. Second coach Kyler's then got fired. Right. I mean, if you want to put this year on Kyler, but I don't think he really wants to play, to be honest.
He's not a quarterback, man. He's not a good quarterback. He's too small. I don't like him. I put him right there with what's his name from the Houston Texans, Stroud and Murray. Both of them are the same in my opinion. You don't think so, KG?
Oh,
KG.
We talking CJ. We talking CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud ain't all that. He's too small.
We said about CJ Stroud. Are we watching the same dude?
CJ Stroud is 6'3". You thinking about Bryce Young?
You're right, Carolina.
You thinking about Bryce Young?
Thank you for straightening the old man out. You're right, CJ Stroud. But CJ Stroud, I don't think is that good a quarterback.
Oh, I think he is.
I think you're tripping on that one. I think the biggest problem for
we'll find out this playoffs.
No, we'll find out once they get him a real running game. Even though Quintavious Marks is playing running back for him, they still need another back.
But didn't they just have their top 2 backs injured in Houston? Marks isn't their starter.
Mixon was hurt. They tried to resurrect Nick Chubb. So that's the situation there.
Yeah, they're 2 down. Yes.
So, guys, Gannon for me, I don't think he'll need work long. I think he'll get a D coordinator job here.
He'll get a coordinator job. Yeah.
In this cycle, I don't think he's a head coach.
Say here again. He needs to be here, right here. He needs to be here.
Yeah.
Here.
I don't disagree.
We see what you want.
So they don't have, unlike New York, even Tennessee, they don't have a quarterback. They need one.
Oh, you say Tennessee don't have a quarterback?
No, they do have one. They just drafted number one last year. That coach is gonna,
I don't think Ward's all that either. Didn't think he should have been drafted as high as he was. But we'll see in the next year or two.
What's the next job, Keith?
I'm not always right.
Next job would be Atlanta. Raheem Morris. After
sucks.
Only 2 seasons. This one shocked me the most of all of them, other than Harbaugh.
Other than Harbaugh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they won their last 4 games of the season. I'm Mr. Process-oriented Kirk Cousins. Came in and won the last 4 ball games for him. Unlocked the tight end there, Pitts. I mean, Pitts is running wild all over the field. Somebody can throw it on time, to the man. So I was shocked by that. I thought he got a raw deal there. That's another. He'll be. I know he can coach both, but I think he's more of a D coordinator. He'll probably get hired this cycle as well. Jack, what you got?
Well, you mentioned them 4 wins in a row, Keith. But before those 4 wins, Atlanta lost 7 of 8, dude. 7 of 8, and they lost to Miami. They lost to New York, the Jets. I mean, they had a shitty middle season, but I like Morris, but I do think he deserved to get canned, man.
No, I mean,
that's just to add to what you said. The 4 wins at the end. Look at the whole schedule. They didn't have the best season, dog.
But the trend was up. You could see the players were fully. For me, that's a big part of it. You can't. He's just getting started. He's just getting started there.
They fighting for Stefanski in Cleveland. Does that mean he's good?
Just the dynamics. They give Cousins $82 million in the offseason or whatever it was, and then pick number 6. They pick Penix. So you've already got a whole locker room is trying to figure out what the hell's going on. He's probably trying to asking himself the same questions. That's a lot to dissect and then get your team to buy in what you're doing. Now it was Cousins and it's Penix and it's Cousins.
That's GM shit. That's GM stuff, Keith.
But unfortunately, Jack, that stuff affects the players. That affects what happens to the football team, Monday through Saturday.
But it's you're not just head coach.
You're not just coaching on Sundays. You're coaching all the days of the week.
Amen.
KG?
Come on, KG. We need some of you.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Number one, I like to see Raheem Morris here.
Ooh.
I like to see him here as a D coordinator, team back up with Dan Quinn. I'm good with that. Mm-hmm. But when his firing was announced, I think he was the first. Him and the GM in Atlanta was the first to go on Black. But that wasn't even Black Monday. They got fired Sunday night.
Yeah.
The first thing I thought of was a quote by John Thompson.
Oh shit!
And I really believe that Raheem Morris, he wasn't given the opportunity to fail. 2 seasons does not make a coach. Again, if I don't have all the pieces, I can't get all my pieces in 2 years to put my fingerprint on this team. Now, if you had 18 years and you didn't produce anything, fine. You had 5 years and you didn't produce anything, fine. But 2 years, you got quarterback struggles. You inherited a team with quarterback problems. Mm-hmm. You just got your guy last year. And he started late in the year. They finished 8-9. You started kind of sort of doing something this year, but it was just off, just wasn't clicking. At least give him another year and see if it clicks. But to let him go this early, he wasn't. He failed, but he really wasn't. No, I can't even say he failed. He didn't have the time and the opportunity to fail. He wasn't given the opportunity to fail. This was a trash firing. This was a knee-jerk reaction. This was a dumb firing. Now, I can understand if he was 3-14 the last 2 years. Okay, get him up out of here. That's cool, but he was 8-9. Last year, the loss to Washington, that wasn't the loss you expected to happen. Because they came in here and they played like gangbusters. But he was not given the opportunity to fail. But okay, Atlanta's loss should be Washington's game. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I like for him, when he gets on the train, skip the exit or the flight for Ashburn and take his ass somewhere else because I'm good. I'm good on him. Second, here's the problem. There's this guy, yo. He's like a great philosopher. He operates in the writing world under the name of Fat Poet, but when he's on certain shows, he operates as the
Clarician. The Clarician.
He's also Fatso Calrissian on Instagram.
There he is.
He says this thing: you have to die on the cross of your beliefs.
And what you say that?
What Fontenot did by drafting Penix after he signed Cousins is he decided to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight and die on the cross of his beliefs. And that forever. If you ever watch their draft video, Off the Rank is in there asking them, why are we picking this? And how does that make us better? And the fact that Penix, unfortunately, Penix got hurt, but he was never really impressive in the early part of this season. You signed Kirk Cousins to $40 million, and now you got to get out of it. Now you paying him to get out of it, and Kirk's not going to be there next year. What's your answer? What's your answer at QB? Is your answer bringing in somebody to start the first 4 weeks, 5 weeks of the season until Penix gets healthy? Like, you're in a worse situation than what you started with. You gave up your first round pick for the kid Pierce, who he looks good, but now you're talking about a pick that would be 9 as opposed to picking somebody at 26. I think they've made some mistakes along the way, but I don't begrudge anybody. Because I always say, if you're going to die across your beliefs, go ahead and do it. Hindsight is 20/20. Everybody's perfect in hindsight.
Amen.
So, Keith, what you got next?
We'll go Cleveland next. Kevin Stefanski is out in Cleveland. The GM,
future Raiders coach,
Andrew Berry. I wouldn't rule him out for Baltimore, to be honest. But Andrew Berry, the GM, who I believe is from Maryland. Yeah, he's from Bel Air, Maryland.
Yeah.
The GM, he's retained, so he's going to be, him along with ownership will be picking the new coach there. One thing I want to say about Stefanski, he's been known as an offensive guy and a quarterback guy. Can't call him a quarterback whisperer because he's had, I don't know how many quarterbacks. He really couldn't make one out of all the parts that he had over the years of his stints there. I know he's won 2 Coach of the Year awards because he made chicken salad out of some chicken shit rosters a couple of years. But when it comes to developing quarterback, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe Shador can be that guy, but that won't be on his watch. He won't get the credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
So Stefanski out in Cleveland. What you got, Jack?
Who did Stefanski get that Coach of the Year with, quarterback wise? Was that Watson?
Well,
no,
it was
he
Baker
got one year with
Baker. Wasn't it a 12-win season?
That's the year they beat Pittsburgh in the playoffs. And then the next time he won it, they played like 4 quarterbacks, still made the playoffs. They played everybody from Dorian Thompson, hyphenated, whatever his last name is. I think they played Watson. They played 2 other quarterbacks that year. So I think that was the Flacco year, actually. Flacco was the 4th quarterback. Came in, got them to the playoffs.
Yeah, so his quarterback position has been unstable, honestly, through the touchy-feely Watson things and the injuries. His quarterback situation just hasn't been stable, in my opinion. So we'll see. What's up, KG?
No, I'm laughing because you said touchy-feely and Watson in the same
sentence. How else you want to talk about? You want me to say the Justin Tucker Club? He's in the Justin Tucker Club?
If I got to say this and then I got to run, gents. I thought Stefanski was going to get fired anyway, but I say that because he did the same thing Jay Gruden did here in Washington. You got a guy that you didn't really want, and then you kind of just buried him and didn't work with him.
Yep.
But this kid came in 5th round pick, went 3-4 in 7 games. and you telling me he can't play ball? So, you I understand. This is what I talk about when I say, if you're going to make the meal, you got to be able to shop for the groceries. And a lot of coaches don't get to shop for their own groceries. So I understand that. But something Lee Ice said on Sunday, even though you don't get to shop for your own groceries, you still got to make some food, and it's got to be presentable.
Mm-hmm.
You should have known that Dylan Gabriel wasn't going to be that guy immediately. But if I know that I got 2 rookies, I'm going to be working with them to get them up to par, because the better they look, the better I look. Even if I don't want them here, I'm still going to get you up to par. The incidents that happened with Shador should have never happened. And I think a lot of the players that were inside the locker room knew that, and he lost the locker room 2 months ago. So
I'm gonna let you sit on that throne.
You say
I'm
what?
gonna let you sit on that throne of bad thoughts and bad ideas. But what I want you to do is, Cliff Kingsbury was fired in Washington today. So spitball me your information on that before you get out of here, and then we'll take it to Keith, to Jack, and I'll close it out, and then we'll take a break, and we're gonna get on to something different.
Well, Cliff Kingsbury, he was not fired. He went into the office and he said he wanted to go a different way. Him and Dan Quinn talked about it, and they mutually parted ways. That's not firing. That's basically putting in your 2-week resignation and saying, hey, I think it's a better opportunity out there for me. Honestly, with the reports that I'm hearing, my phone's been ringing off the hook like I'm Adam Schefter. People have been calling me saying, hey, can you get Brian Daboll here? I was like, I can't get Daboll here. Why y'all calling me? They like, look, some people that know some people that know some people. Put the word out there. So I'm hearing Brian Daboll as the OC. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But I think this was an instance where the voice was falling on deaf ears, because the offense wasn't clicking. Even with Jayden, the offense wasn't clicking. So we needed a change. So I kind of see that, but Kingsbury is going to either have a head coaching job or another OC job. And if he goes he might be your next Baltimore coach. Him in Baltimore, him and Lamar might, and a real running game.
Yeah, you got a point there.
And let me ask you a question. Can you see the shotgun every single damn play in Baltimore as a main offense?
Why not?
I don't.
Why not?
I don't.
What was it?
They are a 4-yard in a cloud of dust kind of organization. I mean, they are not a finesse. That's not a finesse place, and it's definitely not a finesse football team.
But wasn't it Cam Cameron that they fired because he wasn't using Lamar right? He had Lamar coming out of the shotgun so much, and they wanted Lamar was like, "Hey, I can play under center."
Cam Cameron got fired when Flacco was there, and then they won a Super Bowl that same year. 2012.
Who was
he got fired? Cam Cameron got fired right after the RG3, Haloti Ngata, Kirk Cousins. He got fired the next day, and then what's the dude that was in Detroit as the head coach? Oh man,
my guy,
your guy,
Caldwell Johnson,
Jim Caldwell. Oh, yeah. Jim Caldwell took the reins, and they won a chip that year.
His third ring, to be exact.
No,
So
I like the way
3 rings.
I like the way you worded this, KG, because I pulled it up on my computer, my laptop here, and it clearly says Kingsbury and the commanders mutually agreed to part ways. I thought you was making that crap up.
No, they both agreed that we wasn't gonna work together no more.
The Dolphins did the same thing with Chris Greer.
So never mind.
Mutual, not fired. Mutually agreed.
Did Joe Witt get fired, or did they part ways with him too?
That's what I'm looking for.
No, he got fired.
Everybody on this list got fired except for Cliff. Come on, man, you kidding me?
No. I think.
Oh yeah, Witt got fired.
I think there's, and this is my working theory, and of course, some of the other people in the area. I think Quinn went to Kingsbury and asked for some stipulations or things that he wanted to see different. And I think Cliff wasn't amenable to the things that that Dan Quinn wanted. And then I also think that with the cycle that we're in, there's no real offensive mind. He's the biggest offensive mind available, to be honest with you. Unless you want to go take a dance with the devil and take the kid from Jacksonville, Udinski. I heard people saying Clint Kubiak, but I think Clint Kubiak got fired 2 years ago. Like there's these things that we keep forgetting, and somehow these coaches get the ability to fail up.
Yeah.
In this market, and so it's gonna be interesting. Somebody says Stefanski to where'd y'all have Stefanski going?
I like him. I like him in L.A.
You mean
Vegas? Vegas. Excuse me, guys. Vegas, but the Raiders is where I like Stefanski. I think Harbaugh might land in New York.
I like Stefanski in Atlanta.
Atlanta, huh? All right, we'll see how it goes in the next 4 months.
If Stefanski lands in Atlanta, you can go ahead and write it down, quote me, do whatever you need to do, put it in your book. If Stefanski lands in Atlanta, he's gone within 3 seasons because Atlanta won't win more than 7 games.
What?
How?
Atlanta's improving, man.
Come on. We're gonna let you. No. We're gonna let you out on this. We're gonna
get out.
This is our coach's fire segment.
Get out.
We're gonna hit you with a quick commercial. Come back. We're gonna recall the nickel, and take it from there. All right. So, KG, go get you some sleep, bro. I know you got a crazy week going on.
Doses.
Let me see if I can get this right.
All right, y'all have a good show, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the highlights, the show, the intro to the hottest interview show on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, where we take you inside the mind, the soul, the being of a person. We take you through the sports world, one interview at a time. It is in the passenger seat, starring a guy. I guess now he's to my, I don't even know my right from my left, so I apologize. But it's the gentleman Jack, and actually, this is how I fixed that, because I put myself here in my favorite square. There we go. So with that being said, it's the correspondence, the gentleman Jack. We're back taking you through the nickel, recapping the games that we picked on Sunday. It's the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. Again, the correspondent, gentleman Jack, myself. So let's start with game one, because game one is one of the games that kind of set the playoff picture in place and put us on the map and kind of figure some things out for the sports world. And with that being said, it was the Falcons 19, Saints 17. So because the Falcons win, the Panthers win the South. And I don't know anybody that had the Panthers winning the South in their bingo card. So let's talk about it, fellas. Let's start with the correspondent, take it to Jack, and then I'll close this out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the game that got Raheem fired, a 17-19 victory. I mean, I love the shots that on Twitter of Baker Mayfield's wife taking pictures of him all stressed out watching the game. I thought that was kind of cool. Not everyone, would give you that kind of access. I mean, it wasn't a well played game at all. Tyler Shuck keeps, he's stacking bricks. It feels like, he's got momentum. I think he's going to be their starter, right? Going into next year, probably the last game Cousins plays for Atlanta. Cousins is going to be looking, for somebody that needs a bush fix, a Band-Aid. Go ahead.
While we're on Cousins,
yeah.
I wanted to ask you two and KG before, where y'all think Cousins is going to end up? I think he could go to New York Jets.
I don't
think
about the Jets with Cousins, because I think Cousins is a guy of structure. So I think he's going to let some of this stuff play out with the coaching situations. And he's going to find him a guy where I think a guy like Stefanski. So I think the biggest key is watch where Stefanski goes, because I think Cousin goes. I think that might be a marriage on the hip unless Stefanski goes somewhere with an established quarterback.
I kind of like Cousins in Indianapolis.
What they got? They got Dimes.
Dimes got a blown Achilles. He ain't necessarily going to be ready to play.
So did Kirk.
Well, Kirk had his 3 years ago, though. He's ready to play.
I mean, they come back from these things now.
Actually, Kirk is the boilerplate for the science behind this, because he tried to play in Atlanta that next year, and he looked like a shell of himself. Now he's not mobile, obviously, but he can read a defense and he can take what the defense gives you.
I don't see Indy.
Richardson's not there. He ain't going to be there.
No, Richardson's ass.
So I'm just.
But let's do this. If I'm Anthony Richardson, I'm going to either Minnesota,
the Jets.
I'm going to Minnesota, San Francisco. I'm gonna suck at the teeth of someone in the Shanahan tree.
San Francisco.
Dog. No. He has to go somewhere where he can sit back and learn. This is a guy that only played 11 games in college football. And I told y'all back when he got
drafted. What the hell's he been doing for the last 2.5 years?
Hold on.
And hurt. He's been hurt. He's frail.
Was he blind? I mean,
hold on, correspondent. Let me finish this out. I told y'all at the combine, this dude's gonna get overdrafted because of his measurables. He's gonna run. He's gonna run better than any quarterback. He's gonna throw the ball further than anybody. The only problem is he can't play quarterback. That's his only issue. He can't
read defenses. He can't call plays.
That's why he has to go.
Anthony Richardson, right?
That's why he has to go to a rehab facility.
Man,
and where you get rehab is you go to San Fran, Minnesota. You go to the Rams aren't going to take him. You could go to Carolina and play for Cornelius, or you can go to Jacksonville and play for Liam Cohen and let them make you a better quarterback. That's the only way Richardson can see the field in the next.
It's not possible.
Years.
It's not possible.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Not a good quarterback.
He's under contract for next year. They're going to have to trade him. It's his fourth year.
Do you think they're going to keep him?
I mean,
not with Jones.
I mean, because you want to pay that much. Jones, you want to keep Jones and sign somebody else.
I mean, you can't bank on Jones being ready to play. I mean,
right? That's what I'm saying.
All the installs and
no. Jones might not be ready till week 6.
That's why you have to sign a backup quarterback. That's going to get you through from week 1 to week 6. And I don't know who that guy is, but that's why I'm saying it that way.
Richardson ain't that guy.
Jacoby Brissett.
Sign me up.
You do. Well, let me get back to this Nolans Atlanta matchup. You're right about Tyler Show. I liked him out of the draft. I think he definitely is going to be A1 QB1 next season starting training camp, man. Why not? He's done nothing but help this team, in my opinion. Dude for 250 against Atlanta. I think he outperformed Kirk Cousins in that game. It's just, I don't know. There was just more big plays on the Atlanta side, I felt. And I tell you, with New Orleans defense, if they can get an offense together, they can do some things that current Houston team is doing. So defenses are starting to come out in the NFL again, and I'm loving it. Who's next on this game?
New Orleans needs some pieces, right? I mean, Olave, he can't trust it. I mean, when he's healthy, he's nice, right? But he hasn't played a full season yet.
Well, they got the other Etienne over there.
Kamara's Taysom Hill is a gadget, right?
But he's good. He's reliable.
Juwan Johnson, the tight end, I like.
Yes, sir.
Big, physical, great at the point.
He needs more targets, Keith.
Yeah, he does.
And that boy Granderson, the defensive end, is solid as hell on that defense. I like him.
There we go.
So
what do you got? What do you got, Midnight Rider?
I'm gonna get in and out of this real quick. Falcons win 19-17. Panthers win the South. My plan, I've already started doing my mocks. I did a mock as the Saints.
Oh, I know you did.
I think the Saints have to get a playmaker, to go on the other side of Olave, because we don't know with Olave's head injuries, and for some reason this kid won't wear the helmet with the
Guardian cap.
The Guardian cap. I think they have to draft a receiver early, and I also think they need to draft the back early. If they go receiver 1, because they're in the top 8, we talking Carnell Tate, we talking the kid Tyson, can't think of his last name, but we're talking about one of those two guys up top early, or they got an outside chance at Jeremiah Love. I think that's the guy they may have to take a dance with, because that way you can replace tomorrow.
KC looking at him. Watch. I bet you Kansas City's looking at Love.
I don't know if you saw my post, but I said Washington's actually in the catbird seat because they could probably entice either KC or New Orleans to want to move up, even though it's only 1 or 2 spots, so they can get a guy like Jeremiah Love, because I think both of those teams are the types of teams that need a guy like that. So, but that's all I got on this, man. I think the Falcons just won because they didn't screw up the most.
Yeah.
In this situation. Let's get to the next one. Little rivalry game. We got the Lions and the Bears. The Bears could have clinched without any help. The 2 spot if they had won this ball game, but unfortunately didn't. But the Bears got help later on in the evening from the Washington Commanders to actually get themselves a 2 spot. The Lions 19, Bears 16. Fellas, you just take it away. Let's go reverse order. Let's go Jack to the correspondent.
Thank you, because I just realized something, and I know we ended up making this a wooden nickel by adding that New Orleans game at the end of the show last week. But I got all 6 of these games right. Boy, I've been on fire.
Okay.
All 6. So, Detroit, man. Everybody on the Junkies picked the Bears to win this, man. And I gave these Detroit Lions, who had their sights set on the Super Bowl A1 day 1, I gave them some credit on this last game of the season to beat one of the division rivals and send them into the playoffs licking their wounds in Chicago. So, man, Jared Goff, he played his game, and it was a tough defensive game there too by both squads. So, yeah, I love seeing conference games, man. I really do. They tend to have more heart in them than non-conference games, in my opinion. For the Lions to finish 9-8 like they did, dude, that's just unreal. I thought they were definitely a 12-13 win team, but shit happens, you know. Washington was a 12-win team last year, I believe, and now, boom, injuries, shit like that. NFL.
You know what else? Real quick, you know what else? Why you had that thought? You know what? You know how else you can lose a couple games by going for it on 4th down every damn time, no matter what, under any circumstance. Doesn't matter.
Well, I feel
first
sometimes,
quarter,
Keith,
doesn't matter.
Once them Keiths get that tag. I mean, Quinn's doing the same shit in Washington, man. Once them coaches get that tag, just like Riverboat Ron went 4 on 4 for all the time. Once them coaches get that tag, they don't lose it, Keith. I'm firm on that. They gamblers, man. They riverboat, you know. They ready to, as Midnight Rider say, man, die in the moonlight cross, some shit like that.
Die on the cross of your beliefs, baby.
Yeah. And Keith, I think once a coach gets that label of being a gambler, a 4th down guy, Dan Campbell, Quinn, they keep it. And I don't think you're gonna get rid of that with either two of those coaches, man, Quinn or the cat over in Detroit. So,
yeah,
what y'all got?
I'll make this quick because I just kind of followed this game on my phone and on Red Zone. You know, Detroit went up.
Game.
They went up 16-0. Detroit did ASAP. So I don't really know what the Bears were lollygagging to start this game, but they definitely got caught off guard and got taken advantage. Amon-Ra was running wide open all everywhere. All over the field.
What did he finish with?
I don't
139. 139.
At 139. So Caleb Williams sets the Bears all-time passing record, but I don't think he got to 4,000, right? They're still the
only he did not.
Okay.
Did not get the 4. He needed 270 something for that.
I was curious about that. I expected more out of the Bears. I don't. 1 week the defense can't stop nobody. Next week, they can't stop anybody in the first half. Yeah, it's they're Jekyll and Hyde. I think they're a team that's a year away.
One and done.
Yeah, maybe one and done. Midnight Rider.
Real quick, Bears' problem is they're an opportunistic defense. They're not a steady defense. The quarterback is a roller coaster. If you remember Ethan Hawke in the great movie Training Day, it's about managing the smiles and cries.
Smoking that stuff.
And I think that's part of their problem. Real quick, let's hit these comments, and then we're gonna go to the next ball game after this. So Maddie talking about Raheem thought the 4-game win streak would save him. Maddie,
after you lost all them Jones.
Andrew Berry has to have bad pictures of the owner. I don't think that's the case. I think they're trying to set a culture, and they're trying to do it without constant change. Boom. He says, you mean Garrett is the second best player? I'm sorry, this is Tim. He says, you mean Garrett is the second best player in the division. TJ had 22.5 sacks in 15 games. He missed 2 games due to injury. That's just
due to a lacerated lung or kidney or some shit. What do you have?
Anthony jumps in and says, yo, you talking about he had a collapsed lung this season.
Lung.
Anthony comes back in and says, can you see John becoming an assistant?
No.
His brother Jim in San Diego or John Ego. Yeah, his ego way too big for that. And I think the fact that we got so many jobs available, he's going to be a head coach somewhere else. Stefanski, I think, going to be the two that's going to definitely get a job out of this mix.
Yep. And the rest are probably going to get coordinator jobs. Not all of them, but Raheem and a couple others, I think, are going to be coordinators.
Tim comes back, says Kingsbury will look great in Pittsburgh. Well, you got to find a quarterback.
They got Arthur Smith there.
Arthur Smith is never mind. KG to me, that's bullshit. That's just a polite way to say Commanders fired his ass. No, I think
that's what it said, though, Anthony.
I think honestly, in this situation with Kingsbury and Quinn, I think they came to a conjecture where I think it was better to part ways and do it now. Let Cliff get his interviews in, do whatever, and it's all good. We got Anthony back in again. Kevin Stefanski to the Raiders.
I agree, partner.
Don't need that. Anthony actually with a good one is I can see Kirk winning it, because if Kirk's there in Miami and they still keep Boy Wonder, that could make some things happen.
Miami that's gonna be an Al Saunders playbook with 4,000 pages. Them two are down there together.
I didn't think.
And
about
then
Miami
I can see Anthony Richardson going to Indiana, depending on who the coach is there. If it's Cliff, that's a perfect partner. Cliff don't want no parts, and Anthony Richardson don't. Nobody want no parts of Anthony starting for their team or being their future. Anthony Richardson is Trey Lance part 2. Anthony says, I'm saying the Saints draft Jeremiah Love. I think we kind of said that too. Can you see my Dolphins trading up for Love? No, because you got Devin A. Chain. That's a thing.
Anthony can type fast, boy.
All right, let's get going, man. Let's Omaha this shit.
Omaha.
Broncos 19, Chargers 3. What's your thoughts, fellas?
I'll go quick. I mean, the Broncos needed the game for the number 1 seed. The Chargers didn't have much to play for. They benched all their players. So that's all I got on this one. I mean, it wasn't real football.
Me too, Keith. I agree. What was it? Trey Lance was starting for the Chargers, some shit.
Yeah, Trey Lance started for them.
He was doing Trey Lance things out there too.
Yeah, and the Broncos just did what they did to get the seed they needed. I mean, Chargers didn't need nothing, and I agree with Keith. This was an ass game. We got another ass game coming up on this nickel here that I'm definitely going to chew into. But this one here was an ass game of the weekend. So let's give it 2 thumbs up for ass game.
All right, let's go into the next one because I don't need to say nothing because y'all covered all that. We got Steelers and the Ravens. Steelers 26, Ravens 24. My man Luke, missed the big kick. Let's go to the playoffs.
Why right? Sorry. Y'all understand when I start talking about it, Midnight Rider. You'll understand why I'm so excited about this one.
No, you good. Steelers 26, Ravens 24. This is the reason Harbaugh got fired. Let's go, Gentleman Jackson. She's so excited.
Let him get it out.
But it's funny because BJ was on Drive Time the other night for a second. Boss Man BJ, everybody knows Boss Man. And when Boss Man came into the segment, Matty Ice was currently on this game. And as soon as Matty Ice said Luke's kick went wide right, BJ pops in. And if everybody doesn't know, BJ's a Buffalo Bills fan. Bills fans know all about wide right.
Scott Norwood.
Yeah. So BJ was like, damn, that's a hell of a time to come in. And this game just had me so excited, dude. My heart was pumping. This was the game that was going to decide Matty Ice's survival pool. Week 18, last game of the night. Because I did my math and I knew my guy, Curtis, was going to pick Atlanta, Minnesota, and Chicago. And I would have picked them too. But I didn't want to wash. So I said, I'm going Pittsburgh in the upset because Baltimore was favored by 3 in this. And I tell you, man, to see Chicago lose, because that's who Curtis picked. It was his 3rd game. To see Chicago lose and then me to watch this football game. You guys probably watched it. It was the only game on at that time. It was a back and forth. Damn, Lamar did this. Damn, the Steelers did this. Damn, Steelers defense did that. I mean, TJ Watt got damn near a sack and an interception in the same play that one time. The Pittsburgh defense is fun to watch. That boy Hayward, I don't know how he's still playing at the level he is. He's got to be close to 15 years, 12 years in the league, something big. And I like that guy because he limped off the field with the trainers early in the first quarter. And main man played the full game. So Pittsburgh defense, I give them big hats off on this. And the young rookie kicker for the Baltimore Ravens, I give him a hats off too. Sorry about your luck, bro, but you won me 4 bones. So I'm good. That's all I got to say. I couldn't believe it, y'all. When I saw the Ravens score with minutes left, I'm like, oh, shit. Then I saw the Steelers score with seconds left. I'm like, oh, shit. Then I see the Steelers miss an extra point. What was Jack like? Oh, shit. Then I see the Ravens line up for that damn field goal. What was Jack doing? Oh, shit. 44 yards wide right, bitch.
Go ahead, Keith.
All right.
Let me bring this conversation back to earth.
Thanks, Midnight Rider.
One thing, guys, I hope, right? The reason why, for me, Baltimore-Pittsburgh is the 1 or 2 best rivalry in the NFL is because those 2 coaches are really damn good, and they brought their sledgehammer twice a year, every time they played lock, stock, or barrel, right? And I hope we don't lose that with a coaching change in Baltimore, right?
Yeah.
You know, if Cliff Kingsbury goes to Baltimore to be the head coach, I don't run a shotgun every play and fat up tempo all that. That's not, AFC North football.
Smash mouth football, yeah.
For me. So I just wanted to kind of make that note. and the plays of the game and everything's pretty well documented. I'm gonna
please.
I've always liked Aaron Rodgers' game, especially prime. When he was in his prime.
Right.
He's aloof and a weird dude, and I never really understood some of his thinking off the field. But the way he found him and Arthur Smith found about 20 different ways to throw a damn screen pass. I mean, it was Gainwell and Warren. I mean, with no DK, I was like, are they going to be able to, I thought the Ravens would figure that out a little bit better, but they kept moving the chains. And Warren and Gainwell were running, I mean, hard as hell. So,
the game meant a lot to everybody, Keith, I feel. Both locker rooms were into this rivalry.
Yeah, and it was there was a lot on the line. They played like they were playing for their coaches, and sometimes when you're trying too hard, you make mistakes too, and that obviously that happened. So, Minette Ryder, off to you.
Here we go, fellas. Let's go to the next game. Bills Jets. Bills 35, Jets 8. Let's just keep the order the way we've been going. Jack, correspondent, and then back to me.
This another ass game. What are we doing here? Type stuff. I mean, you got Cook quarterbacking for the Jets and Trubisky in there. They gave my man Allen the start so he could keep his game started streak intact, and I think he deserves that. He's got the longest current starting streak in the league is by Allen. So Trubisky and Cook at quarterback, it was not must-watch football for me. Trubisky did sling the shit out of the ball for 250 yards, so I'll give him a little dap for that. 4 touchdowns, too, for Trubisky. Jesus Christ. He going to get a starting job off of that one game, y'all. Buffalo rested everybody. They rested Cook. Cook wasn't cooking. So it was just another nasty game. And I don't really watch New York Jets games, y'all. So it was just ass.
Yeah, I got nothing on the game, just some high-level notes here. Obviously, the Bills were able to stay healthy. It seemed like, they rested their players or didn't play them much. So I think they're going to need it this week. Guys, what about the Jets? They went a whole season without an interception as a defense. I mean, that's actually hard. That's kind of hard to do, I think. So
especially with Trubisky for the last quarterback you faced. Jesus Christ, you can't pick him off twice.
So
you also got to think about the team. I mean, like at some point, something's got to happen. But
but some of that stuff is like luck, man. You can look at trends where I bet you next year they probably have 12, 15. Like I don't know. It just seems to come the other way. And and I don't want to get ahead of next week, but I love this. They got the Texans, right? Bills Texans. No.
Nah. No, they got
Jacksonville. They got Jacksonville. That's
Buffalo
right.
got Jacksonville. Yep.
Sorry about
Houston
that.
has Pittsburgh.
And don't worry about that because we won't cover those games until Sunday.
Right.
One of the games we got tonight are Panthers, Rams, and Packers.
Saturday football.
Yeah, Saturday football. All right. So real quick for me, Bills Jets. Shout out to Brady Cook because he took the Midnight Riders advice. And I always tell people, if you're gonna be a backup quarterback somewhere, always follow Tyrod Taylor because he's gonna get a start. So that's all I got on this ball game. That's all that needs to be said on this ball game. Let's get to the last game, Commanders and the Eagles. And guys, I don't need to say much on this, so I'm gonna let y'all just take us away if there's anything need to be said.
I'll go ahead, Keith. Let me get this one here too. This is Ass Part 3. This game sucked. I didn't even watch it. I watched the Bills game. The Bills game is what I watched at 4:00. This game sucked. You got Josh Johnson at quarterback for the Commanders. I mean, all right, he scored that running touchdown to win the game, and he threw a missile into the Philadelphia Eagles helmet on the sideline padding like he just won the fucking Super Bowl. I mean, shit, I think it's only his second touchdown in 14 years. I like Josh Johnson. He does great things in the community. He's been with Washington and Baltimore, so good for him. But we should have beat the piss out of Philly's third string, man. They didn't have a backup in the lineup, dude. It was pitiful. So for Washington to eke out a 24-17 game against Philadelphia's third string, dude. That's just ridiculous to me, man. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I'll make this quick. I mean, yeah, it was not a good look. I mean, I was happy for Josh Johnson. He's 39 years old. He's played for 14 NFL teams. He's played for some other leagues I never even heard of, never knew they existed. Mm-hmm. So it was important to him. So I'm, good by him, and he got the dub there. Philly, you got to question what their approach was. They could have won this game and got the 2 seed.
Mm-hmm.
So I haven't done any intel or any trolling of Philly radio like I normally would do. I haven't done that this week, but I'm curious to see what they're saying up there.
They got San Fran, and I think they could have got Chicago.
No, they could have gotten Green Bay.
Oh, was that who? I knew it was that game.
So yeah, so they could have gotten an injury riddled Green Bay if they stay at the 2. But instead they got San Fran. And trust and believe the Philly fans are going to jump all over this if this comes out the wrong way. They've already been on it. Seth Joyner dropped the video already pissed about them not going and playing to be the 2. So it's going to be interesting how it plays out. In this ball game, the only logic and the only theory I debunk, and unfortunately one of my co-hosts said it, was like we should have blown out Philadelphia's backups. The problem is we're so hurt. Like we're playing our backups. We're on our we're on our third corner, our fourth corner as our starters. We're on our 4th and 5th defensive ends. The only part of our team that's really healthy is our offense, technically, but we're on our third.
Our linebackers.
Wait. Kinlaw, Payne, Luvu, Wagner.
Oh, okay. So who are your ends? Who are your ends? Your ends is so you had Dorrance Armstrong coming to the season.
Yeah, he went out week 5.
John Baptiste, and you had
week
what's
7.
the other guy? Evans or whatever his name, Dietrich Wise. That's what it was.
Yeah,
that's your 1, 2, 3 as your defensive lineman. Your corner, Lattimore gone. No matter what you think about him.
Yeah, I'm worried about Luvu. I'm worried about Luvu, guys. I'm worried.
I think Luvu's just playing out of position. I think if you can get a fresh 4 in front of him, I think Luvu can recover. I think he tried to play in, and he's not an in. And for some reason, we didn't make an adjustment to push him inside and mug the A-gap with him and do some of the gap blitzes with him that he did the season before.
I think he does best with just go get the football, not a structured follow. If this guy does this, you do this. Like I don't think that's his strong suit.
We got Luvu under contract?
1 more year. Yeah.
What about Wagner?
Wagner's got a 1 year.
I think he might come back for another 1 year, man. He said this organization made him feel young again and made him want to play football again. And what kind of accolade did he just get?
2,000 tackles. He's the third person to get 2,000 tackles. So real quick on Luvu before we get out of this. Luvu, to me, he's got Doberman pitcher vibes. You tell him sick him, you don't tell him to do anything else. You don't ask him to think, you don't ask him to do anything outside of that.
All right? I agree.
Real quick break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to close this out with college football playoffs and then the NFL playoffs. With that being said, this is the shortest break we got, guys. So don't get too comfortable. Yo, what's up? Welcome back. Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, Tuesday Night Flight. As you can see, I got my guys with me. It's the correspondent, it's Gentleman Jack. I'm the Midnight Rider. Coming back to kind of do some playoff talk. And when we talking playoffs, in the voice of Jim Moore Jr., playoffs.
Playoffs.
we gonna talk about it. All right. So we're gonna hit you first with the college football playoffs, and then with the NFL Saturday games, and then we're gonna get you out of here and get you on with the rest of your day. But real quick,
Nice.
from our guy Driscoll, just says still good
Oh, what's up,
chance
Chris?
of having a second round game at home if the Packers beat the Bears, not overlooking the Niners though. I hear you, bro, but I just think that's a harder path than going through the Packers and their injury-riddled team. But let's to what's on the slate. I think hopefully KG put this in the right order. So I think this is the Thursday night game. Number 10
is.
Miami versus number 6 Ole Miss in the Fiesta Bowl. Gentlemen, just what are your thoughts? And this is beautiful because the college playoff system knows, unlike the NBA, you can't go up against the NFL. So number 10 Miami, number 6 Ole Miss. Who you got? I'll start with you, Kevin, the correspondent, because you look ready to go.
I'm not ready to go, but Fiesta Bowl, Glendale, Arizona. Just feel like it's the Miami's just riding so high and has all that swagger, to them, and Ole Miss is riding high with
Kiffin stuff.
The Kiffin stuff, and that student body's really rallied behind them. So, yeah, just like Ole Miss's other game, I'm rooting for them, but I think Miami will win this game.
Ooh, cookie.
Miami wins 24-21. I think this is a great football game.
Not so fast. Not so fast, correspondent. Not so fast. You got this high-flying Ole Miss offense. High-flying. With Trinidad Chambliss coming off a D2 championship last year, too. So he's a winner. No Kiffin, no problem. That's been my saying this whole playoffs with these cats. That's kind of motivation to them, I think. Let's win this shit with us, is the way I think Ole Miss is looking at it. Now, don't get me wrong. I love that Miami defense. Them boys are thick, they big, they fast. And they did their thing last week in a low-scoring game. One of the lowest-scoring games in this playoff so far by the Miami defense held it there. So, I don't know, man. Carson Beck, one of my old Georgia Bulldog guys. But I just think Ole Miss is going to be able to score a little bit more than this Miami offense. And I think Ole Miss may be able to shut down Mr. Fletcher, the running back over there at Miami that I like so much. So it's going to be a battle of whose defense is the best here. Not because Miami's got to stop Trinidad. They have to, or this man will torch you, either with his arm or with his legs. The boy wants to win, man, and I love it. And I feel you see that in his game since Coach left. So, as I said, no Kiffin, no problem. Ole Miss all day. Isn't that right?
Well, unfortunately for Miami, I might be the jinx or the curse because I put against them in the first 2 rounds. I think Fletcher's played great ball. I think the D-line's been great. I think the O-line's been great. I think they get a chance to grow great in this ball game. I think Miami to win this. I think it's a 23-14 type of ball game because I think Miami dominates on the ground. Fletcher gets 120 plus yards. That's all I see.
Don't forget about Keywan Lacey over there, boy, with them Rebels. Keywan is a banger, man. Boy, got 1,500 yards this year. So
I understand that, but I think this defensive line has come to play and has come to dominate, and it changed the whole course of the ball game against Ohio State. So that's why I got that going on. Let's get to the next
whoever
one.
Stops the run game, Midnight Rider. I want to say whoever can stop the run game can win this game.
Say that one. Yeah, whoever stops the run game can win this ball game. Totally agree.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, let's roll.
All right, Oregon, Indiana, number 5, Oregon, Indiana, number 1. Just thoughts real quick. Who you think? Who you got? How you feel?
I mean, this is a rematch, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. October. Yep.
Yeah, that first game, Oregon had a boatload of turnovers.
30-20.
Yeah, 30-20.
Was the score?
Yeah, I just it's hard not to pick Indiana here. They were so impressive. last weekend. I mean, that offensive line is looked like the 83 Hogs out there. I mean, they were just road great. Signetti's got something to him, man. I really, and he's been in the portal this week, by the way. Got himself a new portal. So yeah, give me I love Oregon. I love the way they play. I love their quarterback, but I just think Indiana's going to suffocate them. I'll take Indiana 28-18. 28-18 Indiana.
Okay. I agree with you, Keith. Everything you said. It's hard not to look at this Signetti coached Indiana team any other way than winners. Because, I mean, that's how coach comes across. You could know that from his day one a couple years ago when he said, "I'll win. Google me." He's a freaking winner. And he's also got a quarterback over there on the shelf right now, and that's Fernando Mendoza's little brother. A lot of people don't know that he's on that squad. I've seen 2 Mendozas in the quarterback meeting, and I'm like, whoa. Yeah, his little brother's also over there. And that running back at Indiana, Hemby, he's a bull, man. I look at Indiana to beat this Oregon team, and I think it's going to be pretty bad because I think the Indiana defense is just going to step up phenomenal. So I'm going to go 28-7. Indiana? Yeah, let's do it, Midnight Rider.
I think it's going to be a closer ball game than that. I think it's going to be one of those last team with the ball game. I mean, the ball type of team wins.
Do you?
I think Indiana does show off its impressive run game, but I think Oregon's got enough in the passing game, and Dante Moore is going to do enough to make it interesting. But I still think Indiana walks away with this ball game. Give me like a 31-27 type of ball game. I think offenses get out. I think teams play, but I think the defenses get a little exposed because both of these teams can run the ball and throw the ball. And I think that's where the disadvantage comes into play.
But Dante turns the ball over, Midnight Rider. Dante got like 10 interceptions.
10 interceptions in what, 10 ball games or 13 ball games? That's not even an interception of ball game.
That's some turnovers, man. I don't know, baby.
We'll see. I'm picking Indiana.
We'll see.
Indiana.
Thank you, sir.
With that being said, let's get to the NFL real quick, unless you got something, Keith.
No, I'm good.
All right, let's go NFL. Panthers Rams first ball game rematch of a ball game we saw earlier this year, where the Rams turned the ball over multiple times, and the Panthers were able to sneak out a victory in the rain. Panthers versus Ram, of course, at Carolina. Rams minus 10.5, 46.5 is the over under. Keith, go ahead, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance the Panthers are going to go in there and shock the world and beat Stafford. Adams is back, Nakua, Kyron Williams, and them boys. That's not gonna happen. That defensive line in with the Rams, those boys are gonna hunt. I think that they'll get oh gosh, this quarterback escapes my mind now for Carolina. Young. They'll get Young. They'll get Young off his spot and off his first read, and then he starts to do bad things when that happens. So I love the Rams here. I think they squeak out a couple. So I'm gonna go 24-10. 24-10 Rams over Panthers.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you, the only good thing going to this is the Carolina Panthers is they got a home game out of this. That's the only freaking good thing Carolina's got going out of this game.
Yeah.
Getting that because they eked out a darn conference championship out of another team winning, that's bullshit. You got a 12-5 team on the road, but they're going to show you why they 12-5 because they playing the best conference in football right now. You look at it. They got 3 teams from their conference in the playoffs. Tell me they're not in the best conference, fellas. The Rams are going to annihilate the Panthers. Mark my words. I think they can hang 40 on them. I don't see the defense in Carolina being that strong, and I definitely don't see the offense in Carolina being that strong unless Bryce Young finds a nut somewhere. But other than that, blowout. LA Rams are going to smoke them. I'm talking hanging 40, and Panthers might score 10. That's my look at it, guys.
I think this is an interesting ball game because I think the Panthers may have some magic in running the ball and with their defense. So I think this is going to be an under type of ball game.
It could be
like a 24-10 type of thing. So the Rams will cover. With that being said, let's get to our closeout game, Bears and the Packers. Bears, 2 seed. Packers, actually a favorite, 1.5. Over under 45.5. How you guys feel about this? Go ahead, Keith. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's division rivals playing their third game of the year. That always is interesting. I think that
they split.
They did. Is that what happened? They split. So
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, Jordan Love's been here before. Caleb hasn't. So I think that equalizes some of the advantage you would think the Bears would have playing at home. But the Bears' record at home hasn't been great this year. Packers are 1.5-point favorites. Is that what?
Yeah.
On the road?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Jordan Love gets it done here. Matt LaFleur, I trust him more than Ben Johnson at this point as far as managing the game, time, clock management, and keeping his quarterback out of harm's way. So I'll go Packers here to cover 23-20.
Packers, huh?
Yes, sir.
You like them Packers? I don't know. Like you said everything right, man. Caleb's been here. Williams has not. Williams matured a lot this year. I'm a big fan of his. I've been following him since his days over in what was that, St. John's? Where was he at? Gonzaga? He was at a DMV school. Gonzaga. He was over at Gonzaga. He worked out with our guy, Coach Bauscher, at Quarterback Factory, in which Quarterback Factory has produced a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback at Quarterback Factory. So everybody check out quarterbackfactory.com. I'm going Green Bay on this one, man, just because it's being played in Green Bay. It's going to be cold as balls. Cold. It's going to be cold.
No, it's in Chicago.
No, it's in Chicago.
It's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold too. It's going to be cold too. My bad. I got it written wrong way on my sheet. You're right. Chicago is the conference winner. I just think Green Bay is going to get them. So I'll take Green Bay and the under, guys. Green Bay and the under. I think all three of us are going to take Green Bay. What you got, Minara?
No, I think Chicago comes out with their run game and they ball club.
Swift.
And I think this is going to be a quick ball game. Don't get comfortable in your seat. Don't eat too many wings in your pregame because this is going to be over in about three hours or so. Because I think the Bears are going to run the ball. Monogamy and what's the guy? Swift. I wanted to call him Sweat, but Swift. I think they're going to change this whole ball game. And with that being said, so give me the Bears. I'll take the under. And let's get to the end of the show where we have to wrap this shit up, B. How are we going to do this? Anybody got anything from the week? Keith, let's go TGL if you got anything there.
Well, no, I might finish with that, but I got three things. I don't know if you guys saw just here in the last 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Carnell Tate, the receiver for Ohio State, is entering a draft.
Okay.
I think he's a top 12 pick probably.
Amen.
All right, so in my first mock, I got him top 5 going to the New York Giants.
Wow.
Another draft capital on another receiver in the top 5. Wow. I don't see that. But
because now you got neighbors. You got neighbors on one side and Tate on the other. You can't double. And you got Wan'Dale Robinson in the team. You become the Cincinnati Bengals if Jackson Dart can play quarterback. With Cam Scatterbull in the backfield.
And Dart can play quarterback.
Can he play both? Can he play in the secondary too? Because they need
we got draft capital for that. We just outscore you.
So you said the Giants. So you said the Giants, and that brings me to my next nugget. Whoever gets that job there, guys, has got to deal with Joe Shane. I mean, he's being retained as the GM. I don't see a Harbaugh wanting to go up underneath that.
Who wants to go underneath that?
Nobody. I mean, somebody that's somebody that's an up and
needs a job. Mm-hmm.
So that's something to think about when you.
Yep.
Because Jack, I agree. Harbaugh would. I just love that. I love him up there, but I don't know if he would want to do that with Joe Shane in the mix.
I didn't think about that. You're right.
So when Harbaugh goes to Atlanta, no GM, he could probably bring his own GM with him.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see.
You bring the director of player personnel in Baltimore, or
I think he's going to go to Cleveland. I think he's going to go to Cleveland.
That's the
stay in the division, huh?
That's the diabolical one.
That one makes a lot of sense.
Staying in the division makes sense because he knows what he's got a game plan against half the damn schedule period. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
If he goes to the NFC East, it's a totally different world, even knowing you're just down the parkway from us. But yeah, that would be crazy.
100%. And then just the last thing. Last thing is a quick TGL today. Yeah, I don't know why they're playing at 5:00. I mean, if you want to get eyeballs,
I get home from work.
I mean, people are watching. Pardon the interruption. They're not watching TGL at 5.
They're watching Sideline Junkies at 7:45.
So look, if you want to run a successful business, you can't have week 1. You're going up against NFL football at 4:00 on a Sunday, and then you're going to come on a Tuesday at 5 when you know what I mean. So anyway, Atlanta beat the Bay.
That's your people.
Atlanta beat the Bay today 7-4. It's cool as hell, guys. If you guys get a chance, I know you guys have watched a little bit of it. The Bay's a great squad with Oberg, Lowry, Wyndham Clark. Atlanta, Justin Thomas is hurt, so they had Cantlay, Horschel, and Chris Goddard up.
Is Tiger still playing?
Tiger's still hurt right now.
Okay. I knew he was on the Jupiter team.
He's on Jupiter Lynx. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So,
look at me, boy. Call him.
There you go. Your homework assignment.
I do.
There you go. That's it. I'm good. I'm done.
I watch it every once in a while. I do. It's pretty neat. I want to play it. I got to come to one of your simulators. I hit Keith up the other day. Midnight Ride. It's cold his ass outside, right? He talking about, I just got back from simulator game. I'm like, man, he golfing fool right there.
Yep.
I want to play simulator. I'll just play 9, dude. Just 9. My clubs are rusty.
The next TGL match is Tuesday the 13th at 7:00. Jupiter Lynx versus New York Golf Club. So
who else is on Jupiter Lynx, if you don't mind me asking?
Kevin Kinsler and Tom Kim.
Oh, I like Kim. He's young.
Tom
Kim.
Like him. He's great. He's outspoken because this is what you need, like personalities. He's awesome.
Well, he was awesome when Tiger was there with him. He was just sucking up the knowledge from Tiger Woods, man. You could see it. Right. I like him. Yeah, I like him.
And New York's
yeah.
Go ahead. No, New York's got Ricky Fowler and Schauffele and Matt Fitzpatrick, so they got a good squad too. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, they do. No, my wrap that up is in the passenger seat tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Guest is still up in the air. I'm going to be honest with everybody. Guest is supposed to be University of Maryland baseball coach and Maryland baseball legend Scott Swope is supposed to be in the passenger seat. I'm still waiting on confirmation, but I can dig. I'm going to do everything I can do to make that show pop off tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Peep that.
All right, real quick for me. Tomorrow, 7:30, Nothing But Net returns. 30 minutes of the old school basketball show. Basically, we take you through the world. The eyes of two old guys that grew up watching Amari Rashad and company talk about basketball. With that being said, this is go ahead.
I want to give you and what's he go by? C. Perry?
Yeah.
You and C. Perry, man, in a 30-minute show cover some hoops, man. I would love to try to make a college show like that, but I don't think I could do it in 30 minutes like you guys do. So thumbs up, man. Great job on that. Nothing but net, man. I like the graphics. I like Perry at the end saying swish. That's pretty cool. Hey, do I watch the show?
You watch the show. I love that part about it too, man.
I do too. My man said swish.
I gotta get him back to doing that because he's been doing the
Oh, did he?
other one. It's an old basketball player. He does his thing, but yeah. But
Nah,
tomorrow
I like
night,
swish.
I'll see if I can get Swish in the mix for you. But with that being
Great
said,
job.
Tuesday night, it's almost 9:30. We covered a whole bunch of stuff for you. We thank you for watching us. We thank you for tuning in. Hopefully, you ran the whole smorgasbord today. Hopefully, you did unapologetic and then waited a couple minutes and came back and watched us for this time frame. Again, don't forget audio version tomorrow morning available. iHeartRadio, Spotify, wherever you can get a podcast, we there, baby. Because in the words of Jack Carr, we everywhere.
Hey, Keith, I want to tell you, Caleb Williams came up 58 yards short of 4.
Okay.
It's
All right.
on my computer right now.
So with that being said, that's the Gentleman Jack. That's the correspondent. I'm the Midnight Rider. This is your Tuesday night flight. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Again, nothing but that is 7:30 in the pageant seat at 8. And then we'll take you from there on the rest of the schedule. Thank you for coming out. God bless and good. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, my people, my people's people, people of being people, alien people. All right, here's the first reveal of the gender picture reveals of KG. Today, this morning, it's the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. It's the Sunday Rise. And as we always do, and we always tell you, there's no better way to start your week off than with the Sunday Rise. It is myself. It is the big guy KG. And at some point, the Gentleman Jack's going to jump in with us as well. I think he's got a surprise for us. With that being said, the rundown, recapping football from this week, recapping college football and NFL. Then we're going to hit you with the nickel as always. We got a guest picker. I think that's Lee Ice. I might be wrong, but
you're right.
And then with that being said, let's take this moment before we get started to let Jack take the show from here before we go into the introductions.
Well, fellas, you know, I don't understand where the love went, fellas. Where did the Sideline Junkies love go? Because I remember last Sideline Junkie Podcast Network Fantasy Football League, some dude named Big Guy KG shows up with some belt. I mean, where's the belt? Where's the love? Where's the belt? Where's the love? I mean, come on. That's all right. I had my IT team work on something, and JC is the king of the fantasy league. Can I get big jumbo screen, please? I need to show everybody the fantasy league. Hold on. Where's the bling bling at? There it is. 25 champs. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yes, sir. And it's got Sideline Junkie on it. It's just money. Football's on it. Yes, sir. My people made me a crown for the king of the fantasy football league, fellas. Thank you very much. I show my own love. You know that. Let's go.
Oh
With that
man.
being, with that
You
being
like that?
said, going from the Sideline Junkies fantasy football king to the king of all the talk, the king of slow jams, the king of all things of being cool and being old at the same time, the big guy KG.
I appreciate that rousing introduction. Hey Jack, that was a surprise. Shoot, we might have to talk to Don about getting another belt made just for that. But good morning. Welcome to the Sunday Rise. Man, this is gonna be a epic week. We've already had good college football. Now we starting to really venture into the late season good NFL football. So ain't no way better but to start this thing off right and ask you gentlemen how you feeling.
I'm good.
I'm doing well in victorious land. I'm doing well.
All right. We had the college football playoff. A couple of games. What was that? Friday, and then one game Friday, and then 3 games Saturday. So let's kick it off and go ahead and hit them off with this one right here, which is an upset in the making. Number 10 Miami defeats number 2 Ohio State. Carson Beck, 19 to 26, 138 and a touchdown. Mark Fletcher had 19 carries, 90 yards. CJ Daniels, 5 receptions, 49 yards. For Ohio State, Julian, I'm just saying, 22 or 35, 287, a touchdown and 2 picks. Bo Jackson, 11 carries, 55 yards and a touchdown. And Jeremiah Smith had 7 catches, 157 yards and a touchdown. Gentlemen, Jack, take it away.
Well, this was my game, fellas. This was my lock of the 4 games. I just had that Miami feeling. I had that South Beach soul. I was ready to roll. I tell you, it's amazing all the former players coming out in support of these Hurricanes. Michael Irvin looking a fool. He looking a fool on the sidelines. You see Ray Lewis and the rest of the boys. Jason, Jason Smith. Jason, he was a DN, played for the Dolphins. I thought he was at the U as well.
Jason Taylor,
JT, that's right. They all down the other end of the field, man, staying away from Michael Irvin's antics. He's probably all yacked up down there, you know what I'm saying? So I felt this. I felt Ohio State was a paper number 1, paper champion this year. They didn't play nobody. So, Carson Beck controlled this game, fellas. He ran when he had to. Fletcher did what Fletcher did in the previous game. He really helped this team with this run game. They pounded the rock in Miami. Coach Catable, how do you say Mario Costable? He don't play. He don't play, man. He ain't want no parts of that confetti. He ain't want no parts of that celebration. The mission ain't over yet, is where it was in his mind. He didn't say it. He accepted that trophy graciously, but you could see in Mario's face, he was ready to get to the locker room, and the celebrations had to go. But, saying with the 2 interceptions, that big pick 6 by my boy, man, Keontae Scott. I'm telling you, I called Scott. I did. And it was just a great game by that Miami defense, man. Their team had 5 sacks. They're just looking good. Everybody gave 8, everybody was shitting on the ACC, including me. But this Miami team, they grew into what they are. And I think that chip on the shoulder is making the Miami Hurricanes a strong team like they are right now in the college football playoffs. And it's a perfect time to be a strong team in the college football playoffs. Midnight Rider, how'd you like it?
run the ball. It's real simple. Miami got physical. They punched Ohio State in the mouth, and those linebackers didn't want no more. I mean, Sonny Styles and Arville Reese are great players, but they got punched the whole time. Miami didn't make it pretty. They came downhill and went right at them. Simple ball game. Sometimes sometimes you gotta find out what a man's willing to do to win a championship. So this is what this ball game was all about. Beck managed the game, and like I said, it's just one of those things. Go ahead, Jack.
Well, Carson Beck said one of our favorite sayings when the interview person asked Carson Beck, what do you got to say about your Hurricanes defense? He said, all I gotta say is we practice against them every day in practice. So iron sharpens iron. That's one of me and Midnight Rider. We like that saying, iron sharpens iron. And that's what Carson Beck said. And it makes sense. If you go against your team, which is a top 10 national defense every week in practice, it can't do nothing but make you stronger. Thanks for letting me add that.
No problem. Actually, dog, to be honest with you, interesting Midnight Rider tidbit is I think when I got published for the first time as a writer, one of my friends, Nick Ellis, wrote a poem called Iron Sharpens Iron, and that was on the page before the page that my poem was on. So random thought. But KG, you go ahead and close us out, man, because I'm good on this. I'm
gonna say this, and I have to disagree with Jack. I think what Michael Irvin is doing is what you don't see in college football anymore, because you have somebody that's proud of they're a proud alumni of a school, because most guys don't stay at a school 4 years. Most guys, if something doesn't work out freshman year, they redshirt and they want to play, they go elsewhere. Or they're at a smaller school, they go elsewhere. Nobody takes pride in where they went to school at anymore. Michael Irvin takes pride in where he went to school at, and he's being himself. This is the playmaker we talking about. Love him or hate him, but this who he was when he was at Miami. Go, if you don't believe me, go look at the U 30 for 30, part 1 and part 2. That's how Miami players act when they in their element. It's all about the U. That's how he was with the Cowboys. This is great, man, because it's beautiful, but it also, guess what? He's keeping his name in the news. You talking about it, whether you like it or not. So this is beautiful.
I just think he's going a bit extreme to getting on all fours and banging on the turf. It's a bit much, in my opinion.
What are you talking about right now?
I know. I'm talking about Mike.
Hey, man. Sometimes publicity is publicity, baby.
Oh, good or bad. I agree.
But this is I'm sorry. I was like, hey, Miami gonna get obliterated and this, that, and other. My bad. Players fuck up. And I did. So big ups to Miami. Next game was Oregon versus Texas Tech. Now this right here, Midnight Rider. Tell me this don't look like another Oregon team we see with dominance. And shout out to Big Jim and the greatest fictitious sports league in the world, Craig. In the world.
Craig.
Oregon 23, Texas Tech 0. Dante Moore 26 of 33, 234 in a pick. Jordan Davidson 15 carries, 42 yards, 2 touchdowns. Jamari Johnson had 4 catches for 66 yards. For Texas Tech, Baron Morton 18 of 32, 137 and 2 picks. Jacoby Williams 13 carries, 81 yards, and Terrence Carter 9 catches for 72 yards. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Defense is all you gotta say. Defense carried the day for the Ducks, guys. If you look at it, running back Jordan Addison and place kicker Atticus Sappington, 2 touchdowns for Addison and 3 field goals for Sappington. That's all the scoring here. So the Oregon defense did his job. They ended up getting a rematch with Indiana from the October 11th matchup, in which Indiana beat the Ducks 30-20. Quarterback Morton could not get going. Oregon had 7 tackles for loss. It was just dominance by the Oregon Ducks all the way. One bright shot for the Red Raiders. Linebacker Ben Roberts had 16 tackles. He was all over the place trying to do everything he could. But Oregon was just too strong in this game. Midnight Rider, what you got?
You know what? I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna do what we do on another show and put it in reverse because we talked about defense. So I'm gonna put this one in reverse real quick and talk about Mr. Bain and Mr. Metasol from Miami. They dominated that game against Ohio State, and then we come forward to this ball game, and Oregon's defense was dominant. But let's give Texas Tech defense some love too. Mr. Bailey wrecked some shop. The only problem was, and that's the only reason this wasn't a blowout. Like Texas Tech defense made this 23-0. It probably should have been 45-0. So their defense held up. They won't get any stats or any participation trophies for it, but they came out and played a good ball game. The problem was their offense just didn't show. You know what I'm saying? When they went to take roll, there was one thing missing. It was the Texas Tech offense. So that's all I got to say on this. Go ahead, KG.
Good call. Good call.
This right here, this is one of those ones that really wasn't a game per se, but Oregon showed up and they showed out. There's nothing else that can be said. What is this, the second shutout of the playoff? If I'm not mistaken, this was like a trend that everybody was talking about. And I'll get to that when we get to the next couple of games, but this wasn't. I had Oregon winning this, but yeah, this wasn't a game. This is a laugher. Next up, you got Indiana 38, Alabama 3. For Alabama, Austin Mack 11-16, 103. He came in for Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson was 12-16 to 67 yards. He also had 3 carries for 17 yards, and Jeremy Bernard 4 catches for 60 yards. For Indiana, the Heisman Trophy winner, Fernando Mendoza, 14-16, 192 and 3 touchdowns. Kalon Black, 15 carries, 99 yards and a touchdown, and Charlie Becker, 2 receptions, 51 yards and a touchdown. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
All I got to say right here, fellas, Coach Signetti. Coach Sigs, as everybody calls him, my man's doing what he says. He's walking the walk, talking the talk with his squad. Star quarterback, Fernando Mendoza with 3 touchdown passes. What else could you ask for? Kalon Black, 99 yards and a touchdown. Hemby, 87 yards and a touchdown. So the running game was there for Indy, no doubt. They rushed for 215 yards on this Bama squad. And on the Alabama side, I ain't got nothing to say. They was dominated on all 3 phases of the game, up the field, down the field, to the locker room, to the showers. Alabama was dominated. That's all I got, Midnight Rider. This game was a snooze. I ended up doing housework in the 3rd quarter, dude. That's how bad it was.
I think we talked about it all the last 4 weeks, maybe last 5 weeks. We talked about Alabama's lack of a run game, and that kills everything else for them because Ty Simpson can't carry this team by himself. He's not a guy that you can just say, all right, roll the football out, go be Superman, go be Thor, go be whatever superhero you want. That's not who he is. Ty Simpson's a good quarterback, so don't get me wrong on that. But I just don't think he's one of those guys that he can carry the team by himself. And we got to talk about the SEC once this is all said and done, because everybody keeps saying that that's the best conference in football. But you put a little offense in front of them, you put some dynamic players against them. I don't know. I think we got one SEC team left, and that's Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know if they dominant or not. It's just going to be interesting, man, the way this plays out. Indiana came in. I keep telling y'all the Kirk Signetti statue should be up by the end of 2029, early 2030. What he's done in this program, taking them from being the worst football team in college history to now being on the precipice of winning a national title. That's crazy. Go ahead, KG.
I'm gonna throw it in reverse too, because I meant to say this when we were talking about Ohio State, and I said this to BJ. I didn't say it on air, but how you feel about Ryan Day now? You were talking about greatest coach in the modern era.
Nah.
Is that heard that's they were talking about. How you feel about Ryan Day right now? When I said pump your brakes because he got so many people to leapfrog to be one of the greatest coaches. I don't understand how you form your mouth to call him one of the greatest coaches.
I thank God that I don't have your algorithm because I never.
You never.
I have no. And I listen to Cleveland radio. Cleveland gives them the hard time.
But hold on, even Maddie heard it.
I'm glad Maddie heard it, but I hadn't heard that. So, like I said,
and I told you I'm gonna start sending y'all this stuff so y'all don't think I be making it up.
No, I'm good. I believe it.
You too, man.
When I tell you crazy, they were ready to crown him the greatest coach of all time, and I'm like, how? He has to jump over Saban, Newt Rockne, Lou Holtz,
Bryant,
Bear Bryant.
There's a lot of them.
Joe Paterno. You got to jump over a lot of coaches.
Yeah, that Joe Paterno one. I don't know about that one no more.
Oh, come on now. Joe Pa, you got the years to be called that.
I get where you're coming from, but that's a great territory.
Right.
Don't touch me now.
But, I mean, you guys can agree with it. We talking about somebody that's won one championship, and you ready to call him the greatest coach, and we got Nick Saban, who has how many?
Right.
Come on now.
No, I get what you're saying, buddy. I that wasn't on my radar. I hadn't heard that.
I don't know why it popped up on mine because I'm like, I don't want to, I'm still mad at Ohio State from last season, but
how many Saban got? 6?
We gotta get research to look that up.
I'll look it up. As a head, I think he's got 6.
But you talking about jumping over a lot of coaches to become the greatest of all time. Now to this Alabama-Indiana game, Indiana, Mendoza went 14-16 for 192 and 3 touchdowns. That is efficient passing, is what that is. That is making the right decisions. He got 6 or 7.
7.
Sheesh. But Ryan Day's a better coach. Get the fuck out of here.
I know.
But this offense that Indiana has, well-oiled machine. And if they play their game, it's nothing that's going to stop them. Nothing. I like this one. Plus, I like that they beat Alabama, but that's a personal thing. Next up, this right here was your barn burner of all. This was the Sugar Bowl. Now, I told you Sugar Bowl was one of my favorite bowls, and you got Ole Miss 39, Georgia 34. Trinidad Chambers, and BJ talked about it. He said he watched his game. He said Chambers is just a dog. 30 or 46, 362 and 2 touchdowns. Kewan Lace, 22 carries, 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. Harrison Wallace III, 9 catches, 156 and a touchdown. For Georgia, Gunnar Stockton, 18 of 31, 203 and a touchdown. Nate Frazier had 15 carries for 86 yards. My guy, Zachariah Branch, 8 receptions, 67 yards and a touchdown. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
Well, I'm just going to give it up, and I'm going to tip my hat to defensive coordinator and current head coach of Ole Miss Rebels, Pete Golden. Pete, hats off, bro. You 2-0 in the college playoffs, man, as head coach. No Kiffin, no problem. I'm going to say it one more time. No Kiffin, no problem. But the funny thing is, fellas, you know Kiff done already made a cool meal off of these games. My man getting $500,000 for each college playoff win the team gets. He not even associated with the team, and he gets $500,000 per win. I mean, I understand stipulations and things added in contracts, but when you leave the school, that should be null and void, man. I mean, null and void. I said null and void. That should be null and void. Isn't that right?
That's actually from LSU. So LSU has decided to pay him a bonus every round the Mississippi team makes.
Get out of here.
It's in his contract. So he gets $250 for the first round win. He got $500,000 for this round. Next round, if they win again, he gets $750,000. and then if they win the whole thing, he gets another $1 million. So this is all LSU pocket.
The Tigers are paying this man for his success at Ole Miss?
Yes.
Oh, man, what are we doing here? Jesus Christ. I mean, I caught it on the tail end that he got $500,000 for this last victory, and I assumed, and that's bad to assume. I know that. You got to look your shit up, but I assumed that was from Ole Miss in a contract for him. Damn. Okay. All right, we're gonna hire you away, and every bowl game your team wins, we'll tighten you up. That sounds like good business. Oh, man. Okay. Well, thank you, Midnight Rider. Chambliss, quarterback. You cannot say enough about his play in this game. He made big plays at pivotal moments of the game. 312 yards, man. He was a do-anything quarterback in this. He did anything. He was getting stretched on rollout passes, doing little jump passes, and I mean, his ribs gotta be hurting. Both QBs rocked out. Gunnar Stockton, do not take a thing away from his game here. I don't take nothing away from them Georgia Bulldogs, guys. This was a real deal shootout. The best. This is SEC football right here. So I knew it was going to be whoever scores last, man. And that's a real shootout. Pew, 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 pew. Real shootout. So I'll tell you, it hurt to see the Dogs go down because I got the Dogs in one of my pools. And I do enjoy Kirby Smart and Georgia football. But Ole Miss right now is playing very good. I expect to see possibly an Ole Miss Indiana championship the way these two teams played this quarterfinal games. So on to the semis. Let's see what's up. 4 left, guys. MR.
Real simple, man. Trinidad Chambly, as I like to call him, came out and showed off, man. He made plays every which way. He even ran out of the sky cam to complete a pass, which was crazy in its own right. He made some throws, man. Ole Miss, man. Who knew? But Jack's guy Lacey came to play. And Georgia didn't lay down in this ball game. Georgia put up a fight. It's just they just got beat in that fourth quarter. You can't give up 20 points in one quarter. And that changed the whole nature of the ball game. And we talk about it all the time, momentum. She's a tempestuous whore. And that's what she did. She took over the ball game, sat on the Ole Miss sideline, and Georgia kept trying to fight its way, but they couldn't get there. Great ball game. Good thing we have this is the part that I think we all wanted. We didn't care about, and I'm gonna say this, we uniformly. I don't know if you guys always agree with what I'm saying on this, but we as fans want it settled on the field. And the fact that we get these games